Chapter 1. The Awakening of the Angelic Martial Soul. Tang San, how despicable of you to launch a sneak attack. In the Douluo Continent, within the southwestern region of the Qianyu Empire, in the province of Fasnuo, two children were engaged in a fierce scuffle atop a small hill in Holy Soul Village. One of them, a boy of approximately 5 or 6 years, possessed a healthy, sun-kissed complexion. His short black hair appeared tidy, and although his attire was modest, it was impeccably clean. The other child, also around the same age, revealed a fair complexion beneath his clothing. His handsome face bore a hint of youthful innocence mingled with an air of detachment, yet his eyes sparkled with unwavering resolve and determination. The dark-skinned child was none other than Tang San, the protagonist of the Douluo Continent. The other boy, known as Qianyu, was also a transmigrator, having journeyed from the 21st century and found himself inhabiting the body of a 6-year-old child. However, unlike Tang San, Qianyu lacked any memories of his past life. He only knew that he had been discovered by the village elder, Jack, who brought him to this village. At present, he was engaged in a contest with Tang San, and it seemed he was on the verge of victory. Yet, unexpectedly, Tang San produced a pebble from his pocket and launched a surprise attack on Qianyu. Fuming atop the hill, Qianyu glared at Tang San, exclaiming, "Despicable!" Tang San, unfazed, regarded Qianyu with a condescending tone, reminiscent of an adult scolding child. "Xiaoyu, there were no rules against using a stone before our match. Regardless of the circumstances, the outcome is that I have won. Is that so? I have not conceded yet," Qianyu retorted with a snort. With that, a surge of power erupted from his dantian, enveloping his body. Although he was uncertain of the source of this strength, it had been present since his arrival in this world. In an instant, Qianyu tackled Tang San to the ground, his fist poised ominously above Tang San's face. Should that punch land, it would surely break Tang San's nose. "Brother you!" Tang San exclaimed in alarm. Much like how Tang San addressed Dai Mubai when he was weaker, referring to him as Boss Dai until he surpassed him, he now called out to Qianyu. Ultimately, Qianyu chose to restrain his strength. Tang San, utterly astonished, gazed at Qianyu and conceded, "Brother you, I admit defeat." Only then did Qianyu release Tang San. As Tang San rose to his feet, he looked at Qianyu and declared, "Brother you, but next time, I shall emerge victorious." At that moment, Elder Jack hurriedly approached from the village entrance. "Children, the Soul Master from the Spirit Hall have arrived. I shall take you to the awakening ceremony," he announced. Upon hearing Elder Jack's voice, Qianyu felt a rush of excitement. Finally, he was to partake in a martial soul awakening ceremony. Having spent over a year in this realm, he had yet to awaken his own unique ability. He refused to believe that, as a transmigrator, he would be devoid of any special power. Perhaps this ceremony would serve as the pivotal opportunity for him to transform his fate. After all, he had no desire to remain in Holy Soul Village, toiling in the fields for a lifetime. He sensed that the strength within him capable of defeating Tang San, who practiced the Shintian skill, was on the verge of revelation. Perhaps it is due to his own martial spirit that he harbors the hope of awakening a formidable one. Out with this thought, Qianyu's heart brimmed with anticipation. Under the guidance of old Jack, Qianyu followed him to the central hall of the village, known as the Martial Spirit Hall. However, this so-called hall was merely a larger wooden cabin that, in total, 9 children arrived, including Tang San and Qianyu. The children lined up, with Qianyu standing at the end and Tang San positioned just ahead of him. Before them stood a young man in his 20s, possessing striking features with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, clad in a white outfit complemented by a black cloak, adorned at the center of his chest with a soul character the size of a fist. This was the standard attire for personnel affiliated with the Martial Spirit Hall. "This must be Su Yuntao," Qianyu thought to himself, glancing at the young man from the hall. The introduction soon followed. The young man stated, "My name is Su Yuntao, and I hail from Nodding City." Qianyu, already familiar with the unfolding narrative, felt little interest. He remained at the back, awaiting the commencement of the Martial Spirit Awakening ceremony. Finally, the time had come for the awakening to begin. The first child stepped forward, and the results of the test were swift in coming. Weapon Martial Spirit, Scythe, no soul power, cannot become a soul master. Next. Thus, one by one, the children awakened, only to be met with the same disheartening conclusion: none possessed soul power, indicating that they would never become soul masters in their lifetimes. That it was now the turn of the 7th child, the last in line before Tang San. A girl stepped forward, and a faint blue grass appeared in her hand. Blue-silver grass, a worthless martial spirit, no soul power. She too could not become a soul master. At last, it was Tang San's turn. With a confident demeanor, He turned to glance at Qianyu, his eyes reflecting a resolute determination, as if declaring a silent rivalry. Having recently lost to Qianyu, he was eager to surpass him in the realm of martial spirit awakening. Tang San approached the stage. Without needing Su Yuntao's prompt, he positioned himself among 6 black stones. As Su Yuntao infused his soul power, a soft golden light illuminated the space once more. Instinctively, Tang San raised his right hand and beheld the blue hue. A sprig of blue-silver grass manifested in Tang San's grasp, a replica of the one the earlier girl had displayed. The epitome of a worthless martial spirit. Su Yuntao sighed. Another worthless martial spirit next. At that moment, astonishment flickered in Tang San's eyes, as if grappling with disbelief. He turned to Qianyu, panic surfacing in his gaze. A worthless martial spirit? Did this imply that he too would fall short of Qianyu in the awakening of their martial spirits? Unwilling to accept this fate, he hastily feigned compliance, saying, "Uncle, you have yet to conduct my soul power test." Without turning around, Su Yuntao replied, "No need for a test. I have yet to encounter anyone with soul power possessing the blue-silver grass. Please, let me try, Uncle," Tang San insisted. Very well, Su Yuntao conceded to Tang San's persistence, handing him the blue crystal ball. Suddenly, the blue crystal orb in his hand began to radiate, a dazzling azure light. Swiftly expanding from single point to in the blink of an eye, the orb sparkled like a resplendent gem. A faint blue halo emanated from it, indescribably enchanting. Su Yuntao gazed at the crystal ball in astonishment, exclaiming, "Could it be that it is innate full soul power?" Noticing a glimmer of hope, Tang San hurriedly inquired, "Uncle, what is innate full soul power?" Innate full soul power refers to the highest soul power one can achieve at the moment of martial soul awakening, Su Yuntao explained. The highest soul power? Tang San looked at Su Yuntao, his heart swelling with excitement. He then glanced at Qianyu, seemingly eager to proclaim his own achievements. However, Qianyu remained utterly calm, unperturbed by the unfolding events. He had long been aware of such matters and found nothing particularly astonishing about them. Alas, your martial soul is blue silvergrass, which is deemed a useless martial soul and cannot be cultivated. Su Yuntao shook his head regretfully. Yet, Tang San did not feel disheartened, for he possessed another martial soul, a hammer, which had also awakened. This was a secret known only to him. Next, Su Yuntao directed his gaze to the final participant, Qianyu. At that moment, Qianyu stepped forward as Tang San descended from the platform. Tang San encouraged Qianyu, "I believe in you. You will surely awaken your martial soul. Go for it." A smirk played at the corners of his mouth. An ordinary child. Those words might sound like encouragement, however. For Qianyu, a traveler from another realm, they were clearly laced with mockery. Qianyu paid no heed to Tang San and walked directly to the stage, positioning himself at the center of the 6 black stones, ready to awaken. That instant, a terrifying aura emanated from Qianyu. Golden light burst forth, enveloping the entire hall. His form shone like a radiant sun, dazzlingly brilliant. In that moment, everyone present stood utterly astounded, as Su Yuntao was profoundly shocked, exclaiming, "How is this possible?" Tang San's expression turned ashen, unable to believe what unfolded before his eyes. Within the luminous veil, 6 wings unfurled behind Qianyu. An angel. Chapter 2. Angelic martial soul shocks the continent. The intense golden light ruptured the small wooden house with a resounding crash. The structure shattered beneath the brilliance. Qianyu's figure emerged, surrounded by an endless golden glow that illuminated the surroundings. At this moment, the villagers rushed out of their homes, gazing blankly at the blinding golden light in the sky. Amidst the golden radiance, a figure spread 6 golden wings. Each wing was adorned with plump feathers that emitted a gentle golden glow, breathtakingly ethereal, while the figure itself was enveloped in the golden light. Standing on tiptoe in midair, eyes closed, the 6 wings quivered slightly, emanating waves of peculiar golden light up the heavens. What is this? Is this an angel? An angel! At this moment, the villagers emerged one by one, astonished as they beheld the scene before them. Su Yuntao swallowed hard, his gaze fixed in utter disbelief upon Qianyu. An angel? Indeed, it is an angel. Terrified, Su Yuntao collapsed on the ground. For him, the manifestation of an angelic martial spirit signified a profound reality. The entire continent was aware that the inherited martial spirit of the Spirit Hall was that of the angel. The Grand Priest Qian Douluo, along with the former Pope Qian Shuanji, both possessed angelic martial spirits. Could it be that this child before him was one of them? As this thought crossed his mind, Su Yuntao trembled uncontrollably. This was merely a humble village, yet an angelic martial spirit had emerged here. This could only mean he was embroiled in a significant event. Tang San gazed at Qianyu, equally astonished. Though he understood the implications of Qianyu's angelic martial spirit, he was struck by the brilliance emanating from Qianyu, which was 1,000 times more radiant than his own martial spirit awakening. Moreover, the exquisite angelic martial spirit was undeniably superior to his blue-silver grass and hammer martial spirits. This meant that even in the realm of martial spirit awakening, he was no match for Qianyu. With this realization, Tang San was immediately overwhelmed by a profound sense of defeat. Meanwhile, within the spirit hall, in a grand golden palace, the vast hall measured several dozen meters in width, resplendent and magnificent, reminiscent of an imperial court. At the center of the hall, a man gradually opened his eyes. Appearing to be in his 30s or 40s, he was strikingly handsome, a gentle smile gracing his face. His calm and serene aura was incredibly comforting. He was tall, though not robust, adorned in a simple gray robe, with long black hair neatly cascading behind him. Despite his modest attire, his mere presence inspired reverence. Suddenly, he felt an inexplicable sensation within him. Miraculously, his angelic martial spirit began to spontaneously manifest. Qianyu's 6 wings unfurled, radiant with golden light, exuding an air of sanctity. Golden feathers drifted down like divine confetti. Brilliant golden light erupted from Qianyu's body, as dazzling as the sun, accompanied by a hint of searing warmth. In astonishment, Douluo exclaimed, "This is the power of bloodline. What manner of bloodline power could provoke my angelic martial spirit to release itself automatically?" At that moment, his gaze was irresistibly drawn in a certain direction. To the southwest, could it be that someone has awakened an even purer angelic martial spirit than mine? Yet, other than my son and granddaughter, there should be no other angelic martial spirits. What is happening? Douluo was utterly bewildered, muttering to himself. He then turned his eyes toward the southwest, a flicker of confusion in his golden gaze. "It seems I must investigate." Stardow Forest. In an exceedingly concealed and ancient grand hall, the vastness of the space was engulfed in impenetrable darkness, rendering all things invisible. Suddenly, within the hall, a series of crystals ignited, illuminating the entire expanse. Towering columns adorned with intricately carved dragon motifs rose majestically within the hall. At the center, encased within a pale blue crystal, lay a girlish, stunningly beautiful maiden. Indeed, she was entirely unclothed, her bare form shrouded by cascading silver locks that veiled her visage. Her silken hair, resembling the texture of crystal, flowed gracefully around her as she floated serenely within the crystal, her eyes gently closed. Within the crystal, the girl remained tranquil, as if ensnared in a deep slumber. Suddenly, she appeared to sense something, and her eyes fluttered open. The instant her gaze met the world, a brilliant blue light erupted from the crystal, and in that moment, a flurry of ice shards coalesced in the surrounding void. The hall trembled under the force of this manifestation. Outside, a colossal black dragon stood sentinel over the hall, its immense wings casting shadows that obscured the sun. Its eyes glimmered with an eerie crimson hue, growling lowly as it remained vigilant of its surroundings. Meanwhile, within the hall, the girl had risen to her feet, garments materializing around her. Suspended in midair, she gazed down upon the crystal, her form exuding an ethereal grace. Her exquisite features radiated an air of elegance, freshness, and nobility, reminiscent of a celestial being, evoking an involuntary sense of admiration. The black dragon, taken aback, murmured, "My lord, have you sensed something?" In the village of Holy Soul, a disheveled man was mindlessly hammering away at metal. Clad in a tattered robe, devoid of even a patch, his bronze skin was exposed beneath. His once appealing features were now shrouded in a layer of waxy yellow, his expression clouded by sleepiness. His hair resembled a nest, and his unkempt beard had gone untended for countless days. This man was none other than Tang San's father, Tang Hao. With a vacant and dull gaze, he lifted his hammer. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes. He continued to hammer the glowing iron block in a state of numbness. Just then, a beam of golden light erupted within Holy Soul Village. Tang Hao's hazy eyes suddenly sparkled with the brilliance of gold. "What is this?" He lifted his head, directing his gaze towards the source of the radiant light. Not far away, within the spirit hall of his village, the light shone forth. "It cannot be," he exclaimed. "This is an angel spirit." Tang Hao, astonished, murmured, "How could such a spirit manifest in this small village?" Who could it be? Is it the Spirit Hall? At that moment, his eyes were filled with a burning hatred as a torrent of memories surged forth in his heart, but a look of anguish manifested upon his countenance. With a resounding crash, the immense blacksmith shop was instantly cleaved in two by his might. In Tang Hao's eyes, a fierce bloodlust was evident. Whoever it may be, angels are invariably linked to the Spirit Hall, and those of the Spirit Hall deserve death. A hoarse voice emerged from Tang Hao's throat. Chapter 3. Tang Hao aims to slay me. At this moment, within the Sacred Soul Village, the golden radiance enveloping Qianyu gradually subsided, restoring his form to normalcy. The angelic wings upon his back retracted slowly. Now, Qianyu stood in place, having returned to his usual self. In this instant, shock was etched upon the faces of every villager in the hamlet, as they stared in awe at Qianyu, their expressions filled with profound reverence. "Is this a miracle?" someone inquired. "How beautiful! This child cannot possibly be a deity incarnate." The villagers began to murmur, each displaying an expression of reverence towards Qianyu. Some villagers even knelt down, earnestly bowing before Qianyu. At that moment, one villager remarked, "Is this divine being here to save us?" Many villagers nodded in agreement. It must be so. Otherwise, how could such a miracle occur? "Oh God, please bless us." At this juncture, Su Yuntao gradually awoke to the reality, stating, "He is not a god." Old Jack stared at Su Yuntao in utter shock, asking, "Great Soul Master, what is happening?" Su Yuntao feigned calmness and slowly replied, "Although he is not a deity, his identity is undoubtedly of the highest nobility. That golden light emanates from his martial soul. His martial soul is an angel." At this proclamation, Old Jack was immediately taken aback, nearly losing his footing. Could it be the angel from the statue in Nodding City? Old Jack was profoundly astonished. Having lived for so many years, he understood what this angel represented. Across the globe, statues of angels are found everywhere, symbolizing the Spirit Hall and the utmost authority in the world. Now, this child's martial soul is, indeed, an angel. What does this signify? Could it mean this child is of the Spirit Hall? Realizing this, Old Jack instinctively retreated a few steps, trembling in disbelief. If this were true, what would he face? At that moment, Old Jack looked at Su Yuntao and asked, Great Soul Master, what should we do? Why has he awakened the angelic martial soul?" Su Yuntao also trembled, murmuring, "Most martial souls are hereditary. Only a few undergo mutations. Now that he has awakened the angelic martial soul, it greatly implies his connection with the Spirit Hall is extraordinary." Old Jack hurriedly implored, "Great Soul Master, you must advocate for me. I found this child in the outskirts." Su Yuntao regained a measure of composure and replied, "Villager, do not worry excessively. We at the Spirit Hall are reasonable individuals. I will report this matter immediately. If this child is indeed related to the headquarters, they will not only absolve you of any blame, but may even commend you. Is that true?" Old Jack inquired eagerly. "Indeed, it is true. Look at the order of the world. Is it not maintained by the Spirit Hall?" Su Yuntao immediately exclaimed, "Excellent, excellent, excellent." Old Jack, responding with utmost respect, gazed at Qianyu with profound admiration. Su Yuntao then declared, "This matter is of great significance. I must take this child back to our Wuhuan branch in Nodding City and report immediately." Old Jack promptly responded, "I shall adhere to the arrangements of the esteemed Soul Master." At that moment, Su Yuntao turned to Qianyu and inquired, "Child, are you willing to accompany me back to our Wuhuan branch in Nodding City?" Qianyu gazed at Su Yuntao, astonished to discover that the soul he had awakened was, in fact, an angel martial soul. Qianyu possesses a profound understanding of the Douluo Continent. Generally, martial spirits are inherited, and he has awakened an angel martial spirit. This implies a connection to the Spirit Hall. However, Qianyu recalls that no such individual exists in the original narrative. Could it be that he is the illegitimate child of Qian Xuanji or perhaps Qian Douluo? He lacks memories prior to the age of 6 and merely occupies this body, retaining only his recollections from the modern era. Consequently, he is perplexed by these questions. Regardless, he has no desire to linger here playing house with Tang San. The mere exposure of his martial spirit could alert the Spirit Hall to his whereabouts. Furthermore, should he remain here and be discovered by Tang Hao, it could prove detrimental to him. "I am willing," Qianyu immediately declared. "Very well, we shall set forth to the Spirit Hall branch." Su Yuntao responded promptly. At that moment, a terrifying pressure surged from the village's edge. A violent aura enveloped the area, causing the very space to tremble. As he sensed this dreadful presence, Su Yuntao's pupils constricted sharply, and he turned to face the source of the aura. After a brief pause, Su Yuntao's expression grew exceedingly grave. He beheld a disheveled man advancing towards them, wielding a hammer in his hand. The man appeared utterly unkempt, with disarrayed hair and tattered clothing. His feet shod in straw sandals. His physique was terrifyingly muscular, resembling that of a coiling dragon, instilling an overwhelming sense of fear. Surrounding him, the air warped incessantly, akin to boiling water in a frenzy. This man was undoubtedly a formidable master. Qianyu turned his gaze towards the man, instantly recognizing his identity. Tang Hao. He observed as Tang Hao approached step by step, then stated, "You need not leave. Indeed, you cannot." At that moment, Su Yuntao took a deep breath and clasped his fists, saying, "I am Su Yuntao, a battle soul master from the Spirit Hall of Nodding City. May I inquire why you are obstructing our path?" Tang Hao coldly replied, "Because he deserves to die." At that instant, Qianyu met Tang Hao's stare, and in his eyes, there resided an abyss of hatred, as if he sought to crush him with his very gaze. Qianyu gazed at Tang Hao and inquired, "Uncle, I am Qianyu. Not long ago, I assisted you in forging iron. Do you not remember me?" "Hiki, Qianyu, of the Qian family. How could I have failed to realize this?" Tang Hao glared fiercely at Qianyu and then pointed at him, stating, "Even if you are merely a child, you are a remnant of the Qian family. I am uncertain as to why you have come here, yet I am aware. The people of the Qian family deserve to perish." In this moment, Su Yunao hastily inquired, "Elder, are you aware of the awakened martial soul he possesses?" "He has awakened the angel martial soul, a fact that should be self-evident to you." "Humph, I am well aware," Tang Hao retorted coldly. "It is precisely due to his awakening of the angel martial soul that I intend to eliminate him. If you kill him, the Spirit Hall will not spare you." Su Yutao exclaimed urgently. He understood that he was no match for Tang Hao. However, he could not afford to retreat at this juncture. He aimed to leverage the name of the Spirit Hall to exert pressure on Tang Hao. "The Spirit Hall!" Tang Hao bellowed furiously, a ferocious aura emanating from him, sweeping through the surroundings with a terrifying wave of force. "I have declared, the people of the Qian family must die." Chapter 4. The Hao Qian Douluo. Or perhaps we should call him the cowardly Douluo. At this moment, old Jack stepped forward, hands on his hips, gazing sternly at Tang Hao. "Tang Hao, what do you intend to do? Have you lost your senses in a drunken stupor? You could overlook the trifles of the past, but today you aim to kill Qianyu? He is a child I rescued, who calls you uncle. How can you even think of taking his life? Have you no humanity left?" Old Jack confronted Tang Hao, his cane pointing accusingly. "Get lost. Otherwise, I shall eliminate you as well." Tang Hao's gaze was icy as he rebuked. "Tang Hao, do you truly believe yourself to be a person of great significance? You are merely the blacksmith of our village. You wish to kill me? Come, try." Old Jack displayed no fear before Tang Hao, for he was unaware that Tang Hao was the renowned Hao Yin Douluo. Ignoring Old Jack, Tang Hao took a step forward, unleashing a wave of terror that expanded rapidly. With a thunderous crash, Old Jack was instantly sent flying. "Village chief!" The crowd shouted in alarm. Old Jack stared at Tang Hao in sheer disbelief, unable to fathom that this blacksmith possessed such formidable strength. Tang San was equally astonished, realizing for the first time in 6 years the immense power his father held, a hidden figure of great renown. At this moment, Su Yuntao, witnessing Tang Hao's approach, swiftly declared, "Martial soul manifestation, Battle Wolf." Instantly, the Battle Wolf martial soul enveloped Su Yuntao. A faint azure light emanated from the center of his brow, ascending into his hair. His exposed arms became adorned with fur, while his physique appeared significantly more robust, brimming with muscularity. Su Yuntao resembled a wild wolf, resolute in his determination to block Tang Hao. Qianyu gazed at Tang Hao as he approached, realizing that trouble was imminent. This was a titled Douluo, and how could he, a mere novice with just awakened martial spirit, contend with such a formidable opponent? Was he destined to meet his demise right at the outset? There was but one recourse left: retreat. "Blind Douluo, run. You are no match for him," Qianyu urgently exclaimed. "Blind Douluo, are you addressing me?" Su Yuntao glanced around, noting that no one else was present, and promptly followed Qianyu in their escape. At that moment, Tang Hao let out a derisive snort. "Oh, you wish to flee?" Meanwhile, the fallen old Jack hastily interjected, "Tang Hao, do you truly intend to kill Qianyu? Regardless of your grievances, he is merely a child. Indeed, we are all from the same village. Why must we resort to mutual slaughter?" The villagers urged in unison. Tang Hao's gaze remained icy and unyielding as he coldly declared, "I have stated it clearly. All members of the Qian family must perish." Whoever dares to utter another word shall meet the same fate. With that, he swiftly pursued them. Tang Sen observed the scene with a detached demeanor, making no effort to intervene. So this is the true strength of my father, Tang Sen thought coldly. A subtle smile curving his lips in a manner concealed from others. Su Yuntao transformed into a fierce werewolf, allowing Qianyu to ride upon his back as they darted frantically through the forest. Qianyu gazed at Su Yuntao and expressed his gratitude. Uncle, thank you. Su Yuntao replied. Do you think I desire to invite this trouble? However, I am a member of the Spirit Hall, and you possess the angel spirit. If I fail to protect you, I too shall face dire consequences. As he spoke, Su Yuntao felt a surge of frustration. Nevertheless, it was evident that he could easily secure his own safety and depart from this place. Thus, Qianyu found himself somewhat moved. He had not anticipated that this so-called blind Douluo, who had often been the subject of ridicule, possessed a sense of loyalty. It seems I have wronged you in the past, blind Douluo, Qianyu remarked. What does blind Douluo even mean? My eyes are not blind. Su Yuntao inquired. Hiki, it's nothing. We must flee quickly. If we manage to survive this ordeal, I shall be eternally grateful for your life-saving assistance. Qianyu remarked upon Su Yuntao. At that moment, Su Yuntao promptly inquired, do you know who that man is? Why does he wish to take your life? Qianyu then remarked, his name is Tang Hao, the illustrious Douluo of the continent. Huh, Douluo? At this moment, Su Yuntao was utterly astonished. Qianyu could sense the tremors coursing through his body. It was only natural, for he stood before the revered Douluo, who would not be struck with fear upon hearing his name. You have surely heard the tale of Douluo. His wife was a soul beast, relentlessly pursued by the Spirit Hall. In the end, she made the ultimate sacrifice for him. Thus, upon seeing my angelic spirit, he mistook me for one of Spirit Hall's own, compelling him to seek my demise. Qianyu elucidated upon Su Yuntao's back. Humph, what a title of Douluo. I deem him a timid Douluo. Fearing the pursuit of the Wuhuan Hall, he has concealed himself here for years. Not only does he lack the courage to seek vengeance upon the Wuhuan Hall, but he also resorts to hunting down a child. Su Yuntao quickly interjected. Upon hearing Su Yuntao's assessment, Qianyu chuckled softly. You were quite right. This Douluo is indeed a cowardly Douluo. Qianyu laughed heartily. When the time comes, should escape prove impossible and Tang Hao seeks to end my life, you must flee for your own safety. Though Qianyu feared death, he did not wish for the innocent to perish because of him. Rest assured, I shall not meet my end. Cici is still waiting for me. Su Yuntao remarked with a smile. As Qianyu and his companions dashed into the forest, they suddenly noticed Tang Hao had somehow positioned himself before them. He stood in their path, his expression tranquil as he regarded them, as if anticipating their fate. You cannot escape, Tang Hao stated coldly, fixing his gaze upon them. At that moment, Su Yuntao came to a halt. He looked at Tang Hao and declared, Douluo, or rather, coward Douluo. What prowess do you possess by bullying us two feeble beings? If you possess any courage, seek vengeance against the Spirit Hall instead. Here in this small village, you hide like a turtle, sparing not even a child and assaulting the elderly. Are you even human? Tang Hao's face darkened with anger as he regarded Su Yuntao. At that instant, Qianyu leaped down from Su Yuntao's back and addressed him. You should leave. He is not after you. He then turned his gaze to Tang Hao, his eyes devoid of fear. Regardless, do you intend to kill me? Qianyu inquired, looking steadfastly at Tang Hao. Tang Hao replied, I understand your innocence. But what of Ayin and Xiaosan? Are they not innocent as well? All of this suffering has been wrought by your Spirit Hall, and thus, all of its members deserve to perish. Qianyu continued to gaze at Tang Hao and inquired, if I were to claim that I have no affiliation with the Spirit Hall, would you believe me? Tang Hao coldly retorted, your martial soul is that of a six-winged angel. How could I possibly trust you? At that moment, Qianyu burst into laughter. Haraha. In the past, I might have regarded the Douluo as a figure of significance, but now it seems, your blindness is indeed accurate. You are nothing more than a cowardly Douluo, unworthy of the Haoyan title. Chapter 5. If I do not perish, I shall ensure that you pay 1,000-fold price. Upon uttering these words, Tang Hao's expression darkened with fury. What did you say? He glared at Qianyu, his voice icy. I have never claimed to be the Douluo. How could you possibly know that? He continued to scrutinize Qianyu. It appears your approach towards us is driven by ulterior motives. Indeed, there is not a single virtuous soul within the Spirit Hall. Hence, I assert that all from the Spirit Hall deserve death. Suddenly, a hammer materialized in Tang Hao's grasp as his gaze turned frigid, fixed upon Qianyu. Qianyu chuckled. It seems that whatever I say now is futile. You will surely slay me, won't you? Indeed. I too wish for the people of the Spirit Hall to experience the bitterness of loss, Tang Hao replied, gazing at Qianyu. At that moment, Qianyu's mind raced with thoughts. He had no desire to perish so easily, having only just arrived in this Douluo Continent. He had yet to fully relish the wonders of this world. He was not ready to embrace death. In Qianyu's mind, thoughts raced as he sought any possible means of survival. At the same time, he was taking a gamble. As a traveler from another realm, his identity was not one that should lead him to an early demise upon arrival. Yet, here he was, faced with a nightmarish beginning. Such a harrowing start ought to have bestowed upon him a divine gift, or at the very least, a miraculous boon. However, neither the extraordinary gift nor the system had made an appearance. Qianyu gazed at Tang Hao and inquired, "You could have slain me within the village. Why then did you allow us to escape to this place?" Tang Hao looked at Qianyu with evident surprise. "Your intellect should not be limited to that of a mere 6-year-old, he replied. "You are correct. It was indeed I who permitted your escape here. It is because Tang San is still young, and I should not expose him to such a gruesome sight." Tang Hao continued. Qianyu scoffed coldly. "Humph. Your child is merely 6 years old. He should not be subjected to such a gruesome scene. And I, at the age of 6, am destined to be slain by you? Huh. You truly are the embodiment of double standards. Shrinking head Douluo. Boy, there is no need to engage in a battle of wits with me. Regardless of the circumstances, you shall meet your demise." At that moment, Tang Hao took a step forward, charging towards Qianyu with deadly intent. Battle Wolf, manifest. Suddenly, Su Tao surged forward to intervene. "Boy, I shall hold him off. You must flee," he shouted, transforming into a colossal werewolf, racing to confront Qianyu. "What are you doing?" Qianyu exclaimed, alarmed. "Why haven't you escaped yet?" In an instant, Su Tao dashed past, reaching Tang Hao. "Quickly, boy, escape. Do not squander my goodwill. I am a member of the Spirit Hall, and when we joined, we swore to dedicate ourselves entirely to it. If I abandon a child now and flee for my own safety, I would surely be haunted by nightmares. Moreover, I fear that even if I wish to escape now, it may no longer be possible." With that, Su Tao grasped Tang Hao's leg tightly and implored, "Flee. Do not let my efforts be in vain." Qianyu gazed at Su Tao, deeply moved. He never expected that, despite it being their first encounter, Su Tao would be willing to sacrifice everything for him. At that moment, a wave of helplessness surged within Qianyu, accompanied by a profound sense of despair. He shouted fervently, "Tang Hao, spare him. I am here." Tang Hao sneered. "What he said is true. From the moment he realized you possessed the angel martial soul, he was as good as dead. I never intended to spare anyone. If I were to let him go, it would merely expose my whereabouts. And with that exposure comes an endless stream of troubles. The little one is still young. He needs a tranquil environment to grow," Tang Hao stated coldly. Upon hearing this, despair engulfed Qianyu even more. In the face of Tang Hao's overwhelming power, he felt utterly powerless. "Hao Tian Douluo, do not underestimate our Spirit Hall, nor our beliefs," Su Tao bellowed, fiercely clutching Tang Hao's leg. Qianyu gazed at Su Tao, her heart brimming with profound emotion. "Let us go," Su Tao exclaimed with fervor. In a fervent attempt to honor Su Tao, Qianyu dashed out in a frenzy. Tang Hao cast a cold glance in the direction of Qianyu's escape, yet chose not to pursue. With a swift motion, he wielded his hammer, shattering Su Tao into oblivion. A resounding crash echoed, signifying the demise of the battle wolf. Su Tao, whose lifeless form lay motionless. Tang Hao then nonchalantly kicked aside Su Tao's corpse and turned his gaze towards the vanishing figure of Qianyu, murmuring, "Faith, is it? Your faith can only lead you to calamity." With that, Tang Hao instantly set off in pursuit of Qianyu. Qianyu ran frantically, his pace unrelenting. Soon, he found himself atop a colossal cliff with no escape in sight. At that very moment, Tang Hao closed in behind him. To flee? Where could he possibly run now? Qianyu gazed at Tang Hao with a cold demeanor. "Isn't it the case that your Haotian sect prides itself on principles of benevolence and righteousness? Is this your interpretation of virtue? You intend to kill me, yet you indiscriminately slay the innocent? I have stated that he must be spared. He will undoubtedly report the events of today to the Wuhuan Hall. How then will Shao San flourish? I have no desire to lead Shao San on a relentless journey. And what of the people of Shahan Village? They too have borne witness. Shall you eliminate them as well?" Qianyu continued to press. "They are merely ordinary villagers. Upon my return, I can easily fabricate a reason, claiming that you were spared. Thus, this matter will be settled," Tang Hao replied. "What if they do not believe you?" Qianyu inquired. I shall ensure the safety of both Xiao San and myself, Tang Hao replied nonchalantly. Qianyu gazed at Tang Hao, and in that moment, clarity dawned upon him. He comprehended everything. In the original work, the author merely exalted Tang Hao as a paragon of virtue. Yet, upon closer inspection of his deeds, it becomes evident that Tang Hao is nothing but an ungrateful wretch, a coward, selfish and self-serving, devoid of the courage to shoulder responsibility. Time and again, he prioritizes only himself and his wife, lacking the fortitude and nobility characteristic of a true man, opting instead for evasion. From the moment of his birth, he basked in the benefits bestowed by the Haotian sect, indulging in the finest resources the sect had to offer, including 2 soul bones nearly 100,000 years old. All that was required of him was to safeguard the Haotian sect in times of peril. However, he chose to abandon the sect, failing to lead by example. Consumed only by romantic inclinations, after the Spirit Hall set its sights on him, and he issued a declaration, fully aware of the immense pressure his sect would endure, he resolutely forsook both his sect and his wife, retreating into the wilderness. His elderly father searched tirelessly for him, ultimately succumbing to the distress. During the siege by the Spirit Hall, when the blue-silver grass was not fated to perish, his cowardice prevented him from stepping forward to protect his wife and child, leading to a Yin's tragic sacrifice. Later, when the Spirit Hall discovered their encirclement, he recklessly injured the Pope, Qianyu, which irrevocably turned the sect into bitter enemies of the Spirit Hall, all due to his personal vendetta that ignited a war. After committing such acts, he found time to care for his son, taking him to Holy Spirit Village. Yet, even then, he did not bother to hire a soul master to inform the sect. Consequently, the sect and the 4 major affiliated families were ambushed by the Spirit Hall, suffering catastrophic losses while unprepared. He professes to live for the sake of his son, yet he neglects to nurture him, leaving a mere 3-year-old child to care for himself. Now, in pursuit of personal vengeance, he is willing to harm his own 6-year-old child. He dares to claim that all of this is for the sake of his son, Tang San? It baffles me why such a scoundrel receives adulation in the original narrative. Qianyu gazed at Tang Hao, seething with fury. Tang Hao, if I were to survive, I would ensure that you pay 100-fold. No, 1,000-fold. 10,000-fold cost. After uttering these words, Qianyu leaped deeply, plunging toward the cliff behind him. Chapter 6. The Fall of Qianyu, Silencing the Witnesses. After Qianyu leapt down, he immediately unleashed his angelic martial soul. With his martial soul being that of an angel, he was naturally capable of flight. Perhaps this would afford him a chance to escape. From his back, 6 majestic wings unfurled, allowing him to soar from the precipice. Yet, despite the perilous descent, Qianyu successfully ascended into the air. At that moment, a chilling expression crossed Tang Hao's face as he observed the spot where Qianyu had fallen, coldly declaring, "Do you think you can escape?" Hao Yin's true form. With a thunderous shout, Tang Hao's Hao Yin hammer surged in size, an overwhelming pressure emanating from it. "Perish!" He bellowed in fury. Instantly, that dreadful force enveloped the atmosphere, and from the skies, the colossal hammer, accompanied by a howling wind, descended with great ferocity. Though Qianyu soared through the skies, a colossal hammer loomed ominously, blotting out the sun as it plummeted towards him. His pupils widened in terror. With a resounding crash, the immense hammer struck, causing the cliff to collapse instantly, plunging the entire area into darkness, engulfed by a swirling cloud of dust. As Qianyu's gaze narrowed, the mighty Hao Yin hammer loomed before him. This was Tang Hao's ultimate move, the embodiment of Hao Yin itself. And even the most formidable title Douluo would struggle to withstand such a blow. How much less could Qianyu, a mere soul master who had just awakened his martial spirit and lacked even a single soul ring, endure? The gigantic hammer descended with relentless force upon Qianyu. Qianyu gazed upon the colossal hammer, its terrifying power incessantly piercing his face and jarring his nerves. How could this be happening? Am I to perish? I have only just traversed into this realm. Could it be that I am destined to meet my demise at the very outset? Qianyu closed his eyes, in that moment. Beneath the force of the titled Douluo strike, he found himself devoid of any means to resist. However, at that very instant, the wings on Qianyu's back suddenly unfurled. These wings enveloped him, shielding and cocooning him from harm. On Qianyu's form, a golden radiance enveloped him. With a resounding boom, the colossal Haotian hammer descended upon him with tremendous force. Yet, the golden wings surrounding him provided a flawless defense. Suddenly, a series of mystical symbols materialized outside those wings, coalescing around Qianyu as if to shield him. The immense impact propelled Qianyu backward, causing him to erupt with blood. He coughed violently, releasing a stream of crimson, as the overwhelming power struck down upon him relentlessly. In that moment, a singular thought consumed Qianyu's mind. Tang Hao, I shall not share the heavens with you. This enmity must be repaid 1,000-fold. Qianyu soon lost consciousness, struck fiercely by the immense Haotian hammer, plummeting into the abyss below. Tang Hao stood at the edge of the precipice, his gaze serene. After receiving my blow and falling from such a height, even an angelic martial soul would surely perish. To be certain, I should descend and investigate. Swiftly, Tang Hao made his way down the narrow path to the base of the cliff. Upon reaching the bottom, he beheld a ground strewn with feathers, the feathers of Qianyu's angelic martial soul, scattered all around. Nearby flowed a small river, its stones marked with traces of blood. Yet, the body of Qianyu was nowhere to be found. Observing the large rock by the riverbank, Tang Hao deduced that Qianyu must have fallen and struck it. It appeared his corpse had been swept away by the current. Tang Hao surveyed his surroundings. There were no signs to indicate any hope of Qianyu's survival. Why was I even concerned? He was merely a child, struck by my Haotian true form and thrown from such a height. How could he possibly survive? Tang Hao muttered to himself, casting one last glance before departing. Tang Hao returned to Holy Soul Village, where Tang San awaited him. As he arrived, a villager turned to him and inquired, Tang Hao, did you kill them? Tang Hao replied coldly, no, I merely intimidated them to make them leave. That's good. But where is Xiao San? Tang Hao then asked the villagers. They shook their heads in response. We don't know. A flicker of doubt crossed Tang Hao's face. Suddenly, he noticed another villager was also missing. He quickly asked, what about old Jack? Old Jack went home to rest. One villager replied hastily. Yet, Tang Hao was not convinced. He sat down, holding a child, and asked, tell uncle, where did Xiao San and Grandpa Jack go? The child shook his head vigorously, refusing to speak. In an instant, Tang Hao seized the boy's neck, causing him to cry out in pain. Tang Hao said coldly, tell me, where did old Jack and Xiao San go? The child weakly replied, Grandpa Jack went to the Wuhuan Hall in Nodding City, and Brother San. He went after him. What? Tang Hao's gaze turned icy as he looked at the villagers. He was acutely aware that if this matter were to be exposed, the Wuhuan Hall would likely pursue him relentlessly. He himself could perhaps evade capture, hiding for a lifetime. But what of Xiao San? Must the third child also wander with me? This matter must not be exposed. Tang Hao spoke coldly, a surge of murderous intent rising within him. The Haotian hammer soon appeared in his grasp. Tang Hao, what are you planning to do? A voice boomed, demanding an answer. Tang Hao's gaze was icy, and without responding, he charged forth wielding the Haotian hammer. In the village, anguished cries filled the air as villagers fell one by one to Tang Hao's wrath. No. Tang Hao, why? Why must you slay us? The screams resonated to the heavens as Tang Hao descended upon them like a vengeful deity. Meanwhile, old Jack was frantically fleeing towards Nodding City. Suddenly, a frail child clad in blue appeared before him. Little San, your father has gone mad. Come with me to Nodding City. We must summon the Soul Masters there to stop him. Old Jack urged, eyeing Tang San desperately. However, Tang San remained unmoved. Having been a killer in his past life, he understood the gravity of the situation. Although only 6 years old, his intellect was not that of a mere child. Observing his father's behavior over the years, Tang San deduced that the Spirit Hall was indeed their enemy. Thus, he knew he must prevent old Jack from reporting the incident. Little San, hurry. What are you waiting for? As Tang San's eyes glimmered with a hint of purple, he murmured to old Jack. The essence of the Tang sect's teachings: recognize the enemy as an adversary. If they possess the means to kill, show no mercy, lest you invite trouble upon yourself. What are you saying, Tang San? Suddenly, a dart flew from Tang San's hand, leaving a crimson line across old Jack's neck. The old man collapsed instantly. In the new tale, Douluo, Rebirth of the Great Villain, Revenge of Tang San, the narrative follows a path of torment for Tang San. Chapter 7, Resurrection. The emergence of the second martial soul. Upon returning, Tang San beheld the flames raging in Holy Soul Village. Amidst the blaze stood Tang Hao at the village's entrance. Watching everything burn, spotting Tang San, he rushed forward and embraced him tightly. Little San, Tang San, gazing at his father, replied, Grandpa Jack ran too fast. He tripped on the way and fell down the slope, meeting his demise. Are you certain he is dead? Tang Hao gazed at Tang San and inquired. Tang San nodded affirmatively, replying, I am certain. However, father, after this matter, you must tell me everything. Explain to me why you are so powerful and yet choose to conceal yourself in this humble mountain village. Why was I born without a mother? Why do you harbor such animosity towards angel spirits and the spirit hall? Tang San looked at Tang Hao, seeking answers. Tang Hao regarded him, then asked, You have already deduced some of it, haven't you, Xiao San? To which Tang San responded, I have indeed grasped a few truths. Tang Hao nodded and continued, Xiao San, let us relocate to another village. I shall reveal everything to you. All right, Tang San assented. In that moment, a fierce conflagration engulfed the surroundings, consuming the entire village in flames. By dawn, every soul in Holy Soul Village had perished in the inferno, in the depths of a vast forest. Beside a mighty river, a small, battered form was washed ashore. The body was grievously damaged, the angelic wings upon its back were shattered, many feathers lost, and a gaping hole marred its chest. Injuries were abundant, blood oozing profusely, with bones protruding ominously. This broken vessel belonged to Qianyu. For any other, such a shattered form would surely have succumbed to death. Yet, at that moment, a flicker of verdant light suddenly appeared upon the broken body. The emerald luminescence danced across Qianyu's form, particularly at the sites of his wounds. Miraculously, it seemed as if life was awakening anew. Vibrant green leaves sprouted from the wounds. These leaves burgeoned and ultimately blossomed into a small tree, radiating a gentle green glow, its branches flourishing as it gradually enveloped Qianyu's corporeal form. Qianyu's corporeal form was gradually enveloped by the verdant glow, and astonishingly, the wounds upon his body began to mend slowly. Ultimately, that emerald luminescence transformed into a delicate blossom, which gently descended upon Qianyu's visage. His facial skin commenced a gradual regeneration, and soon, it was wholly restored, even more luminous than before. Additionally, Qianyu's aura grew increasingly potent. The passage of time became an enigma. The body of Qianyu was gradually healed by the verdant little tree. After the healing process, the emerald green tree began to wither away, ultimately transforming into a seed that once again vanished into Qianyu's dantian. It is uncertain how much time had passed thereafter. The consciousness of Qianyu gradually awakens. Who am I? Where am I? Qianyu's consciousness gradually awakened. I recalled that my name is Qianyu, and I had traversed to the Douluo Continent, only to be slain by Tang Hao. Am I now in hell? Or is this journey merely a dream? No, it is not a dream. That agony shall forever be etched in my memory. Tang Hao, for the grievances of today, I shall make you pay 1,000-fold. Qianyu screamed fervently, and in an instant, his consciousness returned, his eyes fluttering open. However, what greeted Qianyu was a pair of large, violet eyes. It was a girl. Qianyu immediately became aware. Her eyes were large, with pupils resembling two clear amethysts, and even from a distance, Qianyu seemed able to glimpse her own reflection within them. Her long eyelashes naturally curled upward, framing a flawless and exquisite face that emanated an air of ethereal beauty. The silver strands of her hair shimmered under the sunlight, reflecting the rarity of her hair color. Her fair complexion bore a hint of blush, as if she had just awoken from slumber. Those violet eyes were fixed intently on Qianyu, revealing a deep sense of affection and concern. You are awake? Qianyu opened his mouth, intending to speak, but was suddenly seized by a sharp pain in his throat. Coughing violently, he expelled several clots of congealed blood. A look of terror spread across his face, for he vividly recalled that he should have perished. Yet here he was, inexplicably alive. Could it be that this girl had saved him? Wonderful. You have finally awakened. The little girl exclaimed joyfully. Qianyu forcefully lifted his body to sit up. He gazed at the silver-haired girl before him and inquired, Was it you who saved me? Not at all, the little girl promptly replied. I merely passed by here, saw you lying down, and felt concerned for your well-being. So I decided to wait for you to awaken. Qianyu then touched his body and discovered that all the wounds he had sustained had completely vanished. How could this be? Hadn't he already perished? How could his injuries have healed entirely? What could possibly explain this? Qianyu felt an overwhelming sense of perplexity. At that moment, he suddenly realized that he seemed to possess another martial soul. As he sensed the power of this martial soul, he released it. Instantly, a seed on Qianyu's right hand sprouted and transformed into a vine-like plant. What could this martial soul be? Even Qianyu himself was taken aback by the phenomenon. Meanwhile, the silver-haired little girl beside him clapped her hands in astonishment and exclaimed, How marvelous! A plant is actually growing on Big Brother's hand. Qianyu gazed at the vine in his right hand, murmuring, Could the vine be my martial spirit, perhaps a heavenly blue vine? Yet, a vague sensation stirred within him, suggesting that his survival was intricately linked to this martial spirit. He promptly retracted the vine, which astonishingly transformed into a seed. What could this mean? Was it a seed martial spirit? With a renewed focus, Qianyu unleashed his martial spirit once more, and to his astonishment, it manifested as a small tree. Before him, a petite tree sprouted from his right hand. "Big brother, you are truly remarkable, capable of such magic," the little girl exclaimed in admiration. Qianyu was utterly astonished. What on earth was going on with his martial soul? At that moment, thoughts of the blue-silver grass filled his mind, and in an instant, the seed within Qianyu transformed into a flourishing blue-silver grass. How could this be possible? Qianyu contemplated another type of plant spirit, the nine-heart begonia. In an instant, a seed sprouted, transforming into a pristine white nine-heart begonia. At that moment, Qianyu was utterly astonished. He then envisioned an iron sword. Yet it merely morphed into a wooden sword, failing to become iron. It appeared that he could only transform into wooden objects, unable to alter the elemental nature itself. Qianyu mused to himself, "Big brother is truly remarkable. He can change into so many things," exclaimed the silver-haired little girl, clapping her hands in delight. At that moment, Qianyu turned his gaze towards the girl and asked, "By the way, I haven't asked you yet. What is your name?" The little girl looked at Qianyu and smiled. "My name is Nar." Upon hearing Nar, Qianyu's heart raced with surprise. Looking at the girl's hair color, he wondered, could it be? Chapter 8, Nar. At this juncture, a possibility dawned upon Qianyu. Could it be that this girl before him is the legendary Silver Dragon King, Qianyu? Qianyu was not a character that appeared at the onset of Douluo, yet this figure has always existed within the Douluo Continent. Long ago, the dragon god was cleaved in twain by the sword of Shura, with one half remaining in the divine realm, becoming the Golden Dragon King. The other half, nursing its wounds on the Douluo Continent, became the Silver Dragon King. And this Qianyu is indeed the fabled Silver Dragon King. Qianyu recalled that when the Silver Dragon King awoke, the human emotional manifestation that separated from him was Nar. Could it be that this Nar is the emotional embodiment of Qianyu, the Silver Dragon King? However, Qianyu distinctly remembered that Qianyu was supposed to awaken during the Dosan era, whereas the current timeline is set in Douluo, a span of over 20,000 years apart. How could the Silver Dragon King awaken so prematurely? Could it be that Qianyu has awakened ahead of time? Qianyu gazed at Nar before him, captivated by her silvery white hair that shimmered under the sunlight, sparkling with enchanting brilliance, rendering her utterly mesmerizing. Her pair of violet eyes looked at Qianyu with an innocent purity, as if she were the embodiment of the world's most sincere and kind-hearted soul. "Big brother." Nar gently blinked her beautiful eyes and spoke softly. Qianyu took a deep breath, striving to compose himself. He gazed at Nar and said with a cheerful smile, "Nar, where are you headed?" At that moment, Qianyu looked at Qianyu with her innocent, enchanting eyes and slowly replied, I do not know where I am meant to go. I have no home, and I am uncertain of my identity. All I remember is that my name is Nar." Nar continued to gaze at Qianyu as she spoke softly. Qianyu gazed at Nar, his heart recognizing the truth in her words. She had lost her memory, and in a way, her experiences mirrored his own. Qianyu, like Nar, has also lost all memories prior to the age of 6. In this world, he too is devoid of family, existing in solitude. It is remarkable that these two kindred spirits, both afflicted by their shared plight, have unexpectedly crossed paths. Qianyu gazed at Nar and inquired, "Would you be willing to accompany me? I too have no home. If we are together, we can look out for one another." Nar looked at Qianyu and asked, "Do you also have no home, brother?" Qianyu nodded and said, "I once had a village and some fellow villagers, but now I have nothing left." Nar gazed at Qianyu and then nodded, saying, "I am willing to follow you, big brother. Aren't you afraid that I might deceive you?" Qianyu inquired with a smile. Nar promptly replied, "No, I can sense that you are not lying, big brother. You would never deceive me." Qianyu extended his hand and said, "My name is Qianyu." Na looked at Qianyu and asked, "May I call you brother Qianyu?" "Of course," Qianyu replied with a smile. At that moment, a rumbling sound emanated from Na's stomach. Na, her face slightly flushed, gazed at Qianyu and asked, "Are you hungry?" Qianyu smiled, and as he did, his stomach let out a grumbling sound. Big brother is hungry too." Nader immediately replied with a laugh. At this moment, Qianyu cast aside the shadows of the past, temporarily burying all animosity within the recesses of his mind. He turned to Nader and said, "Let us go find something to eat." By the riverside, Qianyu soon spotted a fish swimming in the water. With a thought, his seed martial soul was instantly activated. In an instant, the seed burgeoned, transforming into a long, sharp vine that swiftly darted towards the fish. With a piercing sound, the fish was impaled, and blood gushed forth. Qianyu retracted the vine, and immediately, a fish landed in his hands. At that moment, Nar clapped her hands and exclaimed, "Qianyu Gage, you are incredible." Suddenly, Nar pointed towards a rabbit in the grass and called out, "Qianyu Gage, there is a rabbit over there." Qianyu immediately spotted a delicate pink and white rabbit amidst the grass. Without hesitation, he unleashed his seed spirit once more. In an instant, sharp vines shot forth, and with a soft sound, the rabbit was pierced through, meeting a tragic end. Waner exclaimed in excitement at the sight. Qianyu gazed at Nar with a slight smile, and then took out a dagger to begin preparing the wild game. In 2 lifetimes, Qianyu had mastered the art of cooking, thus he effortlessly prepared the fish and rabbit. Soon, a fire blazed by the riverside, and they began to grill their feast. Nar sat beside Qianyu, quietly observing him, her clear, sparkling eyes filled with tenderness, sweetness, and joy. After a moment, Qianyu offered her a piece of fish with a smile, saying, "Give it a try?" Nar, not one to stand on ceremony, opened her mouth and took a bite. Instantly, the rich flavor melted in her mouth. Her eyes sparkled with delight as she exclaimed, "Delicious! This is the best food I have ever tasted." As a member of the Silver Dragon clan, Nar, being a carnivorous creature, naturally relished such meat. "Haha," Qianyu chuckled. "If you enjoy it, eat as much as you like." Na nodded eagerly, her appetite piqued, and she began to devour the fish with gusto. Qianyu immediately exclaimed, "Beware of the fish bones." However, at that moment, Nar had already devoured the entire fish. She then promptly spat out several fish bones. Is it because she is a dragon that she is not afraid of fish bones? In Qianyu's mind, it occurred to her that soon, the two had finished the roasted fish. Despite the lack of seasoning, their hunger made the meal exceptionally delectable. Subsequently, the roasted rabbit was ready. Nar gazed longingly at the succulent rabbit, drooling as she remarked, "Such an adorable creature, it must be delicious." Indeed, Qianyu tore off a rabbit's leg and offered it to Nar. Nar accepted the leg and immediately began to gnaw on it with an intensity that surpassed even Qianyu's, as if she could not be satisfied. Witnessing this scene, Qianyu could only shake his head in resignation. Soon after, he tore off another rabbit's leg and handed it to Nar. However, at that moment, Nar looked up at Qianyu and said, "Brother Qianyu, I want more." As she spoke, she licked her lips, her eyes brimming with anticipation. Qianyu smiled as she tore off another rabbit leg and handed it to Nar. Thus, Nar continued to devour the rabbit pieces that Qianyu offered. Gradually, Nar began to eat faster and faster. After a moment, Qianyu tore off another rabbit leg and extended it towards Nar. This time, however, Nar did not immediately take it. Instead, she gazed at Qianyu. Qianyu smiled gently and said, "Allow me to remove it for you, lest you choke." "Thank you, Brother Qianyu." Nar exclaimed joyfully as she accepted the rabbit he handed over. "This is so delicious." "Brother Qianyu, thank you. It is the most exquisite food I have ever tasted." Qianyu gazed at Nair with a gentle smile. At that moment, numerous soul beasts, drawn by the rich fragrance, gradually approached. Chapter 9. The Sovereign of the Forest, Nair's Dominance. Unbeknownst to them, Qianyu and Nair had already been encircled by the soul beasts. Nair, absorbed in her meal, remained blissfully unaware of her surroundings. Qianyu furrowed her brows slightly. Those soul beasts were all of 100 or even 1,000 years of cultivation. The gaze of these soul beasts fixed upon Qianyu and her companions was akin to that of creatures starved for days, filled with an insatiable hunger. Qianyu cast a glance at the multitude of soul beasts, which numbered more than 50. Their eyes gleamed with a bloodthirsty light. With a mighty roar, a colossal soul beast charged forward, leading the onslaught against Qianyu. The other soul beasts swiftly followed suit, and in the blink of an eye, they were upon Qianyu. Mere meters away. "Nar, be cautious." Qianyu swiftly shielded Nar. In an instant, the seed spirit in his right hand blossomed, transforming into sharp tendrils that lunged towards the encroaching soul beasts. Before long, 2 wild wolves, each possessing a century of cultivation, were pierced by Qianyu's tendrils. Nevertheless, the soul beasts continued to surge forward relentlessly. The re-emergence of Qianyu's seed spirit manifested itself in this moment. Countless tendrils suddenly sprouted from Qianyu's right hand, resembling a multitude of sharp swords that frantically swept in all directions. One by one, the soul beasts were pierced by Qianyu's razor-sharp vines, resulting in the swift demise of at least a dozen of them. Yet, the remaining soul beasts continued their relentless charge towards Qianyu and Nar, as if they were fixated solely on the duo. In the distance, a colossal soul beast lunged directly at Qianyu. In an instant, the massive bull-like creature collided forcefully against Qianyu's abdomen. Qianyu was suddenly propelled away. The soul beast immediately surged forward, intent on devouring Qianyu and Nar. At that moment, just as Qianyu was prepared to summon his second martial soul, the angel martial soul, Nar urgently shouted, "No!" Instantly. Her voice resonated like waves of terrifying energy, rippling outward. In an instant, the group of soul beasts, poised to attack Qianyu and Nar, found their minds blank, momentarily forgetting their assault. At that moment, it appeared as though the soul beasts were acutely aware of an overwhelming and dreadful pressure. Each soul beast trembled uncontrollably. Some of the more timid ones cowered on the ground, shivering in fear. Countless soul beasts, in that fleeting moment, seemed to sense the presence of a sovereign, subsequently prostrating themselves in submission. A potent aura of soul pressure surged forth in an instant. The surrounding lower-tier soul beasts now all laid flat on the ground, quivering in trepidation. In that moment, an eerie silence enveloped the area. Qianyu gazed in astonishment at the scene before him, his conviction deepening. This Nar was undoubtedly the embodiment of the absolute sovereign of the forest, the Silver Dragon King, Qianyu. Otherwise, how could these soul beasts exhibit such profound fear of her? "Brother Qianyu, are you unharmed?" Nar swiftly approached Qianyu's side, extending her hand to assist him. Her voice laced with concern. Qianyu smiled gently and said, "It's nothing to worry about." At that moment, the oppressive force ceased, and the soul beast hurriedly fled in a panic. Qianyu stood up, and only then did Nar turn to survey her surroundings, exclaiming in astonishment, "Oh, where have those spirit beasts gone?" Qianyu gazed at Nar, a subtle smile gracing her lips. "Those spirit beasts have already been frightened away by you, it seems." Evidently, Nar is entirely unaware of her true identity. Qianyu smiled and said, "They have fled. It is best we do not linger here. Let us depart." Nar nodded, taking Qianyu's hand as they proceeded forward. In the sacred soul village, a golden-haired man arrived. However, this village now lay in ruins. He donned a robe of gold, his golden locks cascading gracefully in the wind. A look of indifference and haughtiness adorned his face. Before him stretched the remnants of destruction, scattered debris marking the aftermath of a devastating fire. The bloodline aura I sense seemed to emanate from this village. Yet, how could it be that this village has been reduced to ashes? The golden-haired man murmured to himself. This man was none other than Douluo. Upon sensing a distinct pulse of bloodline energy, Douluo soared towards its origin. However, to his astonishment, he arrived at a desolate ruin. He meticulously surveyed the area but could not discern any other useful traces of energy, prompting him to venture to another village. There, he inquired with a local, who informed him of the grim events that had transpired. They were unaware of the specifics, only that Shenghun village had succumbed to flames, resulting in the tragic demise of all its inhabitants, with none surviving. This revelation left Douluo in a state of disbelief. How could such a calamity occur? Resolute, he pressed on in search of further answers. At that moment, he suddenly detected a whiff of bloodshed emanating from the mountains. Beneath a tree, he stumbled upon a lifeless body, which turned out to be that of Su Yutao. Douluo gazed upon the lifeless body of Su Yutao, which had been utterly disfigured. It was evident that this was more than a mere fire incident. As soon as that trace of bloodline manifested, a tragedy of such magnitude unfolded, suggesting that there were secrets yearning to be concealed. Regardless of the circumstances, the master of that bloodline power must not perish. Douluo murmured softly. With that, he once again soared into the sky. Qianyu, accompanied by Nar, continued their journey forward. As they traversed a dense forest, an unexpected tremor suddenly shook the ground beneath them. Qianyu was taken aback and hurriedly sought refuge with Nar. At that moment, as they parted the thick underbrush, they beheld a harrowing scene before them. Two spirit beasts were engaged in a fierce struggle. One was a colossal, dark brown python, while the other was a magnificent eagle of enormous proportions. The python's body was adorned with peculiar flame-like patterns, lending it an eerie appearance. To their astonishment, the python possessed a pair of fleshy wings that allowed it to move with remarkable swiftness, vanishing in the blink of an eye. However, the formidable eagle was even more ferocious. Its vast wingspan cast a shadow that obscured the sun, and with each powerful flap, it sent countless fragments of stone tumbling down, even causing massive trees to topple. The devastation wrought by this clash of spirit beasts was truly terrifying. Such a frightful battle. "Let us take a detour and leave this place," they decided. Qianyu spoke as she grasped Nar's hand, preparing to depart. Although Nar's presence alleviated Qianyu's concerns regarding potential attacks from spirit beasts, one could never be certain whether Nar could repel them each time. At that moment, Nar, holding Qianyu's hand, suddenly exclaimed, "Brother Qianyu, I feel so drowsy." As she spoke, her eyelids fluttered as if in a fierce battle, gradually descending. until she finally collapsed into Qianyu's embrace. "Nar, please wake up." Qianyu cradled Nar's delicate form, urgently calling out to her. Yet, no matter how long Qianyu pleaded, Nar remained with her eyes firmly shut, exhibiting not the slightest response. Qianyu anxiously gazed at Nar, and ultimately, with a firm resolve, hoisted her onto his back, preparing to slip away quietly from this place. However, at that very moment, the enormous eagle unleashed a terrifying aura, its powerful wings striking fiercely against the colossal serpent. The massive snake was immediately struck hard, toppling towards Qianyu. With a thunderous crash, the gigantic python fell right before him. Chapter 10. Absorbing the 10,000-year soul ring. External soul bone. Qianyu was suddenly taken aback. He lifted Nar onto his back and fled with all his might. Although Qianyu is a traveler with two formidable martial souls, he is currently not even considered a soul master. These two soul beasts are evidently more ferocious than those of 1,000 years, even reaching the level of 10,000 years. Such soul beasts could easily crush Qianyu. Qianyu does not flee. Shall she remain here to be devoured? However, at that moment, the enormous eagle unfurled its wings. In an instant, an unending tempest surged forth, filling the entire sky with a violent whirlwind. Qianyu felt a sudden dizziness, her steps faltering as she nearly lost her balance and fell to the ground. The ferocious wind was truly terrifying. However, the enormous eagle seemed to bear no ill will towards her. It showed no concern for her presence. Instead, it swiftly lunged towards the colossal python before Qianyu, seizing the great serpent in an instant. Qianyu observed this scene and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The majestic eagle seized the enormous serpent, plummeting from the sky with tremendous force. With a resounding crash, the earth trembled beneath the impact. Simultaneously, the colossal serpent emitted a series of agonized hisses. Upon closer inspection, Qianyu observed the colossal python being forcefully slammed to the ground by the immense eagle. The serpent's tail had been ruthlessly torn away by the mighty bird. The giant snake thrashed about in a frenzy, its enormous wings flapping desperately. Yet, all of this was in vain, for it was gravely injured and could not possibly contend with the formidable eagle. Ultimately, the eagle severed the python's massive tail and, clutching it in its beak, soared into the sky. At that moment, only the feeble, barely breathing giant python remained, lying before Qianyu and the others. Qianyu gazed at the colossal python before him, unable to suppress a gulp. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes? Who would dare believe that such a massive serpent could be severed at the tail in mere minutes? Qianyu gazed upon the colossal python, which still clung to the vestiges of life, though its demise was imminent. At that moment, Qianyu's seed spirit soul appeared to awaken with a surge of excitement. Qianyu's right hand, as if possessed by an uncontrollable force, instantaneously coalesced into a massive vine. The sharp tendrils swiftly lunged toward the enormous serpent destined for demise. In an instant, the vine penetrated the colossal creature's mind. Almost immediately, the great python was slain by Qianyu. Qianyu was somewhat astonished. Why was her soul martial spirit of such a nature, beyond her control? It had autonomously hunted down a soul beast. Shortly thereafter, the colossal python lay lifeless, as a black soul ring gradually coalesced into existence. Qianyu was utterly astonished. This python was, in fact, a 10,000-year spirit beast. At that moment, he suddenly comprehended the purpose of this particular martial spirit. He then gazed at his right hand and mused, "Surely, you do not intend to absorb this 10,000-year spirit ring?" To his surprise, a leaf from the vine on Qianyu's hand seemed to nod in response. Could it be that the first spirit ring is 10,000 years old? Will it not overwhelm me? Qianyu had indeed perused the established lore of his previous life, and he understood that the absorption limit of the first soul ring lies beneath 432 years. Yet, this first soul ring was of 10,000 years, a challenge that few could withstand. However, the seed of his martial soul acted without hesitation, and Qianyu's bodily functions were immediately activated. The 10,000-year soul ring floated towards him, eventually reaching his presence and beginning to merge incessantly with his body. At that moment, Qianyu experienced excruciating pain, akin to being gnawed upon by countless ants. A torment of the highest degree. How agonizing! Qianyu shouted loudly. Subsequently, his skin began to crack, as if it were a fragile surface. The bones throughout his body started to emit a series of sharp cracks. With each resounding pop, his tendons began to rupture. Heavens! Are you truly intent on pushing me to my demise? At this rate, I shall perish. Just then, the seed of the martial soul sprouted once more, transforming into a small tree. Upon the body of Qianyu, the cracked and bleeding areas began to sprout forth vibrantly. One could observe saplings emerging from the wounds on Qianyu's skin. At this moment, Qianyu resembled a tree-like being. Strangely, these small trees began to emit a luminous green light, which continuously healed Qianyu's body. Gradually, his complexion turned rosy, and the previously torn skin started to mend. Not only that, but Qianyu's bones and flesh were also growing, ultimately merging perfectly with him. Before long, Qianyu had returned to his former self. His skin, blood, and bones now appeared crystalline and translucent, as if even his cells had become purer. In this moment, Qianyu seemed to comprehend why he had survived the devastating blow from Tang Hao. He examined his seed spirit, which had the potential to evolve into various forms of flora. Furthermore, it possessed an extraordinary ability, healing. It appeared that at the brink of death, this seed spirit had mended his wounds and revived him. However, what an astonishing spirit it was. This seed spirit could also transform into vines for attack, far surpassing the healing capabilities of the nine-heart sea butterfly. The angelic spirit and this unknown seed spirit were both remarkably powerful entities. Thus, from where did his bloodline originate? The dual spirit signified that he possessed innate full soul power, allowing Qianyu to absorb soul rings now. The angelic spirit was inherited from the spirit hall, but what of the seed spirit? Its healing properties and connection to life. Could it be a descendant of the goddess of life? If so, what would that make him a descendant of the Qian family, intertwined with the lineage of the goddess of life? In the original narrative, he had never heard of anyone from the Qian family aside from Qian Douluo and Qian Xuanqi. He was also unaware of any descendants of the goddess of life existing on the Douluo Continent. Why has Qianyu's memory prior to the age of 6 vanished so completely? Qianyu found himself perplexed and, consequently, decided to cast aside his thoughts. He devoted himself wholeheartedly to absorbing the Millennium Soul Ring. With the healing powers of the Tree of Life, he need not worry about his body being unable to withstand such an ancient soul ring. Perhaps in the future, he could disregard the limitations traditionally imposed by soul rings and absorb even higher-ranked ones. Although the process was undeniably agonizing, Qianyu was resolute. He could endure any form of suffering. As long as he did not face death, a little pain was inconsequential. Qianyu must grow stronger, aiming to surpass Tang Hao by several magnitudes. After all, Qianyu seeks to avenge the grievances inflicted by Tang Hao. Qianyu endured the agony as he absorbed the ancient soul ring. In an instant, he felt an explosive surge of power coursing through his entire being. However, at that very moment, he sensed a sharp pain in his hand, and suddenly, his palm split open. A bony spike erupted from the center of his hand, its tip exceedingly sharp and formidable. The color of the spike mirrored that of the colossal serpent, glistening brilliantly in the sunlight. Qianyu felt a sense of astonishment as a particular term gradually emerged in his mind. External soul bone. Chapter 11. Cold-blooded slaughter. Qianyu was utterly astonished. He had never anticipated that he could stumble upon such a rare external soul bone. At that moment, he extended his hand, and the seed of his martial soul instantaneously sprouted, coalescing into massive vines. At the sharp tip of these vines, the external soul bone swiftly attached itself. The vines then surged toward a colossal boulder, striking it with a resounding crash. The immense boulder, measuring several meters in diameter, shattered in an instant. This scene left Qianyu completely astounded. Initially, even after his seed martial soul had transformed into a sharp form, it would have been impossible to shatter such a boulder. However, with the addition of the external soul bone, the situation was entirely different. This external soul bone could adhere to the surface of the martial soul, functioning like an arrowhead, enveloping the fragile tip of the plant. Consequently, even the delicate plant became extraordinarily sharp and lethal. Now, Qianyu's seed martial soul possessed formidable offensive capabilities, even when faced with opponents boasting formidable defenses. At this moment, a massive black soul ring emerged around Qianyu, the first soul ring being black, and he had successfully absorbed it. This was undoubtedly a tremendous surprise for him. Qianyu retracted his martial soul and external soul bones, appearing noticeably more robust at this moment. Qianyu gazed into the distance, murmuring, "Tang Hao, I am growing stronger. I shall become even more powerful, and then I will personally take your life." Qianyu spoke, her eyes glimmering with a fierce hatred. Qianyu approached Naer, who was still in the embrace of slumber at that moment. Qianyu gently cradled Naer in her arms. At that moment, Naer turned over and unexpectedly grasped Qianyu's hand. In the depths of her slumber, Naer suddenly enveloped Qianyu's fingers and began to suckle them. Qianyu was utterly astonished. Could it be that Naer was indeed the legendary, lewd, Silver Dragon King? Yet, she appeared so small at this moment. At that instant, Qianyu's seed martial soul once again took root, manifesting as a tender sapling in the palm of his hand. the sapling began to emanate a shimmering green light, which continuously flowed into Nair's body. It was then that Qianyu realized this little girl was replenishing her magical energy. It seemed that her premature awakening had left her bodily functions unable to operate flawlessly, necessitating this infusion of energy. Qianyu never anticipated that her seed martial soul would possess such remarkable utility. It not only replenishes soul power, but also heals injuries and can be wielded for offense. This is 100-fold superior to Tang San's blue-silver Emperor martial soul. Tang San's blue-silver grass derives its strength from being the blue-silver Emperor. What could her formidable seed martial soul possibly be? Qianyu did not ponder for long. He quietly awaited Nair to absorb the soul energy from the sapling. Before long, Nair gently opened her eyes. She gazed at Qianyu and immediately broke into a smile, saying, "Brother Qianyu, I apologize. I inadvertently fell asleep." Qianyu gazed affectionately at the adorable Nair, gently ruffling her hair. Although his heart brimmed with animosity, in the presence of the charming Nair, he could not be consumed by hatred. Thus, Qianyu took Nair's hand, and they ventured forth in a singular direction. They wandered for an indeterminate duration before finally arriving at a quaint town. The town was bustling with activity, exuding an air of opulence, where everything radiated an essence of antiquity and elegance. The streets were lined with a myriad of shops, and the entire township was alive with the vibrant sounds of vendors calling out. Qianyu led Nair into the quaint town, oblivious to its whereabouts. Nair, somewhat timid, nestled behind Qianyu as they ventured deeper into the settlement. Having traversed the forest for an extended period, both Qianyu and Nair were covered in dirt and tattered garments. Should anyone chance upon their disheveled appearance, they would undoubtedly assume them to be beggars. As they strolled along the streets, Nair clung to Qianyu's clothing, exuding an air of innocence and propriety. Qianyu and Nair arrived in front of a steam bun shop. At that moment, Nair paused in her tracks, swallowing with anticipation. Qianyu arrived at the bun shop with Nair and spoke, "Boss, may I exchange this for a bun?" As she spoke, Qianyu retrieved a colossal python's fang from her bosom. After Qianyu slayed the giant python, he extracted its 2 fangs. Lacking currency, he resorted to barter. The owner of the bun shop, noticing the exquisite fangs in Qianyu's possession and observing the tattered state of both Qianyu and Nair, felt a pang of sympathy. He nodded and said, "Very well," and offered Qianyu and Nair a bun in exchange. Qianyu sat down against the wall with Nair, handing her a steamed bun. "Eat it while it's hot," he urged. "What about you, brother Qianyu?" Nair inquired, gazing at him. "I'm not hungry. You should eat," Qianyu replied with a gentle smile. At that moment, Nair broke the bun in half and offered him one portion. Qianyu gazed at Nair, a gentle smile blossoming in his heart as he accepted the bun from her hands. In that moment, Qianyu truly felt a warmth enveloping him. Having traversed into this world, he found himself a stranger amidst unfamiliar faces. Just as he began to forge connections with the villagers of Holy Soul Village, he was compelled by Tang Hao to leap from a cliff. Now, seated beside Nair, he experienced a genuine sense of belonging, akin to that of home. The two sat against the wall, savoring their buns. Meanwhile, on the bustling street, several pairs of eyes fixated upon Qianyu and Nair. Those 2 children could surely fetch a high price. One man leered with a lascivious gaze directed at them, his voice barely above a whisper yet audible to those nearby. It seems today is our lucky day." Another man licked his lips, grinning wickedly. Without delay, 3 men advanced towards Qianyu and Nair. Suddenly, seemingly out of nowhere, one man dashed forth, seizing Nair in his arms, and swiftly fled the scene. Qianyu reacted with remarkable swiftness, poised to take action. However, it was already too late. The man embraced Nair, moving with astonishing speed, and in the blink of an eye, he had covered several meters. Qianyu's expression instantly darkened. The 2 other men had their sights set on him, charging towards Qianyu with fervor. Everything transpired in the blink of an eye. In the past, Qianyu might have hesitated, taking a moment to contemplate before acting. However, the current Qianyu was no longer the same. After enduring Tang Hao's relentless pursuit, Qianyu became increasingly composed. His gaze turned icy as he instantaneously pinpointed the locations of 3 individuals. With a swift motion of his right hand, 4 tendrils shot forth. In an instant, 3 of those tendrils pierced the hearts of the 3 men with unparalleled precision. Everything transpired within the span of a second. The trio had not even the time to utter a sound before meeting their demise. The dull thuds of their bodies hitting the ground echoed, marking their sudden death. One tendril gently ensnared Nair, drawing her back. In the past, Qianyu would have hesitated at the thought of taking a life, but now, he felt no such reservations. Ever since his return from the brink of death, Qianyu had resolved that anyone who dared to provoke him would face retribution with unyielding ferocity. He had taken a life. Immediately, a bystander in the alley witnessed Qianyu's actions and cried out in alarm. A crowd began to gather, astonished to see a mere child effortlessly eliminate 3 human traffickers. Meanwhile, atop a nearby tavern, a golden-haired man observed the scene unfold. "At last, I have found you, scion of the angelic bloodline," he remarked with a slight smile before rising and exiting the tavern. Chapter 12. My grandson possesses divine potential. At that moment, several guards arrived in response, encircling the area. As this was the kingdom's city, acts of indiscriminate murder were deemed unlawful. Thus, the guards were compelled to investigate the scene of the 3 men's untimely deaths. Qianyu gazed at the guards, swiftly positioning Nar behind him, and declared, "It is I who has taken lives, allow me passage. Those who dare obstruct me shall meet their demise." The guards, at their strongest, were merely soul masters of a mere dozen levels, thus Qianyu harbored complete confidence in his ability to vanquish them in a single blow. At that moment, amidst the crowd, a sudden beam of golden light erupted, unleashing a terrifying pressure that enveloped the surroundings. With a thunderous roar, all present were forcefully propelled backwards. The brilliance of the golden light was so intense that it rendered everyone unable to open their eyes, causing them to tumble to the ground. As the golden radiance dissipated, Qianyu and Nar were seen vanishing from their original position. Outside the city, a golden-haired man emerged, carrying Qianyu and Nar aloft. He gently set them down on the ground and stood before them. Clad in a resplendent golden robe, his long golden hair fluttered in the wind. His eyes, a pale blue, shimmered with an otherworldly light, as if capable of perceiving all truths. He exuded an aura of formidable strength, akin to a sharpened sword, his brilliance unmistakable. A subtle royal essence emanated from him, suggesting his noble lineage. From Qianyu's perspective, it was evident that this individual possessed immense power. The man regarded Qianyu and remarked, "Young one, you have proven quite elusive. I traversed several cities in my search for you." Upon hearing this, Qianyu was taken aback and questioned, "Why do you seek me?" The man replied, "You possess the angelic martial soul, a manifestation of the bloodline of the Qian family, which is precisely why I have come to find you." He smiled gently, concern evident in his gaze as he looked upon Qianyu. Qianyu was taken aback. Could it be that the man before her was none other than the most formidable figure of the Spirit Hall, the Grand Offering, Douluo? Is Douluo truly so youthful? Previously, Qianyu had assumed that Douluo was an elderly man. However, in the realm of Douluo Continent, it is only natural for formidable beings like Douluo to preserve their youthfulness. Then, the man gazed at Qianyu and inquired, "But from where do you hail?" "My Qian family lineage is singular, and according to tradition, Xuanji should have but one daughter." "Could it be that you are Xuanji's illegitimate son?" Upon hearing these words, Qianyu became even more convinced that this man was indeed Douluo. Qianyu gazed at Douluo and lamented, "I have no memories prior to the age of 6, and I am unaware of my parents' identities." "Oh." Douluo regarded Qianyu with a hint of astonishment. After a moment of contemplation, he remarked, "Regardless, you should return with me to the Spirit Hall. Even if you are the illegitimate child of Xuanji, you are still a member of the Qian family." At that moment, Qianyu inquired about Nar. Douluo's gaze shifted to the young girl. In that instant, he was utterly taken aback. He realized he could not perceive the essence of this child. How could this be? Douluo gazed at Qianyu and inquired, "Who is she?" "I am Nar." Nar, hiding behind Qianyu, responded obediently. "Nar." Douluo looked at Qianyu, and in an instant, a terrifying pressure surged towards both Qianyu and Nar. He intended to probe the true identity of Nar. At that moment, Qianyu immediately shielded Nar with his own body, and without hesitation, Qianyu's martial soul was unleashed. Countless vines erupted from Qianyu's right hand, rushing towards Douluo. However, even with the external soul bone attached, the vines had no effect upon striking Douluo. Vines. Could it be the sky blue vine martial soul? A twin martial soul? Douluo observed Qianyu with a hint of astonishment. Consequently, his admiration for Qianyu deepened. To think that he possessed a twin martial soul along with an external soul bone. Our Qian family is blessed with another prodigy. Haraha. Douluo smiled as he intensified his oppressive aura. At that moment, Qianyu's soul ring manifested, revealing a black soul ring encircling him. Could it be a 10,000-year soul ring? The first soul ring is of such an age? How is this even possible? Douluo was utterly astonished, scarcely able to believe his eyes. "No wonder you were able to defeat those guards with a single strike. Who would have imagined that your first spirit ring would be of 10,000 years? Truly, you are a genius, Qianyu exclaimed with delight. Although Qianyu was astonished, he had not been devoid of worldly experience. The world, vast and varied, is replete with wonders. This 10,000-year soul ring perfectly exemplified Qianyu's extraordinary prowess. At this moment, Qianyu found himself even more intrigued by Qianyu. He yearned to discover what further marvels Qianyu possessed. Consequently, Qianyu intensified his oppressive aura. With a crisp crack, the ground beneath Qianyu's feet shattered. Qianyu let out a thunderous roar. In an instant, a brilliant golden light enveloped Qianyu, and an overwhelming aura of power immediately countered the oppressive force of Qianyu. On the back of Qianyu, golden wings unfurled gracefully. These resplendent wings, akin to those of an angel, spread wide, shimmering with a radiant gold that resembled a masterpiece of art. In an instant, a terrifying surge of bloodline power emanated from Qianyu's being. Qianyu gazed at Qianyu in utter astonishment. At the moment Qianyu unleashed his angelic martial spirit, an overwhelming impulse to submit and kneel surged within him. The formidable bloodline power of Qianyu astonishingly suppressed his own bloodline might. The astonished gaze of Qianyu was tinged with a hint of fear. How could this be? How could there exist such an overwhelming bloodline suppression? This implies that his bloodline is even purer than mine. At this moment, Qianyu was taken aback to discover that the wings behind Qianyu were not pure golden like his own. At the root of the 1,000 feathered wings, a shadowy aura unexpectedly emanated. Moreover, the base of those wings had also transformed into an inky black. What could this signify? Was it a mutation? However, one thing is certain. His lineage is undeniably tied to the bloodline of the Qian family. Yet, with dual martial souls, a bloodline reminiscent of our distant ancestors, and a mutated angelic martial soul, who exactly is he? Could he truly be the illegitimate son of Sinji? In Qianyu's mind, a multitude of questions suddenly surged forth. However, one certainty emerged, regardless of the identity of this child before him. He possessed a lineage of angelic purity surpassing even his own. Thus, he must belong to the Qian family. Furthermore, with such extraordinary talents at his disposal, he was undoubtedly the future of the Qian clan and the future of the Spirit Hall. Contemplating this, Qianyu erupted into laughter. Ha ha ha. Indeed, indeed. From this day forth, you shall be my grandson, Qianyu. The talents of my grandson are unparalleled in this world, a true rarity, destined to attain divine stature. Chapter 13. Hatred. At this moment, Qianyu also withdrew his oppressive aura. Qianyu laughed heartily and said, Ha ha ha. Youngster, you are quite impressive. From this day forth, I shall be your grandfather. Qianyu gazed at Qianyu, fully aware that seeking vengeance by journeying to the Spirit Hall was undoubtedly the most prudent choice. The Spirit Hall, replete with resources and formidable warriors, stood as the most affluent establishment in this realm. Thus, embarking on this expedition to the Spirit Hall became Qianyu's ultimate decision. I shall accompany Nar on this quest. Qianyu gazed at Nar and spoke. All right. Qianyu replied with a beaming smile. You must ensure that no one can harm Nar. Qianyu continued. Very well. Qianyu affirmed again. Although he found it difficult to fathom this little girl, what did it matter? As long as Qianyu could return with him, what conditions could he possibly refuse? Subsequently, Qianyu turned to Qianyu and said, I wish to revisit the Sacred Soul Village. What do you intend to do there? The Sacred Soul Village has long since been reduced to ruins. Qianyu gazed at Qianyu with astonishment. What? Qianyu was taken aback. I once journeyed to the Sacred Soul Village in search of you, only to find that it had been consumed by flames. What on earth happened? Qianyu inquired of Qianyu. It was Tang Hao. Qianyu replied. Tang Hao? Qianyu exclaimed in shock, then turned to Qianyu and asked, Are you referring to that Tang Hao from the Haotian sect? Qianyu replied, Indeed, I heard him refer to himself as Haotian Douluo, a title Douluo. During the soul awakening ceremony in Holy Soul Village, I awakened the angel martial soul. Consequently, he commenced his relentless pursuit of me. I fled desperately and ultimately fell off a cliff, which was the only way I managed to survive. Qianyu continued. So it turns out that it was that rascal Tang Hao. I never imagined that after all these years, he had been concealed within the Sacred Soul Village. Qianyu's gaze turned icy, and an imposing aura emanated from him with a fierce intensity. That detestable Tang Hao, who had slain my son in the past, now seeks to take my grandson's life. Does he truly believe that the Spirit Hall can be so easily trifled with? The 1,000 paths of coldness. Qianyu gazed at Qianyu with a frosty expression and remarked, I never anticipated that he would not only pursue my life but also spare no effort in destroying the Sacred Soul Village, where he has resided for so many years. It seems that the conflagration at the Sacred Soul Village is far from a mere accident. It is likely that Tang Hao, in a bid to evade our Soul Hall's relentless pursuit, resorted to silencing those who knew too much. Douluo continued to analyze. I long to return to Holy Spirit Village, Qianyu added. Holy Spirit Village held the memories of Qianyu's childhood companions, including Grandpa Jack, who had rescued him and nurtured him for an extended period, as well as the uncles and aunts who had always cared for him. In the original narrative, Tang Hao, though a coward, remained a positive figure. However, Qianyu never anticipated that Tang Hao could be so heartless as to commit such atrocities. This village, where he had spent several years, was home to those he knew, individuals who had once aided Tang Hao. Even though Tang Hao was an outsider, old Jack welcomed him and allowed him to reside in Holy Spirit Village, extending kindness towards Tang San. How could he possibly bring himself to slaughter them? Very well. I shall take you there. With that, Douluo led Qianyu and Nara to Holy Spirit Village. Upon arrival, they beheld a scene of desolation. The village lay in ruins, the air thick with the scent of death. Scattered throughout were the charred remains of bodies, a grim testament to the horrors that had unfolded. The entire area had become a veritable hellscape, with wooden houses reduced to mere ashes. Qianyu stood here, lost in a prolonged stupor. Douluo fell silent as well. At that moment, Qianyu beheld the lifeless form of her aunt, who had once dined at her home. Additionally, the bodies of her childhood companions lay scattered, mere children, only 5 or 6 years of age, now reduced to ashes in the wake of that catastrophic fire. Even a newborn, swaddled in its blanket, had met a tragic fate. Everything had been reduced to mere cinders. What depths of inhumanity must one reach to perpetrate such an atrocity? Qianyu gazed with a heavy heart at the tragic scenes unfolding before him. He observed it all in silence, uttering not a single word. Qianyu did not weep. Her countenance was merely shrouded in profound gloom. Tang Hao, Tang Hao, Tang Hao. Within Qianyu's heart, a relentless roar echoed. Hatred spread like wildfire, suffocating him. At this moment, a singular thought consumed him: vengeance through death. He yearned to obliterate Tang Hao into countless fragments. Beside him stood Douluo, at a loss for words, merely observing the unfolding scenes as waves of profound sorrow surged within him. This place, once a source of joy, had now transformed into a desolate wasteland. In the future, I shall surely exact my revenge, and I will ensure you are torn asunder. Qianyu's icy demeanor revealed an abyss of hatred in his eyes. At that moment, a warm little hand clasped his. Qianyu was momentarily taken aback as Nao approached his side. Qianyu Gij, Nara whispered softly. In an instant, Qianyu embraced Nair. After a long moment, he gently released her, his spirits lifting slightly. Just then, Douluo interjected, "Rest assured, I shall avenge you." At this, Qianyu shook his head and replied, "No, this vendetta is mine to exact. I will personally slay Tang Hao and sever his head to honor all the souls of Shenghun Village." Douluo gazed at Qianyu and promptly inquired, "Are you truly intent on avenging yourself?" "Indeed," Qianyu replied with unwavering determination. "But Tang Hao is a title Douluo. What of it?" Qianyu retorted with indignation. "You truly are the grandson of Douluo. While the death of Sun Ji is indeed tied to him, my desire to slay him is strong. However, if you are truly Sun Ji's child, it is only fitting that you seek vengeance yourself." Douluo gazed at Qianyu and spoke. Douluo regarded Qianyu as the illegitimate child of Qianyu. Otherwise, the existence of Qianyu would be utterly incomprehensible. It was Tang Hao who had inflicted injury upon Qianyu, leading to his demise. Therefore, Tang Hao bore not only the vengeance for the slain villagers but also the grudge against Qianyu. If Qianyu is indeed the son of Qianyu, then it is only fitting that the son should avenge his father's grievances. Very well, I promise you. I shall utilize all the resources of the Spirit Hall to transform you into the most formidable title Douluo on the continent. Whether it be the vendetta against Qianyu or the grudge of Holy Spirit Village, it shall be you who exacts the retribution. Douluo continues to expound. Qianyu nodded resolutely, his gaze fixed upon the harrowing scene before him. Qianyu rose to her feet, resolutely surveying the desolate ruins before her. "Rest in peace," she declared. "I shall remember your grievances, and I will assuredly avenge you." Subsequently, Douluo led Qianyu to the lifeless body of Su Yuntao. Qianyu interred the corpse of Su Yuntao. "The world mocked you as the blind Douluo, yet you met your demise here. Fear not, for I shall avenge your grievances." Upon concluding his words, Qianyu took Nair's hand and followed Douluo Departing from the Holy Soul Village. Chapter 14. The Seed Spirit, all-encompassing nature. In the Soul Hall, within a courtyard, Qianyu trained with his upper body exposed. His muscles were well-defined and powerful. Although merely a 6-year-old child, he appeared remarkably robust. Sweat glistened on his skin, and his face flushed crimson. Yet he did not cease his exertions, persistently engaging in the same exercises until he had expended every ounce of energy within him. With a dull thud, he collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. Yet his gaze remained sharp and resolute. Even during his moments of respite, he did not neglect his practice and meditation, for his ambition was to surpass Tang Hao. Tang Hao was no mere fish in the sea. He was among the more formidable contenders in the realm of Douluo. Thus, Qianyu understood that he must exert tenfold effort to swiftly overcome Tang Hao. Brother Qianyu, do take a moment to rest. Nearby, the petite Na-er approached, carrying warm water and a towel. She gently came over to help Qianyu dry his hair, her eyes filled with concern. Ever since Qianyu arrived at the Soul Hall, Na-er had been utterly devoted to him, attending to his every need with meticulous care. Qianyu did not decline Na-er's kind gesture and accepted the towel she handed him. The gentle, jade-like texture spread warmth through his heart, enveloping him in comfort. After wiping the beads of sweat from his forehead, he rose and said, "Na-er, you may attend to your other tasks. I will rest shortly." Na-er shook her head and replied, "How could I possibly bring myself to leave when my brother Qianyu is not resting? Brother Qianyu works diligently every day, and I accompany him in his practice." Qianyu smiled and gently patted Na-er on her little head, saying, "All right." Immediately afterwards, Qianyu resumed her training. At that moment, Qian Douluo entered the courtyard. "Xiaoyu, you are still training?" Qian Douluo gazed at Qianyu and then spoke. Qianyu gazed upon Qian Douluo and exclaimed, "Grandfather." In response, Qian Douluo smiled gently, nodding his head while looking at Qianyu with a benevolent expression, asking, "Are you accustomed to living here?" Qianyu nodded and said, "It's a matter of habit. I have arranged for several servants to take care of you here. Why did you send them all away?" Qian Douluo then inquired. Qianyu gazed at Qian Douluo and replied, "I cherish tranquility, and moreover, I am capable of taking care of myself." Qian Douluo gazed at Qianyu with admiration, then nodded slightly. "Grandfather, did you summon me for something?" Qianyu suddenly inquired. Upon hearing this, Qian Douluo slightly nodded and said, "Indeed, there is a matter I wish to discuss with you." "Please, grandfather, go ahead," Qianyu replied earnestly. "Starting tomorrow, I shall personally instruct you and also enroll you in the Wuhan Hall Academy system for your studies. I am aware of your desire to grow stronger and seek vengeance. However, haste often leads to failure. Everything must progress gradually." After listening to Qian Daoliu's words, Qianyu's demeanor grew serious, and he solemnly nodded in agreement. "By the way, let me see your other martial soul," Qian Douluo continued, and in that instant, Qianyu unleashed his seed martial soul. In a flash, the seed sprouted, transforming into a creeping vine. It was evident that this vine was adorned with an external soul bone, possessing an astonishing lethality. "I have heard that your plant-based martial soul also has healing properties?" Qian Douluo inquired, gazing at Qianyu. Qianyu nodded, and soon after, his seed spirit once again transformed, becoming a vibrant green sapling. This sapling boasted broad leaves, flourishing branches, and an exuberant vitality, reminiscent of a gentle spring breeze, evoking a profound sense of comfort. How could such a wondrous spirit exist? Initially, I presumed your spirit to be the azure vine, but it is now evident that it is anything but. Qian Douluo continued, "Grandfather, have you ever encountered such a martial soul?" Qianyu inquired, gazing at Qian Douluo. Qian Douluo shook his head and said, "I have never encountered such a thing. In the past 2 days, I ventured into the library of the Spirit Hall. Yet I found no records regarding this type of martial soul. Is it true that your martial soul can transform as long as it is a plant?" Qian Douluo continued to inquire. Qianyu nodded, and in an instant, a thought crossed her mind. Suddenly, her martial spirit transformed once more, taking the form of an exquisite orchid. In Qian Daoliu's eyes, a glimmer of golden light flickered. He then spoke, "The myriad phenomena of a universe, ever-changing. This is the first time I have encountered such a martial soul." This revelation deepened Qian Daoliu's suspicions regarding Qianyu's identity. If such a martial soul were indeed absent from this world, then the realm from which it originated must surely be. Subsequently, Qian Douluo lifted his gaze towards the heavens. Qian Douluo gazed at Qianyu and continued, "Since your martial soul belongs to the plant category, you should cultivate it accordingly. What is the name of your first soul skill?" Qianyu shook her head and replied, I have yet to contemplate a name. Immediately after, Qianyu suggested, given the myriad transformations of your martial soul, why not name your first soul skill all-encompassing nature? All-encompassing nature? Qianyu recalls that Tang San possesses a skill within his blue-silver domain, known as all-encompassing nature. However, his version of all-encompassing nature merely bears the name. Its true ability lies in absorbing the soul power and vitality of others for his own benefit. Though the name is melodious, it bears no true resemblance to the concept of all-encompassing nature. In contrast, a soul skill like Qianyu's, which can transform into any plant and harnesses the effects of that plant, is indeed aptly named all-encompassing nature. Qianyu then nodded and said, very well. Let us name it Sinluo Wanqiang. Qianyu remarked, as for the second spirit ring, you might consider absorbing some seed-dispersing spirit rings. In doing so, perhaps you could allow your seeds to parasitize in other locations. The seed martial soul of Qianyu indeed bears some resemblance to Tang San's blue-silver grass in its early stages. However, his seed martial soul is far more formidable than the blue-silver grass. Nevertheless, the developmental trajectory in the initial phase can also be aligned with that of Tang San's blue-silver grass martial soul. Qianyu gazed at Qianyu, who truly lived up to his reputation as the Grand Priest of the Spirit Hall, one of the most formidable individuals on the continent. His comprehension of martial spirits was remarkably profound. Qianyu nodded. Subsequently, she turned to Qianyu and inquired, Grandfather, what about my angel spirit? Qianyu then said, your angel martial soul can be utilized, but for the time being, there is no need to add any soul rings. Although this auxiliary martial soul allows you to absorb higher-tier soul rings, it would be prudent to wait until your strength has increased before doing so. Even if all the soul rings are of 100,000 years, it is not beyond the realm of possibility. Qianyu had previously recounted to Qianyu the experience of absorbing the 10,000-year soul ring. Although Qianyu was astonished, it was reasonable given that Qianyu possessed the extraordinary seed martial soul. Qianyu nodded and said, Grandfather, does that mean my soul rings can all begin at 10,000 years? Qianyu nodded in agreement and remarked, if it were anyone else, I would certainly object. For no one can endure a 10,000-year soul ring. However, you are different. As long as you can withstand it, strive to absorb soul rings of greater age. After all, the higher the age of the soul ring, the more formidable your strength shall become. Chapter 15, The God of Angels. Qianyu nodded slightly in response. Qianyu felt that he possessed a terrifying healing ability, capable of enduring even the absorption of soul beasts that had existed for tens of thousands of years. He then turned to Qianyu and inquired, Grandfather, can you discern whether my first soul ring is from a spirit beast that lived for thousands of years? Qianyu gazed at the first black soul ring of Qianyu and remarked, you are exceptionally fortunate. It should be approximately 15,000 years old. Indeed. Qianyu responded, his face aglow with joy, for his first soul ring was indeed 15,000 years old. A soul ring exceeding 10,000 years in this era is likely unprecedented. Qianyu then turned to Qianyu and inquired, by the way, Grandfather, what is the origin of our Qian family and the Spirit Hall? Qianyu remains oblivious to the mysteries surrounding his lineage. The nature of his seed martial spirit is profoundly enigmatic. He yearns to delve into the historical records of the Qian family and the Spirit Hall, hoping to uncover some clues. Qianyu gazed intently at Qianyu and spoke earnestly. Do you wish to know? Qianyu nodded, saying, indeed. Immediately after, Qianyu spoke. In truth, our Qian family and the Wuhuan Temple have undergone two distinct phases of development. The history of our Qian family is far more ancient than that of the Wuhuan Temple. More ancient, indeed? Qianyu seated himself upon the stone bench in the courtyard and gradually began to recount a tale from long ago, once upon a time. In an era far removed from our present tranquility, the Douluo Continent was fraught with turmoil. The land was plagued by malevolence, and many evil soul masters roamed free. To safeguard the continent, our ancestor from the Qian family sealed away countless shadows of darkness and wickedness, wielding the holy angel sword to suppress these nefarious forces. Ultimately, he ascended to the divine realm, becoming the angel god. He was the inaugural angel god, a figure from a distant past. He is indeed our esteemed ancestor. Though at that time, the Spirit Hall had yet to be established. Upon hearing this, Qianyu was somewhat astonished. These historical accounts had never been documented in the original text. Subsequently, Qianyu inquired once more, how did the Spirit Hall come into existence? Qianyu smiled gently and said, to trace back to the second-generation angel god. We must journey to approximately 10,000 years ago, when our Qian family witnessed the emergence of an unparalleled genius, a prodigy of the highest caliber on the continent. She was an extraordinary 99th level Douluo, a descendant of the first-generation angel god. During that era, the beings of both the ocean and the mainland were mired in countless wars and suffering. The angel god had forged a deep bond with the sea god. Their relationship akin to that of teacher and friend, as well as rivals. They fought side by side for an extended period, alleviating the suffering of innumerable souls. However, their friendship ultimately shattered due to divergent ideals and ambitions, leading to an irreconcilable rift. The 99th level angel god, yearning for greater power, sought to draw forth the divine artifact. The angel's sacred sword, left behind by the first-generation angel god, but was thwarted by the sea god. This endeavor ended in failure, resulting in the release of countless dark and malevolent forces sealed within the artifact, plunging the world into renewed darkness. In a desperate gamble, the 99th level angel god wielded the sacred sword, vanquishing each malevolent entity and liberating humanity from its despair, allowing them to be reborn anew. Consequently, she garnered the faith of thousands, utilizing this arduous means to ultimately surpass the 100-level threshold and ascend as the second-generation angel god. In the end, she transcended to the divine realm, becoming our Qian family's second-generation angel god, establishing the Spirit Hall and overseeing the Order of All Soul Masters. Thus, it is thanks to the events of 10,000 years ago that our world enjoys peace to this day, while minor conflicts and skirmishes still persist. Under the balance maintained by our Spirit Hall, the continent remains in a state of tranquility. Upon hearing this, Qianyu was utterly astonished. He had never anticipated that the angel god and the sea god shared such a narrative. It seems that the sea god is not as virtuous as one might hope. The two were both mentors and friends, having fought side by side in the past. Given their commendable rapport, it is perplexing that the second-generation angel god intended to draw her own divine artifact, the angel sword, only to be thwarted by the sea god. After all, she was merely retrieving her own sacred weapon. Yet, he proclaimed a sense of righteousness, asserting that drawing the artifact would unleash malevolence and darkness. If he were truly as just as he claimed, why did he not employ his trident of the sea god to subdue her, allowing her to wield the angel sword without hindrance? Ultimately, the sea god intervened when the angel god attempted to draw the angel sword, leading to her failure in ascending to divinity. In the end, it was the angel god who, in a desperate gambit, vanquished the forces of evil. Qianyu inquired, why is it that the self-proclaimed deity of justice, the sea god, was absent when evil was vanquished? Curiously, he appeared at the moment the angel god drew his sword. If he had intervened during the unsheathing of the holy sword, would it not have made it even easier for the second generation of the angel god to eradicate darkness and malevolence upon their ascension? Though merely a few sentences encapsulate this sentiment, Qianyu discerned that the sea god is nothing more than a hypocritical charlatan, parading as a champion of justice while embodying profound insincerity. It is no wonder he bequeathed divinity to Tang San. He is, in essence, akin to Tang San himself. What troubles you, Qianyu? Douluo asked, gazing at Qianyu. This sea god is truly hypocritical. Qianyu retorted. Ha. Douluo burst into laughter, then turned to Qianyu and said, you speak the truth. I too find this sea god to be quite hypocritical. At that moment, Douluo offered consolation. Do not dwell too much on such matters. They pertain to the divine. However, your talent is unparalleled across the Douluo Continent. The first generation of the angel god is a distant memory, and I am not well acquainted with it. Nevertheless, your potential rivals that of our second generation of angel god ancestors. Therefore, with diligent effort in the future, perhaps you too may ascend to become the angel god. Douluo gazed at Qianyu with a smile and spoke. Qianyu gazed at Douluo in silence, pondering the implications of her potential ascension to angelic divinity. What would become of Qianrengshu? There can only be one deity, and a divine position cannot be shared between two. Abruptly, Qianyu declared coldly, I harbor no such grand ambitions. My sole objective at present is to exact vengeance upon Tang Hao. The mere mention of Tang Hao ignited a profound hatred within Qianyu's heart. Douluo nodded and said, rest assured, starting tomorrow, I shall personally train you. Avenging Tang Hao is merely a matter of time. By the way, Xiaoyu, there is one more thing I wish to discuss with you. Douluo gazed at Qianyu. What is it, grandfather? Qianyu inquired. Douluo then remarked, in truth, you have an elder sister named Qianrengshu, though she is currently not at the Spirit Hall. This was information that Qianyu was already aware of, despite Douluo's omission. However, Qianyu could not reveal her identity as a traveler from another world, so she promptly inquired, sister, where might she be at this moment? Douluo remarked, She is infiltrating the heavenly Dou Empire. This matter must remain confidential. If you disclose it to anyone, your sister will be in grave danger. Qianyu nodded immediately, assuring, "Rest assured, Grandpa." Chapter 16. Hell. Then, Qianyu turned to Qianyu and inquired, "By the way, what martial soul does that little friend of yours possess? I will arrange for you both to attend school together." Qianyu gazed at Nar, who was seated beside him, her eyes fixed intently upon him. Qianyu immediately replied, "Nar has yet to awaken." Shortly thereafter, Qianyu presented 2 enrollment cards to Qianyu and said, "Tomorrow, you shall first undergo your awakening. Then proceed to report for school. After your classes, come back to find me, and I shall guide you in your cultivation." "All right." Qianyu nodded in agreement. At that moment, Qianyu continued to gaze at Qianyu and said, "Little you, there is one more thing you must remember." Qianyu immediately replied, "Grandfather, please speak." Qianyu gazed intently at Qianyu and said, "The matter of your return has not been disclosed to anyone. Not even a soul within the spirit hall is aware. Therefore, I cannot escort you to the academy, nor can I offer you any assistance there. Everything must rely on your own efforts. Do you understand?" "I understand." Qianyu nodded, realizing that Qianyu wished to keep their connection concealed. Ensuring that he would not receive any preferential treatment from the school, Qianyu glanced at Qianyu and nodded, saying, "All right, it's time to rest early. Wake up early tomorrow to prepare for school." Qianyu nodded in agreement, and Qianyu then proceeded to walk outside. Upon returning to his room, Qianyu was taken aback to find Nair standing at the doorway, seemingly waiting for him. "Nair, what brings you here? Are you not coming in?" Qianyu inquired, puzzled. Nair shook her head and, in a sweet, childlike voice, replied, "Brother Qianyu, I want to wait for you to sleep together." Qianyu frowned and said, "However, I still need to practice for a while." "It's all right. I will keep you company." Nair insisted. Qianyu nodded slightly, and then commenced her meditation and cultivation. Qianyu commenced her meditation, and soon the ethereal energy began to flow ceaselessly into her being. Qianyu closed his eyes, concentrating all his mental energy. His consciousness immersed in the vast ocean of his mind. This mental ocean was as boundless as the cosmos. Qianyu floated serenely within. Gradually, she slowly opened her eyes. Before her, the once pitch-black, ink-like sea of consciousness, reminiscent of the abyss of the cosmos, suddenly illuminated. Countless rays of light penetrated into Qianyu's being. Qianyu suddenly felt a wave of comforting warmth enveloping his entire being. In an instant, this warmth permeated every inch of his flesh and every bone within him. He experienced a delightful numbness throughout his body, a soothing and gentle heat. Boom! The soul of Qianyu quivered momentarily, and in the next instant, he abruptly opened his eyes. His gaze had transformed. Within his pupils, a dazzling golden light flickered. At that moment, the scenery before Qianyu underwent a sudden metamorphosis. Qianyu found herself in a peculiar realm, a space enveloped in darkness. Qianyu involuntarily moved towards the center of this vast expanse. This space was immense. Qianyu strolled leisurely within this realm. However, no matter how far she wandered, the space was permeated by an unending darkness. The obscurity enveloped everything, rendering the surroundings devoid of any glimmer of light. Qianyu was filled with astonishment and exclaimed, "What place is this? Why have I found myself here? This space, devoid of anything but boundless darkness, offers nothing more." Qianyu tentatively ventured into the depths of darkness, yet still found herself unable to reach the end of the obscurity. Qianyu halted, her senses heightened as she surveyed her surroundings. Yet, the endless darkness enveloped her, instilling a bone-chilling dread within. Suddenly, piercing screams echoed through the void. A cacophony reminiscent of the torments of hell, chilling the very marrow of her bones. In that instant, Qianyu beheld a horrifying spectacle. Swarms of skeletons emerged from every direction. Devoid of life, yet relentlessly pursuing her, their jaws gaping wide as they incessantly sought to consume her. Qianyu was suddenly taken aback, instantly awakening to reality. At that moment, he was drenched in cold sweat, finally returning to the world of the living. Beside him, Nar stood vigilantly, attentively caring for him. She gently wiped his sweat with a towel. "Qianyu, what is the matter?" Nar inquired, her gaze fixed on him. Qianyu then spoke. "I had a dream." "What kind of dream?" Nar inquired. Qianyu steadied her mind and spoke. "In my dream, it was a truly terrifying place, engulfed in darkness, devoid of any light. How shall I describe it? It resembled hell." "Hell?" Nar gazed at Qianyu, somewhat perplexed. Qianyu smiled and said, "In any case, it is an exceedingly terrifying place." At that moment, Nair approached and embraced Qianyu tightly. Qianyu gazed at Nair and said, "Nair, you." Nair smiled and replied, Brother Qianyu, in truth, I also experience nightmares. I often dream of being split in two. Therefore, during those frightening moments, I fervently wish for someone to hold me tightly. In that way, I would feel less afraid. Brother Qianyu had a nightmare, which led me to this solution. Nair. Qianyu gazed at Nair, his eyes brimming with emotion, and then embraced her tightly. Upon hearing Nair's words, Qianyu smiled and gently patted her head, saying, Thank you, Nair. Qianyu looked at Nair and said, From this day forth, Nair, you shall sleep beside me. I will hold you tightly, and you will no longer suffer from nightmares. Nair eagerly nodded in agreement. Soon after, the two embraced and drifted off to sleep together, passing the night in tranquility. The following day, Qianyu took Nair to the awakening hall of the Spirit Hall. It was an immense chamber, soaring into the clouds, reaching heights of several hundred zhang and spanning thousands of meters in width. 2 guards of the Spirit Hall stood sentinel at the entrance of the awakening hall. Qianyu arrived at the entrance with Nair and promptly said, Uncle, we are here to awaken our martial souls. The guard at the door then looked at Qianyu and Nair and inquired, Little ones, have you come here alone? Where are your guardians? Qianyu hurriedly said, They have matters to attend to and cannot come. The guard nodded and replied, You may enter. This is the Soul Master City, where, despite its formidable defenses, its inhabitants harbor no suspicion whatsoever. Within the confines of the Soul Master City, all individuals are treated with equality. There are neither robbers nor thieves, for such individuals cannot even enter this sacred place. Moreover, the residents of the Soul Master City enjoy ample food and warmth. Who would be inclined to engage in such nefarious activities? Additionally, situated beneath the Emperor's domain, no one dares to commit wrongdoing here. Thus, the Soul Master City remains a place where doors are left unlocked throughout the night. Qianyu and Nair arrived here to awaken their martial souls. The guards, naturally, bore no suspicion and did not inquire about their identities. Upon entering the Grand Hall, they beheld a stunning young lady, clad in daringly revealing attire, gracefully approaching them. She looked at Qianyu and the others and inquired, Children, what brings you here? Chapter 17. Nair's Martial Soul, the Silver Dragon Spear. Before Qianyu stood 2 towering mountains, while a deep, unfathomable valley lay beyond, shrouded in mystery and igniting boundless imagination. Qianyu gazed at the imposing mountains before him. No, he was actually looking at the elder sister. He then inquired, Sister, are we here for the awakening of our martial souls? Sister? Oh, such sweet words. She replied, Come, I shall guide you to your awakening. The elder sister then led Qianyu and Nair to the center of the Grand Hall. Before long, she produced a crystal orb and asked, Who among you wishes to awaken their martial soul? I do. Nair raised her chubby little hand eagerly. Very well. The girl placed her hand upon the crystal orb. In an instant, a wave of azure light emanated, illuminating the entire hall. The elder sister then instructed Nair, Little one, place your hand upon the crystal orb. Nair nodded and gently laid her hand upon the orb. The elder sister smiled and said, Now, concentrate on releasing your soul power, and your martial soul should awaken. Nair nodded, and suddenly the blue crystal orb burst forth with a brilliant radiance, its light so immense it rivaled that of the sun, flooding the hall with its brilliance. Simultaneously, a white glow enveloped Nair's form, and her aura began to transform. From the top of her head, a resplendent star emanated, shimmering with a kaleidoscope of colors, growing larger by the moment. As the star expanded, Nair's presence intensified, culminating in her suddenly opening her eyes, which shone with an extraordinary brilliance. Witnessing this spectacle, the elder sister's eyes widened in astonishment. Goodness, what kind of martial soul is this, capable of unleashing such formidable power? At that moment, a silver spear materialized before Nair. Qianyu gazed upon the silver spear, which must be the sacred weapon of the Silver Dragon King, the Silver Dragon Spear. Qianyu gazed at Nair's martial soul, recalling that the Silver Dragon Spear should not be her martial soul. Nair's true essence was the Silver Dragon King. However, the emergence of the Silver Dragon Spear indicated a significant point. In the world of Douluo Continent, even sacred artifacts and items could manifest as martial souls. Nair floated unexpectedly in the air, and a silver mark appeared on her forehead. Boom, boom, boom. A radiant silver light emanated from Nair, and soon the Silver Dragon Spear began to dance around her, circling gracefully. In that moment, the elder sister's eyes were filled with astonishment. What kind of martial soul is this? Could it be the Silver Spear? The elder sister was utterly shocked, her exclamations echoing throughout the Grand Hall. The other elders emerged, equally astonished as they beheld Nar and her awakened martial soul. My goodness, this little girl possesses innate full soul power. How can her awakened martial soul be so terrifying? The crowd gasped in awe at the sight of the spinning silver dragon spear suspended in the air. The elders began to exclaim in unison, staring at Nar in disbelief. My heavens, what a prodigy! This little girl is undoubtedly a natural-born soul master. Indeed, such a martial soul is virtually unheard of. A phenomenon rarely witnessed even once in a millennium. The elders marveled in admiration. At that moment, the silver light gradually faded, and Nar returned to her normal state. The elder sister, filled with excitement, looked at Nar and asked, What is your name, little one? Nar sincerely replied, My name is Nar. Nar, you are a true genius. The elder sister exclaimed, By the way, Nar, have you enrolled in the Martial Soul Hall Academy? If not, the elders here at the Awakening Hall can assist you with your admission. The elder sister spoke with enthusiasm. At this point, Qianyu produced 2 student identification cards and said, Sister, we have already received permission to study at the Martial Soul Hall. The elder sister accepted Qianyu's student card, which bore the inscription, Qianyu. Possessing the martial soul of the healing divine tree is a level 12 soul master. Nar, on the other hand, has an unspecified martial soul and an unrecorded soul power. The blanks in her information must be filled in by the Awakening Hall and duly stamped. As Qianyu's martial soul was created by Douluo, it has already undergone the necessary certification. Furthermore, the healing divine tree is likely a name bestowed by Qianyu's grandfather, Douluo. However, Qianyu's martial soul encompasses far more than mere healing abilities. Notably, Douluo has chosen not to reveal Qianyu's angel martial soul, which had long been certified. Little one, I didn't realize that at such a tender age, you have already become a soul master, remarked the elder sister as she gazed at Qianyu. Qianyu smiled and said, I am merely fortunate. The older sister looked at Qianyu and inquired, Your martial soul is the healing divine tree. You must be a support soul master, correct? Qianyu nodded. In truth, he had utilized this healing divine tree not only to restore Nar's magical energy, but also for his own benefit. He had wielded this martial soul to vanquish numerous soul beasts, as well as many individuals. The elder sister gazed at Qianyu and Nar and said, Follow me, and I shall assist you with the authentication. Swiftly, Nar's martial soul was authenticated, and a seal from the Martial Soul Hall was affixed. The student identification card displayed, Nar, martial soul, silver spear, innate, full soul power. Acquiring the student card signified that Qianyu and Nar could proceed with their school enrollment. Subsequently, Qianyu expressed his gratitude, saying, Thank you, elder sister. The elder sister smiled gently and encouraged, Do your best and excel in school. Although the elders were astonished, they harbored no doubts. After all, it was merely the awakening of a silver spear. They were unaware of the existence of the Silver Dragon King and did not recognize the Silver Dragon Spear. Hence, it did not stir significant commotion. In their eyes, Nar was simply a remarkably gifted prodigy. Within the academy, numerous edifices towered towards the heavens. Most notably, the broad streets extended for several dozen miles, flanked by a myriad of diverse shops. This academy resembled a city in its grandeur. Although Qianyu had never visited the Nodding Academy she was originally meant to attend, the Wuhuan Temple's primary Soul Master Academy was undoubtedly as expansive as their several dozen sacred soul villages. Truly, the grandeur of the Wuhuan Temple's institution was remarkable. At this moment, upon arriving at the entrance of the academy with Nar, a guard halted their progress. Qianyu cast a serene glance at the guard and presented her student identification, saying, We are here to report. Chapter 18. The Commencement of Training. At that moment, the guard looked at Qianyu and inquired, Did your family not accompany you here? Qianyu nodded and remarked, They are quite occupied. Immediately, the guard responded, Please present your martial soul certificates. Without hesitation, Qianyu produced 2 student identification cards and handed them to the guard. Upon inspection, the guard was taken aback to find that they even possessed student IDs. This indicated that their family had long since made arrangements with the school. The guard promptly nodded and said, Very well, please proceed inside. Qianyu led Nar into the Junior Soul Master Academy of the Spirit Hall, where numerous buildings stood in a staggered arrangement. Majestic halls towered over the land of this spirit city. Qianyu arrived at the Academic Affairs Office accompanied by Nar. Upon seeing the student ID that Qianyu presented, the teachers at the office promptly assigned classes for both Qianyu and Nar. They were both placed in the prestigious first class. At that moment, a female teacher approached Qianyu and Nar. The staff at the Academic Affairs Office smiled and said, This is your homeroom teacher, Ms. Zhou Ling." Qianyu and Na both nodded in agreement. Zhou Ling glanced at their student identification cards and remarked, "One is a healing divine tree, an auxiliary spirit master. The other wields a silver spear, a formidable attack spirit master. Quite impressive." She continued, addressing the two from this day forth. "You shall be new students in Class 1 of the Spirit Hall. Follow me." Zhou Ling led Qianyu and Na to Class 1. As the academic year had commenced some time ago, they could only join as transfer students within the Spirit Hall. Upon entering the classroom, they found it already filled with children. Class 1 was an elite class, comprised mostly of the most gifted students from Spirit City. The moment Qianyu and Na stepped inside, countless gazes fixated upon them. Zhou Ling promptly announced, "These two are our newly transferred students. I trust you will all get along well." After her words, she departed. Barely had she left when a tall, robust boy approached Qianyu and Na. With a strong physique, he scrutinized Na and declared, "This little sister is truly delightful. From today onward, you shall be my attendant, seated beside me." As he reached for Na's hand, Qianyu instinctively grasped Na, drawing her closer to him. In an instant, Na evaded the boy's advance. At that moment, the boy's expression turned furious as he glared at Qianyu. "What do you think you're doing? Are you seeking death? Do you know who I am?" The atmosphere grew tense as the crowd furrowed their brows. Another boy stepped forward, addressing Qianyu. "Kid, you'd best not provoke Taigu. He is the leader of our class. Indeed, in this class, it's Taigu who calls the shots. Are you looking for trouble by challenging him?" In the center of the classroom, Wang Tai wore a grim expression, coldly regarding Qianyu. "How do you wish to perish?" He was not only the leader of Class 1, but also the top student among the new cohort. In this assembly of newcomers, his presence commanded respect. Typically, everyone addressed him with deference. Yet now, someone dared to defy him? Wang Tai seethed with indignation. Qianyu regarded Wang Tai with a frigid demeanor, stating, "I have come to learn, not to engage in conflict with you." The young man retorted, "What are you pretending for?" In response, Brother Tai cast a chilling glance at Qianyu and remarked, "As a newcomer, it seems I have a duty to teach you a proper lesson." Enraged, Wang Tai unleashed a colossal fist towards Qianyu. Qianyu gently slid his right foot back half a step, and in the next moment, he crossed his arms and forcefully thrust forward. Bang! Wang Tai was instantly propelled 3 to 4 meters away. The onlookers were momentarily stunned. This fellow is remarkably fierce. Before Wang Tai could rise, Qianyu suddenly leaped, appearing directly in front of him, and in the next instant, he lifted Wang Tai and slammed him down onto the ground. A thunderous crash reverberated, shocking the entire class. At that moment, everyone gazed at Qianyu in terror, their eyes wide with astonishment. This individual is extraordinarily brutal and violent. Capable of sending someone flying with a single punch? Wang Tai lay on the ground, writhing in agony. He felt as though his bones were shattering, leaving him trembling in pain. "Why aren't you all coming at me?" Wang Tai bellowed. Immediately, his subordinates charged toward Qianyu. Since you brought this upon yourselves, do not blame me." As he spoke, Qianyu struck once more. A resounding boom erupted, and soon after, Wang Tai's followers were sent flying as well. Within the classroom, desks and chairs were all tossed aside, and the lackeys tumbled about in disarray. "If you dare provoke us again, you shall face death." In Qianyu's eyes, a chilling expression suddenly emerged. As they gazed into Qianyu's eyes, everyone was momentarily entranced, rendered speechless. They were all struck dumb with fear, for they clearly discerned the piercing intent to kill reflected in Qianyu's gaze. At that moment, a collective gasp escaped their lips, their eyes brimming with trepidation. This sensation instilled a profound sense of dread within them. Qianyu's gaze swept over each of them. "Get lost. Get lost." Upon hearing Qianyu's reprimand, the crowd hurriedly huddled together. Wang Tai immediately added, "Qianyu, from this day forth, you are the leader of our class." The brief interlude quickly passed. On the first day of school, Qianyu learned some knowledge about the Spirit Hall and the Douluo Continent. Soon after, Qianyu returned to his small courtyard. At that moment, Dalu was smiling warmly as he looked at Qianyu. "Little you, starting today, your grandfather will personally train you. You can get ready." Qianyu nodded. Dalu commenced a rigorous physical training regimen for Qianyu. Dalu ascended a mountain, accompanied by Qianyu, where a magnificent waterfall cascaded down with great force. At that moment, Dalu addressed Qianyu. "Little you, let us commence our training." Qianyu nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Dalu instructed Qianyu to position himself beneath the waterfall, bracing against its relentless impact. The thunderous roar of the water, akin to an immense torrent, drenched Qianyu's garments completely. The overwhelming force of the waterfall propelled Qianyu into the depths of the water. Yet, he did not succumb to despair. He resolutely returned beneath the waterfall to endure its onslaught once more. Time and again, he was swept away by the cascading waters, only to rise again, exhibiting unwavering perseverance. With such determination, do you truly believe you can conquer Tang Hao? Perhaps it would be wiser to entrust everything to me. Allow me to avenge all your grievances. Douluo remarked, observing Qianyu with a calm demeanor. Upon hearing these words, a chilling expression crossed Qianyu's face as he stepped forward. Once again confronting the powerful torrent of the waterfall, Qianyu felt the flow of water, gritting her teeth in determination, coldly declaring, "I will succeed. I must defeat Tang Hao." Chapter 19. The Dark Six-Winged Angel. Thus, Qianyu commenced her life at the academy. Each day was spent attending classes, and after lessons concluded, Qianyu would return to her small courtyard. Every path of 1,000 flows awaits its own in the tranquility of its own courtyard. Douluo accompanied Qianyu to the waterfall, continuing their cultivation. By the following day, Qianyu was barely able to endure for 10 minutes. On the third day, he managed to sustain his practice for 15 minutes. During the day, Qianyu attended classes at the Spirit Soul Academy, and in the evening, he would retreat to the back mountain for training. As night fell, upon his return, he would always find a charming silver-haired little girl waiting for him at the entrance. The moment she spotted Qianyu, she would dash over and embrace him, exclaiming, "Qianyu, brother." Each time he beheld this silver-haired girl, his heart was inexplicably healed. "Nar," Qianyu called out. The silver-haired girl was named Nar, and she was exceptionally beautiful, her delicate face adorned with a sweet smile. "Qianyu, brother, dinner is ready." Qianyu replied, taking Nar's small hand as they made their way to the dining room. On the table lay several exquisite dishes. Witnessing this scene, Nar joyfully picked up her chopsticks and began to eat. "Qianyu, brother, you should eat more." Qianyu nodded, gazing at the innocent Nar before him. Qianyu let out a soft sigh. Alas, Qianyu shook his head and picked up the bowl and chopsticks. Despite having endured numerous experiences, he found it difficult to refuse this innocent and kind-hearted girl. After finishing the meal, Qianyu began to tidy up the dishes. However, Nar stopped him, saying, "Brother Qianyu, you should go rest. I'll take care of this." Upon hearing her words, Qianyu did not hesitate and simply walked out of the kitchen. Days passed by. Within the cascade, Qianyu has now grown capable of enduring the relentless force for 2 hours. In the blink of an eye, 2 months have elapsed. At last, has the moment of triumph arrived? On this day, Qianyu exhaled a sigh of relief, a hint of exhilaration gracing his lips. The arduous practice of these days has finally borne fruit. He can now withstand the impact beneath the waterfall for an impressive 5 hours. Consequently, Douluo has devised the second phase of training for Qianyu, which focuses on enhancing his agility and speed. The method for speed training is straightforward. Douluo will launch an attack while Qianyu must evade. Douluo relentlessly assaulted Qianyu, conjuring several small golden swords with his soul energy that swiftly darted towards Qianyu. Although the assault from these golden blades was not particularly potent, being struck by them would undoubtedly inflict considerable pain. Clink, clink, clink. Qianyu continuously evaded while deftly knocking down the incoming golden daggers. Suddenly, before Qianyu, hundreds of golden blades materialized out of nowhere. Qianyu's expression shifted dramatically. He wished to evade, yet it was far too late. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, hundreds of golden blades pierced his body. At that moment, Qianyu was overwhelmed by a surge of excruciating pain. Qianyu let out a piercing scream as her body collided violently with the wall beside her. "How excruciating!" Qianyu shouted. Douluo smiled and inquired, "So, are you ready to give up?" Qianyu's gaze turned icy as he looked at Douluo and declared, "The word give up has never existed in my vocabulary." With that, Qianyu stood up once more and resumed his training. Douluo relentlessly assailed Qianyu with a flurry of small blades, yet Qianyu deftly evaded the strikes. Enduring blow after blow, time and again, he rose to his feet, only to be wounded anew. However, Qianyu possessed a unique soul of martial prowess, allowing him to withstand the injuries. Qianyu is also capable of swift recovery. Thus, day by day, the training continues. Qianyu gradually acclimated to the terrifyingly formidable assaults of Douluo. As the onslaught of Douluo continued, Qianyu gradually began to evade the attacks. Although it remained an arduous task, it was considerably less strenuous than before. Qianyu's soul power has also reached level 20. The 12th level on Qianyu's student ID was merely a ruse concocted by Douluo to mislead others. Qianyu awakened an angelic martial soul, and with the absorption of a 10,000-year first soul ring, his soul power had long since overflowed. However, without adding any soul rings, Qianyu's soul power could not increase. He looked at Qianyu and said, "Little you, I am prepared to take you to hunt for your second soul ring." "All right." Qianyu agreed. Subsequently, Douluo gazed at Qianyu and continued, "Nar possesses innate full soul power, thus she is capable of attaching soul rings, is she not?" Qianyu felt a pang of fear, for he was aware that Nar was the Silver Dragon King. The Silver Dragon King was a soul beast, inherently devoid of the need for additional soul rings. If he were to take Nar to hunt for soul rings, it would undoubtedly expose her true identity. It seemed that he would have to adapt to the circumstances when the time came. With that, Qianyu nodded in agreement. Douluo smiled and said, "Very well. Prepare yourself for tomorrow. We shall venture into the starry forest." As night fell, it marked the most arduous time for Qianyu. Each night, without fail, Qianyu found himself ensnared in a peculiar dream. Tonight would be no exception. Qianyu once again found herself in the unfathomable depths of hell, enveloped in an abyss of darkness. In this terrifying realm, the echoes of endless howls reverberated around her, the chilling sounds emanating from the shadows. It was a place reminiscent of hell itself, steeped in horror and instilling an overwhelming sense of dread. Qianyu gradually closed her eyes, and the scene in her mind reemerged once more. Qianyu opened her eyes. Before her stood a colossal skeleton, towering at 8 meters in height, with 4 golden swords embedded in its back. Wisps of golden mist rose from the blades, creating an ethereal atmosphere. Everything seemed to mirror the scene that unfolded in Qianyu's mind. The skeleton emitted a terrifying roar and began to stride towards her. Qianyu gazed at the approaching skeleton, his countenance darkening. The oppressive aura emanating from the skeletal figure was overwhelmingly potent, instilling a sense of dread and suffocation within him. With a thunderous crash, the skeleton swung its enormous bony claw. At that moment, 6 wings unfurled from Qianyu's back, revealing the celestial form of the 6-winged angel martial spirit. Upon witnessing Qianyu's martial spirit, the colossal skeleton seemed to confront an abyss of terror, its massive claw halting abruptly, its form frozen in place. Qianyu gazed upon the skeleton, refraining from any reckless movements. The skeleton, in turn, regarded Qianyu's martial soul with a quiver of trepidation. It was engulfed in fear. The colossal skeleton looked at Qianyu with profound dread, and suddenly, its form began to fracture. With a resounding bang, its body was instantaneously transformed into an endless cloud of ashes, dissipating into the ether. It appeared that this creature was indeed terrified of the 6-winged angel martial soul. Qianyu murmured. The immense skeleton was, without a doubt, haunted by the 6-winged angel martial soul. This fear stemmed from a deep-seated tremor within its very soul, a terror rooted in its bloodline. However, what Qianyu remained oblivious to was the fact that the base of his 6-winged angel martial soul had grown increasingly darker, with the area of darkness expanding evermore. Chapter 20. The Hunt for Soul Beasts. Stardew Forest. Douluo, accompanied by Qianyu and Nar, arrived in the heart of the largest forest on the Douluo Continent. Upon entering the forest, they were greeted by the towering trees that stood majestically before them. Each dense tree loomed in Qianyu's sight, and the entire woodland exuded an air of enigmatic allure. Douluo gestured towards the forest before him and said, "Within this forest reside a myriad of ferocious beasts, each possessing formidable strength and posing significant dangers. However, the outskirts of the starry forest are inhabited by only low-ranking soul beasts. To hone your abilities, practical combat is of utmost importance. Therefore, on the periphery, unless you are confronted with a life-threatening crisis, I shall not intervene." Douluo gazed at Qianyu, his smile benevolent. However, rather than being simply kind-hearted, it bore a hint of cunning. Qianyu nodded in understanding. "Very well, take your time to train," he said. "Remember, no matter what happens, you must survive." With that, Douluo followed closely behind Qianyu. Qianyu ventured into the vast and enigmatic starry forest with Nar by his side. The towering trees loomed overhead, casting a formidable shadow that instilled a sense of awe and trepidation. Qianyu had traversed this forest before, having encountered Nar amidst its depths following an injury. Yet, he was unaware of its true nature. The starry forest, it seemed, held an even greater terror than that previous place. As Qianyu walked, a sudden chill enveloped him, a palpable trepidation towards the unknown. He swiftly concealed himself behind an ancient tree. From this refuge, Qianyu beheld two extraordinarily fierce leopards. Their bodies were a deep, ghostly green, and they moved with an agility that made them appear almost spectral as they sprinted. Is this truly the leopard of the forest? It is indeed terrifying. Qianyu inhaled sharply, subsequently concealing himself once more behind the ancient tree. He distinctly recalled the sound of the leopard's tail whipping through the air, and he was resolutely determined to avoid being struck by it. What filled him with even greater trepidation was the remarkable speed of this feline predator. The soul beasts in this realm were exceedingly formidable. With a resounding howl, a colossal wolf came hurtling from the distance. This giant wolf measured an impressive 3 meters in length, its body adorned with azure scales that exuded a sharp and intimidating aura. It was the Qinglin wolf. Upon sighting this behemoth, Qianyu felt a surge of astonishment. He was well aware of the Qinglin wolf's prowess. It was said that this wolf possessed unparalleled strength, particularly its razor-sharp fangs and lethal teeth, which were truly deadly. Accompanying the Qinglin wolf were several enormous pythons, their tongues flickering menacingly. The Qinglin wolf navigated through the forest, shielded by these serpentine guardians. Suddenly, the Qinglin wolf raised its head, emitting 2 puffs of hot breath from its nostrils, its eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty crimson. Shortly thereafter, the Qinglin wolf turned and sped away in another direction. Qianyu did not depart. Instead, he concealed himself in the shadows, observing the Qinglin wolf intently. Qianyu stood firmly behind Nar, patiently awaiting the departure of the azure scale wolf. Suddenly, a sharp sound pierced the air, the unmistakable noise of the wolf leaping. In an astonishing display, the azure scale wolf performed a roll mid-air before landing deftly in Qianyu's vicinity. Upon touching the ground, the wolf fixed its piercing gaze upon Qianyu, a glint of cold menace flickering in its eyes. "Curse be it!" Qianyu muttered in anger, swiftly retreating. Yet, despite his quick reflexes, he was a fraction too late. The azure scale wolf lunged forward, its razor-sharp claws aimed menacingly at Qianyu's throat. Qianyu's expression darkened as he stomped his right foot, propelling his entire body into the air. The azure-scaled wolf missed its strike and pursued him once more. Whoosh! The sharp claws came rushing towards him again. Qianyu unleashed her seed spirit, and in an instant, countless sharp vines, adorned with their piercing external spirit bones, surged forth. In a heartbeat, these myriad sharp tendrils penetrated the body of a Qinglin wolf with astonishing swiftness. Qianyu's strike was precise and lethal, and the azure-scaled wolf succumbed to its fate. A purple soul ring materialized before Qianyu's eyes. However, he showed no interest in this purple soul ring. Since his body could withstand the strain, he aimed to eliminate soul rings that were over 10,000 years old. Although Qianyu was currently unable to defeat a 10,000-year soul beast, with Qiandao flowing in, he merely waited for the opportune moment to deliver the final blow. Qianyu approached and sliced a generous chunk of meat from the body of the azure-scaled wolf. "Oh, Qianyu, what are you doing?" Qiandao followed closely behind, utterly perplexed. Qianyu then remarked, "We have no idea how long it will take to find a suitable soul beast in this forest, so let us prepare some meat for roasting later." "Yay, that sounds wonderful. Nar loves meat the most." Nar exclaimed joyfully, for she was the Silver Dragon King. In this world, what dragon does not indulge in meat? Especially a Dragon King? With that, Qianyu took Nar by the hand, and they continued their journey deeper into the Stardow forest. Towering trees, some reaching heights of 100 feet, ancient trunks, and even steep cliffs surrounded them. At this moment, fierce battles erupted in various corners of this realm, filled with an intense atmosphere of slaughter and frenzy. This forest epitomized the survival of the fittest, a world where the strong reigned supreme. Suddenly, a resounding roar of a tiger echoed through the air. Before Qianyu and Nao appeared a massive tiger, its golden fur gleaming, and its emerald eyes radiating a chilling aura. This creature was truly colossal, standing 3 meters tall and 1 meter wide, its body adorned with thick, luxurious fur. Its eyes sparkled with a cold, piercing gaze. The tiger bared its fangs and let out a fearsome roar, as if perceiving Qianyu and Nar as its next meal. With a thunderous growl, the fearsome beast charged toward them, its terrifying presence suggesting it had cultivated its power over several millennia. Qianyu showed no signs of retreat. Instead, a magnificent tree sprouted from his right hand. The colossal tree descended fiercely upon the tiger, while Qianyu swiftly withdrew. With a thunderous crash, the tree sent the tiger soaring through the air. The creature howled in anguish as it was flung away, yet it persisted in its charge, lunging towards Qianyu and Nar with its fangs bared. "Ha! How dare such a mere beast provoke me? It is nothing short of seeking its own demise." With a furious snort, Qianyu's body was soon enveloped by a myriad of slender vines. These vines swiftly transformed into numerous sharp blades, ruthlessly piercing towards the tiger. In an instant, the vines pierced through the tiger, leaving it drenched in blood. With a heart-wrenching cry, the tiger writhed on the ground in agony. Another violet soul ring emerged. Qianyu was about to step forward to cut down the tiger's flesh when, suddenly, a wave of terrifying aura surged towards him. Before Qianyu, a massive vine-like appendage shot forth in an instant, sweeping away the tiger's meat and dragging it away. Qianyu was taken aback, for he discerned that it was a vine. This implied that the opponent, much like himself, could potentially be a plant-type soul beast or even a plant-type soul master. Regardless of the nature of the adversary, he would not permit anyone to seize his prey. With a sudden steely gaze, Qianyu pursued relentlessly. Nar promptly followed in his wake, and Douluo trailed behind them. Chapter 21. The 50,000-year soul beast, the demon vine tree. Qianyu pursued swiftly, only to witness the vine-like tendrils dragging the prey she had hunted deep into the forest. The tendrils moved with remarkable speed, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Without hesitation, Qianyu swiftly pursued, even though the quarry held little significance to him. However, this vine-like entity was undoubtedly well suited to his martial spirit. As Qianyu drew near, he was taken aback. Before him stood an immense ancient tree, towering majestically. Atop the tree, akin to dandelions, bloomed countless delicate flowers, fluffy and exquisitely beautiful. Surrounding the area were dandelions of various sizes, gracefully dancing through the sky, their seeds drifting everywhere. The colossal tree was adorned with countless vines. Beneath its roots lay a grim tableau of bones, both animal and human, scattered across the ground. Moreover, the branches of the great tree were pierced by numerous desiccated corpses, some belonging to spirit beasts, others to humans, having withered away upon the tree. Qianyu gazed in astonishment at the towering tree, only to witness a vine piercing through the tiger he had just slain. It appeared as though the vine was capable of absorbing the very essence of the tiger, relentlessly drawing forth its vital nutrients. In an instant, the once mighty beast lay transformed into a mere desiccated corpse, drained of life by the colossal tree. Qianyu gazed in astonishment at the magnificent tree before her. At that moment, she heard a voice emanating from behind. The voice exclaimed, "Xiaoyu, be cautious. This is the legendary magic poo-poo tree, which has existed for 50,000 years." As soon as Douluo's voice fell, the tendrils of the demon vine tree shot towards Qianyu with alarming speed. Witnessing this scene, Qianyu furrowed his brows slightly, then swiftly shifted his form, evading the oncoming tendrils with agility. As Qianyu came to a halt, he glanced down and was met with an abundance of twisting vines encircling him. These tendrils incessantly slithered towards Qianyu, evidently ensnaring him due to his momentary lapse in reaction. "Curse it!" Qianyu uttered a curse, and immediately, countless vines sprouted from her right hand. A massive black soul ring gradually attached itself to Qianyu's form. The first soul skill, all-encompassing nature. With a resounding cry, Qianyu summoned forth the vines. Upon those myriad tendrils, the external spirit bone shifted unpredictably, transforming into elongated blades bound to the vines. Qianyu deftly maneuvered her vines, slicing through the tendrils of the enchanted vine tree. With a series of swift cuts, the vines fell, severed by Qianyu's precision, and she gracefully descended to the ground. Qianyu extended his hand, and a tendril from his vine gracefully rested upon it. The external spirit bone detached, transforming into a spinal warblade, now firmly grasped in Qianyu's hand. Due to Qianyu's boundless essence, even his external spirit bone was capable of reflecting this infinite nature, allowing it to change freely at will. The external soul bone of Qianyu can be affixed to Qianyu's vines, thereby augmenting its attack power. Naturally, it can also serve independently as a weapon for Qianyu's use. Qianyu wielded a bone knife and charged towards the immense demon poo-poo tree. In an instant, he recognized that this very tree was the soul beast he required for his second soul ring. Qianyu surged forward, as the tendrils of the demon vine relentlessly shot toward him. However, to his astonishment, numerous vines suddenly materialized beside him, shielding him from the encroaching tendrils. Seizing the opportunity, Qianyu pressed on with his advance. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Qianyu wielded his war blade with fervor, striking wildly as he severed every vine that dared to approach him. The bone knife in his grasp gleamed ever more brilliantly. The vines, moving with astonishing swiftness, relentlessly lunged towards Qianyu, seeking to assail him. Had it not been for the recent training in speed and agility with Douluo, Qianyu would likely have been pierced by these vines long ago. Nevertheless, even with such preparation, the formidable Wuyuan-year-old demon cattail tree still managed to inflict injuries upon Qianyu. Qianyu was battered and bruised, yet his resolve remained unshaken as he approached the ominous magic poo tree. Just as he neared the tree, a flurry of dandelion seeds suddenly surged towards him from above. Unbeknownst to Qianyu, his focus was solely on the terrifying tendrils surrounding him. As the seeds drew closer, an unexpected transformation occurred. In Qianyu's gaze, the dandelion seeds erupted, unleashing a torrent of flames. The resounding explosions echoed around him as the seeds detonated, engulfing Qianyu in a blaze of fire. Qianyu. At that moment, Douluo was startled, soaring into the air in a desperate attempt to rescue Qianyu. Nar, too, cried out in alarm. Be careful, brother Qianyu. As the flames began to dissipate, it became apparent that Qianyu was enveloped by 6 magnificent wings, which had unfurled to shield him from the catastrophic explosion. Without their protective embrace, he would have undoubtedly been reduced to mere ashes. Douluo gazed at Qianyu, whose 6 magnificent wings unfurled. Those wings enveloped Qianyu like a cloak, shrouding her within their embrace. At this moment, Qianyu's face was extraordinarily pale, beads of sweat glistened on her forehead, and she was panting heavily. The majority of Qianyu's wings remain golden, yet at the base of those wings, a deepening darkness begins to spread. This blackness seems to possess a contagious quality, expanding its reach evermore. Douluo felt a twinge of concern as he observed Qianyu's angelic martial soul. It was undeniable that Qianyu's lineage was undoubtedly of the angel bloodline. However, the wings behind Qianyu had darkened, a phenomenon that was not documented even in the ancient texts passed down through the Qian family. This could perhaps only be interpreted as a mutation. Nevertheless, Douluo chose not to dwell on it. For now, what mattered most was to vanquish the soul beast. Douluo gazed at Qianyu Dao and inquired, Little you, are you still capable of fighting? Qianyu nodded slightly. Douluo immediately replied, If I were to slay this soul beast, its soul ring may lack the affinity required for you to absorb it effectively. Therefore, I shall inflict severe wounds upon it. And you must seize the opportunity to deliver the finishing blow. Qianyu gripped the bone knife in his hand and nodded. Very well. Immediately, Douluo gazed at the ancient 50,000-year-old demon poo-poo tree before him and coldly proclaimed, Bold creature, daring to harm my grandson. You shall become the soul ring of my descendant. As he spoke, Douluo gently pointed towards the venerable tree, and in an instant, a blinding beam of golden light erupted forth. The golden radiance swiftly transformed into a laser, piercing through the heart of the demon poo-poo tree. With a thunderous roar, the ancient tree was instantly penetrated, leaving a colossal hole in its trunk. The demon poo-poo tree let out a mournful wail in response. Upon witnessing this scene, Qianyu was taken aback. This was the power of Douluo, truly deserving of the title of Limit Douluo. With merely a gentle strike, he had effortlessly vanquished the 50,000-year-old demon poo tree. Qianyu, take action. Douluo promptly issued a reminder. At that moment, Qianyu extended his right hand towards the magical vine tree, and in an instant, a tendril swiftly ensnared the tree. The vine contracted immediately, resembling Spider-Man's web. And in a heartbeat, it drew Qianyu before the magical vine tree. Qianyu gripped the bone knife tightly in one hand, striking fiercely against the demon poo tree. A brilliant explosion of light erupted as Qianyu roared, Die. With a resounding crash, the demon poo tree was cleaved in two by Qianyu's might. Crack. The tree collapsed with a thunderous sound. Chapter 22, Absorbing the Soul Ring, The Pressure of the Dragon's Roar. With the demon poo tree utterly vanquished, a black soul ring manifested before Qianyu. This was a soul beast of 50,000 years, radiating a dark and ominous glow. However, Qianyu was also severely wounded, his body stained with blood. Brother Qianyu, Nar, clearly distressed, rushed to his side. Brother Qianyu, are you all right? She asked anxiously. Qianyu nodded slightly and reassured, Rest assured, Nar, I am perfectly fine. Immediately, Qianyu's seed soul transformed into a healing divine tree, which radiated beams of light, commencing the process of healing the wounds upon Qianyu's body. It is worth noting that this was a 50,000-year spirit ring. Qianyu needed to be in optimal condition to absorb it. Douluo gazed at Qianyu and smiled. Are you certain you wish to absorb this 50,000-year soul ring? Although you possess that healing divine tree, do you not think it might be a tad excessive to absorb a 50,000-year soul ring as your second? Qianyu's gaze was resolute as he fixed his eyes upon the soul ring before him, declaring earnestly, Indeed, I shall absorb it. Tang Hao was no ordinary individual. If I do not absorb a more formidable soul ring, how could I possibly grow stronger and surpass him? Qianyu asserted with unwavering conviction. Very well, came the response. Since your determination is so steadfast, I shall not hinder you. Absorb it, and I will guard you on your path. Douluo gazed upon Qianyu Dao. Qianyu nodded and then began to sit cross-legged before the soul ring. Soon, Qianyu's hand gently made contact with the soul ring, and he felt it gradually penetrate into his body. A sudden, agonizing cry erupted from Qianyu, as the pain felt as though it were tearing apart his very soul. Qianyu instantly felt a tearing pain, as the energy from the soul ring relentlessly ravaged his body. A mere fragment of that energy, if contained within an ordinary person's physique, would have resulted in an instantaneous explosion. Qianyu gritted her teeth, enduring the torment inflicted upon her by the soul ring. Qianyu endured the agony coursing through her body and gradually closed her eyes. Qianyu unleashed the seed spirit, which instantly transformed into a magnificent healing divine tree. The tree radiated a luminous green light, and strands of emerald brilliance emanated from its leaves, flowing into Qianyu's body. This verdant glow merged with the energy within Qianyu, nourishing it and causing it to swell with vitality. Gradually, the energy intertwined with the emerald radiance, giving rise to two distinct forms of power. The verdant light represented the healing essence of the wood element. In an instant, this healing light morphed into a small dragon, swirling around Qianyu's dantian before settling above it. At that moment, the terrifying power of the soul ring began to relentlessly ravage Qianyu's body, while the emerald light continuously repaired the damage, ensuring Qianyu's safety. Nevertheless, Qianyu still had to endure excruciating pain, with beads of sweat cascading down his forehead. Qianyu endured the agonizing torment with remarkable fortitude, even perceiving the chilling sound of his own bones fracturing. Nevertheless, he refrained from uttering a cry. The terrifying black energy of the 50,000-year soul ring relentlessly tore through Qianyu's body. The skeletal structure and sinews of Qianyu began to fracture inch by inch. Moreover, due to the terrifying black energy, it had infiltrated every corner of Qianyu's being. Qianyu felt each breath accompanied by a sharp pain, a torment that nearly caused her to lose consciousness. Nevertheless, she persevered, biting her lip in determination. Each time her body was torn apart, the healing divine tree beside her would tirelessly mend her wounds. Tear, heal, tear, heal. This relentless cycle allowed Qianyu's body to continuously restore itself. Yet, the dark energy within the soul ring relentlessly eroded her essence. Gradually, Qianyu's consciousness began to blur, as if she were on the verge of succumbing to slumber. Qianyu, brother. Qianyu, brother. Nara gazed at her anxiously, fearing that this might be an illusion, terrified that in the next moment, Qianyu might perish. At this moment, Qian Douluo furrowed his brow and said, "Little girl, do not panic. Observe closely. He is on the verge of a breakthrough." Upon hearing Qian Douluo's words, Nara immediately began to scrutinize Qianyu intently. At that moment, the verdant light surrounding Qianyu grew increasingly vibrant. Upon witnessing this, Qian Douluo's face radiated a smile of profound satisfaction. They all understood that as long as Qianyu persevered, she would be able to absorb the soul ring that had existed for 50 millennia. In the Stardow Great Forest, within a pitch-black grand hall, a beautiful maiden sat upon the throne. Her eyes were firmly closed, and her flowing silver hair cascaded over her shoulders. Her skin, as pure as mutton fat jade, glistened with a luminescence that seemed capable of yielding droplets of water. The exquisite features of her visage exuded an air of boundless authority, as if she were an empress of an era. A colossal black dragon gazed upon the maiden seated on the throne. At that moment, it was prostrated, humbly paying homage to her. Subsequently, the dragon addressed the enchanting maiden, saying, "My sovereign is on the verge of awakening. Yet she has chosen to separate a fragment of her human emotions, plunging herself into a deeper slumber. I wonder how much longer she intends to remain in this state." Then, the black dragon appeared to sense a faint presence. This aura was. Could it be the emotional incarnation of my master? If I could retrieve my master's emotional incarnation, perhaps she would awaken sooner than expected. The black dragon murmured, casting its gaze towards a direction within the Stardow Great Forest. At that moment, an overwhelming aura enveloped Qianyu. The energy of the black soul ring surged violently, relentlessly battering against her corporeal form. Qianyu gritted her teeth, harnessing the healing power of her seed martial soul. Subsequently, she opened her blood-red eyes, gazing upon her corporeal form. The dark energy was ruthlessly assailing her body, relentlessly draining the vitality that resided within. Qianyu felt the fleeting vitality within him, his eyes gradually narrowing. He was acutely aware that without the healing divine tree, his corporeal form could only endure for a short while longer before it would be utterly annihilated. Nevertheless, the verdant radiance emanating from the healing divine tree continued to flow relentlessly, bestowing its restorative light upon him and aiding in the mending of his injuries. At that moment, Not far away, a tremendous roar suddenly erupted. A terrifying aura of pressure instantaneously enveloped the surroundings. The roar resonated as if the entire starry forest trembled in response. This overwhelming force compelled all the soul beasts within the starry forest to submit as they knelt in reverence. Even Qianyu, feeling the weight of that pressure, experienced a moment of trepidation. Qianyu furrowed his brows and murmured, "Could this be the dragon's roar?" Chapter 23. Qianyu versus Tian. Qianyu's gaze turned towards the direction from which the dragon's roar emanated, and then he glanced at Nar, saying, "Little girl, keep an eye on Qianyu while I investigate what is happening." Nar nodded promptly, her attention remaining steadfastly on Qianyu. Qianyu swiftly ascended towards the direction of the dragon's roar. Soon, he encountered the source of the thunderous sound, a colossal black dragon. The magnificent creature soared through the ether, its body adorned with glistening scales. The immense black dragon circled the heavens, its vast wings casting shadows that obscured the sun. While its gargantuan form appeared all the more fearsome, an aura of terror enveloped the realm, causing the very earth to tremble. The powerful fluctuations of energy radiated from the massive dragon as it gazed down upon the soul beasts below, its eyes brimming with a tumultuous mixture of rage and sorrow. With a sudden roar, the black dragon unleashed a tremendous bellow that resonated throughout the Star-Do forest, its voice echoing across the land and sending shivers through the souls of all who heard it. The soul beasts beneath felt the weight of this overwhelming pressure and promptly bowed in reverence. Qianyu gazed in utter astonishment at the colossal black dragon. Having lived for so many years, how could Qianyu be unaware of this black, giant dragon? He had previously heard the legends, which spoke of an immensely large black dragon residing within the starry forest, a dragon that reigned supreme over the woods. It appears that this legend holds truth. The black dragon exudes an aura of terrifying power. Even from a distance, Qianyu can sense that this soul beast's strength is not inferior to his own. Qianyu has resided in this Douluo Continent for many years. Apart from Tangshan and Poseidon from back in the day, he has not felt such an overwhelming pressure in a long time. This black dragon, should he engage in battle with it, would undoubtedly prove to be his most formidable opponent yet. In the face of the black dragon, even Qianyu harbors no confidence in securing victory. At this moment, he is astonished to discover that the black dragon is headed towards the direction of Qianyu. What could it possibly intend to do? Qianyu expressed his astonishment and uncertainty. Qianyu was filled with profound astonishment, and once again, he found himself questioning Qianyu's true identity. Why had Qianyu sought him out? Could it be that Qianyu's peculiar seed martial soul was somehow connected to this? Or were there other underlying reasons? Qianyu instinctively made a judgment and then turned to the colossal dragon, saying, "Xiaoyu is currently absorbing the soul ring. I cannot allow this dragon to disturb him." Without hesitation, Qianyu soared toward the black dragon. In an instant, he stood before the formidable creature. "Human." The black dragon gazed at Qianyu and emitted a roar that reverberated like thunder. The sound shook the entire Star-Do forest, causing towering trees to topple. "Who are you? What do you seek?" Qianyu inquired fearlessly, undeterred by the dragon's immense power. "Human, I sense the presence of that child within you. Surrender the child, and I shall spare your life." Tian, the black dragon, spoke coldly. His desire was, of course, the human emotional embodiment of Guyuna, Nar. However, Qianyu had no doubts about Nar's identity. In his heart, the child in question could only be his grandson, Qianyu. "Indeed, you have come for Xiaoyu." Qianyu gazed at Tian and continued, "Why have you come to seek him?" Tian then let out a cold snort and replied, "Such matters are not for you to know. If you do not surrender him, I shall first take your life before pursuing her." Qianyu sneered. "He is now my grandson. If you wish to seek him, you must first pass through me," Qianyu proclaimed loudly. As he spoke, a terrifying pressure emanated from his body, enveloping the surroundings in an instant. A radiant golden light erupted forth, and 6 golden wings unfurled majestically behind him. One by one, soul rings began to materialize above his form. Black, 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 red. 8 black and 1 red. 9 soul rings manifested upon Qianyu, accentuating his regal stature. Simultaneously, he instilled immense intimidation in Tian. "You are formidable," Tian remarked, his pupils constricting as he beheld the 9 soul rings adorning Qianyu. "You too possess great strength. You are the mightiest spirit beast I have ever encountered." The golden aura surrounding Qianyu surged with intensity. He spoke softly, and as his words fell, his figure flickered and he lunged towards Emperor Tian. Roar! The colossal black dragon let out a thunderous roar, its massive claws sweeping through the air as it struck at Qianyu. Boom! Instantly, a resounding explosion erupted in the sky. Upon collision, the surrounding space shattered in an instant. Staggering back, the black dragon was forced to retreat several hundred meters. Emperor Tian looked on in astonishment at this human before him. He had not anticipated such formidable strength from this individual. Qianyu was abruptly forced back, retreating a full 500 meters before coming to a halt. At this moment, a grave expression adorned his face. The strength of the black dragon was overwhelmingly formidable. Meanwhile, Qianyu continued to absorb the soul ring that had existed for 50 millennia, a look of anguish gradually manifesting upon his features. Veins throbbed on his forehead, his hands gripping the ground tightly as if enduring excruciating pain. Even his body trembled involuntarily, emitting soft whimpers. At this moment, Qianyu trembled incessantly, as if his body could scarcely contain the immense energy surging within him. Bang! A sudden explosion echoed a second later. Hiss! Cracks began to manifest upon Qianyu's form, swiftly spreading in the next moment. Within a mere few breaths, his entire body was ensconced in a web of fissures, densely interwoven. Thud! Ultimately, Qianyu collapsed onto the ground. At this juncture, he was drenched in blood, his skin marred by numerous wounds, revealing even the inner workings of his organs. Just then, the verdant little tree emitted a divine radiance once more. This sacred light continuously healed, transforming into an endless stream of green luminescence that surged into Qianyu's being. Qianyu sat upon the ground, breathing heavily, as a rich aroma of medicinal herbs enveloped him. Waves of green liquid seeped from his body, while the 5,000-year soul ring pulsated with formidable energy, continuously merging into Qianyu's being. This infusion rendered his inner strength increasingly formidable, simultaneously enhancing his physique. The aura surrounding Qianyu gradually ascended, and within the span of a mere incense stick, a brilliant green radiance emanated from his being. Success in absorption had finally been achieved. At this moment, Qianyu's presence surged dramatically, escalating from level 21 to a halt at level 22. Qianyu absorbed a soul ring that had existed for 50,000 years, successfully breaking through to the 22nd level. At this moment, the small tree continuously emitted a green light, and the cracked skin on Qianyu's body gradually began to heal. As everything settled, Qianyu exhaled a breath of turbid air and opened his eyes. This time, his strength had advanced further. The cultivation at the 22nd level significantly enhanced his combat prowess. It remains unknown what soul abilities he has awakened. As Qianyu was about to examine his soul skills, Nar suddenly dashed in front of him and embraced him tightly. Qianyu smiled gently at Nar and reassured her, "It's all right. Qianyu brother is fine." At that moment, a tremendous roar of a dragon reverberated through the sky, echoing with immense power. Qianyu had just exerted himself to the utmost, and did not initially hear it. However, at this moment, he became aware of the resounding dragon's roar that echoed through the heavens, instilling profound terror. Qianyu was taken aback. At that moment, she noticed that Nar had become frozen in place, utterly motionless. Qianyu gazed at Nar and promptly inquired, "Nar, what troubles you?" Nar stared ahead, lost in thought, and replied, "I seem to have heard this voice before. It feels as if a memory is striving to emerge from the depths of my mind." Chapter 24, The Ultimate Showdown. At this moment, Qianyu had completed his breakthrough. Before him, Nar suddenly clutched her head, her face contorted in agony. Upon witnessing this scene, Qianyu promptly supported Nar. Nar still appeared to be in a state of struggle. However, her gaze finally returned to normal. With an intense look fixed upon Qianyu, she slowly uttered, "I remember now. It seems I have heard this voice before." Qianyu immediately turned to Nar and inquired, "What do you remember?" Nar gazed back at Qianyu and replied, "Those memories are quite hazy. I vaguely recall that I once resided within this forest. Moreover, it seems I possess the ability to acquire soul rings without hunting soul beasts." As Nar spoke, she gently pointed her hand, and instantly, a yellow soul ring manifested, enveloping her figure. Witnessing this scene, Qianyu pondered, could it be that Nar has recalled her identity as the Silver Dragon King? Qianyu hastily inquired, "By the way, Nair, do you remember anything else?" Nair shook her head and replied, "I vaguely recall possessing numerous abilities and have recollected some methods of utilizing them. However, I have no memory of my identity whatsoever." Nair continued, Upon hearing Nair's voice, Qianyu nodded. Given that Nair's memories have only partially resurfaced, it is likely that once her recollections are complete, she may uncover the truth of her identity. At that moment, Nair gazed at Qianyu, her expression tinged with concern, and asked, "Brother Qianyu, you all must first vanquish the soul beast to absorb the soul rings. But I can acquire a soul ring directly. Could this be peculiar?" Nair looked at Qianyu, her eyes filled with apprehension. Qianyu looked at Nair and smiled. How could that be? Each individual possesses unique traits. Perhaps this is simply yours. Qianyu dared not reveal anything to Nair, since Nair was destined to awaken her memories. It would be best to allow her to do so on her own. Qianyu continued to gaze at Nair and said, "However, this particular trait, aside from myself, must remain a secret to everyone else." "Why?" Nair inquired, looking at Qianyu. Qianyu gazed at Nair and replied, "Because, in this world, there are many wicked individuals. If they were to discover your secret, they might cause you harm." "Oh." Nair nodded in understanding. "Does Brother Qianyu have secrets as well?" Nair continued to inquire. Qianyu smiled and said, "Of course there is. When Nair grows up, I will reveal my secret to you." Nair immediately replied, "I don't want to know Qianyu brother's secret." Qianyu, puzzled, asked, "Why?" Nair gazed at Qianyu and then spoke. "Because Qianyu brother once said that everyone should have a secret, so I believe that Qianyu brother would not deceive me." What Brother Qianyu wishes to convey to Nair must certainly be expressible. The secret that Brother Qianyu wishes to conceal is one that Nair does not desire to uncover. Qianyu gazed at Nair, astonished by the profound understanding displayed by the young girl. Qianyu gently patted Nair on the head and smiled. "All right." Suddenly, a thunderous roar resonated, shaking the very earth beneath them. Before their eyes, the battle between the most powerful individual on the continent and the mightiest soul beast raged on, causing the entire Stardew forest to tremble in its wake. Qianyu gazed at Nair and said, "Let us proceed to take a look." Nair nodded, and together, they ventured towards the direction of the fierce battle. At that moment, in the sky, a majestic golden angel wielding a golden longsword was locked in combat with a colossal black dragon. The angel radiated an intense golden light, illuminating the earth below. The black dragon roared defiantly, its enormous wings stirring the winds and causing the ancient trees around to sway perilously. Its massive claws slashed through the air, leaving trails of darkness in their wake. The golden angel, enveloped in boundless holy light, stood firm against the dragon's onslaught. With another furious roar, the dragon opened its great maw and unleashed a torrent of terrifying dragon fire, the searing heat threatening to incinerate the very sky. Upon seeing the inferno approach, the angel's eyes glinted with a chilling resolve. With a swift flourish of the longsword, a blade of white light shot forth to meet the dragon's flames. As the radiant blade sliced through the air, the scorching fire was cleaved in two. Undeterred by the dragon's wrath, the golden angel continued to wield the longsword, releasing an array of unmatched sword light. The fearsome dragon roared again, unleashing a stream of fiery breath towards the angel above. The angel retaliated with a downward strike, a brilliant white sword energy cutting through the void, forcefully crashing upon the dragon's breath. The sheer might of the angel's strike shattered the dragon's fiery assault. Enraged by this spectacle, the dragon charged at the golden angel with renewed fury. Cold indifference flickered in the angel's eyes as it swung the long sword once more, aiming for the dragon. The clash between the golden longsword and the dragon's form erupted in a thunderous explosion, sending shockwaves rippling in all directions. In that instant, the golden angel, ethereal as a specter, appeared upon the dragon's back. Divine judgment. The golden angel bellowed, and with a swift motion of the holy sword, a blinding beam of sword light descended upon the dragon. However, an array of crimson magical symbols materialized before the dragon, forming a barrier that thwarted the angel's formidable strike. With a deafening roar, the ground trembled violently, as if the very heavens were being torn asunder, accompanied by the anguished cries of the tormented. The earth quaked beneath them, while the sky seemed on the verge of splitting in two. Below, the soul beasts felt the overwhelming pressure, trembling in fear as they prostrated themselves upon the ground. Douluo gazed down at the soul beast and inquired, "You possess great strength. What is your name?" The colossal dragon replied icily, "I am called Emperor Tian." "Human. You too exhibit formidable power and are indeed a worthy adversary." Douluo nodded and said, "I am Douluo, and you are the most formidable spirit beast I have ever encountered. It has been a long time since I experienced such a thrilling battle. To be honest, I find it hard to bring myself to slay you. However, for the sake of my master, I shall undoubtedly end your life." The colossal dragon glared at Qianyu and roared. Qianyu showed no fear as he coldly addressed Tian. "I have stated that Xiaoyu is my grandson. He is the future of our spirit hall. Therefore, regardless of who approaches, I shall protect him." "Is that so? Then it seems we must battle," Tian declared, preparing to charge once more. At that moment, a voice echoed in Tian's mind. "Tian, return. The time is not yet ripe." Chapter 25. Soul Skill. Demonic Seed Parasitism. Upon hearing that transmission, Tian understood it was the voice of his master. Could it be that the master has awakened? Consequently, he gazed at Qianyu and said, "Human, you possess great strength. However, I shall spare you this time. We shall fight again in the future." With that, Tian turned and departed. Qianyu observed the departing figure of Emperor Tian, but made no attempt to pursue him. He understood that Emperor Tian was formidable, and his objective was to safeguard Qianyu. As long as Qianyu's peril was averted, there would be no justification for him to continue the battle. At that moment, Qianyu and Na-Er arrived at the scene. Qianyu gazed at the golden angel, Qianyu, soaring in the sky, and promptly inquired, "Grandfather, what has transpired?" At that moment, the golden angel descended from the heavens, his wings gradually fading away, and the soul rings adorning his form were retracted. Qianyu transformed back to his usual appearance. Subsequently, he gazed down at Qianyu on the ground and smiled. "Little you, have you absorbed that soul ring?" Qianyu nodded and inquired, "I have absorbed it, Grandpa." "What exactly transpired just now?" Qianyu smiled faintly and remarked, "It's nothing, merely encountered a rather formidable soul beast, which I managed to drive away." "A formidable soul beast?" Upon hearing these words, Qianyu felt a surge of astonishment within. If even Qianyu found a soul beast to be so challenging, Qianyu could count on his fingers the possibilities, arriving at only two. One of them was undoubtedly the Sea King, the Abyssal Whale King of the Sea God Island. However, that Abyssal Whale King would certainly not venture onto land. Thus, the other option became evident. It was the true sovereign of the Star Doe Forest, the Black Dragon Emperor, Tian. Moreover, coupled with the faint dragon roar that Qianyu had vaguely heard, it was sufficient to indicate that the soul beast in question was indeed Tian. Qianyu understood that Tian was the servant of the Silver Dragon King. Could it be that Tian had come for Na-Er? No wonder Na-Er had begun to awaken a fragment of her memories. At this moment, Qianyu looked at Qianyu and smiled. "Little you, well done. What is your second soul skill?" Qianyu was pulled back from her reverie and exclaimed, "I haven't seen it yet. Let me try it quickly." Qianyu immediately responded, Qianyu nodded, and subsequently unleashed her seed martial soul. At that moment, two black soul rings manifested around her. Qianyu's gaze sharpened instantly as he unleashed his second soul skill, and in that moment, the second soul ring around him radiated with brilliance. In Qianyu's right hand, countless seeds soared into the air. As Qianyu had anticipated, Qianyu's seed martial soul had manifested into innumerable seeds, which dispersed into the surroundings. The seeds began to take root in various locations, and in an instant, they blossomed and flourished. Before Qianyu, countless vines, small trees, and blades of grass burgeoned forth, instantaneously forming a diminutive forest. Moreover, those seeds could still transform into various plants, retaining the characteristics and abilities of Qianyu's seed martial soul, even when parasitic. Witnessing this spectacle, Qianyu felt a twinge of astonishment. He regarded Qianyu and remarked, "As I anticipated, your second martial soul is the manifestation of your seed martial soul, which then parasitically attaches itself to other entities. This parasitism allows it to still exhibit the traits of your seed martial soul. In essence, your parasitic manifestations can evolve into any plant. Consequently, you possess numerous avenues for development. For instance, you could cultivate venomous thorns to confront adversaries or grow resilient vines to ensnare others. In the context of team battles, you could even create a vast healing forest to aid injured comrades." The more he elaborated, the more exhilarated Qianyu became. Qianyu nodded slightly and then turned to Qianyu, saying, "Perhaps I could transform into a seed akin to that of the demonic mulberry tree." With that, Qianyu immediately began his experiment. As his thoughts stirred, countless seeds of the demonic mulberry tree erupted from his hand. In an instant, these seeds ascended into the air and suddenly detonated. A series of thunderous booms resonated, and brilliant flames flared up in the vastness of space. Qianyu exclaimed, "Indeed, it can be done this way." Qianyu nodded and remarked, "Indeed, your martial soul possesses a great deal of potential for development. With further observation, you may uncover a multitude of capabilities yet to be realized. Qianyu nodded, acknowledging the wisdom of his grandfather's words. His martial soul possessed numerous avenues for development. Beyond these, he could also utilize this parasitic form to create a cage, which could even surpass Tang San's blue-silver prison in its might. With the addition of Qianyu's external spirit bone, the potential of his unique martial soul expanded significantly. Xiaoyu, what is the name of this soul skill? Douluo inquired. Qianyu pondered for a moment and declared, I shall name it Demon Seed Parasitism. Demon Seed Parasitism. Splendid. It sounds incredibly formidable. This name is excellent. Douluo commended. Qianyu nodded gently. Douluo gazed at Qianyu with immense satisfaction. For him, Qianyu represented hope, not only his own, but also that of the Spirit Hall. It is important to note that although Douluo did not involve himself in the affairs of the Spirit Hall, it had once belonged to the Qian family. However, now, it had fallen under the firm grasp of Bibi Dong, who had secured the position of Pope. While Bibi Dong was indeed a daughter-in-law of the Qian family, she would never bear their surname. Initially, he had intended to support Qian Rinxue as a replacement for Bibi Dong. Yet with the emergence of Qianyu, a new option had arisen. If Qianyu were nurtured properly, he might surpass many members of the Qian family. After all, Qianyu's talent was on par with that of the first and second generations. Douluo gazed at Qianyu Dao and remarked, by the way, Nar has yet to acquire a soul ring. Let us assist her in finding a suitable soul beast. At that moment, Qianyu interjected, Grandfather, there is no need. Just moments ago, while Nar was protecting me, a soul beast attempted to launch a surprise attack, only to be vanquished by Nar. She has also absorbed its soul ring. Nar nodded in affirmation, and forthwith, she released a yellow soul ring. Indeed, Douluo gazed upon Nar's yellow soul ring. A flicker of satisfaction shimmering in his eyes. Little girl, you are quite fortunate. Douluo harbored little suspicion, despite having previously doubted Nair. However, given Nair's formidable strength, hunting a century-old soul beast would be quite effortless for her. Moreover, his attention was predominantly focused on Qianyu, leaving him with little reason to question Nair further. At this moment, Douluo turned to Qianyu with a smile and said, Very well, since that is the case, let us return. Qianyu nodded slightly, following Douluo alongside Nar, preparing for their return. Along the way, Douluo regarded Qianyu and remarked, Little you truly possess remarkable potential. However, for the time being, I advise you to refrain from revealing your strength, at least until the Soul Master competition of the Spirit Hall. The Soul Master competition of the Spirit Hall? Qianyu inquired, astonished as he looked towards Douluo. Indeed, Douluo affirmed, it is a grand event held for all the young disciples of our Spirit Hall. However, the forthcoming tournament is particularly significant, as it will determine our Spirit Hall's Saint Son and Saint Daughter based on their rankings. Qianyu was profoundly astonished at the selection of the Holy Son and Holy Maiden of the Spirit Hall. In the original narrative, Hulaina serves as the Holy Maiden of the Spirit Hall. Perhaps it was due to her exceptional performance in this Soul Master competition that Bibi Dong chose her as the Holy Maiden. Upon reaching this realization, Qianyu immediately understood. He gazed at Douluo and inquired, Grandfather, do you hope for me to make a remarkable impression in the next tournament and become the Holy Son of the Spirit Hall? Douluo gazed at Qianyu and smiled. Little you are indeed very clever. Chapter 26, Flame. Upon returning to the Spirit Hall, Qianyu resumed his training. Douluo once again brought Qianyu to the back mountain, where they resumed their training as before. Douluo would launch attacks, while Qianyu practiced evasion and defense. Douluo relentlessly attacked Qianyu, who continuously evaded the onslaught. At this moment, Qianyu could distinctly sense the overwhelming pressure emanating from Douluo. However, Douluo refrained from delivering lethal blows. Thus, each strike was not fatal, but rather served to hone Qianyu's skills. Under the weight of Douluo's relentless pursuit, Qianyu's cultivation progressed at an accelerated pace. Every day, Qianyu endures such training and returns home, where Nar awaits him. At night, Nar cuddles with Qianyu as they drift into slumber together. Each day, Nar is almost always by Qianyu's side, allowing him to truly experience the essence of warmth. Moreover, and most importantly, Nar is exceptionally well-behaved, never provoking his anger or adding to his troubles. Qianyu, in turn, cherishes these blissful days. Qianyu arrived at the academy, and each day unfolded with a remarkable tranquility. Qianyu has never displayed her prowess in front of outsiders, nor has she revealed her martial soul. whenever faced with class competitions. She merely employs her physical techniques to vanquish her opponents. Qianyu has successfully established herself as the leader of the class. No one dares to provoke Qianyu, nor do they dare to challenge Nair. On a scorching summer day, the sun shines brightly. Qianyu and Nair had just finished their physical education class. "I'm so thirsty, Qianyu," Nair complained. Just then, Qianyu noticed a spot where a line was forming to purchase ice cream. "Nair, would you like to have some ice cream?" he asked. "Yes, yes," she replied eagerly. Qianyu was aware that Nair had no resistance to such desserts, and promptly said, "I will go queue to buy ice cream for you." "All right," Nair immediately replied. "Then you should wait for me over there in the shade," Qianyu suggested. "Okay, I'm off then," Nair exclaimed, skipping joyfully to the side. Qianyu watched Nair's departing figure, a faint smile gracing his lips. He then swiftly made his way towards the queue. The line for ice cream was quite lengthy, and Qianyu took his place at the end, refraining from cutting in. After about half an hour of waiting, Qianyu's turn finally arrived. At that moment, Qianyu turned to the proprietor and said, "Sir, I would like 2 ice cream bars, please." The proprietor promptly replied, "I apologize, but we only have 1 ice cream bar left." Qianyu nodded and said, "Then I will take that piece." At that moment, a voice resonated beside him. "Boss, I will take that piece of ice cream." A robust voice emerged, followed by the arrival of a young man. He stepped into the ice cream shop and immediately addressed Qianyu and the owner. "Hey, I want that piece of ice cream." Qianyu furrowed his brows. He lifted his gaze to glance at the young man, who was adorned with a mane of fiery red hair and possessed strikingly handsome features. Sharply defined, yet exuding a hint of roguish charm. Clad in a vibrant red attire, adorned with an embroidered flame upon his chest, he stood tall and robust, resembling a small mountain, emanating an immense sense of pressure. Qianyu gazed upon the man before her. If her assumptions were correct, he must be Yan. Yan, along with Xiyue and Hulaina, were renowned as the golden generation of the Spirit Hall. Their prowess was undoubtedly formidable. However, in the original narrative, despite the vastness of the Spirit Hall, not a single individual could stand against Tang San. It is indeed a poignant irony. Qianyu gazed at the red-haired man and calmly stated, "I apologize, but I waited for quite some time to obtain this ice cream, and the proprietor intended to sell it to me." At that moment, the red-haired man, seething with anger, looked at Qianyu and exclaimed, "Kid, why must you be so troublesome? How about I offer you double the price for that ice cream?" Qianyu shook her head, offering no response. The red-haired man gazed at Qianyu and said, "With that 5-fold increase, you could purchase 5 ice creams." Qianyu gazed at the crimson-haired man and declared, "I desire not your money. I only wish for my ice cream." Upon hearing these words, the red-haired man was utterly incensed. He glared at Qianyu and retorted, "You insolent brat, how dare you disrespect me? That ice cream was purchased for Nana. If you do not consume it today, is it not possible to procure another tomorrow?" Qianyu shook his head and replied, "No way." At that moment, the red-haired man was utterly enraged. He shouted at Qianyu, "Damn it, you insolent brat! Are you refusing a toast and instead opting for punishment?" With that, the red-haired man unleashed a fearsome punch towards Qianyu. The force of that blow was terrifying, shattering the very air around them. The surrounding students, drawn by the commotion, turned their heads to witness the unfolding scene. Upon seeing the red-haired man's countenance, a look of trepidation spread across their faces. This red-haired man was none other than Yan. Qianyu gazed at Yan's fist, a glimmer of icy determination flashing across her eyes. Seeking death, Qianyu silently admonished. Without hesitation, she extended her right hand and firmly seized Yan's right arm. Qianyu seized Yan's right arm and yanked it with force. In an instant, Qianyu's figure flickered, and Yan was propelled forward, landing in a most undignified manner. At that moment, the onlookers gathered around Qianyu and Yan, their eyes wide with astonishment. "Goodness, is that Yan? Has he truly met his match? Who is this child daring enough to challenge Yan? Does he not value his life? I have heard that a junior once provoked Yan and ended up beaten to a pulp. Indeed, Yan's martial spirit is that of the Flame Lord, and his temper is as fiery as his abilities. This fellow has certainly stirred up trouble. It seems we are in for quite the spectacle." The surrounding students murmured amongst themselves. Meanwhile, Yan rose from the ground, his face marred with bruises. In that moment, his fury intensified. He yearned to retaliate against this impudent child, but instead found himself outmaneuvered. Such humiliation was intolerable. "You dare to toy with me?" Yan exclaimed, glaring furiously at Qianyu. Qianyu gazed at the blazing flames with an icy demeanor and remarked, "It was you who provoked me first. Yan's face was contorted with fury as he pointed an accusatory finger at Qianyu, exclaiming, "You insolent wretch, since you seek your own demise. Do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." With that, Yan's entire being ignited in searing flames, transforming him into a manifestation of the fire god himself. It was evident that he had unleashed his martial soul. Qianyu gazed at Yan and calmly inquired, "Are you certain you wish to engage in combat? Fighting within the school premises is strictly against the rules." In response, Yan was enveloped in flames and, fixing his gaze upon Qianyu, retorted, "What of it? Even if it contravenes the regulations, nothing can deter me from striking you. At worst, I shall simply have to write a couple more reflections." Qianyu shook his head, gazing at Yan. Should Yan decide to strike, he would certainly not let him off easily. "Stop." At that moment, a melodious voice echoed from beyond the crowd. Chapter 27. The Gaze of BB Dong. The onlookers turned towards the sound, and a path parted in the throng, revealing a man and a woman making their way through. The woman, with her flowing black hair and porcelain skin, possessed a face that was exquisitely flawless, radiating unparalleled beauty. Her pair of sparkling eyes shimmered with a faint blue hue, akin to a deep pool that ensnared one's soul. Clad in sleek black attire that accentuated her perfect curves, her slim waist could be grasped with ease, while her long, straight legs were exposed to the air, igniting a fiery passion. This enchanting figure was none other than Hulayina, as mentioned by Yan. Beside her stood a tall man, his long hair cascading down, with sharp brows and starry eyes. A nose of noble stature, and thin, sensual lips that conveyed a sense of steadfast strength, instilling a feeling of safety. This man was likely Qianyu, one of the core disciples of the Spirit Hall. Upon seeing Hulayina, Yan broke into a smile and exclaimed, "Laina, you've come." Hulayina regarded Yan with a calm demeanor and remarked, "Yan, you have become increasingly unambitious, resorting to bullying younger students." At this moment, Yan replied with a flattery-laden grin, "Laina, it's all for the sake of buying you ice cream. There is only one left, and I've offered 5 times the price. Yet this kid still refuses to sell." Qianyu fixed her icy gaze upon Yan and declared, "I have no interest in your money. This ice cream was acquired through my own perseverance in the queue, and thus I shall not sell it to anyone." Observing Qianyu's resolute demeanor, Hulayina interjected, "Yan, you truly are in the wrong. Why must you resort to violence when the other is merely a child? You ought to apologize at once." Hulayina reprimanded sternly, "Nana, do take a closer look. It is I who has been injured, is it not?" Yan retorted, pointing to the swelling on his forehead, a consequence of the earlier incident. "Regardless, it was your fault to begin with." Hulayina continued, "Apologizing to a child would be a disgrace to me. I shall not do it." Yan persisted. Qianyu gazed at them and remarked, "There is no need for pretense. I do not require anyone's apology." After speaking, Qianyu took her ice cream and departed from the scene. "Wait a moment. Who are you calling hypocritical?" At that instant, Hulayina's voice resonated sharply. Qianyu spoke calmly. "What? Are you going to strike at me as well?" After uttering these words, he departed, leaving Hulayina and Yan along with the others standing in place. Chastised by Qianyu, Hulayina felt a tinge of displeasure within her. Yan, brimming with indignation, remarked, "This brat is too arrogant. He deserves a good beating." "Enough, he is merely a child. Let us not stoop to his level," said Qianyu, standing nearby with a serene demeanor. Hulayina gazed at Qianyu. Although she chose not to hold a grudge, his figure had already imprinted itself in her memory. Qianyu approached Nar, holding an ice cream. Upon seeing Qianyu coming closer with the treat in hand, Nar immediately rushed to stand before him. "Qianyu Gij, are you tired?" she inquired, as she took out a handkerchief to gently wipe the sweat from his forehead. Qianyu held out an ice cream to Nar and said, "Here, enjoy." Nar accepted the ice cream, took a bite, and immediately revealed a sweet smile. Looking at Qianyu, she exclaimed, "It's so sweet and delicious." "Thank you, brother Qianyu." Qianyu gazed at Nar with a gentle smile. "By the way, Qianyu brother, why aren't you eating?" Nar noticed that Qianyu had not yet taken any ice cream. Qianyu calmly remarked, "Only one remains." "Oh, let us share it, brother Qianyu." Nar sweetly replied, "It's all right, you go ahead and enjoy." No sooner had Qianyu spoken than the delightful flavor instantly graced his palate. Nar scooped a generous spoonful and offered it to Qianyu. In an instant, the sweltering heat was dispelled by a refreshing breeze, replaced by a gentle coolness that was both soothing and invigorating. "Isn't it delicious?" Nar smiled sweetly, guiding the spoon toward Qianyu's lips. Qianyu was momentarily taken aback, then exclaimed, "Delicious. Hee hee. Nar playfully chimed in. Qianyu gazed at Nair with a smile and said, "How sweet." "Indeed, it is quite sweet," she replied. Qianyu hopes that in the days to come, he and Nar can be together forever, sweetly traversing life hand in hand. And thus, a few more days passed. Qianyu has been living a tranquil life at the Spirit Hall Academy. Qianyu strolled along the path when suddenly he exclaimed, "His Holiness the Pope is here to inspect the academy." Instantly, the students, every one of them, were filled with immense excitement, rushing over to witness the occasion. "The Pope, you say?" Qianyu was taken aback. This holy Pope must be Bibi Dong. Qianyu was immensely intrigued by Bibi Dong, prompting her to take Nar to witness the spectacle. They beheld as the guards separated the teachers from the students, creating a grand pathway. At the center of this avenue, a woman approached with measured grace. She was adorned in a resplendent golden gown that fitted her exquisitely from head to toe, its dazzling fabric shimmering with brilliance, embellished with over 100 gemstones in red, blue, and gold. The ornate, 9-curved crown of purple gold upon her head radiated a myriad of colors, while she held a scepter approximately 2 meters long, encrusted with countless jewels. Her fair skin and nearly flawless visage set her apart, exuding an aura of unparalleled distinction. Particularly striking was the intangible nobility and sanctity that emanated from her, evoking an irresistible sense of reverence and worship. Qianyu gazed from afar at Pope Bibi Dong, murmuring to herself, "Is this truly Pope Bibi Dong? She appears even more exquisite than depicted in the original narrative." Qianyu gazed upon Bibi Dong, who emanated an overwhelming aura. Flanking her were 2 titled Douluos, their presence exuding formidable power. Qianyu was acutely aware of the relationship between Qin Douluo and Bibi Dong. At present, the Spirit Hall is under the dominion of the Pope, Bibi Dong, while Qin Douluo has long since abdicated, choosing to remain aloof from worldly affairs. Thus, even though Qin Douluo surpasses Bibi Dong in strength, he refrains from intervening in the matters of the Spirit Hall. Consequently, Qianyu comprehended the rationale behind Qin Douluo's urging for him to become the Saint's son. Qin Douluo aspires to become the Holy Son and subsequently seized control of the Spirit Hall from the hands of Pope Bibi Dong. After all, in Qin Douluo's heart, the power of the Spirit Hall should rightfully belong to the Qin family. At that moment, numerous spirit masters knelt before Bibi Dong, reverently proclaiming, "We pay homage to your holiness, the Pope." The citizens, spirit masters, and others alike all bowed in deference to Bibi Dong. The distance between Qianyu and Nar was considerable, thus there was no need for kneeling. Bibi Dong raised her hand and commanded, "Rise." "Thank you, your majesty." Everyone responded in unison before standing up. Bibi Dong maintained a serene gaze. However, at that moment, she subtly lifted her eyes, sensing an anomaly, and turned her attention towards Qianyu. Qianyu was taken aback as his gaze suddenly locked with Bibi Dong's. Had she discovered something? He wondered in astonishment. Chapter 28. 2.5 years. Bibi Dong's eyes shifted to Qianyu, and after a brief second of mutual acknowledgement, he quickly averted his gaze. Subsequently, Bibi Dong scrutinized him for a moment. An inexplicable and peculiar sensation emanating from Qianyu perplexed her. With her gaze now redirected, she continued her forward march. After this fleeting interlude, Qianyu dismissed it from his mind. In the ensuing days, he endured grueling training sessions, pushing his limits daily. He would run several kilometers, followed by countless push-ups and sit-ups, unwavering in his commitment to a diverse array of exercises. This was then complemented by enduring the force of the waterfall. Finally, he faced the relentless strikes of Qin Douluo, who persistently challenged Qianyu to enhance his reflexes and speed. The days turned into weeks, and weeks into months. Under Qin Douluo's rigorous tutelage, Qianyu's strength steadily ascended. Thus, 2.5 years slipped away. Qianyu has now grown significantly taller. Her physique has become remarkably robust. Qianyu's strength has undergone a remarkable and qualitative leap in enhancement. Qianyu's soul power has also reached level 30. Once again, Qian Douluo brought Qianyu to the Stardow Forest. This time, Qian Douluo assisted Qianyu in hunting a shadow ghost leopard beast that was 70,000 years old. The shadow ghost leopard beast was extremely fierce, possessing remarkable speed and adept at concealment. Moreover, its ferocity was unparalleled. During the battle, even with Qian Douluo's assistance, Qianyu sustained serious injuries before finally slaying the beast. However, thanks to the formidable healing abilities of his divine tree martial spirit, Qianyu quickly recuperated. Qianyu arduously absorbed the soul ring of the shadow ghost leopard beast, which had existed for 70,000 years and unexpectedly acquired a fragment of a left leg bone. After absorbing the soul ring, Qianyu acquired the soul skill Shadow Thrust. After Qianyu summoned the demonic seed, it evolved into a shadow demonic seed. The plants that sprouted from the shadow demonic seed possessed the power of darkness, becoming increasingly sharp and resilient. Upon acquiring his third soul skill, Qianyu discovered that the vines he had grown were harder than ordinary blades. They could even effortlessly pierce through refined steel. This represented a monumental enhancement for Qianyu's martial spirit. Qianyu has acquired a soul bone ability known as Shadow Stealth. Upon activation of this soul bone skill, Qianyu experiences an extraordinary surge in speed, allowing him to reach velocities that surpass sound itself, even transcending the speed of sound. Furthermore, this ability enables Qianyu to conceal his aura, thereby eluding detection by others. In addition to the enhancements to his martial spirit and soul power, Qianyu's physical attributes have also undergone significant improvement. Now, whether it is speed, agility, or strength, Qianyu has achieved remarkable advancements in all aspects. Qianyu has grown taller by a head, and now he appears strikingly handsome, truly embodying the essence of being dashing and elegant. Akin to a refined tree graced by the wind, Qianyu donned a flowing white robe, his golden locks cascading gracefully, while his chiseled features exuded a striking allure. His piercing eyes sparkled with intensity, complemented by a straight nose and lips as crimson as blood. Tall and statuesque, he emanated a profound charisma. Although his physique was slender, he possessed the poise of a refined gentleman. Yet, the three-dimensionality of his facial structure radiated a wildness, and every gesture he made was imbued with confidence. A mere hint of his inherent dominance would render the women around him utterly captivated. When Qianyu stood in place, all eyes would inevitably be drawn to him. This is the epitome of the so-called beautiful youth. Qianyu is quite popular among the girls at school. However, he tends to maintain a low profile, confining his social circle to his classmates. Several young ladies have confessed their feelings to him, but he has graciously declined their advances. After all, with the enchanting and gentle Nar by his side, others pale in comparison. Nar has grown taller, and her beauty has only intensified. Her silvery hair cascades down her shoulders, and her sparkling eyes seem to speak volumes. With a delicate and pert nose, and her lips slightly pursed like cherry blossoms, she exudes a blend of cold elegance and playful charm. Her flawless, porcelain-like skin appears as if it could be easily marred, smooth and radiant. Her figure has become even more alluring, clad in a form-fitting blue outfit that accentuates her exquisite curves. Her proud bosom stands tall, her waist is slender and supple, and her rounded hips are elegantly prominent. Her long, pristine feet are adorned with crystal sandals, and her delicate, fair hands are gracefully poised. She embodies youthfulness and vivacity, captivating the attention of countless admirers simply by standing there like a princess. Yet, Nara remains steadfastly by Qianyu's side, maintaining a frosty demeanor towards others, devoid of smiles or emotional fluctuations. This leaves many who admire her feeling disheartened, entwined in envy and jealousy, for Qianyu is indeed remarkably fortunate to be in her company. Qianyu stood before Douluo. Douluo gazed at Qianyu with a smile and said, "Xiaoyu, it has been 2 years since you arrived here, hasn't it?" Qianyu nodded and said, "Indeed, it has been 2 years." At that moment, Douluo smiled gently and asked, "Have you ever resented your grandfather for having you conceal your brilliance during these 2 years?" Qianyu shook her head and said, "No. I understand that my grandfather's actions are certainly driven by a purpose of his own." Douluo spoke, "You are indeed correct. As the possessor of an angelic martial soul, your status will inevitably incite jealousy among many within our spirit hall. Hence, I have advised you to remain concealed for the past 2 years. During this time, I have subjected you to rigorous training, aimed at fortifying your capabilities, enabling you to stand independently. However, from this point onward, you need not maintain such a low profile." Upon hearing these words, Qianyu comprehended the underlying message. Qianyu gazed at Douluo and inquired, "Is the Soul Master competition of the Wuhuan Temple about to commence?" Douluo laughed heartily. "Ah, Xiaoyu, you are indeed quite astute. You are correct. In just a few days, the Soul Master competition of the Spirit Hall will commence. Your generation of Soul Masters is referred to as the Golden Generation of the Spirit Hall. Thus, a Saint Son or Saint Daughter will be chosen from among you. The elected Saint Son and Saint Daughter will become the heirs to the next Pope." Upon hearing this, Qianyu nodded. Subsequently, Douluo gazed at Qianyu and declared, "Therefore, this time, you need not remain inconspicuous. I hope you will vanquish all your adversaries in this tournament and seize the championship. Thereafter, you shall become the holy son of the Spirit Hall." Qianyu nodded and said, "I understand." Qianyu then remarked, "However, this time your adversaries are not to be underestimated. They are known as the Golden Generation of the Spirit Hall, and their strength is indeed formidable." Qianyu remained calm and simply stated, "No matter who it is, I shall defeat them." Chapter 29. Tenderness Beneath the Moonlight. Haha. You truly are a worthy descendant of the Qian family. Excellent. Your grandfather has faith in you. No matter the adversary, you shall prevail. Here is the dossier on your most formidable opponent. You may peruse it. Qianyu provided a dossier on his adversary, Qianyu. Qianyu gazed upon the data table, which was filled with the names of the formidable warriors of the Golden Generation. Name, Qianyu. Martial Spirit, Moonblade. Soul Rings, Yellow, Purple. Soul Power, Level 37 Soul Master. Name, Hulaina. Martial Spirit, Demon Fox. Soul Rings, Yellow, Purple. Soul Power, Level 36 Soul Master. Name, Yin. Martial Spirit, Flame Lord. Soul Rings, Yellow, Purple. Soul Power, Level 36 Soul Master. Qianyu gazed at the chart and then inquired, "Grandfather, how old are they?" "They are all approximately 13 or 14 years old," came the reply. Qianyu slightly nodded and couldn't help but exclaim, "Are they all soul Douluos? Do you think everyone is like you, capable of becoming a level 32 soul Douluo at merely 8.5 years of age?" Qianyu gazed at Qianyu and remarked, "However, do not be overly complacent. The fact that they are referred to as the Golden Generation is not without reason. You must remain vigilant." Qianyu continued, "Indeed." Qianyu nodded in acknowledgement. "Very well, I have already registered you. Make sure to prepare diligently," Qianyu added. Qianyu concluded his words and departed from the small courtyard where Qianyu resided. Qianyu is now 8.5 years old. He recalls that in the original narrative, Hulaina and Yin are both 5 or 6 years his senior. Achieving the rank of Soul Master at merely 8 years of age is remarkable. He remembers that in the original tale, Tang San attained this status at the age of 12. By this measure, Qianyu has already surpassed Tang San by a considerable margin. However, Qianyu's true rival is not Tang San. Rather, it is the formidable title Douluo Tang Hao, a character exalted to great heights within the original story. All of Qianyu's efforts today are dedicated to defeating Tang Hao. The mere thought of Tang Hao causes Qianyu to clench his fists tightly. He had slaughtered the entire Holy Soul Village. Had it not been for his angel spirit and the mysterious seed spirit, he would likely have perished at Tang Hao's hands long ago. Such a grudge must be avenged, come what may. At this moment, Nader approached Qianyu's side and asked, "Brother Qianyu, what are you doing?" Qianyu smiled gently and said, "Look at the moon." At that moment, the two raised their heads and beheld a full moon suspended in the sky, its radiant light cascading down. The boundless moonlight illuminated the earth, cloaking it in a silvery sheen. In the distance, the mountains, rivers, and trees were all enveloped in a shimmering glow. Beside the moon, brilliant stars twinkled like the myriad stars of the night, radiating resplendent brilliance. Observing this sight, Naer beamed sweetly and said, "Brother Qianyu, I think the moon tonight is extraordinarily beautiful." Qianyu smiled gently and remarked, "Indeed, it is beautiful, just like you." Upon hearing this, Nader immediately displayed a bashful demeanor. "How can I, Naer, possibly compare to the moon?" she said while gazing at Qianyu. Qianyu smiled and continued, "In my heart, Naer is even more beautiful than the moon. Naer, you are the radiant moonlight of my soul." Naer replied sweetly, "Qianyu Gij, you truly have a way with words." She settled beside Qianyu, leaning against him as they gazed at the moonlit sky. In the tranquil night, the sounds of cicadas and chirping insects filled the air. The two nestled together, quietly savoring this rare moment of peace. After a while, Naer spoke, "Qianyu Gij, if there ever comes a day when I must leave you, you must promise to take good care of yourself." Upon hearing this, Qianyu looked at Naer and exclaimed, "What are you saying? I will always keep you by my side. You shall not leave." Naer smiled gently. "I mean, if such a day were to come." "There is no such a thing," Qianyu asserted, gazing intently at her. "Should you ever depart, no matter where you go, I will find you, even to the ends of the earth." Naer tilted her head, staring up at the enchanting night sky, and softly replied, "Qianyu Gij, we are both growing up, and some things must inevitably be relinquished. Do you know? Each day, I long to meet a brother as wonderful as you. Now that I have finally found you, though I am unsure how we can walk together until the end, I am willing to wait." Upon hearing these words, Qianyu gazed at Nar before gently reaching out to caress her silky hair, softly proclaiming, "Fool, we shall find happiness. I have awakened more memories." At this moment, Nar looked at Qianyu and spoke. The moment these words escaped her lips, Qianyu was taken aback. Hastily turning to Nar and asking, "Is that true?" Nar nodded and replied, "I have recalled many memories. I remember I hail from the Douluo forest. That day, my approach to you was not merely by chance. It was because you exuded a familiar scent, which drew me to guard over you, brother Qianyu." A familiar scent? Qianyu stared at Nar, astonishment etched on his face. Nar is a human emotional avatar of the Silver Dragon King, do you not? Why would she perceive a familiarity in her scent? One must remember that upon her arrival in the Douluo Continent, she had been in slumber. Could it be from before her slumber? If that were the case, the place she resided in was the divine realm. The notion that he possessed her familiar scent, could it mean that he? Qianyu contemplated a possibility so astounding that even he found it hard to believe. The divine realm, perhaps? Nar then spoke, recalling some unsettling memories. "I remember being killed, cleaved in two. I also recollect a great battle, one of tremendous ferocity. Many lives were lost in that conflict. I remember drifting in slumber within a forest, awakening to encounter you, my brother Qianyu. Moreover, the roar of the dragon I heard in the starry forest is strikingly familiar to me." Nar sat beside Qianyu, articulating her thoughts piece by piece. She continued, "Yet, I still cannot remember who I am. And I have a foreboding feeling that the day I uncover my identity may." At that moment, Qianyu swiftly placed his hand over Nar's mouth, signaling her to refrain from speaking further. Gently embracing her, he declared, "Nar, do not worry. Regardless of what the future holds, I will always be your family. I will protect you steadfastly." Qianyu's words ring true. He will surely safeguard Nar, ensuring that no harm befalls her. "Thank you, brother Qianyu." Nar spoke softly. As she uttered these words, she gently leaned in towards Qianyu, her delicate crimson lips meeting his. Beneath the luminous moonlight, the two shared a tender kiss. Chapter 30. Nar's Tale. They remained entwined in their embrace for quite some time before parting. At that moment, Qianyu gazed upon the enchanting Nar, while she returned his stare, their eyes locking in a profound connection. Nar looked at Qianyu and said, "Brother Qianyu, if only we could remain like this forever, always together. How wonderful that would be." Qianyu gazed into Nar's eyes, where her violet irises sparkled with a profound tenderness. Qianyu understood that perhaps Nar had truly awakened many memories, and maybe one day, he and Nar would indeed have to part ways. Nevertheless, even so, Nar remained a beloved member of Qianyu's family. Qianyu gently embraced Nar and said, "Rest assured, Nar, no matter where you may be in the future, I shall always find you." The two remained seated for quite some time, gazing at the moonlight above. Qianyu embraced Nar. At that moment, it seemed that Qianyu had touched something soft and tender. What could this be? Qianyu, perplexed, immediately pinched. "Ah, no." At that moment, Nar cried out, "Qianyu brother, why are you touching that area?" Qianyu quickly glanced over and saw a tail sprouting from Nar. The tail was soft and tender, resembling the paw of a kitten, and it was incredibly pleasant to touch. "Ah, Qianyu brother, please let go, please let go. It tickles so much." Nar hurriedly pushed Qianyu away. Qianyu was momentarily taken aback, gazing at Nar in confusion, unable to comprehend the reason behind her recent excitement. Nar, her cheeks flushed, averted her gaze from Qianyu, her head bowed in shyness. It soon dawned on Qianyu that Nar's tail appeared to be exceedingly sensitive. Contemplating this notion, an impish thought surged within him, as if he were under the spell of a mischievous spirit, prompting him to give it another gentle squeeze. "Oh, Qianyu brother, you are so naughty," Nar exclaimed, her delicate face tinged with crimson, still unable to meet Qianyu's eyes. After a moment, she looked up at him and said, "Qianyu brother, I seem to be not entirely human." Qianyu gazed at Nar and said, "I understand. Did you know all along?" Nar looked at Qianyu in astonishment and inquired. "Indeed," Qianyu replied candidly. "You possess the ability to generate soul rings out of thin air without needing to absorb them. This is something no human can accomplish. Therefore, I have always been aware that you are a soul beast," Qianyu responded, fixing his gaze on Nar. "Then, brother Qianyu, will you come to dislike me because of this?" Nar asked softly, her head bowed. Qianyu gently patted Nar on the head and smiled. "Silly girl, how could I possibly mind? Regardless of who you are, you will always be my family. Brother Qianyu, you are truly wonderful." Nar gazed at Qianyu as she spoke. her tail wagging with delight. Now, let us rest. Qianyu held Nara in her arms and lay down on the bed. Nara appeared exceedingly joyful, nuzzling against Qianyu, closing her eyes and drifting into a peaceful slumber. Observing Nara's serene demeanor, a gentle smile graced Qianyu's face. The two fell asleep. 2 days later, the Spirit Hall officially announced the commencement of the Soul Master competition. The tournament will adopt a one-on-one arena format, meaning that among all the registered Soul Masters, a draw will determine the pairings for battle. The victors will advance to the next round, while the defeated will be eliminated immediately. The champion of this Soul Master competition will receive 2 soul bones as a reward, along with the opportunity for focused cultivation by the Spirit Hall, gaining access to various training resources. The runner-up will also receive a substantial reward, which includes 1 soul bone. Additionally, outstanding participants may be selected to become core disciples of the Spirit Hall, representing it in future continental Soul Master competitions. After all, the grand tournament across the continent will be a team event, necessitating the selection of core disciples to form a team for the Spirit Hall. As for the position of the Holy Son or Holy Daughter of the Spirit Hall, it is not simply bestowed upon the champion. This decision rests solely with His Holiness the Pope. To be considered for the role of Holy Son or Holy Daughter, one must excel in all aspects, not only possessing formidable strength and talent, but also being of an appropriate age. For instance, if the champion is 15 years old and the runner-up is 10, their strength being relatively comparable, it is likely that the 10-year-old's talent surpasses that of the 15-year-old champion. Thus, the Holy Son or Holy Daughter may not necessarily be the champion, but could very well be the runner-up. Therefore, the selection for these prestigious titles will be made based on comprehensive performance as determined by the Pope himself. Given the importance of selecting the Holy Son or Holy Daughter, this competition has attracted numerous powerful contenders. Nearly all Soul Masters affiliated with the Spirit Hall have registered, and Qianyu not only enrolled Qianyu but also Nar. Currently, Nar has reached the level of a 28th rank Great Soul Master, although this is merely superficial. Qianyu is unaware of Nar's true level. However, during their collaborative hunts for soul beasts, Nar has cleverly deceived Qianyu, independently generating her soul rings. Nevertheless, Qianyu recognizes the formidable strength of Nar's silver spear martial spirit, and thus, he is eager to witness her true capabilities. Consequently, both Nar and Qianyu are set to participate in this Soul Master competition. Following the registration for the tournament, excitement surged within the academy. The Spirit Hall's Soul Master competition is about to commence. Who, I wonder, will emerge as the champion this time? This year's champion is not comparable to previous ones, while past champions merely gained the Spirit Hall's focused cultivation. This time it is to select the Holy Son or Holy Daughter of the Spirit Hall. Those who excel are likely to become the next Holy Sons or Holy Daughters of the Spirit Hall. Attaining such a status equates to becoming the heir to the next Pope, and the Spirit Hall will undoubtedly allocate all available resources for their training. Indeed, this time, numerous formidable contenders are expected to participate. As I stroll through the academy, I notice that discussions about this grand tournament abound. It is a significant event for the Spirit Hall, naturally drawing considerable attention. Who do you think stands the best chance in this gathering? Who else but the renowned trio of the Golden Generation? Are you referring to Qianyu, Yan, and Hulaina? Precisely. These 3 are celebrated as the Golden Generation, possessing unparalleled strength, and it is said that His Holiness has been keeping a keen eye on them. Along the way, the crowd buzzes with chatter, as nearly every student engages in conversations about the trio of the Golden Generation. Qianyu remained tranquil, attending classes with a low profile each day and, after school, unwavering in her commitment to training. Qianyu does not relish the superficial adulation that often accompanies fame. Having lived 2 lifetimes, he has matured considerably and thus conducts himself with remarkable discretion. He refrains from meddling in matters that do not concern him, resolutely avoiding trouble. Beside him, Nar awaited his dismissal from school with a cheerful smile. "Brother Qianyu," she exclaimed, promptly linking her arm with his. Upon seeing Nar, a smile finally graced Qianyu's face. She embraced him as they strolled forward. At that moment, a few uninvited guests approached them. Leading the group was a striking red-haired man. Clad in crimson attire, his handsome features accentuated by his tall, imposing stature of over 2 meters and slightly tanned skin, exuding an aura of dominance. After 2.5 years, he had grown taller, yet Qianyu seemed to have outpaced him, standing only slightly shorter. Indeed, this man was Yan. the very individual with whom Qianyu had previously clashed. Chapter 31. Yan's Provocation. 2.5 years had elapsed. Qianyu and Yan had encountered each other several times within the school premises. However, each time, Qianyu remained discreet, avoiding any provocation towards Yan, thus preventing any conflict from arising. Today's meeting seemed merely coincidental. Yan, accompanied by a few of his followers, approached Qianyu and came to a halt before him. He fixed his gaze on Qianyu and remarked, "By the way, kid, I remember you. You once made me look foolish." "Indeed, I recall now, not only did you humiliate me, but you also upset Nana afterward," Yan declared, his thoughts clearly prioritizing Huli Nana's feelings far above his own. Qianyu gazed at Yan, observing the way he lavished his affections upon the aloof goddess, Hulaina, and could not help but shake his head. After all, Qianyu had perused the original work. He was aware that, despite Yan's lifelong devotion to the frigid beauty, Hulaina, she ultimately developed feelings for Tang San after her defeat. Meanwhile, Yan would remain perpetually relegated to the role of an admirer, trailing in Hulaina's wake for all eternity. The illogicality that Qianyu grapples with is that Hulaina was initially the saintess of the Spirit Hall, held in high regard by Bibi Dong, who provided her with abundant resources for cultivation. After her defeat at the hands of Tang San, how could she possibly develop feelings for him? Subsequently, she engaged in various flirtations in the city of Slaughter. It is forgivable that she was unaware that Tang Yin was Tang San, but later on, due to her affection for Tang San, Bibi Dong lost 3 soul rings of 100,000 years each. Bibi Dong's failure to secure these precious soul rings was a direct consequence of Hulaina's actions. Later, during the Stardow Forest incident, Hulaina's inability to distinguish friend from foe allowed a wolf to enter the fold, as she permitted Tang Yin Tang San to participate in the mission to hunt Xiaowu. Although all these events were orchestrated by Tang San, Hulaina was undeniably affected. Fundamentally, it was her infatuation that facilitated Tang San's infiltration into their ranks. Otherwise, why would she allow an outsider to partake in such a critical task? Ultimately, the Spirit Hall not only lost the 100,000-year soul beast Xiaowu, but also suffered significant casualties, with many experts falling at Tang San's hands. This was the first loss of a 100,000-year soul ring that Hulaina caused for Bibi Dong, and the same applies to the other 2 rings. Hulaina professed a desire to sever ties with Tang San, yet in reality, she was saved from the hands of the king of slaughter by him. And her lingering feelings for Tang San led her to inadvertently reveal that Bibi Dong was hunting the Titan giant ape and the sky blue bull python in the Stardow Forest. It was precisely due to Hulaina's leak that these 2 soul rings, which should have been within Bibi Dong's grasp, were ultimately intercepted by Tang San. One could argue that Hulaina's actions not only caused Bibi Dong to lose 200,000-year soul rings, but also facilitated the acquisition of these rings by her adversary, Tang San. In the end, the defeat of the Spirit Hall is closely tied to these 3 soul rings. Had Bibi Dong absorbed them while Tang San did not, his growth would not have been as rapid, and her strength would have been significantly enhanced. The outcome of the battle at Jialing Pass remains uncertain. Therefore, even if such a treacherous individual possesses a modicum of beauty, Qianyu finds it difficult to harbor any fondness for her. However, hatred is not quite fitting either. After all, she belongs to the opposing faction, and their interactions have been minimal, rendering any feelings of dislike unwarranted. Moreover, since these events have yet to transpire, she can merely be regarded as a naive romantic. Nevertheless, the sight of Yin ignoring her while she pursues Tang San in the future is sufficiently repugnant. As for Yin in the present moment, Qianyu harbored a profound disdain, merely a sycophant, incapable of achieving anything significant. At this moment, Yin turned to Qianyu and continued, "Young one, do you intend to participate in the Soul Master competition of the Spirit Hall?" Qianyu inquired calmly, "Is there a problem?" Yin gazed at Qianyu and replied, "Nana returned the other day and lamented about you for quite some time. She clearly assisted you, yet you remained so indifferent towards her. This has left Nana feeling quite unhappy for an extended period." Qianyu gazed at the flames, unable to suppress a feeling of disgust towards this obsequious admirer. Qianyu replied calmly, "Her unhappiness is of no concern to me." Yin glared at Qianyu, exclaiming in anger, "Is it not your business that you are the cause of her distress?" Qianyu inquired with a tranquil demeanor, "So what do you wish to convey?" At that moment, Yin gazed intently at Qianyu and warned, "Pray that we do not cross paths at the upcoming conference, should our paths intertwine. I shall hold you accountable for the humiliation you have caused me and for the distress you inflicted upon Nana." Qianyu's gaze was icy as she regarded Yin, asking, "Are you finished?" Yin met her gaze and replied, "I am done." With that, Qianyu took Nar and departed from the scene. Yin watched Qianyu's retreating figure and remarked, "You, young one, dare to upset Nar? Just wait for the Soul Master competition. I shall show you how to deal with you." Qianyu returned home with Nar. After finishing their meal, Qianyu resumed training. Such practice was a daily ritual for Qianyu, who never once allowed himself to falter. At present, aside from possessing a soul power of 32, Qianyu's physical prowess has also reached formidable heights. This is largely due to the backing of Douluo, who has procured an array of martial arts manuals for Qianyu's study. Consequently, Qianyu's physique and combat skills are unparalleled. Even without the utilization of his martial spirit, his strength is truly formidable. He could vanquish soul beasts with a millennium of cultivation merely through physical techniques. Furthermore, with the possession of 3 10,000-year soul rings, the enhancement to his abilities is nothing short of significant. Douluo once provided an assessment for Qianyu. Qianyu, endowed with 3 10,000-year soul rings, remains invincible even at the mere 32nd level, dominating the realm of soul masters. Indeed, even Qianyu, who has only just achieved this breakthrough, can claim superiority over peers of the same rank. It is precisely for this reason that Douluo dares to challenge Qianyu with the expectation of securing the championship. Qianyu is aware of Douluo's plan. The reason Qianyu has been secretly nurtured by Douluo is that the current pope of the Spirit Hall is Bibi Dong. Should Bibi Dong discover that Qianyu is the grandson of Douluo, and moreover, not her biological grandson, but rather the illegitimate child of Qian Sunji, she would undoubtedly refuse to bestow upon Qianyu the title of Saint Sun. Furthermore, Qianyu could potentially be in peril, as Qian Sunji met his demise at Bibi Dong's hands. Consequently, Douluo has diligently trained Qianyu to compete for the title of Saint Sun through his own prowess. If Qianyu performs exceptionally well at the conference and is selected, then Bibi Dong would have no grounds to suppress him. On the contrary, she would likely hold Qianyu in high regard. All of this is the result of Douluo's thoughtful intentions. Qianyu is well aware that Douluo genuinely intends to cultivate him as the successor of the Spirit Hall. As for whether it will be him or Qian Ringshu who ultimately inherits the Spirit Hall, that is a matter for the future to determine. In any case, nurturing Qianyu means that the Spirit Hall will gain an additional prodigy, which can only be advantageous. Qianyu, having experienced 2 lifetimes as a human, naturally perceives these truths. However, these realizations bear no detrimental impact on Qianyu himself. Qianyu chose to heed the natural course of events, embracing the unfolding of her destiny. Moreover, she increasingly sensed that her identity was far more complex than she had previously realized, particularly after hearing Nar's words. Qianyu harbored increasing doubts about whether he had any connection to that celestial realm above. The angel spirit and the mysterious seed spirit, these soul manifestations remained shrouded in enigma within the world of Douluo. At this moment, Qianyu's ambitions transcended merely defeating Tang Hao. Perhaps he had unwittingly entangled himself in a far greater turmoil. Thus, he must seize every opportunity to enhance his strength. Days passed, and at last, the Spirit Hall Soul Master Tournament commenced. Chapter 32. The tournament begins. The Spirit Hall Soul Master Tournament finally unfolded at the Spirit Hall's Coliseum. This venue, an immense arena, stood as a monumental structure within Spirit City. The Coliseum, oval in shape, resembled a grand stadium, sprawling across an extensive area. Within the arena, numerous fighting stages were erected, categorized into 3 tiers: preliminary, intermediate, and advanced. The colossal arena could accommodate an audience of up to 100,000 spectators, with luxurious viewing chambers surrounding the arena, allowing guests to observe the combatants on the stages. Situated at the heart of Spirit City, the grand platform measured an impressive 100 meters in diameter, meticulously constructed from granite. The vast competition stage was further reinforced with an abundance of soul-guided devices to prevent any damage. According to the information provided by the Spirit Hall, this arena could withstand attacks from soul masters below the rank of Soul Emperor without sustaining any harm. Today, the Coliseum was filled to capacity, with all spectators seated in their respective sections, eagerly awaiting the commencement of the tournament. Such a grand event undoubtedly captivated the attention of the entire Spirit City. Qianyu arrived at the Spirit Hall's grand arena, accompanied by Nar. The arena was teeming with a dense throng of people, all eager to enter the tournament grounds. After all, this was a grand event hosted by the Spirit Hall. Even though admission required a ticket, The Spirit Hall's Soul Master competitions always drew a full house. Whether they were Soul Masters or common folk, everyone poured into the vast arena, united in their anticipation. Qianyu also brought Nar to this place. As Qianyu entered as a contestant, they traversed the corridor designated for participants. Upon entering this passage, they were greeted by a grand hall, where a beautiful Spirit Master was seated, welcoming all. Every individual present was a competitor in today's tournament. The regulations of the event stipulated that Spirit Masters aged 15 and above were prohibited from participating. Therefore, all those gathered for the Spirit Hall's Spirit Master competition today were under the age of 15. Please proceed to collect your identification tags. A Spirit Master called out. Qianyu and Nar received their respective number plates. Qianyu was fortunate enough to draw number 9, while Nar drew the equally auspicious single-digit number 8. At that moment, Qianyu spotted several familiar faces. Indeed, it was Sheyue, Yin, and Hulaina. They had drawn single-digit numbers as well, specifically numbers 1, 2, and 3. Qianyu began to comprehend that perhaps this lottery was orchestrated intentionally by his grandfather, Douluo. Upon seeing Qianyu, Yin could not restrain himself and approached, remarking, "Kid, you have indeed come." Qianyu gazed calmly at Yin and remarked, "There is no need for provocations. Rest assured, should we encounter each other on the competition stage, I shall not hold back." With that, Qianyu departed alongside Nar. Yin stood there, watching Qianyu's retreating figure, his fists clenched in anger as he exclaimed, "You better hope we do not cross paths." The tournament attracted over 1,000 Soul Masters, employing a system of elimination for advancement, where competitors faced off in pairs. The victor would progress while the defeated would be eliminated. The event was divided into more than 100 arenas, with competitions occurring simultaneously. Subsequently, Qianyu and his companions arrived at the preparation area, designated as a resting place for the participants. Qianyu, accompanied by Nar, settled down in this place. At that moment, a voice resonated from outside. "His Holiness the Pope has arrived." As the proclamation echoed, a procession emerged from the side entrance of the papal hall, comprising 12 cardinals, whose ranks were only surpassed by the platinum bishop. They approached the entrance of the papal hall and positioned themselves on either side, 6 on each flank. "Long live! Long live! Long live!" The triumphant shouts reverberated throughout the entirety of Spirit City, akin to a landslide or a tidal wave. This was not merely the voice of the knights guarding the Pope's mountain, but also the fervent cries of the Soul Masters, who were forbidden from approaching the papal mountain. To them, the Pope represented the pinnacle of their faith. The grand doors of the hall creaked open, the ornate insignia upon them gradually shifting from its place. All eyes instinctively turned towards the unfolding entrance. Out stepped Bibi Dong, clad in a resplendent golden gown, adorned with a purple gold crown and wielding a scepter. Her expression one of solemnity. She emanated an ethereal presence, towering above all in an almost surreal manner. In that moment, her exquisite beauty seemed to fade into the background, overshadowed by the formidable authority she embodied as the reigning Pope of the Spirit Hall. The golden gown fit her impeccably, shimmering with the brilliance of over 100 gemstones in red, blue, and gold. The purple gold crown atop her head radiated with a multitude of lights, all brilliance converging upon her alone at that moment. Is that truly Her Holiness the Pope? How breathtaking! A fusion of majesty and beauty. The Soul Masters began to murmur amongst themselves. The Pope made her way to the designated seat, standing regally. At that instant, all members of the Spirit Hall knelt on one knee, paying their respects to Her Holiness the Pope. Qianyu gazed upon Bibi Dong, and one could not help but acknowledge her unparalleled beauty. Her porcelain skin was flawless, while her exquisitely crafted features seemed to be the result of a creator's utmost dedication. A cascade of lustrous black hair flowed gracefully down her back, and her eyes, profound as the cosmos, brimmed with wisdom. Her elegantly sculpted nose and delicate, cherry pink lips parted slightly, exhaling an enchanting fragrance that exuded an air of refinement and nobility. The Pope, Bibi Dong, gently raised her palm, signaling the assembly to rise. Instantly, the entire venue fell into a hushed silence once more. The Grand Priest and the 6 High Priests have arrived. Came another proclamation, and soon Douluo, accompanied by 7 titled Douluo priests, entered the Spirit Arena. Clad in resplendent golden robes, they exuded an imposing authority, each individual emanating an aura of formidable strength. Particularly striking was Douluo, whose presence surged with explosive intensity, akin to a volcanic eruption, leaving onlookers breathless. Indeed, among the assembled titled Douluo, None could be compared to him. What terrifying prowess he possessed. Upon witnessing Qianyu, the soul masters of the Spirit Hall, along with the common folk and others, were utterly astonished. While they had seen Bibidong on rare occasions, the Grand Priest held a legendary status in their minds. In previous Spirit Hall Master competitions, and even across the continent's Soul Master tournaments, the Grand Priest had never made an appearance. Why had he suddenly graced them with his presence today? Was this truly the Grand Priest? They had heard tales of him being over 100 years old. How could he appear so youthful? But they did not comprehend. The Grand Priest was a limit Douluo, one of the most formidable beings on the continent, and thus he naturally radiated an aura of youthfulness. Everyone promptly bowed in reverence, proclaiming, "We pay our respects to the Grand Priest." Qianyu gently raised his hand, signaling for everyone to refrain from formalities. Bibidong also inclined her head slightly in acknowledgement towards Qianyu. However, Qianyu paid no further attention to her and took his seat at his designated position. The remaining 6 offerings likewise settled into their respective places. Qianyu disregarded her presence, yet Bibidong exhibited no signs of distress, as if she had anticipated this moment. She gazed ahead, her authoritative voice resonating. The current Soul Master competition is organized to select the younger generation of disciples, with participants being youths under the age of 15. Through this tournament, I hope you young talents can showcase your abilities and demonstrate excellence, infusing our Spirit Hall with fresh vigor. Upon hearing Bibidong's words, the atmosphere in the arena grew increasingly fervent. Now, I declare the commencement of this Soul Master competition. Bibidong's voice was cold yet melodious. Chapter 33, to confront you. There is no need to unleash my martial spirit. At this moment, a red-clad archbishop stepped into the center of the arena and proclaimed, "Ladies and gentlemen, I shall preside over this Soul Master competition. Allow me to announce the rules of this tournament." The archbishop then proceeded to elucidate the competition's regulations. The rules were straightforward, a knockout format, where the victor advances and the vanquished exits. In this tournament, injuries incurred do not warrant liability, provided that no contestant is killed. Such an act would be deemed a foul, resulting in disqualification. Various martial spirits may be employed in the contests, and participants may utilize their own weapons. No outsiders are permitted to enter the arena or interfere with the outcomes of the matches. After the archbishop's lengthy declaration, Qianyu, seated in the preparation area, distilled the essential points. With a clear understanding of the competition rules, the tournament officially commenced. The opponents were determined entirely by a drawing of number plates, meaning that the choice of adversary was purely random. However, there remained a degree of human influence, as esteemed seed contestants would undoubtedly not face each other in the initial rounds. With over 100 arenas, spectators could select their preferred matches to observe. Before long, Hulaina, Yan, and Qianyu took to the stage. Instantly, the crowd erupted into fervent cheers, for they were the esteemed seed contestants of the Spirit Hall, naturally garnering immense popularity. Many had long been aware of their renown. Qianyu is so handsome. Indeed, he is powerful and looks splendid. I wish to be his girlfriend. I think Yin is quite impressive too. Yin is formidable, yet his temper is exceedingly volatile. That's rather unfavorable. In the audience, countless individuals cheered them on. As Hulaina stepped onto the arena, the cheers intensified. "Nana, you can do it. Nana, you are the best. Go forth and win." An abundance of admirers rallied behind Hulaina, the prodigy of the Spirit Hall, with her exceptional prowess and captivating beauty. It was no wonder she captivated the hearts of many spectators. "Thank you." Hulaina smiled and waved to the crowd, yet her expression remained notably indifferent. Although she relished the cheers, they were far from sufficient to evoke any exhilaration within her. In stark contrast, Yin exhibited a different demeanor. His face was etched with jealousy as he exclaimed, "Nana is my goddess, and I am her most ardent admirer." Qianyu and Nara were also summoned, and they each proceeded to their respective arenas. In contrast, Qianyu's side attracted almost no spectators, nor did anyone cheer for him. After all, Qianyu was exceptionally low-key in his daily life. Qianyu ascended to the arena, where he beheld before him an upperclassman, likely around the age of 12 or 13. A referee positioned himself between Qianyu and the senior, and then proclaimed, "Qianyu versus Wang Hu. Let the match commence." Before Qianyu stood a young man, approximately 12 or 13 years of age. He appeared remarkably robust, a veritable colossus, with muscles rippling and an aura of explosive power emanating from him. His eyes sparkled with an intense sharpness, as if capable of penetrating the very essence of all that surrounded him, instilling a sense of intimidation. Upon observing Qianyu's somewhat youthful visage, he could not help but let out a derisive snicker. It turned out to be a mere child, reeking of immaturity. It seemed fortune favored him today, for he had finally encountered an easy target. Qianyu furrowed her brows, her gaze icy, and spoke in a low voice. "Enough with the nonsense, let us engage." Wang Hu let out a cold snort and then shouted, "Martial Spirit Manifestation, Battle Tiger." In an instant, a colossal phantom of a fierce tiger materialized behind Wang Hu, and his physique transformed, becoming more robust, exuding a potent force of energy. With a roar of fury, Wang Hu propelled himself off the ground, charging towards Qianyu like a cannonball. Qianyu's expression turned grave as he swiftly extended his arms, assuming a defensive stance. In an instant, Wang Hu unleashed a ferocious punch, accompanied by a piercing sound of wind, as his fist hurtled towards Qianyu. At that moment, Qianyu merely sidestepped lightly, evading Wang Hu's attack with remarkable ease. Wang Hu charged at him once more, yet Qianyu effortlessly dodged again. "Kid, why don't you unleash your martial soul?" Wang Hu demanded angrily, his gaze fixed on Qianyu. "To deal with you, there is no need for me to activate my martial soul," Qianyu retorted coldly. "Arrogant." Wang Hu scoffed, lunging at Qianyu again with relentless ferocity, his every strike brutal and unrestrained. With a furious roar, Wang Hu exclaimed, "Are you only capable of dodging?" With that, he unleashed a terrifying surge of power, his second yellow spirit ring glowing ominously as he declared, "Frenzied Tiger Titan." In an instant, Wang Hu transformed into a fearsome beast, charging at Qianyu with the agility and speed of a tiger, his jaws poised to snap with razor-sharp teeth. This was Wang Hu's martial soul, the Frenzied Tiger Titan. Once activated, his strength, speed, and even agility would multiply several times over. As Wang Hu lunged at him, Qianyu's mind shifted gears. He deftly sidestepped, positioning himself behind Wang Hu, and delivered a powerful kick. With a resounding crash, Wang Hu was sent flying, crashing down beyond the arena's edge. Cough. Upon hitting the ground, he spat out a mouthful of blood, laboriously lifting his head to gaze at Qianyu, his eyes wide with astonishment. He had not anticipated that this individual could be so formidable, defeating him without even activating his martial soul. As the audience witnessed Wang Hu's plight, gasps of amazement filled the air. Qianyu is astonishing. He has taken down Wang Hu. There is something intriguing about Qianyu. He is worth keeping an eye on. Indeed, who would have thought Qianyu's physical prowess was so formidable? Cough, concede. Wang Hu wiped the blood from his lips, speaking slowly. He recognized that he was no match for Qianyu and thus chose to yield. Upon hearing this, Qianyu smiled, then turned and descended from the arena, returning to the preparation area. At that moment, Nair had also emerged victorious from her match and quickly rushed over. "Brother Qianyu, I won," Nair exclaimed joyfully. Qianyu gazed at Nair, a smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "Well done." Nair continued, "You need not inquire, Brother Qianyu, for you undoubtedly emerged victorious as well." Qianyu nodded slightly. At that moment, she lifted her gaze and immediately spotted her grandfather, Douluo, intently watching her competition. Beside him, Golden Crocodile Douluo inquired, "Great offering, what brings you to witness this Spirit Hall Soul Master Tournament? If I recall correctly, you have never attended the Soul Master Tournament across the continent, only coming to observe when Xiao Shui was still at the Spirit Hall. Is there a particular individual among these youngsters who has captured your interest?" Douluo let out a hearty laugh and said, "Indeed. I wonder who that little fellow might be." Jean Douluo inquired, gazing at Douluo. Chapter 34, The Evil Spirit. At this moment, Douluo smiled subtly and replied, "You shall know in due time." Douluo hesitated to reveal anything to Golden Crocodile Douluo, who then smiled slightly and remarked, "It appears that the little one who piques the interest of the grand offering possesses considerable strength. I shall eagerly await the outcome." With a smile, Golden Crocodile Douluo continued to observe the competition. Meanwhile, Qianyu and Nair emerged victorious in the first round of matches. Given that the tournament followed a single elimination format, over 1,000 participants would see their numbers halved after this initial round. However, Qianyu and Nair successfully advanced to the second round. At this moment, Yin, Hulaina, and Qianyu also triumphed effortlessly in their matches. When Yin noticed Qianyu in the advancing group, a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. "That kid has also made it through," Yin exclaimed, gazing in Qianyu's direction. Hulaina's attention was drawn there as well. Her impression of Qianyu was profoundly etched in her memory, particularly due to his previous demeanor towards her. "What is his name?" Hulaina inquired, looking at Yin. His name is Qianyu. Yin responded, having already investigated Qianyu's identity. Hulaina nodded in acknowledgement before turning away. After a few hours of respite, Qianyu and Na Er resumed the second round of competition. Qianyu once again ascended to the arena. At this moment, it seemed that the number of spectators observing Qianyu's match had increased. After all, in Qianyu's inaugural contest, he triumphed over a formidable soul master without even employing his martial soul, which piqued the curiosity of many regarding Qianyu. Qianyu arrived at the arena. At this moment, her opponent was a tall competitor, towering at approximately 1.90 meters. Clad in a blue athletic suit, his muscular physique radiated a formidable strength. He stood there, resembling an imposing hill. Qianyu found it difficult to fathom that he was merely 14 years old. At this moment, he stood quietly, his gaze fixed upon Qianyu, radiating a fierce brilliance. "I am Li Hao. I seek your guidance," Li Hao stated with a calm demeanor. Upon hearing Li Hao's words, Qianyu raised an eyebrow and declared, "Qianyu, the battle against Li Hao begins." The referee promptly announced. Immediately, Li Hao summoned his martial spirit, and a long spear materialized in his grasp. It was evident that Li Hao's martial spirit was a weapon spirit. With the spear in hand, he lunged towards Qianyu, exuding an intense aura of aggression. Unfazed by the ferocious assault, Qianyu boldly advanced to meet him head-on. Bang! The two collided and swiftly separated, each retreating 3 steps. Observing that he was evenly matched with Qianyu, Li Hao's expression shifted slightly. Without hesitation, he charged at Qianyu once more. Although Li Hao was robustly built, his speed was impressive, and in the blink of an eye, he stood before Qianyu, sweeping the spear horizontally towards him. Upon witnessing this, Qianyu swiftly evaded Li Hao's onslaught, his figure flickering before leaping into the air. He then unleashed a formidable punch, a colossal shadow of his fist descending from the heavens. A mere parlor trick. Li Hao scoffed at Qianyu's movement, only to see his spear extend suddenly, aimed at Qianyu. However, to his astonishment, Qianyu deftly sidestepped the spear's thrust, landing a punch directly upon his chest. Boom! The immense force of the punch collided with Li Hao, resulting in a powerful explosion. Li Hao was sent hurtling backward, his body flying off the stage. He was left utterly astonished as he gazed at Qianyu, realizing that Qianyu had yet to employ his martial soul. Had he truly been defeated solely by raw strength? How could this be? How could this boy possess such extraordinary power? Li Hao's mind raced with disbelief. Meanwhile, the audience below was left in a state of utter shock, their mouths agape. What had just transpired? I could scarcely comprehend it. Li Hao was defeated so swiftly? Qianyu hasn't even activated his martial soul, has he? I heard he is only 8.5 years old. Such strength at such a tender age is simply terrifying. At that moment, everyone displayed expressions of astonishment, unable to believe their own eyes. Qianyu was truly formidable beyond measure. Qianyu has once again triumphed in a match, advancing to the next round. However, what Qianyu remains unaware of is that his performance in these 2 battles has begun to circulate within certain circles. To defeat 2 formidable soul masters without employing his martial soul showcases a prowess that is bound to elevate Qianyu's reputation to great heights. After Qianyu triumphed in the competition, Na Er also achieved victory with equal finesse, swiftly dispatching her opponent in an impressive manner. Qianyu and Na Er have both advanced to the next round. Today, 2 matches were held, hence the 3rd match is scheduled for tomorrow. These 2 matches have eliminated a significant number of participants. Originally, over 1,000 individuals entered the competition, but after the 2 matches, only 200 or 300 remain. At this moment, Na approached Qianyu and exclaimed, "Qianyu brother, I won again. Well done, Na." Qianyu and Na returned home. After dinner, in the evening, Qiandao Lu arrived once more. "Xiaoyu, you have performed admirably." Qiandao Lu did not hesitate to offer his praise. "Now, all you need to do is continue to win," Qiandao Lu remarked, gazing at Qianyu. Qianyu nodded and declared, "Indeed, I shall continue to triumph." Qiandao Lu gazed at Qianyu with satisfaction, a smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "Ha! Now I can rest easy. Take a good rest, for tomorrow there will be a competition." Qianyu nodded. Qiandao had departed, and at that moment, Na Er approached Qianyu's side. Qianyu gently stroked Nair's head, chuckling. "Very well, let us retire for the night." Nair obediently nodded in agreement. The 2 settled down to sleep side by side. As night fell, Qianyu found himself once again immersed in that peculiar dream. In this dream, he returned to that pitch-black realm. As was customary, Qianyu continued to traverse this dark expanse, walking onward without pause. Suddenly, he noticed a flicker of crimson light appearing before him. What could this be? Upon glimpsing the red glow, Qianyu abruptly halted his steps. Then, he lifted his foot and took a step forward. Qianyu immediately dashed forward, yearning to escape from this dark abyss. At that moment, he discovered that he had inadvertently arrived beside the emanating red light. Qianyu gazed at the crimson glow before him, his heart overwhelmed with shock. Before him loomed countless malevolent spirits, each more grotesque than the last, their claws outstretched in a terrifying display. The source of the red luminescence was none other than the eyes of these fiends. Chapter 35. The Sin of Angels. One by one, the malevolent entities materialized before Qianyu. The sensation utterly bizarre. What filled him with even greater dread was the unwavering gaze of these specters, fixated intently upon him. With their fearsome visages, they lunged toward Qianyu. Qianyu gazed at the malevolent spirits with a sense of trepidation. Where on earth was this place, and why had such entities materialized? A wave of confusion washed over him. At that moment, the vile apparitions surged relentlessly towards Qianyu, who, undeterred, took action. He endeavored to unleash his martial spirit, and in an instant, both his angelic and seed martial spirits manifested before him. Qianyu, utilizing the wings of an angel, ascended into the air in an instant. Subsequently, his seed spirit manifested countless tendrils that sprouted forth, transforming into a deep black hue, remarkably resilient, as they surged toward the malevolent spirits. With a swift whoosh, 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 the razor-sharp tendrils sliced through the bodies of the fiends, cleaving them into fragments. Yet, the potency of these vines remained undiminished, relentlessly continuing to extract the essence from the wicked entities. Just as the tendrils were on the verge of seizing the souls of the evil spirits, a blood-red fiend suddenly lunged forth, directly targeting Qianyu. Humph! Qianyu let out a cold snort, and then with a sudden flap of the wings behind him, his figure swiftly retreated. Bang! The spot where Qianyu had just departed was violently struck to the ground by a blood-red fiend. Qianyu looked down and beheld a vast chasm where he had just been standing. Qianyu felt a sense of trepidation deep within, although she found herself in a dream. The surroundings felt astonishingly genuine. Qianyu remained oblivious to whether being wounded or perishing within this dream would bear any repercussions in the realm of reality. However, he was acutely aware that as long as he survived in this domain, he would undoubtedly remain unscathed in the real world. Furthermore, these malevolent spirits were not excessively formidable. They could serve to hone his combat skills. In this place, he faced no disturbances, nor were there any constraints or influences. He could engage in battle at his leisure. In an instant, 3 ebony soul rings unfurled around Qianyu, and the dark soulbone sword materialized in his grasp. At that moment, Qianyu's angelic martial spirit loomed behind him, while in his right hand, he wielded a bone knife forged from an external soul bone. The ground was already strewn with the seeds of his martial spirit, awaiting their emergence. Boom! Qianyu's foot struck the ground with ferocity, propelling her forward like a leopard, racing toward the crimson demon. In an instant, she materialized before the blood-red fiend. With a swift motion, the scythe cleaved down upon the malevolent spirit with such speed that it was nearly imperceptible. The demon reacted with remarkable agility, yet under the onslaught of Qianyu's soulbone sword, it could only narrowly evade the lethal strike. Crack! Qianyu offered him no respite, wielding the bone sword with renewed ferocity. This time, the blade cleaved through the neck of the crimson demon with unrelenting precision. Bang! The demon's form shattered into countless fragments in an instant. A piercing scream escaped the crimson demon, echoing in the air before it vanished entirely. Qianyu retracted the bone sword, his expression devoid of emotion. Countless malevolent spirits surged towards him, and at that moment, Qianyu coldly commanded, "Parasitic demon seed." Instantly, his seed martial soul transformed into resilient vines that shot forth with precision. These vines, akin to venomous serpents, pierced directly into the bodies of the malevolent spirits. With a series of wet sounds, the spirits were swiftly impaled by Qianyu's vines. Subsequently, the vines began to writhe, rapidly piercing through the spirits, which, upon their demise, crumbled into heaps of white bones. After completing all of this, Qianyu continued to walk forward. He felt as if this world was astonishingly real, akin to being in an authentic reality. Qianyu encountered a number of malevolent spirits once again. Without the slightest hesitation, Qianyu unleashed her full power, slaying all those wicked apparitions. At long last, Qianyu arrived at a location where a colossal altar stood. Surrounding the altar were 4 immensely large crosses. Qianyu gazed in astonishment at the colossal cross before him, his eyes betraying an endless sense of wonder. He could scarcely believe his own sight. For upon each cross was bound a magnificent statue of an angel, those angelic figures, as if sinners themselves, were shackled to the crosses. Each statue, restrained, gazed upwards as though awaiting judgment. Witnessing this, Qianyu's conviction in his thoughts deepened. Perhaps this was not a dream. This place seemed linked to his angelic martial spirit. Could it be that he traversed between this world and the realm of Douluo Continent? With this thought, Qianyu was struck with greater astonishment. Had he not crossed over to the world of Douluo Continent? What was this place? Why were there angelic statues here? Why were they bound? Were they indeed sinners? What transgressions had they committed? And under whose judgment did they stand? A myriad of questions surged into Qianyu's mind. At that moment, a blinding light enveloped the world, prompting Qianyu to instinctively shut his eyes. When he reopened them, he found himself once more in the realm of Douluo Continent. Dawn had arrived. Nara was still asleep, her silvery hair cascading beneath him. Her fair visage bore a charming blush as she lay in peaceful slumber. Observing Nara in this moment, a gentle glimmer flickered in Qianyu's eyes. He tenderly adjusted her covers and then seated himself at the bedside, awaiting her awakening in silence. After a short while, Nara stirred, blinking her sleepy eyes as she turned to Qianyu and said, "Good morning, brother Qianyu." "Good morning, Nar. Prepare yourself, for today we shall visit the Soul Arena. We have a match to compete in." Nar nodded eagerly. The following day's competition proceeded exceptionally smoothly. Qianyu has once again achieved 2 consecutive victories, successfully advancing to the next stage. Remarkably, Qianyu did so without even utilizing her martial soul. Similarly, Nar also secured 2 consecutive wins to progress, eliminating half of the participants in both of her matches. Now, only 64 competitors remain in the contest. These 64 individuals have successfully entered the top 64, and those who have reached this stage are guaranteed to receive some form of reward. On the 3rd day, Qianyu participated in the qualifying round of the top 64. Those who have arrived here are all formidable competitors. Qianyu ascended to the arena, and at this moment, the spectators who had gathered to witness Qianyu's competition were no longer as few as before. The venue was brimming with spectators, pulsating with fervor. A multitude had already become fervent supporters of Qianyu, cheering passionately for him. Chapter 36, A Triumphant Victory. Witnessing such a scene, Qianyu felt a wave of astonishment. There, in the audience, countless voices rose in unison, exclaiming, "Go Qianyu! You are so powerful! Young man, you are incredibly handsome." Some of Qianyu's fans have begun to cheer for her. Qianyu was somewhat taken aback. When had he garnered so many admirers? At this rate, how could he maintain his low profile? Yet, it was true that initially, no one recognized Qianyu. However, after participating in 4 matches, without even unleashing his martial spirit, Qianyu emerged victorious each time. Such remarkable performances spread like wildfire, with word of his prowess traveling from 1 person to 10, and from 10 to 100. Consequently, it was only natural that Qianyu's fanbase grew, and now it seemed that several hundred individuals had come to witness his matches. Qianyu arrived at the arena, where he beheld a young man standing across from him, approximately 14 or 15 years of age, towering a head taller than Qianyu. In the depths of the young man's eyes gleamed an indomitable spirit of combat. "Brother Qianyu," he began, "I have heard tales of your journey to this point without relying on your martial soul. I am truly eager to discover what your martial soul is." Qianyu responded calmly, "That depends on whether you possess the strength to compel my martial soul." "I hope you won't disappoint me," the man declared, with a resonant cry. He summoned his martial soul, the Black Panther. In an instant, the essence of the Black Panther enveloped him, and 3 soul rings materialized in succession, yellow, yellow, and purple. At that moment, astonishment rippled through the crowd. A 3-ring soul master? The 3rd soul ring, being a millennium old, was likely to provoke Qianyu's martial soul to emerge. I am eager to discover what Qianyu's martial soul truly is. Boom. Just then, the man launched his assault, propelling himself forward with powerful strides, hurtling toward Qianyu. Roar. Simultaneously, he unleashed a primal roar, swinging his right fist with ferocity. Bang! A terrifying gust of wind erupted, hurtling towards Qianyu. "Ha ha, what a remarkable fellow." Faced with this attack, Qianyu's eyes narrowed, and a slight smile graced his lips. Clap, clap, clap. With a flurry of movements, a multitude of phantoms appeared beside Qianyu. Bang! As Qianyu's palm struck, a series of palm prints surged toward the advancing man. Boom! The prints collided directly with the man, propelling him backward. He staggered several steps before finally halting his retreat. Although he had managed to deflect Qianyu's assault, he was nonetheless forced back by its sheer power. Hiss! Witnessing this spectacle, the onlookers collectively gasped in astonishment. The man, his expression one of sheer disbelief, stared at Qianyu, recognizing the extraordinary sharpness of his attack. Your strikes are commendable, yet they are merely that. In an instant, the man charged forward, and in the blink of an eye, a colossal Black Panther spirit manifested behind Qianyu. The immense claws lunged toward him with ferocity. Qianyu chuckled lightly as the power of his left leg's soul bone surged forth in an instant, allowing him to deftly evade the man's attack. In a swift motion, he concentrated the strength of his soul bone into his left leg and unleashed a powerful kick. A dull thud resonated in the air as he struck the man squarely in the chest, sending him hurtling backward. The man crashed heavily onto the arena floor, blood spattering from his lips as he gazed at Qianyu with wide, astonished eyes. Ultimately, summoning his remaining strength, he rose to his feet and declared, "I concede." Qianyu effortlessly secured another victory, advancing into the top 32. Meanwhile, Nair's match was still underway, prompting Qianyu to approach her. Observing Nair wielding the silver dragon spear, she thrust it forward, striking at the opposing Soul Master. In an instant, the Soul Master was sent flying by Nair's attack, resulting in a swift defeat. Once again, Nair emerged victorious, successfully entering the top 32 as well. At this moment, Qianyu stood beside Nair. "Nair, congratulations." Qianyu smiled gently. "Thank you, brother Qianyu." Nair replied with a sweet smile, her excitement palpable. In the time that followed, Qianyu continued to observe the battles of others. An hour later, it was finally Qianyu's turn. Qianyu still had not encountered any of the top-ranked Soul Masters, effortlessly securing another victory. Nair also triumphed with ease, and both advanced into the top 16. During their preparations, Yin and the others were astounded to see Qianyu reach the top 16. How is this possible? That kid actually made it into the top 16, Yin exclaimed. Immediately, the gazes of Hu Laina and Xie Yue turned towards Qianyu, clearly astonished. I remember that kid is supposed to be a lower grade. Yin continued in disbelief. Xie Yue and Hu Laina exchanged solemn looks, their hearts filled with astonishment, struggling to comprehend the situation. It seems he is indeed a formidable opponent, Xie Yue remarked. Meanwhile, Yin was unusually exhilarated. He gazed in Qianyu's direction and chuckled. In that case, I might just get the chance to face him. With that, Yin strode towards Qianyu. Upon reaching Qianyu, he raised his eyes slightly, casting a casual glance at him. Yin, looking at Qianyu, said, "Kid, I didn't expect you to be so powerful. Making it into the top 16. This means we might have the opportunity to battle on the arena." Qianyu, indifferent, casually replied, Witnessing Qianyu's demeanor, Yin was instantly filled with rage. He glared at Qianyu and exclaimed, "Brat, what do you mean by that? Are you looking down on me?" Qianyu calmly replied, "Not at all." Yin glanced at Qianyu and inquired, "Then why are you so indifferent?" Qianyu calmly responded, "To me, it matters not who among you I face in battle. Ultimately, the victor shall be me." Qianyu responded calmly. However, upon hearing his words, Yin perceived them as sheer arrogance. What an audacious young man. Who do you think you are to proclaim that you shall emerge victorious in the end? Yin gazed at Qianyu, astonished. Qianyu responded, "Indeed, I shall see what skills you possess. I hope you do not weep when you encounter me." After delivering this formidable statement, Yin departed. Subsequently, the opponents for the next match were finally drawn. Yin looked at his opponent with immense excitement, hoping to face Qianyu. However, he soon realized that his next adversary was not Qianyu. At the same time, Qianyu received the results of the draw and was utterly astonished to discover that his next opponent was. Chapter 37, The Battle Against Nair. Nair. In the upcoming match, Qianyu would face Nair. Both Qianyu and Nair were taken aback by this outcome. "Nair, I never expected you to be my next opponent," Qianyu exclaimed, gazing incredulously at Nair beside him. In Nair's eyes, there was a certain tranquility. She looked at Qianyu and said, "Brother Qianyu, you must give it your all. For Nair shall show no mercy." Qianyu regained his composure, gazing at Nair with a smile. "What is this? Are you truly willing to raise your hand against your brother Qianyu? I certainly won't miss the chance to stand up for my brother Qianyu." Rest assured, I shall give it my all," Nair replied, hands behind her back, with a playful grin. "Very well, little girl. Tomorrow we shall see who teaches whom a lesson." In that moment, both of them felt a sense of relief. For Nair, rankings held no significance. Hence, in the forthcoming competition, she was determined to ensure Qianyu's victory. Yet, deep down, she yearned for one final match with her brother Qianyu. Her memories had awakened. She recalled everything. Every detail. She was not merely human. She was a fragment of the slumbering sovereign of the forest, the Silver Dragon King, Qianyu. A manifestation of Qianyu's emotions. As her memories resurfaced, the moment of her fusion with Qianyu drew near. Thus, she sensed that her time with her brother Qianyu was drawing to a close. As they journeyed onward, Qianyu observed that the young girl appeared to be preoccupied with her thoughts and gently inquired, "Nar, what troubles you?" With a playful glint in her eyes, Nar replied, "Oh, it's nothing. I'm just pondering how to defeat you, brother Qianyu, tomorrow." "Are you serious?" Qianyu chuckled. "Of course," Nar exclaimed. "Brother Qianyu, let us go indulge in some ice cream." At that moment, Nar suddenly took hold of Qianyu's hand. All right. The two made their way to the ice cream stand, where Qianyu purchased 2 delightful cones. They sat side by side, relishing their treats. "Brother Qianyu, you have something on your face." Nar giggled as she gazed at him. "Really? Where?" he asked. "Right here," she exclaimed, and with that, Nar mischievously smeared a dollop of ice cream onto Qianyu's face. "Oh, you little rascal, how dare you ambush me?" Qianyu playfully smeared a bit of ice cream on Nar's face, and the two of them began to frolic together. As the sun descended in the west, the young boy and girl chased each other beneath its golden rays. As night fell, they found themselves nestled together, and suddenly, Nar wrapped her arms around Qianyu from behind. "What is the matter, Nar?" he inquired. "I wish to feel my brother Qianyu's warmth," she replied, pressing her face against his back. "What has gotten into you today?" Qianyu sensed something was amiss with Nar today. "It's nothing, just go to sleep," Nar replied. The two drifted into slumber. In the realm of dreams, Qianyu once again found himself in that extraordinary world. He arrived at the immense altar, a place he had not fully observed before awakening. At this moment, he finally discerned the objects upon the altar. A pitch-black longsword was thrust into it, emanating wisps of dark energy. The entire blade was a deep ebony hue, exuding an unparalleled aura of lethal intent. "What is this?" Qianyu pondered in astonishment. He scrutinized it closely and discovered that the dark longsword seemed to be ensnared by a peculiar seal. Meanwhile, within him, his blood surged with fervor. Qianyu gazed upon the pitch-black longsword. An overwhelming urge to draw it surged within him. This sword appeared to possess immense power. Qianyu gazed at the ebony longsword before her, and suddenly recalled the angelic sword. Being the bearer of an angelic martial spirit, she wondered if this might. Qianyu instantaneously dismissed her thoughts. How could this possibly be the angelic sword? The angelic sword should be golden. How could it be so pitch-black? This dark sword, in fact, resembles a demonic blade. Qianyu could not contain the impulse that surged within him, and in an instant, he reached out to draw forth the demonic sword. At that very moment, a terrifying force erupted from the sword, unleashing a cataclysmic roar that sent Qianyu hurtling backward. Qianyu was propelled backward, his body awash with a tumult of emotions. After a considerable pause, he finally rose to his feet, his gaze fixed intently upon the dark sword. The power emanating from it moments ago was truly formidable. Had he not restrained himself, it was likely he would have been reduced to mere fragments. What a fearsome blade! Could it possibly be an artifact of divine caliber? Qianyu murmured to himself. Regardless of its nature, this sword was undoubtedly a treasure of immense value. With his resolute eyes locked on the obsidian longsword, Qianyu steeled himself. Qianyu had just made an attempt, but was utterly unable to draw it. This obsidian sword appeared to be ensnared by some enigmatic force, rendering it impossible to extract. Qianyu felt no urge to withdraw the sword, for he sensed that should he do so, he would be torn to pieces by the overwhelming force it wielded. The following day, Qianyu awoke. Today, the long-anticipated battle between him and Nar was finally set to commence. They arrived at the Soul Arena of the Spirit Hall, where an unexpected multitude had gathered to witness the event. Over the course of numerous matches, both Qianyu and Nar had garnered a substantial fan base. Naturally, many were eager to observe their climactic duel. It was rumored that Nar and Qianyu were partners, a notion substantiated by their frequent companionship. Thus, this contest promised to be one of both love and rivalry. Yet, the question lingered, would they engage with full seriousness? After all, this was a matter of significance beyond the Holy Son and Holy Maiden of the Spirit Hall, and they would surely take it earnestly. The crowd below began to murmur excitedly. On the arena stage, Nar stood poised at one side, her silver hair dancing in the breeze, her porcelain skin seemingly delicate, and her exquisite visage adorned with a gentle smile, exuding remarkable beauty. Nar gazed at Qianyu and, with a soft smile, asked, "Brother Qianyu, are you prepared?" "Indeed," Qianyu nodded in affirmation. Very well, then let us commence. Na replied with a smile. Agreed, Qianyu affirmed. In an instant, Na waved her delicate hand, conjuring the silver dragon spear into her grasp. A glint of cold radiance flickered in her eyes as she declared, let us begin. Yes, Qianyu nodded, his gaze reflecting a spark of determination. Whoosh. In the next moment, Na surged forward, launching her attack against Qianyu. Boom, boom, boom. Na's speed was unparalleled. In the blink of an eye, she unleashed a flurry of thrusts, each strike accompanied by a piercing shadow of the spear. Bang! With the silver dragon spear in hand, Na thrust fiercely toward Qianyu's chest. Qianyu's calm visage exhibited no signs of turmoil, as her right hand formed a fist, from which a radiant golden light blossomed at her fingertips. The fists of Qianyu collided with Na's long spear. Upon impact, the two swiftly separated. Na gazed at Qianyu and exclaimed, Brother Qianyu, you are indeed formidable. I concede. Chapter 38. Qianyu versus Yan. I concede. Na declared without hesitation. Qianyu, however, was not taken aback. He gazed at Na and remarked, Did you not say that you wished to engage in a serious contest with me? With a playful demeanor. Na clasped her hands behind her back and replied, Upon reflection, I believe it would be best not to take our match too seriously this time. Let's postpone it for another opportunity, Qianyu Gij. She chuckled softly, shook her head, and then gracefully descended from the arena. At that moment, the spectators on the platform were left with a lingering sense of anticipation. Was that truly the end? They had been eagerly awaiting a fierce clash of love and rivalry. Indeed, why had it concluded so swiftly? The crowd buzzed with chatter, expressing their disappointment. What they yearned to witness was a full-throttle battle between the two of them. Qianyu has successfully advanced to the top 8, along with Yin, Sheiyue, and Hulaina. The next opponent for Qianyu has also been determined. It is Yin. Yin approached, looking at Qianyu, and proclaimed, Indeed, the heavens do not forsake those with determination. At long last, it is my turn to face you in battle. Qianyu slightly raised her eyes and gazed at Yin, asking, Do you truly wish to confront me? Indeed, after suffering defeat at your hands last time, this time, I shall reclaim my honor, no matter the cost. Listening to Yan's words, Qianyu nodded in agreement. Very well, I shall indulge you this time. Before long, the afternoon arrived, marking the commencement of the quarterfinals. At this juncture, the matches would no longer be held in separate arenas. For the top 8 contenders were all students nurtured by the Spirit Hall. Thus, the battles would unfold upon the main stage. In the distinguished seating area, both Bibi Dong and Qian Daolu made their appearances, accompanied by several elders who had also gathered in the audience. They had scarcely attended since the first day. Yet on this occasion of the quarterfinals, nearly all the elders were present to witness the events. For Bibi Dong, her hopes rested upon Yin, Hulaina, and Sheiyue. Hence, she naturally came to observe their performances. Qian Daolu felt similarly. In previous matches, he was confident that Qianyu would emerge victorious, thus the contest lacked excitement. However, in the quarterfinals, he yearned to witness firsthand how Qianyu would ascend to the pinnacle of the competition. The first match was set between Qianyu and Yin, a 32-level Soul Master facing a 36-level Soul Master. As the referee's voice resonated, both Qianyu and Yin stepped onto the arena. The moment they entered the stage, Yan's supporters erupted in cheers. Go, Yan. Defeat that kid. Keep it up. Although Qianyu had his own admirers, they paled in comparison to the throngs rallying behind Yan, the prodigy from the Spirit Hall Academy. While Qianyu had garnered a modest following, it was merely in the hundreds, far overshadowed by Yan's fanfare. The revelation that Qianyu had reached the 32 level was unexpected, and many were taken aback by his formidable strength. Prior to this, he had not revealed his martial soul or spirit rings, leaving his true level a mystery. Yet, the disparity of levels, 32 against 36, placed Qianyu in a precarious position, prompting murmurs among the audience. At this moment, Yin turned his gaze towards Qianyu, a cold smirk forming on his lips. Qianyu, I didn't anticipate you reaching level 32. No wonder I faced defeat at your hands last time. However, I consider myself fortunate to finally confront you again. Rest assured, I will make you repay the humiliation you inflicted upon me tenfold. Qianyu gazed calmly at Yin and said, Enough with the idle chatter. At that moment, Yin bellowed, Martial Soul, Flame Lord. Instantly, a terrifying blaze erupted around him, as a searing heat enveloped the arena. Concurrently, waves of intense flames emanated from within Yan's body, as if they were rising from the depths of the earth, elusive to the touch. In that instant, Yin transformed entirely into a fiery sphere, exuding an aura of sheer terror. This fiery martial soul possessed immense power, especially when Yin summoned its full might, flooding the arena with a blistering warmth. With a thunderous roar, the flames surrounding him surged several feet, rendering him akin to a deity of fire upon the platform. A formidable presence radiated from him, and 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, flashed to life around him. The spectators below erupted in excitement, marveling at the might of Yan's martial soul. Indeed, the Flame Lord martial soul grants dominion over fire. One wonders what martial soul Qianyu possesses. At that moment, Qianyu, observing Yin, unleashed his own martial soul, and immediately tendrils emerged from his hands. Was that truly his martial soul? How curious, a vine. Fire is known to vanquish wood, coupled with the disparity in levels and soul power. Qianyu appeared to have little chance of victory. It seemed certain that Qianyu was destined to lose. Those who had witnessed Qianyu's previous battles began to murmur amongst themselves. Finally seeing his martial soul, Yin, smirking at Qianyu, taunted, "Is your martial soul merely a vine? Fire conquers wood. It appears this contest is mine to win." Yet, Qianyu's gaze remained unperturbed as Yin charged towards him. Flames surged forth, hurtling towards Qianyu with ferocity. With a single step, the entire platform trembled, a testament to the weight of his stride. "Ha!" Qianyu exclaimed, and in an instant, the tendrils beside him shot forth, slicing through the air as they raced toward the flames. The moment they intertwined, a sizzling symphony filled the air. The flames met the vines, and in an instant, the tendrils were engulfed in Yan's blaze. Yin watched Qianyu with a chilling smile, tauntingly declaring, "Boy, your wood-based martial soul stands no chance against my fire-based prowess." However, Yin, being extraordinary, promptly reacted with a cold snort. An overwhelming aura surged around him, and in the next moment, he forcefully swung his right arm. Instantly, an intensely scorching flame erupted from his hand, transforming into a fiery orb that hurtled towards Qianyu. Sizzle! Upon witnessing this, Qianyu gently waved his left hand. In an instant, the vine seemed to come to life, dancing wildly. Within moments, they had woven countless branches to obstruct the attack of the fireball. Observing this, Yin remained unfazed and let out a furious roar. In the next moment, the flames surrounding him abruptly transformed into ferocious fire dragons, charging fiercely towards Qianyu. A resounding roar echoed as the fire dragons swiftly incinerated the vines conjured by Qianyu, continuing their relentless assault. What formidable flames! Indeed, the genius of the Spirit Hall possesses extraordinary power. It seems that this match is destined for Qianyu's defeat. After all, how could the Vine Spirit possibly contend against fire? Qianyu has not utilized his spirit until now. I had assumed his spirit was exceptionally powerful, only to discover it consists merely of some vines. No wonder he hesitated to use it. It appears that his journey thus far has been solely due to good fortune. In an instant, the audience below erupted in astonishment. Just then, an endless expanse of vines suddenly sprouted around the arena, robust tendrils spreading rapidly. The entire stage transformed into what resembled a forest. Witnessing this scene, the crowd fell into a profound silence. Chapter 39. Fire overcomes wood. The densely packed vines swiftly covered the entire arena. This was Qianyu's soul skill, the seed of magic parasitism. As Qianyu unleashed this soul skill, he obscured his soul rings with the forest and flames, preventing the audience from witnessing the 3 black 10,000-year soul rings he possessed. Had they seen them, they would undoubtedly have been left in utter astonishment. Nevertheless, even in this obscured state, the spectacle was utterly shocking. Good heavens, what kind of martial soul does Qianyu possess? The entire arena is ensconced with vines. How much soul power must that require? Qianyu's soul power is simply terrifying. The spectators murmured amongst themselves, while Douluo, seated upon the high platform, bore a satisfied smile. Beside him, the golden crocodile Douluo cast his gaze downward. Upon seeing Qianyu's silhouette, he felt a jolt of surprise. Could it be that the esteemed offering he favored was none other than Qianyu? Bibi Dong, however, remained unfazed. To her, Qianyu had yet to exhibit anything that truly astonished her. At that moment, the myriad vines swiftly converged upon Yin, ensnaring him in an instant. Yan's eyes blazed crimson, his fury palpable as he shouted, "You damned brat, get away from me." Hearing Yan's outburst, Qianyu shook his head slightly, and in the next moment, the vines recoiled rapidly. With sickening sounds of flesh being pierced, Yan's form was mercilessly sliced by the vines, blood gushing forth. The onlookers were left in sheer shock at this scene. They were aware that Qianyu's strength was relatively weak, perhaps even inferior to Yan's. Yet they could hardly fathom that he could inflict harm upon Yin with mere plants. It was utterly beyond reason. Moreover, Yin was a 36th level soul master. How could this individual possibly injure him? This was simply outrageous. You damn brat. Yin seethed, his fury palpable. He glared at Qianyu, exclaiming, "Even if your vine martial soul is indeed formidable, my martial soul is fire. Fire naturally counters wood. No matter how many vines you have, I will incinerate them all." With that, Yin roared, flames erupting from him, revealing 3 soul rings that appeared in a flash. He bellowed, "Third soul skill, Hellfire." Instantly, an endless torrent of flames surged forth, engulfing the vines. Within him, the fire elements that had been nearly consumed coalesced once again into serpentine flames. The fire grew even more ferocious. At this moment, Yin was completely unleashed. The blazing inferno enveloped the entire arena. The crowd watched in astonishment, their faces pale and their expressions filled with disbelief. This Yan's martial soul was truly formidable. Huakem, Qianyu still lacks 4 levels of soul power, and it is feared that he remains no match for this Yan. The disparity in age is evident. It is remarkable for one so young as Qianyu to possess such formidable strength. The flames swiftly consumed all of Qianyu's vines, yet at that moment, Qianyu had planted a vine beneath his feet, which instantaneously lifted him high into the air. Qianyu distanced himself from the immense sea of flames, not out of fear, but rather due to the multitude of magical cattails he had recently cultivated. Indeed, these magical cattails bore an abundance of explosive dandelion seeds. In his earlier encounters with the magical cattails, Qianyu had sustained injuries from those very seeds. Now, as Yin unleashed such formidable flames, the inferno ignited the dandelion seeds, creating a scene beyond imagination. Thus, Qianyu prudently withdrew from the fiery abyss to avoid being caught in its devastating wake. At this moment, Yin remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation as the relentless flames rapidly consumed the entire arena's vines. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion echoed through the air as the seeds of the magical cattails detonated. The sea of flames intensified with ferocity. Bang, bang, bang. One after another, explosions erupted, filling the arena with an unending cacophony of destruction. An overwhelming pressure pervaded the atmosphere, and the relentless fire began to spread from the arena, forcing the onlookers to instinctively retreat from the searing heat. Qianyu had long anticipated this moment, being lifted into the heavens by a verdant vine. However, Yin was not as fortunate. In an instant, the exploding seeds of the magical flower rained down upon him. Despite Yin's martial spirit being fire, he was still a mortal being and could not withstand such a violent explosion. The ground reverberated with a cacophony of blasts. In that fleeting moment, Yin let out a heart-wrenching scream. Tendrils of thick smoke billowed from his body, and countless sparks scattered across the ground. At that moment, the entire arena fell into silence. All eyes fixated on the unfolding contest, none understanding the gravity of the situation. After a considerable time, as the smoke began to clear, Qianyu was seen gracefully suspended in midair by a verdant vine, while Yin lay in a sorry state. His body was charred, his eyes rolled back, and he had succumbed to unconsciousness. Witnessing this scene, the spectators outside the arena were filled with shock, particularly those who had staunchly believed in Yan's inevitable victory. The arena was enveloped in an eerie stillness, as no one dared to trust their own eyes. What had transpired? It was Yin who unleashed the flames. How could he be the one to fall? Had he inadvertently caused his own demise? In that moment, a profound silence blanketed the arena. After an extended pause, the referee finally regained his composure and declared, "The victor is Qianyu." The arena erupted in a tumult of excitement. Unbelievably, he had truly won. How astonishing! This was beyond comprehension. Was it not fire that countered wood? How had Qianyu triumphed? Little did I expect to witness such a riveting contest today. To prevail against an opponent 4 ranks above him, how could Qianyu possess such extraordinary strength? Who exactly is this Qianyu? As Qianyu was announced the winner, the audience in the square erupted into jubilant cheers, their gazes towards him tinged with admiration. At that moment, Douluo beamed with delight, nodding in satisfaction as he observed Qianyu. Beside him, the golden crocodile Douluo smiled and remarked, "Great offering. Could it be that the one you had faith in is this young fellow?" Douluo nodded and remarked, "Indeed. To triumph over one of the golden generation of the Spirit Hall Academy, even when facing a disadvantage, this young fellow is truly remarkable." The golden crocodile Douluo also expressed his admiration. Douluo smiled faintly and said, "Just wait and see. Perhaps you will be in for even more surprises." Meanwhile, A flicker of interest appeared on Bai Dong's face as she gazed in Qianyu's direction, her lips curving slightly. This little fellow. Quite intriguing. Chapter 40. The Awakening of the Silver Dragon King. At this moment, the vines beneath Qianyu gently lowered him to the ground. Yin lay unconscious on the arena, having suffered a complete defeat. The staff promptly arrived at the stage to carry Yin away for medical attention. Meanwhile, the audience remained somewhat shaken by the spectacle. Qianyu's performance was undeniably remarkable. How formidable he was. Who would have anticipated that he would emerge as a dark horse? Such strength, yet he had previously gone unnoticed. Moreover, given his tender age, it attested to his exceptional talent. Could it be that Qianyu was destined to become a saint child? The spectators began to murmur amongst themselves. Beside Bai Dong, several titled Douluo elders sat in her company, whispering, "Where did this young talent spring from? I am uncertain. But he is undoubtedly a prodigy worth our keen attention. How is it that such a talent has only just revealed himself today? Had we discovered him earlier? He could have been among the golden generation." The titled Douluo regarded Qianyu's figure with approval. In the audience, Qianyu and Hulaina gazed at Qianyu in astonishment. It is important to note that while Yan's strength was slightly inferior to theirs, it was still quite comparable. Qianyu possesses the ability to conquer Yan. As this thought crossed her mind, Hulaina was filled with astonishment. She couldn't help but gaze at Qianyu a moment longer, murmuring, "What manner of creature is he?" Qianyu, observing Hulaina, offered reassurance. Indeed, Qianyu is formidable and warrants attention. However, at this moment, with only a soul power of 32, we still hold the advantage against him. Hulaina then nodded slightly in agreement. Qianyu stepped down from the arena. And at that moment, Nar rushed over. "Hee, I knew that Brother Qianyu would undoubtedly win." Nar exclaimed excitedly, her eyes sparkling with a radiant glow. "Haha, thank you, Sister Nar." Qianyu smiled as she gently patted her head, then spoke softly to her. Qianyu has successfully secured a victory in the quarterfinals, advancing to the semifinals. The competition continues as Hulaina and Qianyu take to the stage, both successfully reaching the final four. Thus, the semi-finalists have been determined. Qianyu, Hulaina, Qianyu, and another fortunate soul master. The semi-finals were conducted through a draw, and soon the four were assigned their opponents. Qianyu's adversary was Hulaina, while Qianyu faced the fortunate soul master. Upon receiving the results, Qianyu was not particularly astonished. It was evident that the fortunate soul master, Qianyu, would undoubtedly triumph, and she too would emerge victorious against Hulaina. In light of this, Qianyu contemplated the prospect of challenging all the formidable experts of the golden generation. At that moment, Hulaina and Qianyu approached Qianyu. Hulaina gazed at Qianyu and said, "Qianyu, please wait a moment." Qianyu turned to Hulaina and inquired, "Is there something amiss?" Hulaina promptly gazed at Qianyu and questioned, "This is merely a competition. Why did you strike Yin with such severity?" Upon hearing this, Qianyu was rendered speechless. Qianyu gazed at Hulaina and said, "You have witnessed it yourself. It was his own flames that inflicted harm upon him, and I could do nothing to prevent it. Furthermore, even if I were the one who injured him, have I violated any rules of the competition?" Hulaina looked at Qianyu, seething with anger, stamping her foot in frustration. Yet, she found no justifiable reason to reproach Qianyu. Qianyu shrugged and said, "If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave." At that moment, Qianyu gazed at Qianyu and spoke, "Wait, is there something else?" Qianyu gazed at Qianyu and inquired, "I wish to know, how did you triumph over Yin?" Qianyu looked back at Qianyu and asked. Qianyu, calm and composed, responded to Qianyu, "It matters not if I reveal this. My martial soul, the vine, bears seeds capable of detonation, with Yin's formidable flames scorching my seeds. Do you not think he is in peril?" Upon hearing this, both Qianyu and Hulaina were taken aback. They had not anticipated that Yin had been defeated in such a manner. This indicated that from the outset, Qianyu had meticulously devised a strategy to counter Yin by utilizing his own flames to ignite the seeds on his martial soul vine. Could such a cunning scheme truly have been conceived by a mere child of 8 or 9 years? Qianyu gazed at Qianyu, utterly astonished. Meanwhile, Hulaina clenched her fists and declared to Qianyu, "In the next match, I shall undoubtedly triumph over you to avenge Yin." Qianyu gazed calmly at Hulaina and said, "Is that so? Then I sincerely hope that your challenge to me is truly motivated by your feelings for Yin, rather than merely stemming from your desire for victory, prompting you to utter such words." Qianyu was incredulous. How could Hulaina possibly care for Yin? Although Yin was indeed a companion of Hulaina in the original narrative, she had scarcely spared him a glance. If she truly held any affection for Yin, He would not have remained her devoted admirer for so long. Upon hearing this, Hulayina's anger intensified. She glared at Qianyu and exclaimed, "What do you mean by that?" Qianyu calmly responded, "It is of no consequence. If you wish to challenge me, I await your arrival." With that, he strode away. The onlookers, observing Qianyu's retreating figure, exchanged glances laden with complexity. This fellow certainly possesses a boldness. Shiyue cast a sidelong glance at Qianyu, then spoke. Hulayina, her gaze fixed on the direction Qianyu had vanished, felt a surge of anger. "Qianyu, I, Hulayina, shall surely surpass you." In the Douluo forest, a vast and ominous dark palace loomed. A colossal dark dragon coiled protectively around the palace, guarding its shadowy depths. Has the master still not awakened after 2.5 years? The dark dragon inquired, eyeing the pitch-black palace. Suddenly, the enormous dark gate creaked open. As the gate swung wide, an overwhelming aura of terror flooded the entire dark space. The pressure was so immense that it induced a profound sense of dread. At that moment, a stunning maiden clad in white emerged from the depths of the dark palace, her silvery hair cascading down her back. This enchanting figure possessed an alluring silhouette, radiating an aura of icy coldness. Her exquisite features bore an imperious expression. Standing within the palace, her eyes closed as if ensnared in slumber, she abruptly opened them, gazing into the void. Instantly, the terrifying pressure expanded outward, enveloping the entirety of the Douluo forest. In the forest, every spirit beast prostrated itself in submission. This was an innate suppression. Under such overwhelming force, no spirit beast could resist. Dition immediately knelt before the dark gate, exclaiming, "Master, has awakened?" At that moment, the silver-haired maiden gracefully stepped out of the palace. And the colossal black dragon bowed, proclaiming, "All hail, Master." Chapter 41. It is time for humanity to experience fear. The following day, the competition between Qianyu and Hulayina has officially commenced. The audience is a sea of people, countless spectators gathered to witness this match. High Priest Qian Douluo and Pope Bibidong have also arrived to observe this event. The stands are a cacophony of voices, a constant buzz of excitement. Both Qianyu and Hulayina have taken to the stage. At this moment, the atmosphere below is electrifying. Finally, the much-anticipated showdown is upon us. Hulayina is so beautiful. She must win this match. Go, Hulayina. In the audience, countless soul masters fervently cheer for Hulayina, their voices resonating to the heavens. They all hope for Hulayina to triumph over Qianyu. After all, Hulayina has garnered immense fame among the newcomers, undeniably a goddess-level talent. While Yin is indeed formidable, Hulayina surpasses him in both strength and beauty. Hence, she enjoys overwhelming support. At this moment, Hulayina lifts her gaze to the fervent crowd below. A subtle smile gracing her lips, revealing a hint of joy. On Qianyu's side, there are indeed some supporters. After all, Qianyu has achieved a remarkable winning streak, having recently triumphed over the Golden Generation Yen. Consequently, Qianyu has garnered a considerable fan base. However, the number of those who support Qianyu pales in comparison to those who rally behind Hulayina. Today, it remains uncertain who will emerge victorious. I have faith in Qianyu. His performance yesterday was nothing short of dazzling. Yet, Hulayina is also a prodigy, her overall evaluation even surpassing that of Yen. The outcome can only be determined through competition. In the VIP section, Bibidong observed Qianyu on the arena and inquired, "Have we ascertained the identity of this Qianyu?" At that moment, Ghost Douluo hastily replied, "Your Holiness. This Qianyu is an orphan brought back by the Grand Offering, and accompanying him is that Nar." "Oh, so the Grand Offering took him in? No wonder he possesses such formidable strength." With the Grand Offering's discerning eye, Qianyu must surely be an extraordinary individual, Bibidong responded calmly, betraying no emotion. Although Qianyu had bested Yin in the previous match, it was ultimately through a cunning strategy. Yin inadvertently triggered the explosive seed planted within Qianyu, leading to his defeat. Nevertheless, Qianyu, at just over 8 years of age, displays such intellect and strength, indicating that he is indeed a talent worth nurturing. Bibidong's gaze lingered on Qianyu, her thoughts complex and inscrutable. On the arena, Qianyu and Hulayina stood facing each other. Hulayina addressed Qianyu. "Qianyu, at last, I have the chance to confront you. I am determined to defeat you, avenging Yan's loss in the process." Listening to Hulayina's words, Qianyu remained composed, his dark eyes revealing no hint of disturbance. Qianyu responded calmly. "Then let us begin." Hulayina gazed at Qianyu and continued, "I must admit your talent is remarkable, yet your demeanor is rather devoid of humanity." Qianyu retorted, In that case, I shall have no choice but to defeat you, Hulaina declared. As she spoke, a radiant purple light emanated from her being. Martial soul, enchanting fox. Manifest, she exclaimed. Instantly, a colossal silhouette of an ethereal fox materialized behind her. At that moment, an alluring aura enveloped Hulaina. She was already exquisitely beautiful. But with the manifestation of her martial soul, coupled with the fox's enchanting allure, she appeared even more captivating. Her light golden hair danced with the wind. Her eyes sparkled with seduction, and her cherry-red lips seemed to glisten with a tantalizing allure. With a regal nose, delicate features, and porcelain skin, her exquisite figure was complemented by her breathtaking beauty and irresistible charm. In that instant, Hulaina resembled a celestial goddess descending from the heavens, leaving spectators breathless. Gasping at Hulaina's appearance, all present could not help but inhale sharply. Especially the male spirit masters, their eyes widened in astonishment, entranced and rendered motionless. Drool escaping the corners of their mouths as they succumbed to a dazed state. Qianyu's pupils contracted, yet he remained remarkably composed. Observing that Qianyu was unaffected by her alluring charm, Hulaina felt a twinge of surprise. Ah, this is rather intriguing, she mused softly. After her transformation, both her demeanor and voice had become even more captivating. However, Qianyu's eyes remained as tranquil as a still pond, showing no sign of being swayed by Hulaina's seduction. Witnessing Qianyu's demeanor, Hulaina couldn't help but feel a flicker of irritation, and she declared, "Little brother, you are the first to witness your sister's transformation without being moved. In that case, I shall subdue you until you yield." At that moment, the colossal fox spirit soared into the air, launching an assault towards Qianyu. Its enormous claws descended upon him, aiming to inflict injury and deliver a devastating blow. The soul bone in Qianyu's left leg surged with power, effortlessly evading Hulaina's attack. In an instant, a massive vine emerged in Qianyu's grasp, lunging toward Hulaina with lethal intent. However, Hulaina deftly sidestepped Qianyu's assault with ease. Qianyu once again unleashed the tendrils, which surged toward Hulaina. One could see Hulaina's figure deftly weaving through the entangled vines. Qianyu could not possibly reach Hulaina. At this moment, Hulaina stood before Qianyu, a subtle smile gracing her lips as she remarked, "Qianyu, are you not going to showcase your true strength? In this manner, you certainly cannot evade me." Qianyu retracted all the vines and stood before Hulaina. At that moment, Hulaina also stood before Qianyu and spoke, "Having watched you compete for such a long time, I have yet to see your soul rings. Do you not intend to unleash your soul skills?" Before the competition, Qianyu had indeed not unleashed his martial soul or soul rings. During the match against Yin, Qianyu also endeavored to remain inconspicuous. When enveloped by the vines of the forest, he discreetly released his soul rings and soul skills without anyone's notice. Qianyu gazed at Hulaina and calmly declared, "In that case, allow me to reveal my true strength." As he spoke, a cascade of dark energy surged forth from his being. In the Stardow forest, the silver-haired maiden approached Tian, her eyes shimmering with a vibrant brilliance. She addressed him, "Rise." At that moment, Tian inquired, "My lord, have you fully awakened?" The silver-haired maiden nodded slightly. "Indeed, I have awakened. However, my power has yet to be entirely restored. The previous fluctuations caused me to separate a fragment of my emotional essence, and only by merging with that fragment can I regain my full strength." Tian hesitated. "Then, shall we?" The silver-haired maiden, gazing ahead with tranquility, replied, "It is time to retrieve my fragment." Tian then spoke, "I discovered your fragment previously, yet it appeared to be accompanied by a remarkably formidable human warrior. Subsequently, I learned through the soul beasts about the organization to which your fragment belongs. It is known as the Spirit Hall, the most powerful organization among humans to date. Therefore, if we wish to reclaim the fragment, it may prove challenging." Before he could finish, the silver-haired maiden coldly stated, "Then let us unleash the beast tide. My soul beast kin have remained silent for far too long, so long that humans have been able to annihilate us at will. Now that I have awoken, it is time for humanity to feel fear. Brothers, a new author has emerged in Douluo, and the tale of the 7 Sin Angels has commenced. Those interested are welcome to explore it." Chapter 42, Qianyu's True Power. At that moment, a dark luminescence radiated from Qianyu, and a terrifying pressure instantly emanated from him, causing the very air to seem to solidify. Upon witnessing the formidable aura released by Qianyu, Hulaina's expression shifted slightly. In that instant, everyone was left agape, astonished. A stream of dark light continuously emanated from Qianyu. What on earth was happening? How could he possibly exude such immense pressure? What was this young man planning to do? In the audience, countless individuals were utterly shocked, unable to comprehend the spectacle before them. Then, an even more astonishing revelation unfolded. A black soul ring expanded outward from Qianyu. Could it be? No way. Am I seeing this correctly? That is the first soul ring, and it is black. Could it be that Qianyu's first soul ring is one of 10,000 years? The first soul ring is 10,000 years. At this moment, no one could dare to imagine. Yet, their astonishment was far from over as another black soul ring began to expand outward. Following closely, yet another black soul ring appeared. 3 black soul rings materialized around Qianyu. In that instant, whether it was Hulaina on the stage or the audience below, everyone was utterly stunned. 3 10,000-year soul rings. What did 3 10,000-year soul rings signify? If it were a title Douluo or a soul Douluo. Having the last 3 soul rings be of 10,000 years might not be considered extraordinary. However, Qianyu astonishingly possessed 10,000-year soul rings from the very beginning. Such a being, perhaps, has never graced the history of the Spirit Hall. No, the entire continent. At this moment, the audience was so overwhelmed with shock that they could hardly comprehend it. They were utterly bewildered. The talent displayed by Qianyu is truly astonishing. How is this possible? In the VIP section, the Pope Bibidong suddenly stood up, her eyes wide with disbelief as she gazed at Qianyu's location. 3 10,000-year spirit rings. How could he have achieved this? How could his body withstand the formidable impact of 3 10,000-year spirit rings? Bibidong rose, her beautiful eyes filled with astonishment. She had initially thought of Qianyu as merely an ordinary genius, but now she realized her mistake. This Qianyu is undoubtedly a genius among geniuses, surpassing even the golden generation of the Spirit Hall. No, he eclipses all the talents in the annals of the Douluo Continent. Even her daughter, Qianrenxu's talent pales in comparison to this young man. The first 3 spirit rings are 10,000-year rings. How did he accomplish this? Surrounding the Pope, the titled Douluo elders and the cardinals were all equally astonished. This young man is simply extraordinary. In the presence of Qian Daolu, a serene smile graced his lips, reflecting his utmost satisfaction. Beside him sat the golden crocodile Douluo, who spoke, at last. I comprehend why the Grand Offering deemed it necessary to personally attend the competition and place such significance on that young lad. The first 3 soul rings are all of 10,000 years. With such prodigious talent, this young man is undoubtedly the foremost genius across the entire continent. Grand Offering. Could it be that this young prodigy is your disciple? Qian Daolu gazed at Qianyu and, with a warm smile, remarked, "Ha ha ha. It would not be incorrect to refer to you as a disciple." Upon the arena, Hulaina looked at Qianyu with utter astonishment. Her eyes filled with an expression of sheer terror. 3 10,000-year soul rings. In her understanding, such a feat was utterly inconceivable. Qianyu gazed calmly at Hulaina and declared, "Do you see? This is my true strength." As he spoke, his second martial spirit radiated a brilliant light. Second soul skill, demon seed parasitism. In an instant, countless demon seeds began to proliferate upon the arena. Hulaina, observing Qianyu, understood all too well that she needed to swiftly conclude the battle. Otherwise, defeat would surely be hers. The higher the age of the soul rings, the greater the reserve of soul power, allowing for more frequent use of soul skills, each more potent than the last. Although Qianyu was merely at level 32, the presence of 3 10,000-year soul rings rendered him equal, if not superior, in every regard. With this in mind, Hulaina swiftly unleashed her charm. Her eyes glowed a vivid crimson as she aimed to seize control of Qianyu and deliver a decisive blow to end the match. The radiant light from her eyes fixed upon Qianyu. However, Qianyu's seed martial spirit was no ordinary entity. It possessed the extraordinary capability of transformation. Thus, he could morph his seed martial spirit into anything he desired. With the existence of the healing divine tree, there also emerged the purification divine tree. In an instant, the purification divine tree emanated a radiant glow, instantly dispelling the charm. At that moment, Hulaina charged towards Qianyu, soaring through the air. Qianyu stood still, his right hand gently directed at Hulaina, and with a subtle squeeze, he invoked the essence of all things. In an instant, the entire arena was transformed as countless seeds began to sprout, evolving into towering trees and robust vines. These vines swiftly ensnared Hulaina's limbs, binding her tightly. In a heartbeat, she found herself suspended in midair, ensnared by Qianyu's formidable grasp. Numerous vines morphed into sharp blades, hurtling towards her with lethal intent. Helplessly bound, Hulaina was paralyzed, knowing that should these vines descend upon her, her doom was inevitable. as she beheld the onslaught of lethal tendrils. Despair engulfed her heart, a sensation she had never experienced before. It was as if she were enveloped by an endless abyss, leaving her with no possibility of resistance. With a heavy heart, Hulaina closed her eyes, only to feel the sharp vines drawing near, halting mere centimeters from her. After what felt like an eternity, she cautiously opened her eyes, only to find herself unscathed, a breath of relief escaping her lips. Her gaze fell upon Qianyu, and in that moment, his figure loomed magnificently in her eyes. Before him, any notion of defiance vanished. She understood that she had lost this battle. Yet, she recognized Qianyu's mercy. Had he wished her harm, she would undoubtedly have faced grave injuries, if not death. Just as Hulaina contemplated conceding, the vines surged once more, violently casting her aside. Her body was flung from the arena, crashing harshly onto the ground beyond. Dust billowed around her, leaving her disoriented and dazed. However, all of this transpired in the blink of an eye. To the spectators, it appeared as though Qianyu had effortlessly ensnared Hulaina before discarding her with a single move. It was, in essence, a swift execution. At that moment, the audience was struck with profound astonishment, the entire arena enveloped in an eerie silence. Chapter 43. I grant you time to pursue, until you are but a distant memory. In this instant, the crowd was left in utter disbelief, even rendered momentarily numb. Just moments ago, the battle had been evenly matched. Now, Hulaina had been vanquished in an instant. In less than a minute, Qianyu unleashed his soul rings and skills, ultimately defeating Hulaina. This astonishing feat caused an uproar of immense proportions. At that moment, the entire soul arena fell into a profound silence. No one could fathom that Qianyu possessed 3 10,000-year soul rings, nor could they believe the ferocity of his attack. Indeed, Qianyu emerged victorious. After a prolonged pause, a wave of cheers erupted. It was only then that everyone grasped the reality of the situation, gazing in stunned disbelief at Qianyu on the stage. In that instant, the arena erupted with fervor. Qianyu's overwhelming defeat of Hulaina left everyone astounded, exhilarated, and stirred. A newly emerged star, scarcely having broken through, had managed to vanquish the illustrious Golden Generation's Yin and Hulaina in quick succession. This was extraordinarily impressive. Moreover, Qianyu's performance transcended mere amazement. It was nothing short of miraculous. With 3 10,000-year spirit rings, a formidable martial spirit, and terrifying soul abilities, it was essential to note that Qianyu was merely 8.5 years old. How astonishing! How formidable! Who exactly is this Qianyu? And why had he never been heard of before? At 8.5, possessing 3 10,000-year spirit rings, and standing at the rank of Soul Master at level 32. Qianyu was undeniably exceptional. As the spectators gazed upon Qianyu, the entire training ground erupted with a roar akin to a tsunami. In that moment, the supporters of Hulaina experienced a profound sense of disillusionment. They found it difficult to comprehend that their beloved pride of heaven had suffered defeat, especially in such a humiliating manner. The detestable Qianyu, from whence had he emerged? How could he possibly have bested our beloved Nana? It was unforgivable. Even after securing victory, he had the audacity to cast Nana aside. Did he not understand the value of cherishing beauty? In that moment, the crowd seethed with anger, their gazes fixed on Qianyu, wishing to rend him asunder. Meanwhile, Pope Bibidong's eyes glimmered with intrigue as she regarded Qianyu, exclaiming, "This little fellow has truly astonished me." Qiandalu was immensely satisfied and burst into hearty laughter. "Ha ha! Xiaoyu, you have done remarkably well." Upon witnessing the grand offering's exuberance, the other offerings could not help but cast several admiring glances at Qianyu. Not to mention anything else, the 3 everlasting soul rings alone had already garnered immense respect for Qianyu among the offerings. At that moment, Hulaina, covered in dust, stood up, fully aware that she had suffered a complete defeat. In the face of Qianyu, she possessed no capacity for resistance whatsoever. Qianyu was undeniably formidable. If her earlier confrontation with Yan had involved a degree of luck, this time, it was a true demonstration of Qianyu's strength. She and Qianyu were simply not on the same level. Approaching Qianyu, she declared, "I concede defeat, but next time, I shall surely triumph over you." Although Hulaina had always been reluctant to acknowledge her failure, this had now become an undeniable reality. Qianyu gazed at Hulaina and declared, "Indeed, you have lost." With a resolute gaze, she continued to meet Qianyu's eyes and said, "Qianyu, I shall remember the sensation of defeat today, next time." However, before she could finish her thought, Qianyu interrupted her, stating, "You need not regard me as your benchmark. Your pursuit of excellence should not solely revolve around surpassing me. Yet, the humiliation you have inflicted upon me is something I cannot easily forget. Hulaina steadfastly held Qianyu's gaze. Qianyu recalled that this was indeed the nature of Hulaina. She could neither forget her failures nor muster the courage to acknowledge them. In fact, her very character had been warped by her defeats in the original narrative. She had developed feelings for Tang San, the one who had bested her. However, Qianyu would not indulge her. With a frigid demeanor, Qianyu declared, "If you are so eager to surpass me, so be it. I shall grant you the time to pursue until you are but a distant memory." With that, Qianyu turned and departed. Hulaina clenched her fists, standing there consumed by fury. "Qianyu, one day, I will surely triumph over you," she vowed silently within her heart. As tears began to cascade down her cheeks, Qianyu stepped down from the arena, having successfully advanced to the final competition. Na immediately approached Qianyu. "Brother Qianyu, I knew you would never lose," Na said with a sweet smile, revealing her adorable canine teeth. Gazing at her, Qianyu gently stroked her silky hair and replied, "Yes. As long as I win the final match, I will be the champion. Then I must witness you, Brother Qianyu, claiming the championship." Na exclaimed, her eyes filled with admiration. "All right," Qianyu responded with a warm smile. "I will cheer for you, Brother Qianyu." Na continued enthusiastically. Qianyu nodded, grasping Na's hand as they approached the preparation area. At that moment, a tall figure appeared before Qianyu. It was none other than Hulaina's brother, Sheyue. Sheyue gazed at Qianyu and remarked, "I did not expect your strength to be so formidable." Qianyu gazed at Sheyue and calmly inquired, "What is it that you wish to convey?" Sheyue, glaring at Qianyu, retorted with anger, "You wretched brat, my sister is in tears." To which Qianyu coldly responded, "Her weeping is of no concern to me." Qianyu retorted coldly, "It was you who made her cry." Xiaoyu glared at Qianyu with intensified fury. Qianyu gazed at Sheyue with an air of tranquility and stated, "That was merely a competition. I did not inflict severe harm upon her. I have already shown considerable mercy. What, am I to concede the match simply because she weeps?" "You." Sheyue suppressed her fury and then turned to Qianyu, declaring, "Very well, then. We shall meet in the finals. In that match, I shall undoubtedly defeat you." Qianyu gazed at Sheyue and calmly replied, "Is that so? Then I shall await your arrival." Qianyu departed without hesitation. The subsequent match featured Sheyue and that Fortunate Soul Master. Due to Qianyu's provocation, the Fortunate Soul Master found himself transformed into an unfortunate one. Faced with the wrath of Sheyue, he was utterly incapable of withstanding her fury. After just a few exchanges, he was left battered and bruised, ultimately conceding defeat. Sheyue successfully advanced to the final showdown. The following day arrived. Qianyu arrived at the Soul Arena of the Spirit Hall. At this moment, the entire arena was filled to capacity. The crowd erupted into cheers and screams. Upon seeing Qianyu, countless voices called out his name, "Qianyu, Qianyu." Qianyu's performance was truly remarkable, garnering her an abundance of admirers today. It seems that supporters of Qianyu now constitute a significant portion of the entire soul fighting arena. However, alongside those who champion Qianyu, there are also fervent fans of Hulaina from yesterday who harbor a deep-seated animosity towards Qianyu. "Xiaoyu, rally your strength and defeat this brat, avenging Nana," they cry. "Xiaoyu, you are the mightiest of the golden generation. You must teach that young one a lesson. Xiaoyu, deliver him a resounding thrashing." Yesterday, Qianyu triumphed over Hulaina, leaving her in tears, which incited an overwhelming fury among her fans. Many harbored a desire to tear Qianyu apart. Qianyu was indifferent to such matters. For him, the presence or absence of support held no significance. In fact, the lack of support brought him even greater tranquility. Upon stepping onto the arena, the chilling gaze of Sheyue fell upon Qianyu as he declared, "Qianyu, in this match, I shall exert my utmost efforts. I am determined to defeat you." Chapter 44. The Finals, Qianyu versus Sheyue. At that moment, the entirety of the Soul Combat Arena was alive with fervent voices. The shouts echoing incessantly, creating an extraordinary atmosphere. Yet, Qianyu remained remarkably composed, seemingly untouched by the external commotion. Qianyu gazed calmly at Sheyue and said, "Heh. Let us dispense with the pleasantries and commence." Upon hearing this, Sheyue's eyes glimmered with a chilling light. He took a deep breath and slowly raised his right arm, preparing to unleash his most formidable attack. Qianyu was also gathering his strength, poised for action. At that moment, Sheyue summoned his martial soul, and two crescent blades materialized in his hands. These blades resembled the waning moon in the sky, emitting a soft, ethereal glow, shrouded in mystery. Shiyue's martial soul was the Moonblade. At that instant, 3 soul rings appeared around Shiyue, yellow, yellow, and purple. Although they did not possess the overwhelming pressure of Qianyu's 10,000-year soul rings, Shiyue wielded a soul power of 37, making him a force to be reckoned with. The Moonblade, a remarkably powerful weapon martial soul, was reputed to be indomitable. Qianyu's vine martial soul would likely prove inadequate against it. With the Moonblades in hand, Shiyue surged forward with lightning speed towards Qianyu, wielding the blades in a flurry that transformed into countless phantoms, all aimed directly at Qianyu. Qianyu moved with grace, skillfully evading the attacks of the malevolent moon. With a disdainful snort, the malevolent moon intensified the release of his martial soul. A tremendous surge of silvery white soul power erupted, and his Moonblade, imbued with an overwhelming sense of dread, descended upon Qianyu. This strike appeared as though it could annihilate all existence. The blade cleaved through the air, extending 100 meters, aimed directly at Qianyu's chest. However, how could Qianyu be so easily struck? Qianyu had already anticipated the attack, so as the Moonblade approached within a mere 20 centimeters, he abruptly vanished from sight. A resounding crash echoed as the Moonblade struck the ground with tremendous force. Instantly, a powerful gust of wind surged forth, sending dust swirling from the spot where Qianyu had just stood, leaving the earth riddled with cracks. At that moment, Qianyu reappeared at a considerable distance, holding a vibrant green vine in his hand. Seeing that his Moonblade had missed its target, Shiyue's pupils constricted in shock. He had not expected Qianyu's speed to be so formidable that even his martial soul could be evaded. In an instant, countless vines erupted from Qianyu, each adorned with sharp external soul bones that glinted menacingly as they surged toward Shiyue without hesitation. Sensing the imminent danger, Shiyue quickly raised his moon wheel to shield his chest. Second soul skill, Moon Round Barrier. A full moon materialized before Shiyue, providing a protective barrier. The sharp vines collided violently with the circular shield. First soul skill, Moon Will Slash. In an instant, the Moonblade cleaved toward Qianyu's vines, relentlessly severing each one released by him. Your martial soul may be vines, but mine is the Moonblade. Thus, no matter how many vines you unleash, I shall cut them all down. Qianyu smiled gently and said, "Oh, is that so?" As she spoke, she once again unleashed the myriad manifestations. In an instant, numerous plants sprouted upon the arena, their tendrils swiftly ensnaring the evil moon. At that moment, Qianyu deftly manipulated these plants, entwining them around the crescent blade. In no time, the evil moon found himself trapped, tightly bound by the verdant vines. At this juncture, both the evil moon and Helena were under Qianyu's vine control. However, the evil moon was not to be underestimated. A radiant white light emanated from his form, and the lunar wheel within him ascended. He then extended his hand, grasping the tendrils, and with a fierce tug, he shattered the bindings that confined him. Observing Qianyu's assault, a smirk of disdain curled upon his lips. A mere parlor trick. How could your vines possibly restrain me? With that, the evil moon brandished his crescent blade once more. In a heartbeat, the blade severed every vine in the vicinity, slicing through the gaps and hurtling toward Qianyu. Yet, Qianyu maintained her serene smile, unperturbed, standing firm as the evil moon charged. At that moment, the crescent blade was but 5 centimeters from her, yet it halted abruptly. A bone sword coalesced in Qianyu's hand, intercepting the blade of the evil moon. His eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at her. The audience erupted in astonishment, exclaiming, "Heavens, is Qianyu a dual martial soul? How has she summoned a new weapon? Wasn't her martial soul the vines?" The stands buzzed with murmurs of shock. At this moment, Bibi Dong's eyes glimmered with surprise. She spoke slowly. "That is not a martial soul. It is a soul bone." The audience gasped in even greater astonishment. A soul bone. Bibi Dong's eyes sparkled with insight as she continued. "I never anticipated that this young one had acquired the legendary external soul bone. External soul bones are exceedingly rare, even more so than standard soul bones, and possess growth potential. To think this child has obtained one." A wave of astonishment swept through the audience. Even the elders were taken aback by Qianyu's formidable soul bone. At this moment, Qianyu had retracted her martial soul, wielding the bone sword as she gazed at the evil moon and declared, "Since the martial soul is ineffective against you, let us use this external soul bone to vanquish you." As he spoke, Qianyu suddenly surged forward, wielding his bone sword towards Qianyu. At that moment, Qianyu raised the moon blade in his hand, launching another assault upon Qianyu. Moon Will Slash. The crescent blade spun menacingly towards Qianyu, while simultaneously, A crescent-shaped stream of energy, exuding cataclysmic power, tore through the void, aiming to cleave Qianyu in two. The two attacks converged upon Qianyu almost simultaneously, just then. The bone sword in Qianyu's grasp was abruptly lifted, then brought down with tremendous force. Sizzle! Qianyu's sword struck fiercely upon the moon wheel, shattering the air before him in an instant. The moon wheel was forcefully sent flying, yet Qianyu did not pursue it. With a gentle wave of his left hand, the surrounding vines swiftly ensnared the evil moon. The evil moon's expression shifted dramatically. As he prepared to flee, the vines coiled around him like monstrous serpents, sealing off his escape. Panic enveloped him entirely, realizing that he could no longer extricate himself from this predicament. Seeing this, the evil moon gritted his teeth and stamped his right foot heavily, causing the luminous aura of the moon wheel on his body to surge forth, instantly snapping the vines apart. Just then, an overwhelming sense of danger enveloped him, and his countenance changed. Chapter 45. Qianyu prevails. The evil moon instinctively darted sideways as a bone sword lunged at him the moment he moved. A thunderous explosion resounded as he was sent flying. At that moment, silence blanketed the arena. Had the evil moon nearly met his end? Astonishment filled the evil moon's heart. He had not anticipated that the youth named Qianyu possessed such terrifying strength. What shocked him even more was how Qianyu had traversed the distance and appeared before him in an instant. How could his speed be so astonishing? Qianyu was merely a 32-level soul master, while he himself was a 37-level soul master. Moreover, his Moonblade martial spirit countered Qianyu's Vine martial spirit. Yet despite all this, he found himself unable to match Qianyu? What kind of prodigy was this young man? At that moment, the evil moon stood resolute. His gaze locked onto Qianyu. In an instant, his purple soul rings illuminated, and a crimson glow emanated from his body. He then declared to Qianyu, third soul skill. Moon Shadow breaks the demon. Instantaneously, the moon blade before him radiated a fierce red light. The intensity of the crimson aura spread rapidly, deepening the aura surrounding the evil moon. The third soul skill, Moon Shadow breaks the demon, concentrated the power of the moon blade into a singular point, enhancing both speed and strength to their utmost limits, resulting in a sudden explosion of force. As the words fell, his speed surged exponentially. And in the blink of an eye, he stood before Qianyu, thrusting the moon blade directly towards Qianyu's chest. Qianyu's expression shifted slightly. This fellow could actually teleport? Moreover, he had appeared right before her eyes. How utterly bizarre. Nevertheless, despite her astonishment, Qianyu's reflexes were remarkably swift. In an instant, Qianyu activated his leg bone soul skill, Shadow Stealth. This ability allowed him to become invisible and merge with the void, rendering him untargetable and invincible for a brief period. At that moment, a crimson light swiftly cut through the air, yet simultaneously, Shiyue's moonblade struck fiercely against Qianyu's chest. The spectators erupted with excitement. This blow seemed unavoidable for Qianyu. Indeed, although Qianyu possessed formidable strength, Shiyue's martial soul was particularly adept at countering him, suggesting that this battle might lead to Qianyu's defeat. This was Shiyue's third soul skill, immensely powerful and executed with such rapidity that Qianyu stood no chance of evasion. It appeared that Qianyu was on the brink of losing. At that moment, the crowd's faith in Qianyu waned, except for Qiandao Lu, who remained seated with a serene smile, exuding calmness. Just as the crimson light reached Qianyu, he vanished from the arena, disappearing from the sight of all present. The audience was left in a state of bewilderment. How could this be? Where had Qianyu gone? Had he utilized teleportation? Meanwhile, Shiyue's pupils dilated in shock, his heart flooded with profound fear as he swiftly turned, scanning for Qianyu's whereabouts. Suddenly, a dull thud echoed from behind Shiyue. Instantly, he felt a searing pain strike his back, propelling him through the air. As he soared, he spat out blood. In that moment, Qianyu materialized, coldly observing Shiyue, his figure transforming into a blur as he dashed to Shiyue's side. The bone sword in Qianyu's hands danced like a fleeting specter, swiftly lunging towards the body of Shiyue. In an instant, as Shiyue barely registered the threat, the bone sword was already poised at his throat, resting ominously against his neck. Should he make even the slightest movement, his head would surely roll. In that moment, both individuals came to an abrupt halt. The 1,000-feather longsword has already been pointed at the neck of the malevolent moon. And the outcome is unmistakably clear. The malevolent moon has been defeated. At this moment, the spectators are filled with utter astonishment, their faces etched with disbelief, struggling to comprehend the scene before their eyes. No one anticipated that the formidable malevolent moon, the strongest of the illustrious golden generation of the Spirit Hall, would face such a crushing defeat, and so thoroughly at that. In fact, throughout this battle, the malevolent moon displayed not the slightest capacity to retaliate. Is Qianyu truly a novice? Is he genuinely only 8.5 years old? It is astonishing that someone so young, still a beginner, could possibly defeat Qianyu. Everyone feels a sense of bewilderment. Meanwhile, Qianyu gazes at Qianyu with evident reluctance, his heart a tempest of conflicting emotions. He cannot comprehend how, despite unleashing the moon shadow exorcism, he still fell short against Qianyu. This entire experience feels surreal. I have been defeated. Qianyu concedes. Defeat is simply defeat. His strength pales in comparison to Qianyu's, and there is nothing more to articulate. Although Qianyu is still quite young, he cannot help but acknowledge that in every aspect, he far surpasses himself. Despite his utmost efforts, he remains no match for Qianyu. Just then, a wave of applause erupted from the audience. Good. Brilliant. This Qianyu is incredibly impressive. He has effortlessly defeated 3 members of the golden generation of the Spirit Hall Academy. Truly extraordinary. With such remarkable strength at such a tender age and an exceptional talent, it seems that our holy son of the Spirit Hall is indeed him. Indeed, only a genius like Qianyu deserves to be our holy son. As Qianyu conceded defeat, cheers erupted from both the stage and the stands. However, some fervent supporters of the golden generation remained in disbelief, their expressions vacant. How could it be? The entire golden generation has fallen to Qianyu. How did he manage to win? It's so frustrating. How can Qianyu be this powerful? At that moment, Bibi Dong, seated in the main position, gazed at Qianyu with a faint smile of satisfaction. This little fellow is quite impressive. The elders beside her were equally astonished. A talent like this. It won't be long before he surpasses us. One elder sighed as he observed Qianyu, while another remarked, such a formidable talent at merely 8.5 years old. Even if he were to lose, the chances of him being selected as the Holy Son are still exceedingly high. Who would have thought his strength would be this profound? Indeed, this little one will surely become a pillar of our Spirit Hall in the future. The elders could not help but lavish praise upon Qianyu. At that moment, Douluo burst into hearty laughter. As expected of my grandson, little you, I knew you would claim the championship. The surrounding attendants quickly chimed in, congratulations, great offering. At this juncture, the referee stepped onto the stage and announced loudly, Qianyu wins. The champion of this spirit tournament is Qianyu. The arena erupted in resounding applause. Chapter 46, The Holy Son, the champion of the tournament. The atmosphere in the arena became electric, with some rejoicing, others bewildered, and some filled with resentment. However, none of this concerned Qianyu. What he desired was merely the identity of the Holy Son of the Spirit Hall, and subsequently, to grow stronger in order to seek vengeance against Tang San and his father. Neither Tang San nor Tang Hao would escape his grasp. At that moment, a young girl rushed onto the stage. That's wonderful, brother Qianyu. Nar dashed from the stands and embraced Qianyu. For Qianyu, Nar is his only cherished light. Qianyu is not a paragon of justice, but rather an exceedingly protective individual. Those who treat him well, he reciprocates with doubled kindness. Conversely, to his adversaries, he retaliates with 100-fold vengeance. Brother Qianyu, you have finally claimed the championship, taking another step closer to your aspirations. As he gazed at Nair, a gentle smile graced his lips. Soon, the audience began to fervently chant Qianyu's name. Seated at a distance, Bibi Dong observed Qianyu, her mind already made up. Although he is a child fostered by Douluo, his prodigious talent left her with no grounds for criticism. A universal admiration for talent exists. How could she possibly deny Qianyu the title of Saint Son out of spite towards Douluo? While Hulaina had always been Bibi Dong's preferred choice for the saintess, in Qianyu's presence, she appeared insignificant. Furthermore, Qianyu's remarkable performance at the tournament, defeating 3 members of the golden generation of the Spirit Hall, was witnessed by countless eyes. At such a young age, he is already 4 or 5 years junior to Hulaina, making it difficult for her to justify not selecting him as the saint's son without inciting dissent. At this juncture, Bibi Dong gently waved her hand. The officiating cardinal immediately proclaimed, "Everyone, please pause. Her Majesty has something to say." In an instant, the audience of tens of thousands fell silent. How could they dare disregard the words of the Pope? At that moment, all eyes were fixed upon her, awaiting her address. From the VIP section, a stunning woman rose gracefully. Adorned in a resplendent golden gown that perfectly fit her form, the dress shimmered with over 100 red, blue, and gold gemstones. This exquisite garment accentuated her enchanting figure, and her presence transformed the entire square into a starlit sky. The 9 curved purple-gold crown atop her head sparkled brilliantly, while she held a 2-meter-long scepter encrusted with countless jewels. Her face was extraordinarily beautiful, with skin as fair and delicate as porcelain, lips that seemed to glisten with a luscious hue. Her nearly flawless complexion and striking features set her apart, radiating an intangible aura of nobility and sanctity that evoked a sense of reverence among onlookers. At that moment, all gazes converged upon her, filled with awe. The Pope, Bibi Dong, turned her attention to Qianyu and spoke. "Is your name Qianyu?" Qianyu, undaunted by Bibi Dong's gaze, calmly responded, "Indeed." "Qianyu, is your surname Qian?" Bibi Dong inquired, her eyes fixed upon him. Qianyu gazed at Bibi Dong, articulating a blend of half-truths and fabrications. "Initially, it was my grandfather, Qian Douluo, who took me in. Hence I bear my grandfather's surname." Bibi Dong, for her part, harbored no doubts regarding Qianyu's words. After all, Qianyu had not unveiled his angel martial soul, opting instead to reveal only his seed martial soul. Unbeknownst to Bibi Dong, Qianyu possessed an angel martial soul, which led her to have no suspicion about his lineage from the Qin family. With a slight nod, Bibi Dong regarded Qianyu and continued, "You are quite impressive." Qianyu gazed at Bibi Dong, who responded calmly, "Thank you for your kind words, Your Holiness." Bibi Dong smiled gently, a captivating smile gracing her charming face, and then continued, "It seems that you are not particularly pleased to receive my praise." Qianyu calmly spoke, "To me, the praise of others holds no significance. I shall remain true to myself, unaltered by the accolades or reproaches of those around me." Upon hearing these words, Bibi Dong erupted into hearty laughter. "Ha ha. Young one, your character resonates with me. Fearless of societal judgments and unwavering amidst the tumult of your surroundings, you simply persist in being yourself. Remarkable to articulate such sentiments. I find myself questioning whether you are truly just an 8-year-old child," Bibi Dong exclaimed with mirth. Qianyu spoke calmly, "Perhaps it is because I am somewhat precocious." Immediately, Bibi Dong gazed at Qianyu and declared, "Very well, I am quite fond of you. Since you have triumphed in the tournament and earned my approval, henceforth, you shall be known as the Holy Son of our Spirit Hall." Although Bibi Dong expressed this with tranquility, it sent shockwaves through the multitude gathered in the square. While it was anticipated that Qianyu would become the Holy Son, hearing Bibi Dong utter it aloud still left many in astonishment. Numerous onlookers glared at Qianyu with envy. With such a title, his future appeared boundless. However, some jealous gazes were fixated on him, as if they wished to consume him whole. "Thank you, Your Majesty," Qianyu responded. Bibi Dong nodded and said, "Of course, do not presume that being the Holy Son is a simple task. As the Holy Son, you are one of the heirs to the next Pope of our Spirit Hall. Your every word and action will reflect upon us. So are you prepared to fulfill your responsibilities?" Qianyu nodded and replied, "Ready at any moment." "Very well, the grand ceremony of conferral will take place tomorrow. After tomorrow, you shall be the Holy Son of my Spirit Hall," Bibi Dong continued. Qianyu nodded. Subsequently, Bibi Dong gazed upon all those below and spoke, "Very well. Since both the Holy Son and the champion have been chosen, the sole master competition of the Spirit Hall shall now come to a conclusion." After delivering her farewell address, the event was definitively brought to a close. Qianyu has triumphantly claimed the championship, thereby earning the esteemed title of the Holy Son. At this moment, the atmosphere in the arena grew even more fervent. "Qianyu, Qianyu." Countless voices resounded in unison, heralding his newfound fame as the most exceptional genius of the Spirit Hall. After the event concluded, Qianyu and Nara returned to their quaint abode. At this juncture, Qian Douluo also arrived, gazing at Qianyu with a warm smile. "Xiaoyu, you have done exceptionally well." After Qian Douluo conversed with Qianyu regarding matters concerning the Holy Son, he took his leave. Nara approached Qianyu's side. "Congratulations, brother Qianyu." Nara smiled. Qianyu smiled gently and remarked, "Did you not already extend your congratulations earlier?" Nara chuckled softly, gazing affectionately at Qianyu, and replied, "I wish to congratulate you once more. For perhaps soon, I shall have to part ways with you, dear brother Qianyu." Chapter 47. The Coronation Ceremony. Upon hearing Nara's words, Qianyu enveloped her in a warm embrace and whispered, "Nar, would you consider staying for my sake?" At that moment, Nata gazed steadfastly into Qianyu's eyes and began to speak. "Brother Qianyu, I..." Upon witnessing this, Qianyu hastily interrupted Nar and inquired once more, "Nar, are you truly unwilling to stay?" After a long moment of contemplation, Nar finally responded, "But..." At this moment, Qianyu fixed his gaze upon Nar and declared, "I do not wish to hear any buts. I only desire to be with you." At the sound of Qianyu's words, tears shimmered in Natar's beautiful eyes. Their gazes locked, and Qianyu, taking the initiative, embraced Nar and slowly leaned in for a kiss. That night, Qianyu once again experienced that peculiar dream. In the dream, he found himself once more upon the very ground of the altar, where a pitch-black longsword lay sealed atop it. The sword emanated an inexhaustible aura of lethal intent. Qianyu could distinctly sense that approaching it would lead to demise. Furthermore, he dared not draw near, as that feeling instilled a profound fear within him, as if it could vanish at any moment. Suddenly, at that very moment, dark storm clouds churned in the sky, followed by countless bolts of lightning striking the altar's location. The thunderous roar reverberated through the void. Simultaneously, an overwhelming sense of oppression descended from above, rendering it difficult to breathe, as if his body might be crushed at any instant. The pitch-black longsword emanated a terrifying power. At that moment, Qianyu suddenly heard a voice emanating instantaneously from the dark sword. "You have finally arrived, my master." The voice was chillingly cold, yet imbued with respect. Upon hearing this voice, Qianyu was momentarily stunned. It bore an unsettling familiarity. Then, the lightning struck the altar in an instant. Bang! An explosion erupted, illuminating the entire hall with dazzling light. The blinding white light compelled Qianyu to shut his eyes. When he opened them again, he gasped in astonishment, his heart racing with renewed vigor. He had returned to the world of Douluo Continent. Observing the familiar scenery before him, he noticed Nar peacefully resting atop him, her silvery hair cascading down to his neck. Her exquisitely delicate face bore a slight pout of her rosy lips. In that moment, she lay tranquilly in Qianyu's embrace, resembling a work of art, so perfect that she seemed almost unreal. Her finely sculpted features were adorned with a gentle smile, the corners of her mouth curving upward to reveal two adorable little canine teeth. At that instant, she appeared so serene, akin to a sleeping beauty. Witnessing this scene, a tender feeling swept through the depths of Qianyu's heart as he reached out to gently stroke Na's head. At that moment, Na awakened, her gaze shifting to Qianyu beside her, and she revealed a sweet smile, exclaiming, "Qianyu, brother, what is the matter?" Upon hearing this, Qianyu indulgently replied, "No. I simply could not bear to wake you, seeing you sleep so peacefully." At Qianyu's words, Na gently nodded and continued, "Qianyu Gij, it is time to rise. Today marks your coronation ceremony." Qianyu nodded slightly. Shortly thereafter, the two donned their garments and exited their respective abodes. The consecration ceremony was conducted before the papal hall. Following the ceremony, Qianyu officially ascended to the status of the Holy Son of the Spirit Hall. Just as they stepped outside, a carriage was seen waiting at Qianyu's doorstep. It was only fitting, for Qianyu had now become, in essence, a semi-holy son. The Spirit Hall would not permit him to traverse on foot. Qianyu and Nar took their seats in the carriage, and soon they arrived at the Spirit Hall. Upon their arrival, attendants approached to assist Qianyu in changing attire and to instruct him in the requisite etiquette. Nar remained steadfastly by Qianyu's side, patiently awaiting his readiness. Before long, noon arrived, heralding the commencement of the ceremony to formally anoint the Saint Son of the Spirit Hall. At that moment, the area beneath the grand platform was brimming with an enthusiastic crowd, each individual radiating excitement. For they understood that Qianyu was about to be officially recognized as the Saint Son of the Spirit Hall. Moments later, an elderly man, around 60 years of age, descended slowly from the elevated platform, exuding an aura of formidable authority. Clad in crimson robes, he was a cardinal of the Spirit Hall. The cardinal surveyed the assembly with a commanding gaze before proclaiming, "Welcome, esteemed guests, to the grand ceremony of the anointing. On behalf of the Spirit Hall, I extend my heartfelt greetings to all present. Now, let us invite His Holiness the Pope." In response, an extraordinarily beautiful woman emerged, adorned in a resplendent golden gown that accentuated her fair, luminous skin. Her figure was captivating, with pronounced curves, a slender waist, and elongated legs. Despite her advanced years, her beauty remained unparalleled. Her exquisite visage, coupled with an air of nobility and aloofness, radiated an ethereal sanctity. Long live our emperor! The sight of this woman compelled both the ordinary citizens and the personnel of the Spirit Hall to kneel in reverence. "Rise." Her voice, cool and detached, resonated throughout the plaza. Thanks to the emperor's boundless grace, the crowd gradually stood once more. At this juncture, the elderly man continued, "Now, let us invite the esteemed saint's son, Qianyu." Qianyu donned a resplendent golden robe, exuding an extraordinary charm as he gracefully ascended the steps to the elevated platform. "Is that truly the Holy Son, Qianyu? He is remarkably handsome." Beyond mere looks, his talent may very well be unparalleled in the annals of the Spirit Hall's history. Is that genuinely so? At just over 8 years of age, he has triumphed over the illustrious golden generation of the Spirit Academy. Such prowess is simply astonishing. Qianyu ascended to the high platform, and at that moment, the crowd below began to murmur and discuss. In this instant, the cardinal continued to preside over the ceremony. Now, let us invite the Pope to perform the coronation for the Holy Son. A handmaiden promptly brought forth a sacred crown, which Bibi Dong grasped with both hands and approached Qianyu. She then gently placed the crown upon Qianyu's head. From this day forth, Qianyu, you shall be the Holy Son of our Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong softly proclaimed. Qianyu nodded. At that moment, the cardinal shouted once more, bow. Instantly, the crowd of people knelt before Qianyu, exclaiming in unison, we pay our respects to the Holy Son. The voices of the kneeling populace resonated throughout the heavens and the earth. From a distance, Douluo revealed a smile of satisfaction, regardless of the circumstances. His purpose had been achieved. Na-Er stood beside him, genuinely delighted for her brother Qianyu. Just as everyone was celebrating in joyous camaraderie, the entire spirit city suddenly began to tremble. Abruptly, a guard, dragging his battered body and bleeding profusely, approached the platform below, shouting loudly, Your Holiness, something terrible has happened. The beast tide is upon us. Chapter 48. The Beast Tide. At these words, all present were struck with astonishment. Bibi Dong looked up and saw ominous clouds spreading from the south. The oppressive force emanating from the sky was suffocating. A terrifying pressure radiated from the dark clouds, engulfing the land. It felt as if some monstrous entity lurked within the clouds, instilling fear in the hearts of those who gazed upon it. Boom. At that moment, the clouds in the sky grew darker and thicker. Within them, the faint rumbling of thunder could be heard, a sound both awe-inspiring and terrifying. Not far away, billowing dust rose, with the ominous clouds casting a shadow over it, as if something was charging relentlessly toward them. Furthermore, the suffocating pressure emanating from the dust was almost unbearable. Without delay, Bibi Dong commanded, all title Douluo, follow me. In an instant, Bibi Dong leaped forward, soaring to the walls of Spirit City. Immediately, the title Douluo followed suit, taking to the skies behind her, reaching the city walls. At this moment, Qianyu furrowed his brows, clearly sensing the aura of annihilation that lingered in the air. Just then, the colossal dark cloud finally broke through the thick mist, arriving at their location. Among the observing citizens, a collective gasp echoed as they beheld the spiraling shadow in the sky, their hearts shaken. Seeing the situation unfold, Douluo declared, we must go as well. In an instant, Douluo led numerous title Douluo to the city tower. The Spirit Hall's title Douluo, Soul Douluo, along with several soul saints and soul emperors, all gathered atop the walls of Spirit City. Qianyu also brought Na-Er to the city walls. At this moment, they beheld the scene before them, where thick smoke billowed ominously. Countless soul beasts raced through the haze, densely packed. The sky above was shrouded in dark clouds, with flashes of lightning illuminating the thunderous roars. The chilling howls echoed, accompanied by the frenzied cries of the soul beasts, surging relentlessly toward the Spirit Hall. In the distance, a dark mass of various soul beasts slowly approached the Spirit City. Their advance was deliberate, though not swift, moving in a fan-like formation, almost in sync with the ominous clouds above. Witnessing the soul beasts, akin to a tidal wave, surging toward them, the expressions of all present turned grave, particularly those of the soul masters, whose faces paled further. How could this be? Are these soul beasts from the Star Doe forest? Why are they encroaching upon our human realm? Countless soul masters were astonished, unable to believe their own eyes. Those were the very soul beasts they typically hunted for soul rings, now organized and advancing upon the Spirit Hall. Bibi Dong gazed at the overwhelming horde of soul beasts. Biting her lip, her demeanor grave. Without a moment's hesitation, she commanded, attack. Instantly, a resounding boom echoed. A tremendous wave of energy erupted from the rift in the sky above the Spirit Hall, crashing violently into the throng of beasts. In an instant, the world seemed to be drenched in ink, and the wailing cries sent shivers down the spines of all within the Spirit Hall, as though they had been plunged into an apocalypse. At this juncture, Bibi Dong spoke again. All title Douluo, unite and slay those beasts. Remember, it must be done in the shortest time possible. As her words fell, silhouettes leaped from the city walls. Each face revealed unwavering determination, and in unison, they transformed into streaks of light, vanishing from sight. Roars of fury reverberated throughout the Spirit City. Soul Masters soared forth, weapons drawn, though their strength was modest. They stood resolute in the face of the tsunami-like onslaught of beasts. Figures darted through the air. Bibi Dong's gaze was profound, and from her being, resplendent radiance erupted. Within that brilliance, countless runes flickered. With a swift motion of her arm, she transformed into a colossal spider queen. In an instant, she transformed into a streak of luminous energy, vanishing from her original position and charging towards the dense horde of magical beasts below. The sound of swift movements filled the air as countless arachnid legs danced through the void, effortlessly shredding the surrounding creatures. A terrifying black radiance surged forth, reminiscent of a falling meteor. With a swift motion, the legs of Bibi Dong cleaved through the air, creating a massive gash in the fray. Waves of energy surged towards the dark abyss, striking the bodies of the soul beasts with ferocity. In a flash, blood splattered everywhere, as numerous beast-kin were torn asunder by Bibi Dong's might. Meanwhile, the other titled Douluo unleashed their formidable skills, joining the tumultuous battlefield. Amidst the chaos, a glimmer of green light emerged from the beast tide. A figure cloaked in emerald appeared before Bibi Dong, ready to confront her. As the figure materialized in the air, it revealed itself to be a stunningly beautiful woman, her features ethereal. Cascading emerald hair flowed down her back, and her eyes mirrored the same vivid hue. Her figure was striking, accentuated by a flowing aquamarine gown that elegantly framed her tall silhouette, with arms as pale as tender lotus roots bared to the world. Most intriguingly, a pair of wings adorned her back, seemingly sculpted from gems. These wings shimmered in a vibrant green, with each feather radiating a breathtaking brilliance, imbued with the essence of life itself, rendering her as enchanting as a goddess of nature. The emerald-clad woman glided gracefully, resembling a swan, and engaged in combat with Bibi Dong. The Emerald Swan? Bibi Dong recalled having read about such a soul beast in a book. Recognizing the true identity of the green figure before her, a look of astonishment crossed her face. The clash between Bibi Dong and the Emerald Swan intensified, each unleashing their powers. Bibi Dong wielded her spider spear with precision, while the Emerald Swan matched her with equal prowess. Suddenly, a colossal black dragon materialized in the sky, capturing the attention of all present. The dragon was immense, its wings unfurled, casting a shadow that obscured the sun. Its scales were as dark as obsidian, glinting with a metallic sheen, and its sharp claws and fangs appeared particularly menacing under the sunlight. Suspended in the air, it gazed down with an indifferent demeanor at the throng of humans below, its eyes reflecting a mixture of arrogance and ferocity. With a thunderous roar that echoed through the skies, the black dragon unleashed its might. In the next moment, a surge of terrifying black flames erupted from its being, engulfing the atmosphere in a sense of impending collapse, as if the world itself were on the brink of annihilation due to its wrath. The arrival was none other than the beast god, Emperor Tian. Chapter 49, Angel vs. Black Dragon. A colossal black dragon materialized before the crowd, its immense form rendering breathless all who beheld it. The dragon's presence exuded an aura of grandeur akin to that of a mountain, seemingly obscuring even the heavens themselves. In that moment, silence enveloped the arena. A wave of dread surged through the spirit hall, compelling everyone to draw a sharp intake of breath. With a thunderous roar, the black dragon suddenly opened its maw, unleashing a torrent of terrifying black flames, imbued with a destructive force that surged toward the spirit city. The ground trembled as the black flames swept through, causing trees to explode and debris to fill the air. "Look out! Move aside!" cried several titled Douluo, hastily retreating to safety. The massive black dragon, Emperor Tian, circled ominously above, its cold eyes fixated on the humans below, adopting an imperious stance. Those frigid orbs surveyed the spirit hall, as its mouth parted slightly, conjuring a mass of inky flames that slowly coalesced. These dark flames were not searing, rather, they emanated a chilling aura, instilling a palpable sense of mortality. Within these flames lay an amalgamation of darkness, decay, and bloodthirst, an unsettling fusion of negative emotions that birthed an indescribable terror, sending shivers down spines. Tendrils of pitch-black mist erupted from its being, coalescing into a dense cloud that loomed ominously above the dragon's head. The darkness thickened as the oppressive clouds obscured the sky. Then, a dreadful pressure emanated from the gathering storm. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning cleaved through the heavens, a fearsome spectacle, thick as a barrel and radiating a menacing purple-red hue, embodying an aura of intimidation and annihilation. Atop the city ramparts, Qianyu gazed in astonishment at the black dragon and slowly uttered, Beast God Emperor Tian. After Qianyu last return, he investigated the identity of the Black Dragon. In ancient texts, he discovered that within the Star Do Great Forest resides a beast deity that has lived for hundreds of thousands of years. This beast deity, a black dragon known as Emperor Tian, typically remains hidden within the Star Do Great Forest, rarely making an appearance, and when it does, it is solitary. At this moment, the black dragon's form had coalesced into a tangible dragon armor. His eyes emanated a chilling gaze. Suddenly, his enormous tail struck downward with tremendous force. Bang! The terrifying impact caused the ground to tremble. Beneath the force of his tail, a chasm 10 meters deep appeared in the earth. Under the assault of his tail, a nearby structure was utterly obliterated, resulting in heavy casualties among its occupants. Roar! Emperor Tian let out another thunderous roar. Whoosh! In an instant, he vanished and reappeared on the other side with astonishing swiftness, akin to a phantom lunging towards a tidal Douluo. Hiss! Witnessing this scene, the tidal Douluo's expression changed dramatically. He had no time to react. At this moment, Qianyu surged forward, golden light radiating from his form. The angel martial soul was unleashed, enveloping him in a golden glow that imparted an air of sanctity. As the black dragon Emperor Tian approached, the golden light soared, transforming into a magnificent golden longsword. Boom! The golden longsword, imbued with overwhelming power, struck against Emperor Tian's assault, resulting in a cacophony of violent clashes. The golden sword and Emperor Tian's strike were locked in a stalemate. Emperor Tian's brow furrowed slightly, surprised by the resilience of Qianyu's defense. Meanwhile, Qianyu was equally taken aback, astonished by the formidable strength of this black dragon, Emperor Tian. In an instant, Qianyu transformed into a magnificent celestial angel, soaring through the skies while emanating a terrifying golden radiance. With a swift motion, he surged towards the black dragon emperor, unleashing a flurry of golden longswords that relentlessly shot forth toward his adversary. These golden blades, swift as lightning, traced brilliant arcs through the air, their latent power instilling a sense of dread in all who beheld them. The black dragon emperor, caught off guard by Qianyu's audacity to attack, was nonetheless a formidable being with centuries of experience and immense strength. He opened his maw wide and unleashed a pitch-black energy sphere that hurtled towards the incoming swords. As the dark orb collided with the golden blades, it swiftly consumed them. Simultaneously, one of the golden swords pierced through the energy sphere, striking the emperor squarely in the chest. A resounding clang echoed as golden light cascaded downwards. After all, the might of this golden angel's assault was nothing short of formidable. In the next moment, the black dragon emperor let out a furious roar, his form contorting into that of a colossal black dragon, several hundred feet in length. The dragon exuded an oppressive black mist, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet drastically, accompanied by a foul and pungent odor. With another thunderous roar, the emperor's figure flickered and appeared directly above Qianyu, his enormous claws descending with immense force. Surrounded by a radiant golden light, Qianyu's hands surged with brilliance as he swiftly grasped the claw of the black dragon. In an instant, the two became entwined in a fierce struggle. At that moment, a resounding dragon's roar echoed across the heavens. Observing the figure of Tian, dark mist surged around him, and his form expanded relentlessly, ultimately transforming into a colossal entity over 100 meters in size. The immense body shimmered with an eerie, cold glow from its scales. Simultaneously, a formidable pressure radiated outward, instilling a suffocating sensation in those nearby. The black dragon opened its gaping maw, aiming to bite down upon Qianyu. The radiance of the thousand ways flow shimmered as the overwhelming pressure of the 99th level limit Douluo instantaneously spread, enveloping the void in a terrifying aura. As Qianyu's body moved, he deftly evaded the attack of the black dragon. In the next instant, a brilliant golden light erupted from his hand, piercing directly towards the dragon's head. The black dragon reacted swiftly, raising a sharp claw to shield its skull. With a resounding bang, the golden light collided with the claw, producing a deep and resonant sound. A terrifying ripple of energy spread forth instantaneously, emanating a formidable pressure that radiated outward. The ground trembled and cracked under the force as the energy surged from the two combatants. "Once again, we meet," Tian remarked coldly, gazing at Qianyu. Qianyu gazed calmly at the black dragon and inquired, "Beast God Emperor Tian, what is it that your soul beast clan intends to achieve?" At this moment, Emperor Tian replied with tranquility, "It is quite simple. Our soul beast clan seeks to reclaim our master." Chapter 50. Ancient moon. Below, Bibi Dong and the Emerald Swan were entangled in a fierce battle. Bibi Dong transformed into a demonic spider, her entire form engulfed in green flames, with sharp spines protruding ominously from her back. Each spine emanated a terrifying aura. The Emerald Swan, too, was shielded by a green barrier, her wings resembling razor-sharp blades, radiating a dazzling light. Clang, clang, clang. Bibi Dong swung her silk threads, colliding with the Emerald Swan, unleashing a tempest of fierce winds. A thin layer of green light enveloped Bibi Dong, warding off the swan's attacks as the web-like strands ensnared her. However, she exhibited no sign of fear. Instead, she darted forward towards the Emerald Swan. The swan reciprocated, launching herself at Bibi Dong. Boom. In an instant, the two women intertwined, fervently striking with fists and feet. Clang, clang, clang. The air was filled with the crisp sounds of their clashes. Although their strengths were comparable, the Emerald Swan found herself at a disadvantage. Despite being a 100,000-year soul beast, Bibi Dong possessed twin martial souls, bestowing her with extraordinary power, thus preventing the swan from gaining the upper hand in the short term. At that moment, a dark light coalesced around Bibi Dong, and the domain of the god of slaughter enveloped the surroundings. This was a realm of profound enigma, slaughter, devastation, annihilation. The murderous intent emanating from the Emerald Swan diminished considerably, as she experienced an inexplicable dread. Kill! Bibi Dong's icy voice pierced the air as she swung her arms, charging at the Emerald Swan with relentless fury. In that instant, she had succumbed to a frenzied state. Devoid of rational thought, she resembled a fearsome beast emerging from a sea of corpses and blood, radiating an aura of boundless malice that instilled terror. So powerful, Bibi Dong instantaneously manifested her martial soul's true form. A colossal demonic spider appeared before the Emerald Swan, lunging towards her with ferocity. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Endless strands of silk drifted through the air, exuding an icy chill. In that moment, Bibi Dong had transformed into a bloodthirsty demon, brandishing her sharp claws as she pounced upon the Emerald Swan. Hiss. As the scene unfolded, the Jade Swan's visage was etched with terror, prompting her to evade hastily. Perish. At that moment, a commanding voice resonated. The dark magic spider lunged towards the Jade Swan, enveloped in a shroud of black light. The venom of darkness was unleashed instantaneously. Sizzle. The Jade Swan's body emitted a hissing sound as it was corroded by the dark poison. Simultaneously, a heart-wrenching cry pierced the air. The potency of the dark magic spider's toxin was overwhelming. In an instant, the Jade Swan found herself injured. However, her primary abilities lay in purification and healing, allowing her to dispel even the toxic essence of Bibi Dong. Yet, the dark venom caused her considerable distress, slowing her retreat. Whoosh. At that moment, the dark magic spider's tail lashed out like a whip, striking the Jade Swan with ferocity. Crack. The intense pain compelled the Jade Swan to emit a pained shriek. Snap. Soon after, the sound of shattering bones echoed. One of the spider's tail spikes had pierced through her scapula. Splatter. Vivid crimson blood erupted, rendering the Jade Swan's complexion ashen. Perish. Just then, Bibi Dong surged forth once more. Her speed was astonishingly swift, as she unleashed a powerful palm strike towards the Jade Swan, imbued with formidable energy. Boom. The hand, laden with terrifying force, collided violently with the Jade Swan. Bang! With a resounding thud, the Jade Swan was sent hurtling through the air. Roar! At that moment, a sudden roar reverberated. Yet, at that instant, a host of soul beasts surged towards Bibi Dong. She regarded these creatures with a cold gaze, an aura of dread emanating from her. Kill! Bibi Dong uttered a cold reprimand, directly confronting the soul beasts. Her eyes burned a fierce crimson, enveloped by swirling black mist, creating an aura of dread. The strands of silk in her hands lashed out incessantly. Wherever they passed, the bodies of the soul beasts were ruthlessly severed, collapsing to the ground. Her combat was intensely ferocious, saturating the air with a heavy scent of blood. Meanwhile, the titled Douluos of the Spirit Hall plunged into the throng of beasts, engaging in a brutal and bloody struggle. The battlefield was a cacophony of conflict, with every combatant embroiled in the melee. At that moment, a fissure in the dark clouds suddenly appeared, through which a beam of light descended. Beneath this radiant glow, a figure clad in white armor began to materialize from the heavens. A tall woman, her exquisite visage glimmering with a chilling brilliance under the sun's rays, instilling fear in the hearts of onlookers. Her silver hair danced in the air, and her silver eyes emitted a distant glimmer, evoking an impression of aloofness. She stood atop the dark clouds, silently observing the fierce battle below. At this juncture, her gaze fell upon Qianyu and Nar. She addressed Nar, urging, "Come forth and merge with me without delay." Qianyu gazed in astonishment at the silver-haired woman, instantly comprehending her identity. She was one of the avatars of the Silver Dragon King, Guyu. The Silver Dragon King possessed two avatars, one named Nar, representing the emotional aspect, who was currently by Qianyu's side. The other, Guyu, was the embodiment of the Silver Dragon King's retained power. Guyu stood amidst the void, her form significantly more statuesque than Nar's. Her long silver hair cascaded down her back, reaching her ankles, exhibiting not only a silken smoothness, but also a quality reminiscent of shimmering silver crystal. Her beauty was beyond the realm of mere description. Words fell short of capturing her exquisite visage. Her skin bore a slightly pallid sheen, and her long, curled eyelashes framed silver eyes that were both clear and profound. Particularly when her gaze held a hint of confusion, it evoked an irresistible sense of compassion. Nar looked at Guyu and declared, "I will merge with you. But now is not the time." Guyu, her gaze icy, responded, "Is it because of that human beside you?" Chapter 51. Qianyu versus Guyu. At that moment, Guyu's cold eyes fixated on Qianyu below, and she plunged towards him with fierce intent. Faced with the descending Guyu, Qianyu shouted, "All things in nature." Instantly, an infinite expanse of trees erupted from the ground, obscuring the sun. The dense branches ensnared the silver-haired woman within their embrace. Boom. In the next instant, Guyu's assault struck, her formidable energy reducing the surrounding trees to splinters and obliterating the vines. Yet, Guyu did not relent. She continued her rapid advance towards Qianyu, her speed increasing with each moment. As she approached him, a radiant light emanated from her being. At that precise moment, Nar interposed herself before Qianyu, halting Guyu's advance. "What do you intend to do?" Nar inquired sternly, her eyes fixed on Guyu. Guyu's expression was one of scorn, her indifferent gaze dismissing anyone outside her focus. Coldly, she declared, "Since you remain because of this human, I shall slay him, and then you may accompany me." Upon hearing this, Nar's face blanched in alarm as she pleaded, "You must not kill him." Without further words, Guyu vanished in an instant. With a swift motion, a dagger as dark as ink materialized in her hand, aimed directly at Qianyu's heart. In that moment, myriad plans sprang forth around Qianyu, striving to obstruct Guyu. However, Guyu's power was beyond what Qianyu could withstand. She effortlessly pierced through the layers of green, appearing at Qianyu's side. Swish. The dagger in her hand plunged directly towards Qianyu, a lethal strike that, if it truly pierced Qianyu's flesh, would undoubtedly snuff out his life in an instant. At that moment, Qianyu's external soul bone coalesced before him. With a resounding clash, the dagger collided with the soul bone, sparking a flurry of fiery sparks. The overwhelming force even sent Qianyu hurtling backwards. Thud. His body crashed heavily to the ground. Guyu Na possessed two avatars, with this particular one being the dominant manifestation, devoid of emotions and retaining much of Guyu Na's formidable power. Guyu Na's strength was immensely powerful, akin to that of a demigod, rendering Qianyu utterly incapable of being her adversary. The other avatar, Nar, served as Guyu Na's emotional counterpart, equally brimming with myriad feelings. "Do not harm Brother Qianyu." Upon witnessing Qianyu's injury, Nar was consumed by fury. She charged directly at Guyu Na. Whoosh! The silver dragon's spear materialized in her grasp. Bang! With a powerful thrust, it met Guyu Na in a thunderous collision. Huff! Nar retreated swiftly, yet Guyu Na remained utterly unmoved, her gaze as frigid as ever. "If you continue to bully Brother Qianyu, I shall never merge with you." Nar glared at Guyu Na, her voice laced with defiance. Guyu Na glanced at Qianyu, then at Nar, before seizing Nar and descending into the skies. "Nar!" Qianyu shouted immediately. However, at that moment, Nar had already been seized by Guyu and lifted into the sky. The battlefield was still in turmoil, as the tidal Douluos plunged into the ranks of soul beasts with unmatched ferocity. Yet, the soul beasts, undeterred by death, charged relentlessly despite their inferior cultivation compared to the tidal Douluos. Time and again, they lunged forward, disregarding their own lives. A colossal soul beast surged toward one of the tidal Douluos, opening its gaping maw to reveal razor-sharp teeth. With a thunderous roar, the beast unleashed its immense power, aiming to bite down on the tidal Douluo. Seeking death, The tidal Douluo bellowed, swiftly summoning a war blade to his grasp. A dazzling blade of light cleaved through the air, striking fiercely upon the soul beast's head. With a resounding boom, the beast's head was severed, its form plummeting toward the ground. A bloodthirsty glint flickered in the eyes of another tidal Douluo as he clapped his hands together, unleashing a terrifying wind that swept over the fallen soul beast. The sound of shattering bones echoed as the colossal creature was instantly reduced to a mist of blood scattered across the ground. Yet, even with such sacrifice, the remaining soul beasts intensified their frenzied assault. In the skies, Qianyu and Tian continued their fierce battle. Qianyu radiated a brilliant golden light, his entire being resembling a figure forged from gold. An overwhelming aura emanated from him. At that moment, Qianyu's fist moved with a rhythm akin to raindrops on banana leaves. With each swing of his arms, a soul beast would fall. Tian roared, his eyes transforming into a deep crimson, as his form morphed into a thick red mist, enveloping Qianyu. His wings shimmered with a scarlet glow, slicing through the void like sharp blades. In an instant, he appeared before Qianyu, an icy pressure surging forth to envelop him. Get lost. Qianyu let out a furious roar as he thrust his fist forward, the overwhelming force of his punch exploding in the void. In an instant, the two engaged in a fierce battle. Qianyu gazed at the ancient moon in the sky and proclaimed loudly, "Return Nar." As he spoke, an overwhelming aura enveloped him, and countless vines erupted in a violent surge, launching themselves toward the ancient moon. Yet, a hint of derision appeared at the corner of her mouth. She stepped forward, her figure flickering in and out of focus, oddly evading those relentless vines. In a swift motion, she extended a finger, conjuring a piercing force that materialized in the void, striking fiercely against the vines, causing them to shatter piece by piece. Subsequently, the ancient moon unleashed another assault upon Qianyu. The razor-sharp energy, imbued with terrifying fluctuations, raced toward him with alarming speed. Whoosh! Qianyu's eyes narrowed, and his body moved with the swiftness of lightning, narrowly evading the attack. However, the sharp force still grazed his shoulder, drawing forth a stream of blood, and a terrifying gash instantly appeared upon his shoulder. Guyu's gaze was icy as he charged towards Qianyu once more. With a soft yet resonant explosion, a silver spear, imbued with a fierce aura, surged towards Qianyu with alarming speed, as if it transcended the very fabric of space, materializing before him in an instant. Qianyu was filled with astonishment. He extended his hand in a futile attempt to defend himself, but it was too late. He was forcefully driven back several meters by the long spear. The weapon did not relent, continuing its assault, and in the blink of an eye, it reached Qianyu's chest. With a piercing sound, the spear penetrated his torso, and crimson blood stained his pristine white garments. On Qianyu's face, a look of agony emerged, a wave of helplessness surging within. Chapter 52, The Demon's Sword. At this moment, Qianyu's heart was pierced directly, and he felt his consciousness gradually fading. The Holy Sun. Several tidal Douluo swiftly approached Qianyu's side. Sensing Qianyu's condition, Bibidong hurried back as well. Then, Bibidong cast her gaze towards the Silver Dragon King in the sky, and in an instant, threads of silk shot towards it. A thunderous dragon roar echoed, causing the space surrounding the Silver Dragon King to warp in an instant. As the web barely touched the Silver Dragon King, it was shredded by the contorted space. Guyu, undeterred, made a swift slash, unleashing a terrifying force that instantly shattered the web. Humph! Witnessing this scene, a hint of gravity appeared in Bibidong's eyes. Subsequently, her graceful form darted towards Guyu, each movement imbued with profound mysteries that caused the space to tremble. With a flick, Guyu met her challenge, his claws gleaming with a chilling light as they clashed. The duel between these two extraordinary beauties captivated the attention of all in an instant. Qianyu was wholly engaged in a struggle against Tian, leaving him no attention for anything else. Na gazed anxiously at Qianyu below. After all, Qianyu's heart had already been pierced, a fate that would spell doom for an ordinary person. Qianyu collapsed onto the ground, blood surging forth from his heart. He felt as though death was imminent, his consciousness growing increasingly hazy. His body seemed to plummet into an endless abyss, descending without end. Just as he sensed he was about to plunge into the depths, abruptly, a wave of warm soul energy manifested within his mind. This energy enveloped his wounded heart, facilitating the gradual healing of his injury. At that moment, a verdant sapling sprouted from Qianyu's chest, its leaves a brilliant emerald hue. Under the sunlight, It reflected a dazzling radiance that captivated the beholder. The sapling swayed gently, producing countless delicate branches and leaves, weaving a tapestry of green luminescence across Qianyu's chest, concealing the grievous wound. In that instant, Qianyu's consciousness transcended into another realm. Qianyu once again stood before the altar. Surrounding the altar, for angels were bound upon crosses. At the center of the altar, a pitch-black longsword was forcefully embedded within it. The sword emanated a dark luminescence, clearly a sinister artifact. However, upon gazing at the four angels, the resolve in his eyes intensified. With gritted teeth, he approached the cursed sword. Suddenly, as he took his first step, the previously tranquil sword began to tremble violently. In the next instant, a vast surge of dark power erupted from the sword, enveloping him in its ominous embrace. The force of that power was truly terrifying. "Master, you have finally arrived. Come, draw me forth. By extracting me, you shall acquire the power you desire." At that moment, a voice from within the sword incessantly tempted Qianyu. "Qianyu has approached the ominous black sword, which emanates waves of terrifying magical energy." Qianyu gazed upon the enchanted sword and inquired, "Who are you? Why do you address me as your master?" The sword, exuding an aura of dark power, replied nonchalantly, "Draw me forth, and you shall discover the answer. Come, do not hesitate." Qianyu gazed upon the demonic sword and inquired once more, "Will drawing you forth enhance my power?" Indeed, just as the voice of the sword echoed, the entire firmament seemed to be upended, unleashing a tempest that ravaged the surroundings with ferocity. At that moment, Qianyu's eyes transformed into a vivid crimson. With a sudden leap, he ascended to the altar. His hand rested upon the long sword. A resonant clang echoed as he moved. Immediately thereafter, a terrifying force surged into Qianyu's body like a relentless tide. Qianyu grasped the black long sword, exerting all his strength to draw it forth. Instantly, a terrifying wave of energy radiated outward. Above in the sky, Nar stood before Guyue, exclaiming, "Qianyu, brother." Guyue gazed at Nar and replied, "Hurry, let us merge." "I have told you, I shall not merge with you." Nar shouted defiantly. Guyue, with a calm demeanor, looked at Nar in utter confusion and asked, "Why? Is it solely because I took the life of that human? You must understand, he is but a human. You cannot be together." Tears filled Nar's eyes as she shook her head, proclaiming, "No matter who he is my Qianyu brother." With tears glistening, Nar resolutely fixed her gaze on Guyue and declared, "You have slain my Qianyu brother. Thus, I shall never merge with you." At that moment, a glimmer of determination shone in Guyue's eyes as she addressed Nar. "This decision does not rest with you. Although your reluctance makes the merger more challenging, it is merely a matter of difficulty." As she spoke, threads of energy began to materialize around her, forcibly binding Guyue and Nar together, as they floated in the void and commenced their fusion. Meanwhile, below, both the soul beasts and humans looked on in astonishment at this unfolding spectacle. In that instant, Qianyu realized that the sole individual the soul beast sought was none other than Nar. Qianyu previously regarded Nar with indifference, yet he could hardly fathom the true nature of her identity. Bibi Dong's eyes sparkled with disbelief. Was the surge of soul beasts triggered by the presence of that young girl beside Qianyu? At this moment, Guyue and Nar merged in the heavens, unleashing intense waves of energy that radiated outward. Moreover, streams of white light emanated from their bodies, imbued with overwhelming power. Meanwhile, no one noticed Qianyu below. The wounds on Qianyu's body gradually began to heal under the radiant light of the divine healing tree. However, unbeknownst to anyone, dark tendrils of energy began to swirl around him. Within that enigmatic space, Qianyu grasped the obsidian sword tightly and exerted all his strength to pull it forth. At this moment, he was willing to embrace any form of power, regardless of its nature. As he drew the dark magic sword upward with all his might, a terrifying force emanated from it, as if boundless energy was tearing at Qianyu. Boom! Cold sweat trickled down Qianyu's forehead, his body trembling uncontrollably. A heart-wrenching scream escaped his lips. With a jarring sound, the ominous force of the pull manifested, and the obsidian sword was finally drawn from the altar by Qianyu. As the sword left his being, a faint sound echoed. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted, dark clouds gathered ominously, and jagged lightning continuously struck from the void. The moment the blade was freed, dark demonic energy surged outward, enveloping the surroundings. This black mist was not pure. It contained overwhelming malice and resentment, instantly shrouding the entire altar. Chapter 53, The Dark Angel. The malevolent and demonic energies rushed into Qianyu's body, plunging him into a hellish abyss. Pain, rage, and despair flooded his mind. Finally, he could bear it no longer and collapsed to his knees. His eyes felt as if they might burst. Images flooded his consciousness. A golden angelic figure pursued relentlessly by countless foes. Clutching a golden holy sword, he fought valiantly, blood splattering and staining his garments. Yet he pressed on, vanquishing enemies for those behind him. As thunder rumbled, myriad bolts of lightning descended, engulfing the golden figure in an instant. Yet, Qianyu recalled vividly the battles where this angelic being fought fiercely, each charge exacting a tremendous toll. Ultimately, however, he succumbed, bleeding out in the skies. Qianyu felt an overwhelming surge of emotions, as if her heart were brimming with an indescribable sentiment. In an instant, she threw her head back and let out a heart-wrenching roar, tears streaming down her cheeks. In that fleeting moment, her eyes transformed into a fiery crimson, and the angelic wings upon her back unfurled magnificently. Qianyu transformed into a six-winged angel. His golden wings fluttered, releasing waves of formidable energy that radiated outward. He raised his gaze, and as he beheld the obsidian sword, tendrils of dark magic slowly seeped into his being. The moment this pitch-black magic entered his body, it instantaneously morphed into countless minuscule runes, infiltrating his mind. At that moment, within the sea of consciousness of Qianyu, a hazy figure sat cross-legged, surrounded by an infinite swirl of dark energy. Suddenly, this figure opened its eyes and gazed into the distance. In that instant, boundless black magic erupted from Qianyu's form. The dark energy coiled around the angelic figure behind him, and his six wings were instantly tainted with blackness. In the world of Douluo Continent, Qianyu underwent a similar transformation, becoming a dark angel enveloped in swirling magic. Qianyu slowly rose to her feet, her eyes bloodshot. At this moment, Qianyu had lost consciousness, yet she was still able to move. Qianyu extended his hand, and an ebony magic sword materialized instantaneously in his grasp. Qianyu gazed at the ancient moon in the sky, transforming into a shadow that instantaneously appeared before it. The ancient moon, upon witnessing that pitch-black figure, revealed a look of astonishment. "So it is you. It has been quite some time." The ancient moon seemed to recognize Qianyu, yet at that moment, Qianyu's eyes were filled solely with bloodlust. Clutching a dark magic sword, he swung it menacingly at the ancient moon. A fierce, ebony radiance cleaved through the fabric of space, severing the bond between the ancient moon and Nar in an instant. He then morphed into a shadow, charging towards the ancient moon. Unfazed, the ancient moon extended her hand, and in that moment, a silver dragon spear coalesced. A silvery light gathered around her, and the spear in her grasp radiated a dazzling brilliance. With a sharp whistle, a beam of white cold light shot towards Qianyu. The silver dragon spear collided with the dark magic sword, producing a jarring sound. In the instant of impact, frost rapidly spread, enveloping Qianyu's entire body in the blink of an eye, rendering him momentarily rigid. However, Qianyu exhibited no reaction. His crimson eyes only intensified with fury. As if on cue, an endless surge of malevolent energy enveloped him, the accumulated malice of countless years pouring into his being, augmenting his stature to that of a towering mountain. His blood-red eyes fixed upon the ancient moon, displaying a grotesque expression. In the next moment, an infinite tide of malevolence surged towards him once more. The ancient moon radiated a sacred white light, and the silver dragon spear in her hand emanated an overwhelming pressure. The two forces clashed, seemingly evenly matched. At that moment, Qianyu's gaze remained fixated on the woman before him, his arms raised as he struck down with ferocity. The endless malevolent energy swirled around him, casting him as a fearsome demon, ready to devour all in his path. With a thunderous roar, his dark sword, engulfed in swirling demonic flames, crashed down upon the white light emanating from the ancient moon. A resounding explosion erupted, unleashing a tempest of violent winds that ravaged the surroundings. The ground quaked, cracking and sending debris flying. At that moment, everyone below stood in utter shock, frozen in place. They had ceased their battles, stunned by the spectacle before them. Whether it was Qian Daolu, Bi Bidong, or Di Tian, each one gaped in disbelief, unable to comprehend the scene unfolding. The titled Douluo and the Soul Masters were equally astounded. Qian Daolu gazed at the dark angel in the sky, his eyes filled with astonishment. He then spoke. "Previously, I suspected that Qianyu might be the illegitimate child of Sun Ji, but it appears I was gravely mistaken. Thus, having dismissed this possibility, it seems there is only one remaining identity for Qianyu." Qian Daolu spoke, his gaze directed towards the heavens. Bai Dong, equally astonished, stared at Qianyu, exclaiming, "Is this young man endowed with twin martial souls? And what of this dark angel? How is it that his power has surged so dramatically? Who exactly is he?" Bai Dong's eyes, filled with confusion, were fixed upon Qianyu in the sky, struggling to believe the sight before her. Above, Guyu, wielding a dragon spear, observed Qianyu with a calm demeanor and remarked, "Ah, it seems you have succumbed as well." Qianyu's eyes glowed an ominous red, offering no response as she wielded her enchanted sword. A fierce and malevolent expression twisted her face as she relentlessly advanced towards Guyu, intent on delivering lethal strikes. At this moment, Qianyu was utterly engulfed in the throes of slaughter. His strikes grew increasingly fierce and terrifying. The clashing of weapons resonated through the sky, creating a cacophony of sound, while countless sparks danced in the air. Waves of formidable attacks radiated outward, tearing through the very fabric of space. "It seems you have yet to truly awaken." Guyu's eyes glimmered with a resolute intensity, for Qianyu had completely spiraled out of control. A flash of brilliance flickered in her gaze as her right hand wielded the silver dragon spear, emanating a dazzling white light. Boom! In the next instant, a colossal beam of white light collided violently with the obsidian sword in Qianyu's grasp. The clash of their powers erupted in a cataclysmic explosion, a terrifying pressure spreading in all directions, as energy ripples dispersed throughout the space. Chapter 54. The most captivating sight in the world is the fall of the divine. At this juncture, the sky was split into two halves, one shrouded in dark clouds, the other illuminated by radiant white light. Endless energy surged forth from the two figures, creating a stark contrast in the heavens. Thud! The two combatants retreated several steps almost simultaneously. At this moment, a cold and merciless killing intent emanated from Qianyu's eyes as he gazed at Guyu. A flicker of thought crossed his mind, and he swung the pitch-black demon sword once more. Whoosh! An endless stream of dark radiance manifested upon the obsidian blade, slashing fiercely toward Guyu. Guyu's countenance was as frigid as ice, and a platinum glow surged around him, effectively blocking the relentless onslaught of darkness. Bang! However, just as the abyssal energy drew near, Guyu's silver dragon spear lunged forward, swift as lightning, aiming directly at Qianyu's chest. In the sky, the two figures, shrouded in black and white, were entwined in an intricate dance of combat, each move imbued with unfathomable destructive power, evoking a profound sense of dread in onlookers. Roar! At last, Qianyu let out a furious roar, and the inky black demon sword erupted with boundless malevolence, enveloping him in a shroud of ominous dark runes. Buzz! The demonic wings beneath him unfurled instantaneously, releasing a vast and terrifying aura into the air. Without hesitation, he launched a powerful punch forward. Clang! In an instant, the two weapons clashed with a resounding metallic symphony. Splutter! In the next moment, blood erupted from Qianyu's mouth, yet a sinister smile lingered at the corner of his lips. Humph! Guyu scoffed disdainfully. In the following moment, his pristine white palm shot forward, striking fiercely toward Qianyu. In Qianyu's eyes, a bloodthirsty gleam flickered. He did not evade, but instead opted to withstand the onslaught. An infinite surge of energy shattered the very fabric of space. With a roar, the clash of black and white light reverberated through the void, and in the next instant, both figures were propelled backward simultaneously. Sizzle! Qianyu's garments were violently torn asunder, revealing his robust physique and resolute visage. His gaze was frigid, and the enchanted sword in his grasp trembled incessantly, exuding an air of ferocity. Guyu's delicate countenance turned ashen. She had not anticipated the sheer terror embodied by this individual. It was evident that he had yet to awaken fully, yet I too had not achieved the complete fusion necessary to unleash my full potential. To my astonishment, I found myself evenly matched against him. Guyu regarded Qianyu with profound astonishment. However, what shocked me even more was the realization that he too had succumbed, transforming into a fallen angel. Guyu, gazing at Qianyu, spoke softly. Then, with a sudden smile, she added, "Yet, what cannot be done by that duplicitous pantheon? The world revels most in the downfall of deities. It appears that we are both ensnared in this fate." With that, Guyu once again transformed into a beam of white light, charging towards Qianyu. Qianyu wielded a magical sword in hand, and the two once again clashed with fervor. Below, all onlookers displayed expressions of sheer astonishment. What could possibly be happening? How had the Holy Sun transformed in such a manner? The Dark Angel, was the Holy Sun an angelic spirit? Yet, if he were indeed an angelic spirit, how could his wings be shrouded in darkness? Could it be a mutation of the spirit? And who was that formidable woman? How could she possess such immense power? The soul masters below were unfamiliar with Guyu Na and were oblivious to the affairs of the divine realm, naturally lacking comprehension of these matters. However, Bai Bai Dong had gleaned a hint of the truth. At this moment, a glimmer of excitement danced in her eyes. In a whisper only she could perceive, Bai Bai Dong uttered a single word, God. Instantly, a frenzied expression overtook her visage. Ha ha ha, manic smile spread across Bai Bai Dong's face. For the events of that day had substantiated a profound realization. Indeed, there existed deities in this world. Thus, the so-called Rakshasa divine examination must also be genuine. If she could pass the Rakshasa divine examination, she would ascend to divinity herself. Qin Dao Lu furrowed his brow, gazing up at the heavens, and spoke. Qianyu, I should have anticipated this. With your extraordinary talent, a soul spirit so rare it cannot be found in this world, and an angelic martial spirit purer than even my own bloodline, how could you possibly be the illegitimate child of Sinji? It was merely my unwillingness to acknowledge the truth. Qian Dao Lu gazed at the sky, murmuring, no matter what your identity may be, I only hope that you will remain unharmed. Nara stood beside him, her small hands clenched tightly, her heart filled with anxiety as she called out, Qianyu, brother. At that moment, high above in the heavens, Qianyu and Guyu were still engaged in a fierce battle. Qianyu was enveloped in an ominous aura, as tendrils of dark energy surged forth from him, while 6 ebony wings behind him shimmered with ethereal light. With each flap, they conjured a vast tempest of energy. Meanwhile, Guyue's eyes blazed with a fierce white light, his form agile and swift like a darting fish, striking with both ferocity and cunning. Boom! Pillars of pure white light erupted like silken ribbons. The 2 terrifying beams collided, unleashing a cataclysmic explosion. In that moment, Nar made a resolute decision and suddenly cried out, Stop! Stop, brother Qianyu. At that instant, Qianyu's crimson eyes hesitated for a fleeting second as they turned towards Nar. Guyue also withdrew, taking several steps back. Qianyu's crimson eyes were engulfed in an ominous aura, rendering him devoid of independent thought, resembling nothing more than an empty vessel or a mere puppet. However, the heartfelt call of Nar stirred a flicker of consciousness within him. Qianyu murmured softly. In an instant, Nar rushed from a distance and leaped into Qianyu's embrace. Tears streamed down her face as she clung to him, crying out, Qianyu brother, please. I cannot bear to see you like this. As Nar held him tightly, Qianyu's gaze regained a semblance of clarity, and the dark energy enveloping him began to dissipate gradually. Qianyu's consciousness gradually returned. Feeling the warmth in her embrace, Qianyu's eyes slowly transformed back to their natural hue. Qianyu descended from the heavens, cradling Nar in his arms, as they landed upon the castle tower. The ebony wings that had sprouted from his back retracted into his form, and the ominous aura gradually dissipated, along with the dark magic sword. His gaze regained its tranquility as he softly addressed Nar. Upon meeting his eyes, Nar embraced him tightly, exclaiming, Brother Qianyu. Tears streamed down her cheeks, and Qianyu gently reached out to wipe them away, soothingly saying, Nar, do not weep. Chapter 55, The Hellish Magic Sword. As Nar held on to Qianyu, his expression slowly returned to normalcy. He tenderly dried her tears, yet at that moment, his body could no longer endure the tremendous burden it had carried. When he lost consciousness, the weight he bore was overwhelming. Had it not been for Qianyu's extraordinary soul seed, he might have perished from the strain. After tending to Nar's tears, Qianyu collapsed into her embrace and succumbed to unconsciousness. At that moment, Guyue descended beside Nar and Qianyu. Upon seeing Guyue, Nar instinctively positioned herself in front of Qianyu, while Guyue's gaze remained serene as he reassured her, Do not worry, I shall not harm him. He then said to Nar, Let us depart. Reluctantly, she cast one last glance at Qianyu before ultimately following Guyue away. She understood that if she did not leave, the Soul Beast army would not retreat either. Her concern was solely for Qianyu, the only one she cherished. As long as he was safe, there was nothing left in this place to hold her. She recalled everything and acknowledged her responsibilities and mission. With a nod towards Guyue, she signaled her readiness. Guyue then surveyed the Soul Beast army below and commanded, Retreat. At his command, the densely packed ranks of the Soul Beast army began to withdraw, resembling a receding tide. Witnessing this, The members of the Spirit Hall did not intervene, fully aware that any attempt to do so could ignite a genuine war between humans and soul beasts. Should such a conflict arise, both sides would suffer grievous losses. Bibi Dong observed the retreating figures of the soul beasts, her expression inscrutable, with a hint of a manic smile playing upon her lips, finding the situation increasingly intriguing. Daolu could not muster a smile. He hurriedly soared to the city wall and began to inspect Qianyu's injuries. To his relief, he discovered that Qianyu was unscathed, merely lost in unconsciousness. At that moment, Daolu felt a sense of reassurance. Although he had confirmed that Qianyu was neither the illegitimate child of Sun Ji nor his biological grandson, in his heart, he still regarded Qianyu as a beloved grandson. Daolu lifted Qianyu and departed from this place. The great battle has thus come to a close. In the depths of unconsciousness, Qianyu once again found himself in that peculiar realm. Within this space, Qianyu regained consciousness and beheld before him a floating enchanted sword. The very sword he had just drawn. Qianyu gazed upon the demonic sword before him. Although he had just emerged from a state of unconsciousness, he could still perceive the malevolent energy emanating from the sword, surging into his body and seizing control over him. Who are you? Qianyu gazed at the demon's sword and inquired. At that moment, the demon's sword looked at Qianyu and said, Master, why do you no longer recognize me? I am your divine artifact, the Hell Demon's Sword. The Hell Demon's Sword? Qianyu, filled with confusion, gazed at the ominous sword before him and inquired. My martial soul is that of an angel. Should not the divine artifact of the angelic lineage be the angelic holy sword? The hellish magic sword hovered beside Qianyu and retorted, Angelic holy sword? What a worthless piece of trash, not even fit for a dog. That angelic holy sword doesn't even deserve to lick the hilt of my blade. You are merely a sword. How is it that you possess the ability to speak? Have you attained sentience? Qianyu continued to inquire. The Hell Demon's Sword responded, if it were a divine artifact, it would naturally lack consciousness. However, my master originally sealed me within this Hell Demon's Sword, transforming me into a sword spirit, hence I possess awareness. Curiously, Qianyu asked, what was your original form? The Hell Demon's Sword gazed back at Qianyu and replied, it appears that my master has indeed been reborn without wisdom. Alas, it seems you have yet to inherit your previous memories. My original form is that of the Hell Demon Dragon. After you defeated me, my essence was sealed within this Hell Demon's Sword in the form of a soul spirit, becoming the spirit of this blade. Upon hearing this, Qianyu was utterly astonished. The Hell Demon Dragon. Rebirth. Qianyu contemplated a possibility. Could it be that in a past life, she was a deity? After reincarnating, did she arrive in the real world, only to traverse into the world of Douluo Continent? Or perhaps she fortuitously found herself inhabiting the body of someone who had just reincarnated from a god. Regardless of which scenario it may be, the thought left Qianyu utterly astounded. Thus, who exactly was she in her previous existence? Qianyu immediately gazed at the Hell Demon's Sword and inquired, who am I? The Hell Demon's Sword promptly responded, of course, you are the master. Before the words were fully uttered, a crimson barrier materialized upon the sword's surface, causing the Hell Demon Sword to tremble instantly. It hastily added, regarding this matter, I am bound by a restriction and thus cannot provide an answer. Why is there a restriction? Qianyu asked, perplexed, as he looked at the Hell Demon's Sword. The sword replied, this restriction was imposed by your past self. How could I possibly know? Perhaps, your previous incarnation intended for you to seek the answer yourself. However, your past self instructed that as long as you draw me forth, I shall assist and protect you. And where is this place? Is it my dream or a tangible world? Qianyu continued to question the Hell Demon's Sword. The sword regarded Qianyu calmly and declared, this is a tangible world. Perhaps you may refer to it as hell. Hell. Upon hearing this term, Qianyu's heart sank deeper into astonishment. Hell Demon's Sword. Hell. These terms and realms did not exist in the original Douluo Continent. Everything felt exceedingly bizarre. What was truly happening? Why have I come here? Qianyu pressed on, still staring at the Hell Demon's Sword. The sword swayed its blade and replied, I do not know. Perhaps it was your previous self that brought you here. My past self? Qianyu pondered aloud. Indeed, your past self is the master of this realm, the Hell Demon's Sword continued. The master of this realm? Meaning the Lord of Hell? Qianyu was taken aback, yet he resolutely composed himself, engaging in a calm analysis. In his previous life, he must have been a deity, or perhaps a demon. Regardless of his former identity, it was undoubtedly that of a formidable being, one capable of reigning as the Lord of Hell. far from an ordinary existence. However, for reasons unknown, he had undergone reincarnation. It was possible that he either transmigrated or that his essence first reincarnated into his current form before traversing through realms, ultimately arriving in the world of Douluo Continent. Coupled with his angel martial soul, could it be that he was the angel god? Yet, what of the seed martial soul? Why would the angel god also embody the Lord of Hell? While some questions found resolution, others resurfaced in Qianyu's mind. Chapter 56. The Hell Trial Tower. One thing was certain, his past self was immensely powerful. Although he lacked memories of his former life, it seemed he had inherited numerous gifts from that existence. Thus, he resolved to harness these gifts to become even stronger. In the past, Qianyu would have harbored doubts about personally slaying Tang Hao. However, clarity now filled his heart. Should he continue his training, the demise of Tang Hao was merely a matter of time. Regardless of how enigmatic his identity might be, Qianyu's sole objective was vengeance. Revenge against Tang Hao. As for other matters, it was premature to discuss them. With the passage of time, Qianyu believed that all would eventually become clear. At that moment, the Hell Demon Sword addressed Qianyu. By the way, your previous life left a message for me. What? Qianyu inquired. The Hell Demon Sword continued. He stated that he sealed all his legacies here, and to obtain his inheritance, one must undergo trials. What trials? Qianyu asked, looking at the Hell Demon Sword once more. The Hell Demon Sword replied, there are 3 trials, but you must pass one before you can learn about the others. The first trial is rather straightforward. You must conquer this Hell Trial Tower. The Hell Trial Tower? Qianyu exclaimed in astonishment, gazing at the Hell Demon Sword. As he spoke, a crimson light emanated from the Hell Demon Sword, revealing a colossal tower before Qianyu. The tower exuded an aura of malevolence, with terrifying demonic energy swirling around it. The tower consisted of 9 levels, each radiating an oppressive force. The Hell Demon Sword elucidated. Within this realm of hell, numerous malevolent spirits dwell, each possessing significant strength. They are categorized similarly to humans: Ghost Masters, Great Ghost Masters, Ghost Sovereigns, Ghost Douluo, and Ghost Title Douluo. Corresponding to the realms of your Soul Masters, the Hell Trial Tower consists of 9 levels. The first level corresponds to your Soul Master rank, the second to the Great Soul Master, and the 9th level is reserved for the Title Douluo. Successfully passing through the trials of these 9 levels constitutes the completion of your first assessment. Upon hearing the guidance of the Hell Magic Sword, Qianyu comprehended that the first trial entails defeating a malevolent spirit possessing the strength of a Title Douluo. While this appears quite daunting, it can indeed be regarded as a divine trial, thus lending it a certain legitimacy. However, to conquer this challenge, one might need to attain the status of a Title Douluo themselves. The Hell Magic Sword further elucidated. By the way, passing through each level comes with corresponding rewards, and at times, you may even trigger a fortunate grand prize. Qianyu nodded. Well, are you about to commence the assessment now? Inquired the Hell Demon Sword. Qianyu shook her head and inquired, how long have I been unconscious? The Hell Demon Sword promptly replied, in terms of real time. You have been in a state of unconsciousness for 3 days. 3 days, is it? Qianyu felt as though she had merely taken a nap, only to realize that 3 days had elapsed. Qianyu shook his head and declared, I must first step outside to observe. With that, he vanished from the world known as Hell and returned to the realm of reality. At that moment, Qianyu found himself lying on his bed. He slowly opened his eyes, and at once, a maid exclaimed, the Holy Sun has awakened. Qianyu gazed at this place, where he had first awakened and encountered that familiar figure, yet today, she was nowhere to be found. Nar! Qianyu shouted loudly, immediately sitting up, only to find that the room was filled with maids, with not a trace of Nar in sight. At that moment, Qianyu realized something, and a sense of melancholy enveloped his heart. Xiaoyu, you have finally awakened. At this moment, a figure entered from the doorway. It was none other than Qianyu's grandfather, Douluo. Douluo approached Qianyu with a smile, walking briskly. Haha. I told you, Xiaoyu, you would be just fine. How are you? Have you recovered? Douluo gazed kindly at Qianyu and inquired. Qianyu gazed at Douluo and inquired, Grandfather, has Nar departed? Douluo's expression was somewhat forlorn as he nodded and said, I shall take my leave. Upon hearing this, Qianyu's expression became even more desolate. Douluo gazed at Qianyu and said, Child, if you feel the urge to weep, then weep freely. Qianyu shook his head. Although his heart was heavy with sorrow, he would not shed tears. He gazed at Douluo and said, It's all right, Grandpa, I will not cry. Ultimately, she must depart. and I could not retain her. However, my inability to keep her this time does not signify that I cannot do so in the future. I will bring her back. Observing Qianyu's remarkable composure, a flicker of astonishment appeared in Douluo's eyes. He had anticipated that Qianyu would weep, yet he was taken aback by Qianyu's unwavering resolve. Very well, very well. With your talent and strength, it won't be long before you can personally retrieve her. Douluo nodded in agreement. Previously, Nar had informed Qianyu numerous times of her impending departure, thus he had prepared himself for this moment. In this world, strength reigns supreme, and power speaks volumes. His own inadequacy had rendered him incapable of protecting Nar. Therefore, there was but one course of action he must undertake to grow stronger. Only then could he seek vengeance and safeguard that which he holds dear. Weeping and lamenting are not the conduct befitting a man. Qianyu immediately stood up, gazing at Douluo, and declared, "Grandfather, from this day forth, I shall resume my rigorous training." Douluo nodded in agreement, saying, "Very well, once you have recovered." Qianyu spoke directly, "My body has recovered, and I am ready to begin." Douluo cast a glance at Qianyu and promptly acquiesced to his request. Qianyu embarked once more on rigorous training. Being the well-known saint's son, Douluo arranged for the remaining 6 esteemed offerings to assist in his training. During the day, Qianyu diligently followed the 6 offerings, engaging in both academic learning and physical conditioning. As night fell, Qianyu ventured into the realm known as Hell to undergo assessments. Qianyu was the first to undertake the Soul Master assessment. Before her lay a multitude of malevolent spirits, each a testament to the formidable prowess of Soul Masters. However, what astonished Qianyu was that there was not merely a solitary specter. As she entered the first layer, a veritable swarm of Soul Master apparitions materialized before her. Nearly 1,000 of these fiends emerged, yet regardless of their numbers, the strength of a Soul Master is ultimately undeniable and could not hinder Qianyu in the slightest. Without a hint of hesitation, Qianyu unleashed a merciless onslaught. Qianyu's speed escalated with remarkable swiftness, rendering the malevolent spirits unable to even brush against the edges of his garments. In a mere few seconds, he surged forth from the throng of evil apparitions. Surrounding him lay a multitude of defeated foes, their lifeless forms scattered about. He had successfully navigated the first trial. At that moment, within the heart of the tower, a resplendent head soul bone materialized before Qianyu. Qianyu gazed at the soul bone, and then spoke. This must be what they refer to as a reward. Chapter 57. Practicing for 2.5 years. Qianyu gazed at the soul bone before her, which emanated a soft, radiant glow. It was a skull. And as Qianyu grasped the soul bone, she immediately felt a warm and soothing sensation coursing through her hand. Qianyu began to sit cross-legged, absorbing the essence of the skull. This skull is a soul bone that has existed for 100,000 years. Qianyu possesses the ability to assist in healing the divine tree. Thus, she harbors no concerns about absorbing the soul bone. Qianyu settled into a meditative posture, commencing the absorption of the soul bone. The precious artifact continuously flowed into his cranium, transforming into shimmering motes of luminescence. These glimmering particles gradually coalesced within Qianyu's mind, and an ethereal sphere of light manifested above his head, slowly merging with his consciousness. Although the process of absorption proved to be exceedingly arduous, with the aid of Qianyu's martial spirit, he ultimately succeeded in harnessing the power of the soul bone. At that moment, Qianyu examined the abilities bestowed upon him by the soul bone within his skull. At that moment, Qianyu discovered that when utilizing the skull spirit bone technique, he could manifest a realm. Within this domain, Qianyu's mind would attain unparalleled focus, and his reaction speed would accelerate by several magnitudes. The result of this phenomenon was that everything within the realm would appear to slow down. The movements and strikes of opponents, which seemed to possess normal speed to others, would seem exceedingly sluggish to Qianyu, allowing him to respond swiftly and adeptly. This realm indeed proved to be quite suitable for cultivating his mental prowess. With a mere thought, Qianyu's domain instantly enveloped a radius of 100 meters. Within this realm, Qianyu could perceive everything around with crystal clarity. Moreover, Qianyu possessed the ability to manipulate this space at will. Indeed, a hint of joy illuminated Qianyu's face, and in that moment, his confidence soared significantly. Throughout the day, Qianyu continued to engage in rigorous training offered by various sections. In addition to this, the elders of the Spirit Hall also provided him with instruction. As the son of the Spirit Hall, Qianyu was also tasked with undertaking missions for the organization. Naturally, assuming the role of the son required him to fulfill certain duties. and Bibi Dong frequently offered him her guidance. To Bibi Dong, Qianyu's fervent dedication and passion mirrored her own, deepening her fondness for him. Even though she was aware that Qianyu was the grandson of Qian Douluo, she remained unfazed. Her sole concern in life was her own ascension to divinity. The future of the Spirit Hall and its successors were of no consequence to her. Furthermore, Qianyu's character resonated with her, leading to her increasing satisfaction with the young man. Bibi Dong often assigned him life and death missions, believing that only through facing peril could one grow stronger. Qianyu consistently completed these challenges with remarkable finesse, leaving no room for hesitation or doubt. The members of the Spirit Hall held Qianyu in utmost respect. They feared him not only for his connections to Qian Douluo and Bibi Dong, which shielded him from harm, but also for his formidable prowess. The day Qianyu succumbed to darkness was witnessed by nearly everyone in Spirit City. How could they not be intimidated by one capable of battling the Lord of Soul Beasts? The formidable power that Qianyu unleashed after her transformation is sufficient to rival that of a titled Douluo. As for the events of that day, scarcely anyone dares to mention them in Qianyu's presence. Qianyu subsequently absorbed 2 soul bones from the champion of the Soul Master competition. These soul bones belonged to 2 arms, and upon their absorption, Qianyu gained enhanced strength. The abilities of the 2 soul bones were both amplifications. The left arm's soul bone granted the power to reinforce the left arm, while the right arm's soul bone empowered the right arm. With this enhancement, Qianyu could attain a formidable increase of up to 200% of his strength. After absorbing these soul bones, Qianyu ventured further into the realm of hell, ready to undertake the challenges posed by that level's Grand Soul Master. Qianyu arrived at the 2nd level of the Hell Trial Tower. Upon entering this realm, he was confronted by countless malevolent spirits of the Grand Soul Master rank. Here, Qianyu was free to wield his Hell Demon Sword, his angelic soul, or his seed soul without any restrictions. His sole objective was to vanquish these fiends. The malevolent spirits loomed before him, their claws outstretched, exuding an aura of unparalleled terror. Qianyu gazed at the malevolent spirits, a trace of coldness flickering across his visage. In a hushed tone, he intoned, "Shadow Spike." Instantly, fearsome spikes erupted from the ground, proliferating densely in every direction, enveloping the entire terrain in a relentless array of menacing protrusions. As he beheld the vile apparitions, Qianyu's eyes glinted with frost, and he bellowed, "Slay them." In that very moment, the air was rent with a cacophony of tearing sounds, accompanied by the overwhelming stench of blood that permeated the atmosphere. The sound of rending flesh echoed as the spirits struck by the spikes disintegrated into fragments, vanishing from existence. At this juncture, the potent force within Qianyu surged forth once more. Upon its emergence, his speed and agility soared dramatically, his form darting like lightning amidst the throng of malevolent spirits. With a swift motion, as a powerful soul master prepared to strike Qianyu, the latter deftly severed his head before he could even raise his hand. Qianyu's feet moved incessantly, and with each step he took, a malevolent spirit or a lifeless body would descend from the heavens. This process did not endure for long. Merely 5 minutes had elapsed before a line of malevolent spirits lay before Qianyu. The second tier of these wretched beings had been thoroughly eradicated. Qianyu once again acquired a soul bone, specifically a right leg bone. Upon absorbing the bone of his right leg, Qianyu acquired a soul bone ability known as Swift Wind Lightning. Upon unleashing this ability, Qianyu's speed remarkably accelerated. Subsequently, Qianyu continued to confront the malevolent spirits of the Soul Master level. Although the battles were not as effortless as before, he nonetheless achieved victory with relative ease. Following his triumph, Qianyu obtained a body soul bone. To his astonishment, upon absorbing this soul bone, he discovered that it was, in fact, an external soul bone. This body bone could be affixed externally to Qianyu, and upon activation, it would expand to form a suit of armor. In essence, it resembled the transformation of a masked hero, enveloping Qianyu's physique in a protective shell. Qianyu continued her cultivation, and thus, 2.5 years passed quietly. Qianyu's soul power has reached level 40, and she is now prepared to challenge the 4th layer of the Hell Trial Tower. Chapter 58, The 4th Soul Ring. 100,000 years. Qianyu arrived at the 4th level, where the trial arena was filled with malevolent spirits, all of whom were formidable Soul Clan warriors. In this arena, there were tens of thousands of these malevolent beings. Despite their overwhelming strength, they proved to be no match for Qianyu. Slay. With a thunderous roar, Qianyu brought down the Hell Demon Sword with great force. As the blade descended, the malevolent spirits were instantly transformed into a wisp of azure smoke, dissipating into the air. Qianyu directly unleashed his angel martial soul. At this moment, the angel martial soul of Qianyu regained its golden hue. It only transformed entirely into black when Qianyu succumbed to darkness. Otherwise, under normal circumstances, Qianyu's angel martial soul remained golden. However, it was not entirely golden. For at the roots of the wings, it gradually transitioned into black. The expanse of that blackened area was now greater than before. Qianyu was acutely aware that if her angelic wings were to completely transform into darkness, it would likely signify her own descent into shadow. Qianyu wielded the Hell Demon's sword and charged towards the malevolent spirits with lightning speed. The seeds of martial souls on the ground relentlessly thrust forward, each piercing imbued with immense power. With every thrust, several wicked apparitions were impaled through their skulls, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Whoosh! Qianyu's figure shifted swiftly as she charged towards one of the malevolent spirits. Qianyu leapt into the air, brandishing the Hell Demon's sword. With a single stroke, an overwhelming force surged forth, sending the malevolent spirit hurtling away. Before its form could stabilize, it erupted into a violent explosion. Qianyu relentlessly advanced towards the malevolent spirits, with each step claiming the life of a demon beneath her blade. Qianyu continued to slay relentlessly, consumed by an insatiable fury. His vision was tinged with crimson as he yearned to eradicate every malevolent spirit within the trial grounds. Madness flickered in his eyes, overshadowing all reason. He had forgotten the pain, lost track of time, and even the essence of his own existence. In Qianyu's mind, there existed but a singular thought, the act of slaughter. Relentless and unyielding. Time became an abstract concept as Qianyu finally felt fatigued, halting their relentless advance to gaze upon the malevolent spirits sprawled upon the ground. At this moment, Qianyu was drenched in blood, their garments tattered and torn, revealing skin marred with wounds and drenched in crimson, a truly harrowing sight. Exhausted, Qianyu lay upon the earth, gasping for breath. The malevolent spirits of the fourth tier had all been vanquished, leaving behind only a scarlet soul ring, resting before Qianyu. Qianyu gazed at the crimson soul ring, his heart leaping with astonishment. This is a 100,000-year soul ring. The Hell Demon's sword floated beside Qianyu and spoke. Well, young man, you are truly fortunate to have obtained a divinely bestowed soul ring. Divinely bestowed soul ring? Upon hearing the words of the Hell Demon's sword, Qianyu inquired with curiosity. Indeed, this soul ring is likely a legacy left to you by your former life. Qianyu nodded slightly, and then commenced the absorption of the 100,000-year soul ring, as it was her inaugural experience with a soul ring exceeding 100,000 years. Qianyu had diligently prepared herself in advance. Qianyu unleashed the myriad of phenomena, and in an instant, the entire space blossomed with healing divine trees. These healing divine trees would continuously provide him with restoration as he absorbed the soul rings. Qianyu settled down, commencing the absorption of the 100,000-year soul ring. As the soul ring entered Qianyu's body, a wave of warm energy surged through him. Qianyu gently closed her eyes, commencing the process of refining the soul ring that had existed for 100,000 years. Qianyu's spirit was concentrated on the 100,000-year soul ring, gradually refining it. At that moment, his body was engulfed in excruciating pain, as if he were being torn apart, and cold sweat streamed down his forehead in torrents. Qianyu gritted his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain as he gradually refined the 10,000-year soul ring. The surrounding healing divine tree continually aided Qianyu in mending his physical injuries. The wounds on Qianyu's exterior have begun to heal, while the damaged internal organs are gradually recovering. With the healing powers of the divine tree and the refinement of the 100,000-year soul ring, Qianyu's spiritual strength is visibly augmenting. Time continues to flow, and in the blink of an eye, a night has passed. Qianyu's injuries have completely healed. This round of cultivation consumed an entire night. Qianyu opened her eyes, rose to her feet, and took a deep breath, her gaze filled with joy. At that moment, she sensed that the power within her body had significantly intensified compared to before. Qianyu extended his hand, clenching his fist, feeling the immense power coursing through it. A smile graced his lips as he murmured, I never anticipated that this trial ground would bestow upon me such a remarkable reward. Truly, it is worthy of 100,000 years of soul ring. At this moment, Qianyu's strength had ascended to level 43, having absorbed the 100,000-year soul ring, thus elevating his soul power by 3 levels. Qianyu continued to examine her soul abilities. The 4th soul ring possesses a total of 2 soul skills, one of which is a passive ability that grants immunity. The plants sprouted from Qianyu's seed martial soul possess an extraordinary immunity to various elemental forces, be it water, fire, or ice. This implies that against formidable opponents like Yin, Qianyu need not resort to explosive seeds. He can effortlessly withstand the flames. In addition to this remarkable immunity, the resilience of these plants is significantly enhanced, rendering even the sharpest blades, such as those of the evil moon, quite ineffective against them. Naturally, this is also contingent upon the spirit power involved. Should Qianyu encounter a tidal Douluo who wields fire or sharp weapons, or a soul Douluo whose strength vastly surpasses his own, his seed martial soul would not grant immunity. Such adversaries could easily sever the vines produced by Qianyu's seeds. All of this is relative. Another soul skill at Qianyu's disposal is an active ability, though it is extraordinarily formidable. This soul skill is known as Art of Light and Shadow. Its most astonishing aspect is that Qianyu can manipulate the passage of time for all plants, including those not of his own creation. What does this mean? In simpler terms, Qianyu can control a plant, enabling it to grow instantaneously or wither away in an instant. Furthermore, this skill allows for reverse application. A towering tree can be reduced to a mere seed in the blink of an eye. Moreover, the most remarkable facet of this ability is its applicability to humans and soul beasts. However, the duration of this effect is limited to 1 minute, after which normalcy is restored. Only plants are subject to permanent control. The reason for the 1-minute limitation lies in the varying effects on individuals of differing cultivation levels. Against weaker opponents, Qianyu can entirely manipulate their time for a minute. Yet, when facing stronger adversaries, such as tidal Douluos, the efficacy diminishes substantially. Nevertheless, even with this limitation, the potential remains extraordinary. In Confrontation, Qianyu could, within that minute, transform an opponent into an elderly figure or a mere infant. Remarkably, 10 seconds would suffice to deliver a fatal blow. It is important to note that despite experiencing temporal manipulation, an opponent's cultivation level remains unaffected. A tidal Douluo transformed into an infant retains their strength, but during that interval, their physical form is reduced to that of a child. In essence, Qianyu's soul skill can alter an opponent's physical state without diminishing their inherent power. Regardless, this ability remains immensely formidable. Chapter 59. Departure from the Spirit Hall. Another year has elapsed. At this moment, Qianyu has grown significantly taller. At 12 years of age, he stands at over 1.70 meters. Despite his tender years, Qianyu exudes the presence of a young man. His demeanor has become increasingly aloof, reminiscent of a sovereign descending from on high, gazing down upon the heavens. Clad in flowing white garments, his visage is striking, with eyes as dark as ink and as profound as the abyss, complemented by his sharp brows and starry gaze, rendering him exceptionally handsome. Qianyu's eyes were chillingly cold, as if capable of freezing all things. He resembled an unparalleled sword, radiating infinite sharpness that compelled one to halt in awe. Standing there, he exuded an aura of superiority over all beings, as if reigning supreme over the world. Gazing down upon the heavens with disdain, Qianyu's prowess has successfully reached level 47. Qianyu has now attained the rank of a soul master at level 47, and thus, he has resolved to embark on a journey of training. Although the Spirit Hall offers exceptional mentors and abundant resources, Qianyu feels that he lacks sufficient practical experience. In his pursuit of strength, it is imperative for him to traverse the various realms of the Douluo Continent for further honing of his skills. Consequently, Qianyu has made preparations to depart. Before his departure, Douluo gazes at Qianyu and inquires, "Little you, are you truly leaving?" Qianyu nodded and said, "Grandfather, I have been cultivating at the Spirit Hall for many years now, and it is time for me to venture out and gain experience. Where are you planning to go?" Douluo inquired, gazing at Qianyu. Qianyu stood in serene tranquility, her icy gaze fixed ahead, and then spoke, "Revenge." Upon hearing this, Douluo was taken aback, looking at Qianyu with astonishment. "Little you, do you intend to seek vengeance against Tang Hao? Although you have made considerable progress over the years, you are still far from being able to confront him." At this moment, Qianyu's expression remained frosty as she calmly replied, "Who says that revenge must entail his death?" Qianyu gazed at Douluo and explained, "Grandfather, I am acutely aware of my current capabilities. To seek vengeance against Tang Hao now would be tantamount to courting death. Thus, I shall refrain from taking impulsive actions. However, the price I demand from Tang Hao extends far beyond mere death. I will shatter him psychologically and spiritually in every conceivable way." Douluo gazed at Qianyu, exhaling deeply, and inquired, "Where do you intend to commence?" Qianyu calmly remarked, "It all began with his son, Tang San. Grandfather, I recall that the Spirit Hall discovered a corpse in the Holy Soul Village, a body that bore the marks of a hidden weapon, correct? Qianyu gazed at Douluo as he spoke. Douluo nodded and remarked, indeed, that was an elderly man, slain by a hidden weapon. The Spirit Hall dispatched individuals to the Holy Spirit Village, where they ensured a proper burial for the villagers. Subsequently, along a narrow path, they discovered the lifeless body of Old Jack. However, it was not Tang Hao who had taken Old Jack's life, but rather a concealed weapon. Upon receiving this news, Qianyu immediately comprehended the truth. The one responsible for Old Jack's demise was Tang San. Therefore, whether it be Tang Hao or Tang San, Qianyu would not let either escape unpunished. Qianyu intended to begin with Tang San, gradually leading Tang Hao to lose something, ultimately plunging him into despair. However, Tang Hao was not to be trifled with. Should you accept his son's words and be discovered by him, peril would surely follow. Douluo promptly cautioned. Qianyu gazed calmly at Douluo and said, I am aware that I shall conceal my true self skillfully, ensuring that Tang Hao remains oblivious. Upon hearing this, Douluo nodded slightly and remarked, even if you had not intervened, I would have sought out Tang Hao and dealt with him myself. However, since you wish to exact your own vengeance, I shall not impede your resolve. Should you truly succeed in slaying Tang Hao, you will have proven yourself capable of standing alone. Now, proceed with your endeavors. Whatever challenges you may face, know that your grandfather will always stand as your unwavering support. Douluo gazed at Qianyu, a smile gracing his lips. Upon hearing this, Qianyu revealed a faint smile on her face and nodded emphatically. Qianyu arrived at the Spirit Hall. Within the vast and magnificent chamber, a figure of unparalleled beauty occupied the throne. She was breathtakingly exquisite, adorned in a resplendent golden gown that clung to her delicate and graceful form. Her skin, as white as jade, bore a hint of rosy flush, while her flowing purple hair cascaded elegantly over her shoulders. A face of striking beauty was graced with a subtle and pure smile, exuding an aura of gentleness and charm that was simply captivating, verging on transcendent. This enchanting figure was none other than Bibi Dong. Qianyu bowed slightly to Bibi Dong and respectfully exclaimed, I pay my respects to your majesty. Bibi Dong, seated upon the throne, regarded him with tranquil eyes, gazing into the distance. She observed Qianyu before speaking. The Holy Son, I have heard that you are preparing to embark on a journey of training. Qianyu nodded and replied, indeed. Bibi Dong scrutinized Qianyu from head to toe. The current Qianyu had fully matured into a handsome young man. Due to his consistent training, his gaze exuded determination. Even at the tender age of 12, he bore no trace of childishness. How long do you intend to be away? Qianyu shook his head and replied, I do not know. Then where do you intend to go? Bibi Dong inquired, gazing at Qianyu. Qianyu responded once more, I do not know. Bibi Dong gazed at Qianyu and then said, I happen to know of a place that would suit you perfectly. However, you are still quite young. Perhaps in a few years' time. Qianyu gazed at Bibi Dong, inquiring, the city of slaughter? Bibi Dong immediately displayed a hint of astonishment, turning to Qianyu and asking, Oh, you actually know of the city of slaughter? Qianyu spoke calmly, I have heard about it and seen it in books. How did you know that this was what I was thinking about? Bibi Dong scrutinized Qianyu, her gaze filled with intrigue as she observed him. Qianyu would certainly not claim to have read the original work. With a calm demeanor, Qianyu replied, I am aware that place suits me well. However, I am not inclined to go there just yet. Bibi Dong nodded and said, Very well, I shall respect your choice. Do you require me to discreetly assign someone to protect you? Bibi Dong continued to gaze at Qianyu, inquiring. Qianyu shook his head and replied, There is no need for that. It is excellent. If we were to assign someone to protect you, it would not be considered true training. Immediately, Bibi Dong turned her gaze towards Qianyu and said, In any endeavor, pursue it wholeheartedly. Regardless of how recklessly you act, I shall not interfere. Even if you were to create a monumental disaster, our Spirit Hall will cover for you. However, you must remember one thing. What is that? Qianyu inquired. Looking at Bibi Dong, you are the Holy Son of our Spirit Hall, hence I cannot allow you to perish, nor can I permit you to be defeated, and certainly, I will not tolerate any tarnishing of our Spirit Hall's reputation, Bibi Dong stated calmly. Qianyu gazed at Bibi Dong and nodded, saying, Qianyu has taken note of that. Very well. You may proceed. Qianyu nodded and departed from the Spirit Hall. Bibi Dong gazed at Qianyu's retreating figure, a hint of playful intrigue dancing at the corners of her lips as she mused, Little one, let me see just how far you can grow. Chapter 60. The Unreasonable Qianyu. Sodo City, a sprawling metropolis, stands majestically upon the lands of the Barak Kingdom, though it may not rival the grandeur of Spirit City. It boasts a vibrant and bustling atmosphere, with throngs of people flowing in and out each day. Qianyu arrived in the city of Sodo, fully aware that he was of a similar age to Tang San. At this juncture, Tang San would likely choose to attend Shrek Academy. Thus, in order to locate Tang San, Qianyu decided to wait at Shrek Academy, confident that he would eventually find him there. Qianyu arrived in Sodo City, where the streets bustled with a constant flow of people, creating a vibrant atmosphere. Along the sidewalks, an array of shops flourished, offering a diverse assortment of goods that dazzled the eye. Qianyu was remarkably low-key as he quietly entered the city, causing little commotion. That little girl is stunning, and that little boy is quite handsome. They truly are a match made in heaven. At that moment, amidst the crowd, voices echoed as Qianyu turned his gaze toward the source. The boy, dressed modestly, appeared to be around 12 or 13 years old, standing approximately 1.7 meters tall, adorned in a neat light blue outfit. A belt embedded with 24 jade stones cinched his waist, and his shoulder-length dark hair hung loosely. Though not conventionally handsome, he exuded an approachable charm, his lips perpetually graced by a faint smile. If the boy seemed tranquil and ordinary, the girl beside him radiated an extraordinary aura. Her silky black hair was meticulously woven into a tidy braid that cascaded past her calves, taller than the boy by a fraction. She wore a pink top that snugly embraced her developing figure. While her bosom may not have been particularly ample, her slender waist would evoke envy from countless women. Her long, taut legs were encased in white trousers, showcasing a perfect golden ratio. Despite her youthful visage, her rounded, pert backside hinted at a budding allure. Her naturally arched brows framed large, sparkling eyes that complemented her slightly rounded, rosy face, exuding beauty with a hint of vivacity. The word adorable seemed tailor-made for her. The boy standing beside her was overshadowed by her intangible radiance. The girl raised her hand to sweep away the slight moisture from her forehead, complaining, "We've finally arrived at this Sodo City. I really don't understand what the master was thinking. Several intermediate soul master academies have offered us unconditional admission. Yet he insists we take the entrance exam at this dilapidated institution that lacks even a grading system." The boy smiled gently, replying, "The teacher asked me to take the exam, but he didn't insist on you coming along. Fortunately, the Barak Kingdom borders the Fasno province. Otherwise, you would have even more to complain about." The girl shot him a reproachful glance. "What an ungrateful brother. It's not like I didn't want to come for your sake." She continued, "Regardless, the exam is only the day after tomorrow. You must accompany me for a couple of days in Sodo City to soothe my tender heart." The boy chuckled. The illustrious head of the Nodding Academy for 6 consecutive years has a tender heart? I wonder how the little brothers would react if they heard that. This boy and girl were none other than Tang San and Qianyu, who had journeyed from the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy. Qianyu's gaze turned in that direction, stirring a sense of excitement within him. After 6 long years, he was finally reunited with Tang San. The little girl beside Tang San must be Qianyu. The purpose of Qianyu's journey is quite simple: to draw closer to Tang San and subsequently torment him. Qianyu would never eliminate Tang San so prematurely. Even if Qianyu were to seek his demise, he would do so in the presence of Tang Hao, wishing to make Tang Hao experience the profound sorrow of losing a loved one. Revenge is a straightforward affair, and extinguishing Tang San's life is an uncomplicated task. Qianyu can achieve this at any time. However, Qianyu desires to inflict profound suffering upon Tang San. Only by causing Tang Hao anguish will Qianyu find solace. This is the essence of Qianyu's vendetta against Tang Hao. Tang San and Qianyu meandered through Sodo City. "Third brother, I wish to have that," Qianyu exclaimed, pointing excitedly towards the distance, where vendors in Sodo City were selling milk tea. Tang San purchased a cup of milk tea for Qianyu amidst the throngs of people. In the midst of the bustling crowd, Qianyu suddenly emerged, lost her balance, and fell directly into Qianyu's embrace. In an instant, the milk tea splashed all over Qianyu. Qianyu cast a frosty glance at Qianyu, who, meeting his gaze, retorted with indignation, "Why did you bump into me? You even knocked over my milk tea. You shall compensate me for it." Qianyu cast a glance at Qianyu. In the original tale, Qianyu had always been overbearing and unreasonable. Thus, it was entirely in character for her to collide with Qianyu and then unjustly accuse Qianyu of having crashed into her. With an icy demeanor, Qianyu retorted, "You were the one who collided with me, yet now you dare to blame me?" Qianyu, pointing an accusing finger at Qianyu, exclaimed in anger, Did you not see me walking out? I was already on my way, and you refused to yield, which led to our collision. Therefore, you must treat me to bubble tea." After listening, Qianyu understood that he could no longer reason with this young dancer. She had caused the accident herself. Did she still have a leg to stand on? Qianyu glared at Xiaowu, coldly commanding, "Leave." Xiaowu, taken aback, retorted with indignation, "How dare you? Throughout my life, no one has ever told me to leave. You are the first." At that moment, Tang San stepped forward, joining Xiaowu's side. "Xiaowu, what is the matter?" She immediately pointed at Qianyu, exclaiming, "Brother San, it is this scoundrel who knocked over the milk tea you bought for me and has yet to apologize." Tang San raised his gaze slightly, directing his attention towards Qianyu. Qianyu's gaze turned towards Tang San. After 6 years, the two were reunited once more. Yet in such a peculiar setting. Tang San's eyes widened momentarily, but he did not recognize Qianyu. After all, 6 years had passed, and Qianyu had grown taller. Her appearance altered significantly, rendering him unable to identify her. Qianyu recognized him. He was undoubtedly Tang San. Tang San glanced at Qianyu and smiled, saying, "Brother, you have knocked over Xiaowu's milk tea. Why not offer her an apology?" Qianyu gazed at Tang San and calmly stated, "It was she who collided with me first. Why should I apologize?" Xiaowu immediately adopted a playful tone and retorted, saying, "Good. It was clearly him who bumped into me." "Humph, you little rascal, you dare to be so arrogant after colliding with me? Do you truly believe that I, Xiaowu, am easy to bully?" As she spoke, Xiaowu prepared to take action. Qianyu gazed at the two of them and remarked, "Do you wish to make a move?" Xiaowu immediately retorted with fury, "If you want to fight, then come. Who's afraid? Let me show you that I can beat you so badly that even your mother wouldn't recognize you." Upon hearing this, Qianyu's eyes instantly turned icy. Chapter 61, Blue-Silver Grass, Entangled. Having been the leader at Nodding Academy for so long, Xiaowu could not tolerate the arrogance reflected in her opponent's gaze and was ready to charge at him. Tang San grasped Xiaowu's shoulder firmly, saying, "Allow me to handle this." Xiaowu, dissatisfied, protested, "Why? I can do it myself. I want to make him unrecognizable to his own mother." Tang San furrowed his brow and replied, "As a girl, you should choose your words more carefully. Have you forgotten my previous words? I will always protect you. This is a matter for men." Tang San wished to demonstrate his prowess in front of Xiaowu. Thus he felt compelled to step forward and take the initiative. However, this was precisely what Qianyu desired. After all, having not seen Tang San for 6 years, Qianyu was eager to assess his strength. Turning his gaze toward Qianyu, Tang San then spoke, regardless of the circumstances. "She is a girl. As a young man, why bother to engage in conflict with her?" Qianyu gazed at Tang San and remarked, "Your affection for her renders you lenient. But to me, she is merely a stranger. Moreover, it was she who collided with me, yet she persists in her unreasonable commotion. Why should I yield to someone like her?" Upon hearing this, Tang San looked at Qianyu and calmly replied, "In that case, there is no need for further words. We must settle this with a battle." With that, Tang San swiftly unleashed a punch directed at Qianyu, devoid of any embellishments, aimed straight at his chest. Qianyu was aware that Tang San had practiced the Xian Gong technique. Therefore, even a seemingly ordinary punch from him possessed far greater power than that of an average person. However, what Tang San did not anticipate was that he was facing Qianyu. As Tang San unleashed his punch, Qianyu remained utterly still, displaying no intention of defense whatsoever. He simply stood there with an air of indifference. In a graceful motion, Qianyu extended his hand and effortlessly blocked Tang San's strike. Tang San's expression shifted slightly. He had exerted 80% of his strength into this punch, enough to dent even steel. Yet, astonishingly, Qianyu had withstood it without faltering. Tang San inwardly marveled at Qianyu's formidable prowess. Despite his astonishment at Qianyu's strength, he did not cease his assault and swiftly kicked out his right leg, aimed directly at Qianyu's waist. Qianyu remained motionless, and just as Tang San's toes were about to graze his waist, Qianyu suddenly extended a single finger, deftly flicking it against the arch of Tang San's foot. In an instant, Tang San was propelled backward by the mere touch, crashing heavily to the side. Xiaowu's eyes widened in disbelief. She could scarcely fathom that the brother she had admired for 6 years could be so effortlessly defeated. An increasing crowd gathered, most spectators merely observing, as the preceding events had unfolded with astonishing swiftness. Struggling to rise, Tang San gazed at Qianyu, his eyes filled with astonishment. At that moment, Tang San realized that he could only resort to his martial soul. A faint violet hue enveloped his eyes as he slowly raised his right hand. Suddenly, a deep blue radiance surged forth, and a cluster of deep blue grass sprouted from his palm. Each blade appeared delicate, yet was adorned with serpentine patterns. The grass no longer remained flat, but transformed into a cylindrical form, and upon closer inspection, one could discern the multitude of minute thorns covering the blades. A milky white light emanated from Tang's sand, causing the deep blue grass to swell dramatically, rapidly attaining the thickness of a human arm, resembling a vine-like entity. The black serpentine pattern shimmered with a soft glow, moving with the grace of dozens of serpents coiling around Tang San's figure. 2 circles of yellow soul rings simultaneously ascended from beneath his feet, swirling above his form. Tang San, Martial Soul, Blue Silver Grass, 29th level Weapon Soul Master. Please offer your guidance, he proclaimed. Xiao Wu, standing nearby, immediately cheered, Go, San go. Qianyu gazed at Tang San and calmly said, Make your move. Tang San, taken aback, looked at Qianyu and promptly inquired, Aren't you going to unleash your martial soul? Qianyu gazed serenely at Tang San and replied, No need. At that moment, Tang San, undeterred, called out to Qianyu, Blue Silver Grass, entangle. Instantly, the blue silver grass surged towards Qianyu, spiraling around him in verdant tendrils. These vines moved with astonishing speed, enveloping the air surrounding Qianyu in mere moments, completely shrouding him. The blue silver grass grew wildly, seemingly intent on ensnaring Qianyu entirely. A faint smile graced the corners of Qianyu's lips as he waved his right hand, and in that instant, a gentle azure light emanated from his palm, wherever the soft green luminescence touched. The originally ferocious and domineering blue silver grass seemed to perceive its sovereign and instantly dissolved into nothingness, witnessing the abrupt disappearance of his blue silver grass. Tang San couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. How could this be possible? He recognized that Qianyu was no ordinary individual. Yet he had not anticipated that Qianyu would possess such formidable power. This was not merely a soul skill of Qianyu, but rather the overwhelming might of his martial spirit, akin to a bloodline suppression in its essence. Qianyu had begun his endeavors long ago. His seed spirit was seemingly the sovereign of all flora. This seed spirit possessed the remarkable ability to flourish into various plants, and its lineage could suppress an array of botanical life. Consequently, Tang San's blue silver grass held no significance before Qianyu. Witnessing this scene, Tang San felt an overwhelming shock. At that moment, gritting his teeth, he summoned a soft azure radiance that enveloped him as his second soul ring surged with energy, instantly saturating the surroundings with seeds of blue silver grass. Parasitism. In an instant, the seeds around him burgeoned forth, transforming into countless strands of blue silver grass that surged towards Qianyu. Countless tendrils, armed with sharp thorns, darted through the air, swiftly approaching Qianyu's form. At this point, Tang San felt a surge of elation. The parasitism technique was his second soul skill, enabling him to implant blue silver grass in various locations, allowing it to flourish unexpectedly with tremendous power. He was confident that by wielding this skill, he could surely subdue the youth before him. However, in the next moment, he realized his error. He was gravely mistaken. The blue silver grass had solidified when it was merely 3 inches away from Qianyu, and regardless of how fervently he urged it, he could not advance even a fraction closer to Qianyu. Qianyu gazed calmly at Tang San and remarked, It seems your blue silver grass is rather ineffective. As he spoke, a verdant radiance enveloped his form, spreading swiftly throughout the space. He looked at Tang San and whispered, Entangle. In an instant, the blue silver grass that Tang San had unleashed was seized under Qianyu's command. Indeed, it was Tang San's own blue silver grass that was now ensnared by Qianyu's control, turning against its master and lunging toward him. At that moment, Tang San stood in stunned disbelief, unable to fathom the reality before him. Chapter 62. The Disruption of Xiao Wu. Suddenly, the very blue silver grass that Tang San had summoned betrayed him. It stretched forth with alarming speed, aiming directly at Tang San. His countenance darkened as he struggled to believe his own eyes. The blue silver grass he had conjured was now attacking him? How could this be possible? Who are you? How can you wield control over my blue silver grass? Tang San's heart was in turmoil as he stared blankly at Qianyu. Qianyu's gaze remained tranquil, and he did not respond. At that moment, the blue silver grass had approached Tang San. With a thought, he let out a sharp command, control the crane and capture the dragon. In an instant, Tang San grasped his own blue silver grass, swiftly dispelling his martial soul to avoid being defeated by it. Qianyu gazed at Tang San and replied calmly, Because my martial spirit is the sovereign of your martial spirit. Qianyu spoke, gazing at Tang San, and continued, In that case, let us conquer you with the blue silver grass. As he uttered these words, Qianyu softly declared, Senluo Wanshang. Instantly, an extraordinarily thick blue-silver grass erupted from the ground. The terrifying vegetation surged forth, and in a blink, an immensely robust blue-silver grass sprouted. This formidable plant swiftly descended upon Tang San, unleashing a terrifying force that enveloped the entire area. Tang San hastily summoned his own blue-silver grass to defend himself. However, he was astounded to discover that his own blue-silver grass appeared as fragile as tofu before the blue-silver emperor, utterly incapable of offering any resistance. With a resounding crash, Qianyu's blue-silver emperor descended, ruthlessly shattering Tang San's blue-silver grass. Tang San spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes reflecting profound shock. Although he had been prepared, he had not anticipated Qianyu's overwhelming strength. His once proud blue-silver grass was reduced to insignificance in the hands of his opponent. Unable even to make contact with Qianyu's body, as the blue-silver grass was obliterated, Tang San felt a dizzying sensation, and when his vision cleared, he found himself propelled backward, blood spurting from his mouth. Third brother. At that moment, Xiaowu, alarmed, rushed to Tang San's side. Tang San, struggling to maintain his composure, lifted his gaze to Qianyu. At that moment, Qianyu remained composed and unperturbed. Third brother, Xiaowu exclaimed, cradling Tang San in her arms, her eyes brimming with tears. Tang San, with a feeble voice, reassured her, Xiaowu, I am fine. We have lost. Who says you are fine? You have coughed up blood. How can you be all right? Xiaowu, filled with indignation, stood up and pointed accusingly at Qianyu, exclaiming, Why did you injure my third brother? Qianyu gazed calmly at Xiaowu and remarked, It is only natural for injuries to occur during a contest, especially when you seek me out for a challenge. However, given that this is merely a competition, why did you choose to strike with such ferocity? Xiaowu, staring at Qianyu, continued her vehement rebuke. Qianyu gently remarked, Should I be held responsible for any unforeseen incidents that occurred during the competition? Moreover, prior to engaging in combat, did you not stipulate that harming one another was prohibited? Furthermore, had it been me who was injured instead of your third brother, would you have risen to defend me? Xiaowu found herself at a loss for words in rebuttal. Qianyu maintained a serene gaze as she addressed Xiaowu. A bet is a bet. You have lost. Xiaowu, realizing she could not triumph over Qianyu, decided to forego reasoning with her. With a fierce expression, she confronted Qianyu and declared, regardless of the circumstances, You have harmed my third brother. Inflicting injury upon him necessitates consequences. Enraged, Xiaowu glared at Qianyu, delivering her reprimand with fervor. Qianyu remained calm, understanding that reasoning with this little dancer was futile. In the original narrative, she was depicted as a person devoid of rationality. Enraged, Xiaowu glared at Qianyu and declared, You have injured my third brother, and I demand double recompense. With that, she surged towards Qianyu in an instant. Suddenly, rabbit ears sprouted from her head, and her speed was astonishingly swift. In the blink of an eye, Xiaowu's figure vanished, only to reappear directly beside Qianyu in the next moment. In Qianyu's eyes flickered a cold glint, and in an instant, he spread his arms wide. Following this, he bellowed, Blue-Silver Emperor. A resonating wave emanated from behind him. In the blink of an eye, this wave rapidly expanded, and where it passed, an endless expanse of blue-silver grass burst forth from the earth. In an instant, the area surrounding Qianyu was enveloped in this boundless blue-silver grass, which lashed out fiercely at Xiaowu. It was as if the colossal blue-silver emperor, conjured by Qianyu's martial spirit, sent Xiaowu flying. She fell to the ground, coughing up blood. At this moment, Tang San was utterly stunned. He had not anticipated that Qianyu could be so ruthless, injuring Xiaowu in the process. Immediately, Tang San placed his hand upon his moonlit knight of the 24 bridges, poised to unleash his hidden weapon and launch a surprise attack on Qianyu. Qianyu gazed serenely at Tang San and Xiaowu, calmly stating, This time, I shall let you off the hook. However, should you dare to provoke me again, the consequences will not be as simple. Upon finishing her words, Qianyu turned and departed. Although Qianyu could directly eliminate Tang San for revenge, he deemed such an act to be too merciful. Therefore, Qianyu resolved to torment Tang San gradually, leading him to a slow unraveling. Not only would he inflict suffering upon Tang San, but he also intended to torment Tang Hao, ensuring that both Tang San and Tang Hao would perish amidst their anguish. As Tang San watched Qianyu's departing figure, he felt an overwhelming shock. He had not anticipated that the outside world harbored so many formidable experts. Just after leaving Nodding Academy, they encountered such a powerful adversary. It seemed that the world beyond was indeed far from simple. He silently etched Qianyu's image into his memory, clenched his fists, and immediately called out, "Wait." Qianyu turned around and looked at Tang San, asking, "What's wrong? Do you still wish to fight?" Tang San gazed at Qianyu, indignantly inquiring, "What is your name?" Qianyu gazed at Tang San and calmly remarked, "What? Are you intending to engrave my name upon your heart? Patiently awaiting the day you grow stronger to seek your vengeance upon me?" Tang San found himself at a loss for words, yet he indeed harbored such thoughts. Since his arrival in this world, he had seldom faced adversity, bolstered by the presence of his father, a titled Douluo, who would invariably shield him from harm. However, he never anticipated that today he would be bested by a youth of similar age. His original intention was to remember the name of the young man before him, with the hope of reclaiming his dignity when the opportunity arose. Yet, he was utterly unprepared for the fact that all his intentions had been perceived by the very youth standing before him. Qianyu gazed calmly at Tang San and continued, "It is of no consequence to inform you. My name is Guyu. Should you seek vengeance against me, I am always at your service." Chapter 63. The First Encounter with Dai Mubai. After Qianyu finished speaking, he departed, leaving Tang San and Xiao Wu in a state of disarray amidst the crowd. Tang San helped Xiao Wu to her feet. They had not sustained serious injuries. Had Qianyu inflicted severe harm upon Xiao Wu, he would have resorted to using hidden weapons. Nevertheless, he preferred not to reveal his concealed abilities unless absolutely necessary. "Xiao Wu, are you all right?" Tang San inquired as he assisted her. At that moment, Xiao Wu suddenly embraced Tang San, bursting into tears. "Wu, Brother San, throughout my life, I have always been the one to bully others. And this is the first time I have been bullied," she sobbed, looking at him. Tang San gently patted her shoulder, offering words of comfort. There, it's all right. Brother San knows that my Xiao Wu is the strongest. Don't worry, I will protect you from now on. No one will be able to bully you." "Wu." Xiao Wu cried even more fiercely. All right. Please stop crying." Tang San continued to soothe her. "Once we grow stronger, we will seek vengeance on that Guyu. At that time, I will certainly teach him a good lesson." Tang San reassured her as he gazed at Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu stood up, her face filled with indignation. "That detestable Guyu. Next time, I will make sure to teach him a proper lesson." Qianyu continued his journey forward, and at that moment, he beheld a hotel. The establishment was named the Rose Hotel, although it stood merely 3 stories tall and was not particularly grand in scale. Its exterior was adorned entirely in a vibrant rose red. The architectural style of the hotel resembled a colossal rose blossom, effortlessly captivating the eyes of passers-by. Upon seeing the hotel, Qianyu smiled broadly and remarked, "Is this the Rose Hotel?" Without hesitation, Qianyu entered the establishment and proceeded to book a room. Qianyu intends to rest here this evening. Qianyu's purpose is vengeance. Thus, he shall not easily relent in his pursuit of Tang San. The recent lesson he imparted was merely the beginning. Initially, he was brought back by Old Jack, residing in Old Jack's home, where he was provided with sustenance and clothing. Consequently, Old Jack holds a significant place in Qianyu's heart as the first person to show him kindness upon his arrival in this foreign realm. Upon discovering that Old Jack had been slain by Tang San's concealed weapon, Qianyu pronounced a death sentence upon him. Arriving at the Rose Hotel, Qianyu settled in, fully aware that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, a conflict would soon erupt between Tang San and Dai Mubai at the establishment. Qianyu took a brief respite, and soon thereafter, the clamor from outside reached her ears. "This room was clearly reserved by us first. Why should it be relinquished to you?" Qianyu was in the room when he heard Xiao Wu's voice emanating from the hall. At that moment, Qianyu shook his head, realizing that Tang San and Xiao Wu had yet to learn their lesson. They remained as audacious as ever, relishing the opportunity to provoke others. Qianyu resided on the 2nd floor, thus he stood above, gazing downwards. Below, Tang San and Dai Mubai had already locked horns. The spirited Xiao Wu boldly declared, "We shall not yield. So what? You, who look down upon others, do not presume that our youth renders us easy prey." Dai Mubai scoffed. "What did you say? Are you insulting me as a dog? Do you truly believe I possess such a mild temperament? Very well, even if you wish to relent. It shall not be that simple. Having insulted me, you shall not depart unscathed." Dai Xiao, the manager beside him exclaimed urgently, his expression pleading. A glint of sharpness flashed in Dai Mubai's eyes. "Enough of your chatter. I shall bear all losses." At that moment, Xiao Wu rolled up her sleeves and, glaring at Dai Mubai, declared, "I shall reclaim the grievances I endured at the hands of that boy upon you." Dai Mubai regarded Tang San and Xiao Wu with calmness, saying, Come at me together. Immediately, Tang San and Dai Mubai engaged in a fierce battle. Qianyu stood on the second floor, observing the fierce battle below with keen interest. With the manifestation of the white tiger, a brilliant, pale light erupted from his body. Dai Xiao extended his arms outward while puffing out his chest, causing a cacophony of cracking sounds from his bones as his muscles swelled, straining against his clothing. Each muscle beneath the fabric became starkly defined, and even the air surrounding him seemed to pulse with intensity. Beneath his feet, 3 luminous rings ascended, 2 yellow and 1 purple, while the swirling soul rings generated a formidable pressure akin to crashing waves. A millennium soul ring. Xiao gasped, her eyes reflecting a hint of alarm. She attempted to join Tang San in battle, but was halted by him. Dai Mubai, Martial Soul, White Tiger. Rank 37 Battle Soul Master. Please offer your guidance. In the midst of his overwhelming aura, Dai Xiao proclaimed his martial soul and level, signifying a formal challenge. Faced with such immense pressure, Tang San too unleashed his martial soul. Tang San, Martial Soul, Blue Silvergrass, Rank 29 Weapon Soul Master. Please offer your guidance. Dai Mubai raised an eyebrow, his white hair mirroring his fierce spirit. Is your martial soul merely blue silvergrass? To which Tang San retorted with a touch of arrogance. There are no useless martial souls, only inept soul masters. In an instant, the two clashed in a fierce duel, wreaking havoc throughout the hotel. Tang San summoned strands of blue silvergrass that surged toward Dai Mubai. White Tiger Vajra Transformation. Dai Mubai, embodying the ferocity of the white tiger, lunged at Tang San with lethal claws. A tremendous force erupted from his palms, reducing the encroaching blue silvergrass to mere ash. Tang San's expression shifted. Dai Mubai surpassed his expectations in strength. With astonishing speed, Dai Mubai closed the distance in the blink of an eye, sweeping his right leg toward Tang San, who quickly raised his left hand to defend. The impact resonated with explosive force. While Dai Mubai remained steadfast, Tang San was sent hurtling away like a cannonball. Ultimately, due to the disparity in soul power, Tang San succumbed to Dai Mubai. Both he and Xiao Wu wore ashen expressions. Having just been defeated by Qianyu and now by Dai Mubai, their faces reflecting profound dismay. Qianyu gazed at the aftermath of the battle. According to the original storyline, Dai Mubai would forgive Tang San, leading to an encounter that would foster friendship between them. However, Qianyu's purpose for being there was revenge, and he would not allow Tang San to find peace. Just as Dai Mubai was about to speak, Qianyu's voice echoed from upstairs. Are you all so noisy that you can't even let someone rest? The crowd looked up to see Qianyu descending the staircase step by step. Upon seeing him, Tang San and Xiao Wu were taken aback, for they had just been beaten by Qianyu and did not expect to encounter him again in this place. They stared in astonishment, murmuring, "Is it him?" Chapter 64. The Instant Defeat of Dai Mubai. At that moment, the crowd looked up to behold a young man with black hair descending the stairs. He was clad in a sleek black outfit, crafted from a unique material that appeared both soft and incredibly resilient, tightly hugging his physique. His facial features were strikingly handsome, with a sun-kissed complexion and a tall, well-proportioned figure. As he slowly descended the steps, his intense gaze fixed upon Tang San, a slight smirk gracing his lips, emanating an air of danger. His deep-set eyes sparkled like a vast expanse of stars, inviting one to lose themselves within their depths. His impeccably structured features adorned a chiseled visage, exuding a captivating blend of masculinity and charm. The tousled short hair further enhanced his devil-may-care allure, amplifying his magnetic presence. Dai Mubai's eyes narrowed, a glint of coldness flickering within. Though Qianyu appeared quite ordinary, there was an undeniable peril in his gaze, akin to a razor-sharp blade. Who are you? Why meddle in my affairs? Dai Mubai inquired, directing his attention towards Qianyu. Meanwhile, Tang San and Xiao Wu watched Qianyu with astonishment, their initial reactions being shock and trepidation. It was him. Qianyu gazed calmly at Dai Mubai before her. In the original narrative, Dai Mubai was far from a virtuous character. Despite being betrothed to Zhu Xing, upon arriving in Soto City, he indulged in a life of debauchery, frequenting brothels with abandon. His lecherous nature and self-righteousness were evident. During their expedition to the Star Do Forest to hunt soul beasts, he even proclaimed that those who refrain from stirring trouble are mere mediocrities, actively seeking to provoke others. Thus, Qianyu harbored a deep-seated disdain for Dai Mubai. Qianyu regarded Dai Mubai with a tranquil gaze and spoke. I have no desire to meddle in your affairs, however, your noise has disturbed my rest. Dai Mubai scrutinized Qianyu and replied with a cold smirk, Oh. And what of it? Qianyu gazed calmly at Dai Mubai and said, "If you apologize to me, I shall let this matter rest." Upon hearing this, Dai Mubai sneered and replied, "Apologize. Haha. Young man, do you truly expect me to apologize to you?" Tang San and Xiao Wu looked at Qianyu in astonishment, bewildered by his unexpected presence. Xiao Wu exclaimed, "How did you end up here?" Qianyu gazed calmly at Xiao Wu, her expression unyielding as she replied, "This is a hotel. If you are permitted to reside here, why should I not be allowed to stay?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu was rendered speechless. However, the conversation between Qianyu and Xiao Wu led Dai Mubai to misconstrue the situation. He looked at Qianyu and remarked, "So, it appears you are acquainted." Qianyu did not deny it. He acknowledged that he was acquainted with Tang San. As for Tang San, he had just inquired about his name, which could be considered a form of recognition. Dai Mubai pointed at Tang San and, gazing at Qianyu, continued, "So, do you intend to seek vengeance for him?" Qianyu gazed calmly at Dai Mubai and then spoke, "I have no desire to avenge anyone. I merely find your incessant chatter too bothersome, disrupting my rest." Dai Mubai looked at Qianyu with a cold smile and remarked, "Kid, it seems you possess quite the audacity. You are the first to display such arrogance before me." Qianyu, typically serene and unassuming, would never intentionally provoke anyone. He preferred to maintain a low profile. However, now driven by a thirst for vengeance, he found it necessary to exploit Dai Mubai. Qianyu's intentions were rather straightforward when he made his presence known. Dai Mubai had already assumed a familiarity between him and Tang San as well as Xiao Wu. In such a scenario, should Qianyu deliver a severe reprimand to Dai Mubai, his demeanor towards Tang San and Xiao Wu would undoubtedly diverge from the reconciliation depicted in the original narrative. Furthermore, he harbored a deep-seated disdain for Dai Mubai. By confronting Dai Mubai, he not only chastised him but also created a rift between Dai Mubai and Tang San. This approach served a dual purpose. Although it slightly deviated from his usual conduct, he found it quite advantageous. Revenge against Tang San was not merely a matter of eliminating him. Qianyu sought to ensure that he would become utterly isolated and forsaken. Qianyu gazed calmly at Dai Mubai and inquired, "Is there a problem?" A cold smirk crept across Dai Mubai's lips as he replied, "The problem is, shortly you will be weeping bitterly." Qianyu gazed calmly at Dai Mubai, his eyes profoundly deep and as tranquil as a still pond. "Oh, is that so? Young man, do you dare to accept my challenge?" Dai Mubai retorted sharply, his voice resonating with authority. "What is there to fear?" Qianyu replied with an unwavering composure. Dai Mubai regarded Qianyu, his formidable aura surging forth as his chilling gaze pierced through the air. "Young man, let me witness the conviction that emboldens your audacity." As he spoke, Dai Mubai launched a powerful punch towards Qianyu, his white tiger's golden body still in effect, rendering the blow immensely potent. With a forceful strike, the punch surged forward, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind, aimed directly at Qianyu's face. In the face of this formidable assault, Qianyu remained unfazed. Just as Dai Mubai's fist was about to collide with Qianyu's visage, he chose to meet the challenge head-on. In an instant, Qianyu reinforced his right hand with his soul bone, and then unleashed a powerful punch. This blow, imbued with fierce wind and formidable force, collided with Dai Mubai's fist. In that fleeting moment, a resounding crash echoed throughout the arena. At that moment, one could see Dai Mubai's arm bend unnaturally, as if the sound of bone fracturing had reached his ears. His towering figure was propelled backward like a deflated balloon. Meanwhile, Qianyu remained steadfast, motionless in his stance. At this juncture, the pair of twins beside Dai Mubai gazed at the unfolding scene with utter disbelief, unable to comprehend what they were witnessing. They were well aware of Dai Mubai's formidable prowess, yet here was this young man who had effortlessly dispatched him in a single move. How could this be possible? Both the hotel manager and Tang San, along with Xiao Wu, were equally astonished, especially Tang San, who had engaged in combat with Dai Mubai and was acutely aware of his strength. Yet, this immensely powerful Dai Mubai had been vanquished in an instant by a youth named Guyu. This implied that Dai Mubai had merely held back against him. Otherwise, Tang San could have sustained far more severe injuries. As Dai Mubai lay on the ground, his right hand twisted and bent unnaturally, indicating that it had been shattered by the young man before him. He cast a fearful glance at Qianyu, terror evident in his eyes. Qianyu cast a cold glance at Dai Mubai before exclaiming, "Why do you not flee at once?" Dai Mubai, aware that he had utilized the soul skill of the White Tiger transformation, found himself overthrown by this young man with a single blow. This demonstrated just how formidable the youth before him truly was. Should he become serious, it was likely that he would meet his demise here today. A wise man does not court disaster. Thus, Dai Mubai, summoning his strength, rose to his feet and hastily departed from the scene. Chapter 65. The Dark-Clad Maiden, Zhu Zhuqing. After Dai Mubai's hasty retreat, Qianyu's gaze calmly shifted to Tang San and Xiaowu beside him. A sudden chill gripped their hearts, an instinctive sense of dread enveloping them. Tang San glanced at Qianyu, acutely aware that this man was not one to be trifled with. Such was Tang San's character. His attitude toward the Haotian clan was indicative of this. Upon his first return to the Haotian clan, when he felt powerless, he willingly acknowledged his father's faults. Kneeling before anyone he encountered. By the time of his second return, having gained strength, he asserted that neither he nor his father were at fault. Eventually, as his power grew even greater, his stance shifted to one where he deemed all blame lay with others. Thus, when confronted by a formidable foe, Tang San would choose to endure. This was also the reason he refrained from intervening when Xiaowu was struck by Qianyu. He understood that only when he had amassed sufficient strength would he declare, "It is all your fault." Tang San cast one last glance at Qianyu and softly urged Xiaowu, "Let us depart." Recognizing that they could not contend with Qianyu, they resolved to leave without further confrontation. Qianyu did not hinder Tang San and Xiaowu's departure. His objective had already been accomplished as he interrupted Dai Mubai's hand. Dai Mubai mistakenly believed that Qianyu and Tang San were acquainted. Consequently, his initial impression of Tang San was far from favorable. Even if they were to later become the Shrek 7 monsters, this incident would inevitably create a rift between them. Qianyu has achieved his objective. The next step is to slowly torment Tang San, and through him, inflict suffering upon Tang Hao. He desires both father and son to pay a grievous price. Moreover, Qianyu is aware that shortly after Tang San entered Shrek Academy, Tang Hao followed suit. This indicates that Tang Hao has likely been shadowing Tang San all along. Therefore, Qianyu must exercise caution and refrain from being overly ostentatious. Engaging in a direct confrontation with Tang Hao at this moment is utterly implausible. Thus, even in his dealings with Tang San, Qianyu must tread carefully for the time being. Otherwise, he risks exposing himself and jeopardizing his meticulous plan for vengeance. As for tomorrow, Qianyu was preparing to visit the esteemed Shrek Academy, eager to witness its grandeur. Though he had no intention of enrolling in this renowned institution, how could he resist the allure of such a legendary place? Just as he was about to return to his hotel, a figure entered the scene. "Excuse me, is there still availability at this hotel?" At that moment, Qianyu heard a voice and turned towards its source. Before the front desk manager stood a woman clad in black. Her long ebony hair cascaded over her shoulders, and her fair skin contrasted sharply with her attire. She possessed an astonishingly voluptuous figure that belied her youth. Her expression was strikingly aloof, emanating a profound coldness that felt pure and unfeeling. Her dark eyes bore no hint of warmth, a stark contradiction to her otherwise lovely visage. Her limbs were elegantly proportioned, exuding an unsettling aura of chilling stillness. Qianyu possesses an exceedingly chilling aura, and this girl likewise exudes an exceptionally frigid demeanor. Qianyu's gaze subtly ascended, and he beheld the girl's ample bosom, which trembled with the rhythm of her breath. At that moment, a term flickered through Qianyu's mind: youthful beauty with ample proportions. Coupled with her frigid demeanor, he surmised the identity of Zhu Zhuqing. However, uncertainty lingered, as Tang San and Dai Mubai had departed, leaving the remaining room vacant. Thus, the girl in black swiftly completed her check-in. Qianyu paid little attention and was about to return to her chamber. At that moment, the girl in black also approached Qianyu. Qianyu walked ahead while the girl followed silently behind her. Upon reaching the door, Qianyu prepared to open it, inadvertently obstructing the girl in black. The girl softly uttered, "Excuse me, please." Qianyu nodded, yielding a path. The girl in black approached the room beside Qianyu and stepped inside. Qianyu was somewhat taken aback to discover that the girl in black resided right next to him. The night passed uneventfully. At dawn the following day, Qianyu rose, preparing to head to Shrek Academy. As he stepped out of his room, the girl in black simultaneously opened her door and emerged. They inadvertently collided as they exited. "My apologies," they both exclaimed in unison. Promptly, displaying a touch of gallantry, Qianyu gestured for the girl to proceed first. She inclined her head slightly in acknowledgement and then walked ahead, with Qianyu following closely behind as they departed from the Rose Hotel. After a brief meal, Qianyu set forth in the direction of Shrek Academy. Qianyu traveled steadily along the path. Shrek Academy was located in a village deep in the countryside, necessitating the navigation of many winding roads. After a short while, Qianyu once again noticed a figure ahead, a girl in black, also heading in the same direction. Initially uncertain, Qianyu was now 90% sure that the girl was Zhu Qing. At this moment, she seemed to have noticed him as well. Yet she said nothing more than a fleeting glance before continuing onward. Both of their temperaments were rather aloof, leading to a mutual silence as they walked, one in front and the other behind, toward Shrek Academy. After traversing a considerable distance through a forest, an unexpected figure suddenly emerged from the thicket, lunging at Zhu Qing. Startled, she instantly summoned her martial soul, transforming into a nimble little cat, narrowly evading the attack. Zhu Qing regarded the intruder warily. He was a lecherous middle-aged man. With a sinister chuckle, he remarked, "I didn't expect you to be so agile, little girl." To dodge my strike? Zhu Qing fixed her gaze upon him, demanding, "What do you want?" The man's face twisted into a lascivious grin as he leered at her. "Oh, nothing much. How about Uncle takes you to do something fun?" His gaze shamelessly lingered upon her prominent figure. At that moment, an oppressive aura radiated from the man. 4 soul rings materialized around him, 3 yellow and 1 purple, signifying his formidable strength as a soul ancestor. Such beauty should not be wandering these paths alone, he leered. Zhu Qing's expression turned grave. The man was powerful. Just as he lunged toward her, he abruptly halted, unable to advance another step. Lowering his head, he looked down to find a vine had pierced through his chest, chilling him to the core. Blood began to drip from the wound. In that instant, both the lecherous man and Zhu Qing were filled with disbelief and shock. Chapter 66, Shrek Academy. The man stared blankly at the gaping wound in his chest, unable to comprehend the reality before him. How is this possible? Bang! The lecherous man collapsed, his eyes wide in shock as he met an untimely demise. At that moment, Zhu Qing, utterly astonished, lifted her gaze to behold a figure clad in black not far away. The man wielded tendrils that had dispatched the unsavory individual. Dressed in a sleek black trench coat, his features were striking, chiseled to perfection, with especially deep-set eyes that captivated. Upon seeing him, Zhu Qing found herself momentarily frozen. She recognized this man as the one she had encountered on several occasions. What she had not anticipated was that he would be the one to save her. At that moment, Qianyu had retracted the tendrils and approached Zhu Qing step by step. Qianyu gazed at Zhu Qing and gently inquired, "Are you all right?" Zhu Qing nodded, her expression momentarily shifting to one of complexity. She then lifted her gaze to Qianyu and said, "Thank you." Qianyu replied calmly, "You're welcome." Qianyu continued to inquire, "Are you heading to Shrek Academy?" Zhu Qing nodded, gazing at Qianyu as she continued, "Could it be that you are also?" Qianyu nodded. Zhu Qing scrutinized Qianyu and finally spoke, "I am truly grateful to you. Had it not been for your timely intervention, I would have found myself in grave danger just now. May I ask your name?" Qianyu, with a calm demeanor, responded, "Guyu. Guyu, I am called Zhu Qing." "I appreciate your guidance," Zhu Qing promptly declared. Although she was not particularly adept at socializing, it was only fitting to express her gratitude, given that he had saved her. Zhu Qing gazed into Qianyu's eyes, summoning her courage to continue. "You saved me, and I am at a loss as to how to repay you. If you have any requests, please feel free to voice them. I assure you, I shall do my utmost to fulfill them." At that moment, Qianyu regarded Zhu Qing and replied with tranquility, "There is no need. It was merely a small act. Then I thank you. Should you ever require my assistance, do not hesitate to ask." Zhu Qing earnestly endeavored to convey her sincerity, hoping to find a way to reciprocate Qianyu's kindness. Qianyu, no longer affected by pretentiousness, nodded slightly. Soon, the two walked side by side towards Shrek Academy. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of Shrek Academy. There, at the village entrance, stood a table with an elderly man in his 60s seated behind it. Above the wooden archway at the entrance hung a somewhat tattered sign, inscribed with the simple 5 characters, Shrek Academy. In front of these characters was a green emblem resembling the head of a humanoid creature. The old man seated at the table also wore a similar round green badge on his chest, presumably the emblem of Shrek Academy. Is this truly Shrek Academy? Qianyu mused quietly. It must be said that Shrek Academy is utterly incomparable to their Spirit Hall Academy in terms of prestige. In the original narrative, Shrek Academy was largely exaggerated. Had it not been for Tang San being the protagonist, it would fall short in every aspect compared to Spirit Hall Academy. Without Tang San, Dai Mubai would likely be the strongest individual at Shrek Academy. A soul master of level 37, Dai Mubai pales in comparison to Hu Liena, Xiaoyu, and Yin, who had already reached such levels 3 years prior in Spirit Hall Academy. The instructors at Spirit Hall Academy are predominantly soul saints, with many being soul Douluos and several titled Douluo elders serving as teachers. Thus, the faculty strength is not even comparable. Shrek Academy cannot even be truly regarded as an academy. As for the claim that graduating from Shrek Academy guarantees one a title of Viscount in the Empire, that is merely a gimmick. This is because the majority of students at Shrek Academy do not graduate. Therefore, Shrek Academy evokes a sense of revulsion. Qianyu arrived at the Shrek Academy, where a lengthy queue extended outward. Qianyu followed behind. At that moment, a young boy approached the table to register. The elderly man languidly stated, "The registration fee is 10 golden soul coins. Simply place them in that box." The boy's father promptly retrieved 10 golden soul coins and deposited them into a box constructed from several wooden planks. The boy extended his hand as instructed. The elder pinched the boy's hand twice and shook his head, saying, "Your age does not qualify. You may leave." The boy was taken aback and turned to look at his father. His father, eager to appease, quickly smiled and said, "Sir, my son has just celebrated his 13th birthday. Could you perhaps make an exception?" The elder, somewhat impatient, replied, "Do not disrupt those behind you. Are you unaware of the Academy's rules? We only accept children under the age of 13. Those over 13 are strictly refused. You may leave." The boy's father inquired, "What about our registration fee?" The elder curtly stated, "Once registered, it is non-refundable." Upon hearing this, Qianyu felt even more disgusted by Shrek Academy. They collected money but refused to accept the student. What was the difference from robbery? Upon arriving in this world, Qianyu learned about the ordinary villagers in Shanghun Village, whose annual income amounted to not a single gold soul coin. For the common folk, 10 gold soul coins represented an immense fortune. Many families saved diligently for their children's education, only to find that upon reaching the school, not only were their children denied admission, but the hard-earned tuition fees were also non-refundable. For affluent families, such matters posed little consequence. However, for those of modest means, such practices could irrevocably ruin a child's future. In a fit of anger, the boy's father exclaimed, "You are clearly deceiving us. Return our registration fee." The elderly man cast a fleeting glance at him and replied coolly, "Mubai, someone wishes to reclaim their registration fee. Handle it." Suddenly, a figure sprang up from the ground, declaring, "If you wish to reclaim your registration fee, you must defeat me first." Dai Mubai wasted no time with words. He summoned his soul power, unleashing all 3 soul rings, 2 of 100 years and 1 of 1,000. A palpable wave of soul energy filled the air, creating an invisible pressure, while a cold glint flickered in his eyes as he regarded the father and son. At that moment, Dai Mubai's arm had nearly healed, though still wrapped in bandages. He exuded vigor and vitality. Ultimately, the father and son succumbed to the overwhelming presence of Shrek Academy, resigning themselves to their fate. Witnessing these events filled Qianyu with a sense of revulsion. Nevertheless, he remained curious to see just how far Shrek Academy could sink into depravity. Qianyu refrained from intervening. Although the situation was undeniably unjust, he was not a champion of righteousness and chose not to meddle. Beside him, Zhu Shiqing cast a disappointed glance at Dai Mubai. As the Soul Masters completed their assessments one by one, it was finally the turn of a girl clad in a white dress. Chapter 67, The Support-Type Soul Master? Before them stood a young girl, seemingly 11 or 12 years old, adorned in a flowing white gown, her shoulder-length hair dancing gently. Her face was exquisitely delicate, akin to a porcelain doll, radiating beauty. Yet, within her bright eyes, there lay an undeniable resilience and determination. When she stood before the elderly man, he lifted his gaze to regard her. In that moment, his expression shifted, his eyes widening with surprise. "May I inquire if I have passed the preliminary assessment?" The girl's voice was melodious and enchanting, lacking a hint of bravado, yet it possessed a softness that was disarmingly delightful. Gradually, the astonishment on the elder's face faded, replaced by a furrowed brow as he asked, "Are your family aware of your presence here?" The girl did not directly answer his query. Instead, she smiled and replied, "It is said that education should be accessible to all. As long as I meet the Academy's criteria, there should be no reason for my non-acceptance." The elder hesitated momentarily before gesturing to Dai Mubai, saying, "Take her inside." Next, it was Tang San and Xiaowu's turn. They unleashed their martial souls, prompting a look of surprise from the elder at Tang San's blue-silver grass. He merely glanced at Xiao Wu before his gaze returned to Tang San, astonished. "Is it possible for blue-silver grass to cultivate so rapidly?" Tang San smiled gently, responding, "Teacher, is this not a place that only accepts prodigies? Would I not qualify as one?" The elder regarded Tang San with evident approval, a rare smile gracing his features. Indeed, you are quite the little prodigy. Then, it was Zhu Shuqing's turn. Upon seeing her, a complex expression flickered in Dai Mubai's eyes. He had not anticipated her arrival at Shrek Academy for his sake. Zhu Shuqing subsequently manifested her martial soul, the nether cat, and successfully passed the assessment. Finally, it was Qianyu's turn. When Tang San and Xiaowu spotted him, both were taken aback. Guyu, I cannot believe he has also arrived at Shrek Academy. At this moment, Dai Mubai had just returned and was taken aback upon seeing Qianyu, the very individual who had rendered him with a broken arm. The humiliation he endured on that fateful day lingered vividly in his memory, and at this instant, his face flushed with a stinging pain. The person before him, this so-called Qianyu, was none other than the one who had insulted him in the city. Dai Mubai's expression darkened. He never anticipated that this individual would arrive at Shrek Academy. Zhu Shuqing cast a glance at Qianyu, her eyes shimmering with intrigue. She was eager to discover the nature of Qianyu's martial spirit. For anyone capable of effortlessly dispatching a soul master must possess formidable strength. Observing Zhu Shuqing's gaze, Dai Mubai's fury intensified. Why was Zhu Qing so interested in him? Could it be? In that moment, Dai Mubai's animosity towards Qianyu deepened significantly. Qianyu approached the elder, who, upon observing Qianyu's stature and physique, expressed a measure of astonishment. Although Dai Mubai harbored feelings of trepidation and discontent towards Qianyu, he refrained from voicing his thoughts openly. He soon lowered his head and exchanged a few words with the elder. The elder regarded Qianyu with curiosity and inquired, "Young man, judging by your appearance, you must be over 12 years of age, am I correct? This lad before me is nearly as tall as Dai Mubai, seemingly around 15 years old." To this, Qianyu replied, "I have developed well. I have just turned 12 this year." Qianyu pondered, observing that the figure of Zhu Shuqing ahead did not appear to be a mere 12 years of age. "Very well, extend your hand." The elder waved his hand dismissively. Qianyu approached, extending his hand, and the old man slightly pinched it, his expression shifting subtly. How could your muscles and bones be like this?" The old man furrowed his brow, seemingly sensing something that eluded his understanding. He stepped closer to Qianyu, mirroring his earlier examination of Tang San, and began to feel his calves and arms. The more he touched, the more astonished he became. This child's bones are as resilient as fine steel. Could this be a facade? His muscles are extraordinarily solid. Has this truly developed naturally? Yet, he is indeed only 12 years old. After a moment's contemplation, he said, "Well then, please reveal your martial spirit." The old man, still puzzled, continued speaking. Qianyu hesitated for a moment, extending his palm, and a diminutive green tree materialized at its center. The verdant little tree radiated a brilliant green light, illuminating the visage of the elder before him. "Your martial spirit is." The elder gazed in astonishment at the emerald tree, for he had never encountered such a martial spirit before. Qianyu calmly replied, "Healing tree, are you a support-type soul master?" The elder gazed at Qianyu in astonishment and inquired. Qianyu replied calmly, "I suppose so. It appears that your martial soul possesses healing capabilities." The old man gazed at Qianyu and murmured. Qianyu replied, "Indeed. A martial soul with healing properties. Your martial soul is quite remarkable." The elder gazed at Qianyu, feeling a sense of satisfaction within. In the Douluo Continent, auxiliary soul masters are exceedingly rare, yet immensely significant. At times, the mere presence of an auxiliary soul master can alter the course of battle. Therefore, upon discovering that Qianyu was an auxiliary soul master, the elder was naturally pleased. However, beside him, Dai Mubai, Tang San, and Xiaowu were utterly astonished, unable to comprehend what they were witnessing. An auxiliary soul master? One capable of overpowering them? This seemed utterly implausible. After all, neither Tang San nor Dai Mubai could withstand even a single strike from Qianyu. Yet now, Qianyu claimed to be an auxiliary soul master? How could they possibly accept this? Furthermore, Zhu Shuqing was equally taken aback. An auxiliary soul master? What kind of auxiliary soul master could annihilate a soul zone powerhouse? At this moment, astonishment was etched across their faces, disbelief taking hold. What about your soul rings? Without them, I find it difficult to assess your level. Simply reveal 2 soul rings, regardless of their age, and you shall pass. The elder continued, looking at Qianyu. Qianyu gazed calmly at the old man and inquired, "Is it absolutely necessary to release the soul ring?" The old man replied with tranquility, "Of course, for without releasing the soul ring, how could I ascertain your soul power?" Qianyu nodded slightly. The elder requested 2 soul rings. Thus, Qianyu prepared to release exactly 2. The elder scrutinized Qianyu for a moment, then lifted the cup of water from the table, seemingly feeling a touch parched, and drained it in one gulp. At that moment, Qianyu's entire soul power stirred slightly. 2 soul rings slowly emerged from beneath his feet. In that instant, it seemed as though the very air trembled. The 2 soul rings emanated a terrifying black light. A dreadful pressure instantly radiated from the rings, enveloping the surroundings. At that moment, the old man widened his eyes, and a mouthful of water was abruptly expelled from his mouth. 2 black soul rings. Chapter 68, 2 10,000-year soul rings. As the 2 soul rings rose beneath Qianyu's feet, an unusual silence fell over the area. The expressions of the few remaining individuals present varied greatly. Firstly, the old man, who had just taken a sip of water, spat it out, transforming into a mist in the air, his murky eyes now filled with astonishment as they fixed upon Qianyu. The others were equally astounded. Even Zhu Xing, who usually maintained a calm demeanor, gazed at Qianyu in utter disbelief. Tang San and Xiao Wu, standing at the village gate, stared wide-eyed from a distance. The girl in white was equally shocked, her mouth slightly agape, her eyes reflecting an expression of incredulity. As the pride of the 7 Treasures glazed tile school, she had never encountered soul rings of such age, let alone 2 10,000-year soul rings. 2 10,000-year soul rings? Dai Bai felt a slight mental short-circuit. The first and second soul rings were both 10,000-year ones. How is this possible? This bewilderment stemmed from the fact that it exceeded his comprehension. Dai Bai had never seen a first soul ring that was even 1,000 years old, let alone 10,000. Typically, a 100-year soul ring was already considered rare, and even among those, distinctions existed, let alone 1,000-year rings. He had scarcely encountered even 500-year soul rings. 2 10,000-year soul rings. A 10,000-year soul ring could only be absorbed at least from the 5th soul ring onwards. Right? Dai Bai gazed at Qianyu, his eyes filled with profound astonishment. As a student of Shrek Academy, he understood that the absorption of soul rings was intricately tied to one's physical constitution and martial soul. Yet, even the strongest physique had its limits unless one surpassed their own boundaries. However, recalling the punch from yesterday, Dai Bai began to grasp the situation. He understood why Qianyu did not utilize his martial soul. With merely a single punch, he had shattered his arm. At that moment, the old man, still spraying water, stared at Qianyu with immense shock. He regarded Qianyu's martial soul as if it were a monster. If the students of Shrek Academy were considered monsters, then Qianyu was the very embodiment of monstrosity. 12 years old, with 2 10,000-year soul rings. How could this be achieved? The elder stood frozen in place, unable to respond for an extended period. Eventually, after a considerable time had passed, a change washed over his expression. He then turned to Qianyu with a sycophantic gaze and said with an amiable tone, "Excellent, excellent, little prodigy, congratulations on passing the assessment." Given the elder's enthusiastic demeanor, it was hard to reconcile it with his earlier disdainful intent to dismiss him. Prodigy? Qianyu remained outwardly composed, yet her disdain deepened within. Monsters. She had no affection for such beings. Who among the fools would choose to be a grotesque creature when they could be a fine human? Did they think she was unaware of how hideous Shrek truly was? Upon arriving at a clearing, she found herself in the square of Shrek Academy, surrounded by wooden cabins. Sausages for sale. Come and take a look. Don't miss out as you pass by. Oscar's sausages, delicious and sweet, affordably priced and generously portioned. Only 5 copper coins each. Enjoy Oscar's sausages, and you will surely find your entrance exam easier. Oscar appeared, and upon observation, it was undeniable that he was quite handsome. Dressed simply in gray, with neatly cropped hair and a full beard, his large, charming eyes suggested that he would look even better without the facial hair. Tang San turned to Xiao Wu and remarked, "There are a few people ahead. We haven't had much for breakfast. Shall we try a sausage?" Xiao Wu tilted her head and replied, "It smells quite nice. Let us give it a go." Tang San nodded and instructed Xiao Wu to wait in line while he approached the cart. As he drew near, he noticed that the seller was of similar height to himself, and a wooden sign affixed to the cart proclaimed, "Specialty Sausage." Upon seeing a customer, the vendor eagerly exclaimed, "Would you like a sausage?" "Oscar's sausages, honest in quality. The flavor is guaranteed." Tang San smiled and said, "Sir, could I have 2, please?" Dai Bai immediately cautioned, "Don't eat that." Tang San, puzzled, asked why not. Dai Bai's expression turned peculiar as he commanded, "Xiao O, produce a fresh sausage." Oscar's demeanor shifted to one of embarrassment. "Dai, there's no need for that." At this moment, Dai Mubai shot a threatening glance at Oscar, who, clearly intimidated, reluctantly raised his right hand and, in a somewhat awkward tone, declared, "I have a big sausage." Suddenly, a yellow glow coalesced in his palm, and 2 yellow rings ascended from beneath Oscar's feet, promptly manifesting a sausage identical to the one in Tang San's hand. Upon hearing Oscar's words, Tang San froze momentarily. "Never mind, you can have it back," he said, returning the sausage to Oscar. Xiaowu made a disgusted face, exclaiming, "Ugh, ugh, ugh." Her cheeks flushed a deep red as she remarked, "You boys are truly incorrigible. How could such a peculiar martial soul exist?" Witnessing this scene, Qianyu felt another wave of nausea. Yet, her revulsion was not directed at Oscar's sausage, but rather at Tang San and Xiaowu. Was this not merely a food-based martial soul? Was it necessary to be so pretentious? Moreover, Xiaowu was supposedly a 10,000-year-old rabbit. Was this an attempt to feign youth and innocence? Such pretentiousness is utterly revolting. Qianyu approached and said to Oscar, "Please, give me one." At that moment, Oscar looked at Qianyu in utter astonishment and exclaimed, "You witnessed the process of my martial soul's manifestation, and yet you still wish to consume the sausages I conjured?" Qianyu replied, "As long as the food is delicious and free from toxins, I do not concern myself with how it is prepared." Upon hearing this, a look of gratitude emerged on Oscar's face. As Qianyu consumed the delicacy, a delightful aroma instantly enveloped his senses. "Delicious," he exclaimed in admiration. At that moment, Oscar's expression radiated even more gratitude. The next step involved testing their soul power. Dai Mubai produced a white crystal orb and announced, "Come forth and demonstrate your soul power." This testing crystal is specifically designed for those below the 30th rank. Exceeding that threshold will result in an explosion. The subsequent test was intended to ascertain their precise soul power levels. Tang San nodded and approached, channeling his Xiantian skills and her energy. In an instant, a brilliant white light erupted, shimmering like a resplendent gemstone. Witnessing this spectacle, the boy was momentarily speechless. This luminous display was evidently a sign that he was approaching the 30th rank. In other words, this individual was at least at the 29th rank. The teacher responsible for the test was equally astonished, exclaiming in wonder. Next, Xiaowu stepped forward to test her power, grinning as she infused the orb with her soul energy, clearly relishing the moment. The dazzling light intensified once more, another 29th rank. Ning Rongrong then approached with a gentle smile. Taking the crystal orb in hand, a clear radiance emerged. While it did not rival Tang San's or Xiaowu's, it was still impressive, indicating she was at least around the 26th rank. Zhu Xuqing also underwent testing, her soul power hovering around the 27th rank. The testing teacher expressed great satisfaction upon witnessing these results. At that moment, all eyes turned toward Qianyu. Qianyu calmly spoke, "Should I refrain from testing then?" Dai Mubai was eager to ascertain the level of Qianyu's soul power, given that he possessed 2 10,000-year soul rings. The testing instructor regarded Qianyu with a curious expression and reassured him, "Young man, do not worry. Testing will not diminish your soul power. Furthermore, this crystal sphere can withstand soul power up to and including the 30th level. Thus, you may proceed with the test without concern." "Very well then," Qianyu replied. Qianyu, feeling helpless, realized that although the test would unveil his true abilities, he had no choice but to exert great effort in suppressing his soul power during the evaluation. Qianyu suppressed his soul power, gradually channeling the minimum level he could into the white crystal sphere. However, almost in an instant, a series of crisp cracking sounds echoed. Chapter 69, Zhao Wujie. The sharp sound of shattering pierced the eardrums of everyone present. Boom. The next moment, the crystal sphere shattered completely, transforming into a multitude of white crystal particles. Observing this scene, the crowd was rendered speechless in astonishment. Even the testing instructor stood there, utterly bewildered. At that moment, all eyes were fixed on Qianyu. The destruction of the crystal sphere signified that Qianyu's level had surpassed 30. At merely 12 years of age, he had already exceeded level 30. Could it truly be that he was just 12? While Dai Mubai was also a 37-level soul master, he was already 15. The fact that a 12-year-old could shatter a level 30 crystal sphere was simply unprecedented. My goodness. In that moment, Dai Mubai couldn't help but curse, staring blankly at Qianyu. Level 30? Do you truly possess level 30? The testing instructor, now fully aware, asked in shock. He gazed at Qianyu with immense astonishment. If Qianyu was indeed only 12, it implied that his talent was undoubtedly the finest among those present. Both Ning Rongrong and Zhu Xuqing looked at Qianyu in disbelief, their eyes reflecting sheer astonishment. This is utterly terrifying. At that moment, Daimubai finally comprehended why he had been defeated by Qianyu. Such a formidable presence made it inevitable for him to lose. After a considerable time, the testing instructor regained his composure. "All right, you may proceed to the final test," the instructor announced. "Mubai, lead them there." Dai Mubai nodded, guiding Tang San and the others towards the final assessment. As they walked, Dai Mubai explained thus. The fourth test is a comprehensive evaluation, specifically designed to assess your combat capabilities and previous battle experience. It examines your ability to withstand the damage inflicted by combat, and how to effectively wield your martial spirit in the ever-changing dynamics of battle. Combat often serves as the finest opportunity for us soul masters to hone our skills. This principle applies universally to all types of soul masters, offensive, supportive, and control alike. As they continued on, Daimubai gradually imparted the fundamental philosophy of the academy to the five of them. Qianyu nodded slightly, acknowledging the words of Daimubai as well as the principles upheld by Shrek Academy. In the current era of the Douluo world, these notions could be deemed remarkably advanced and scientific. With such stringent requirements, how many students does your academy admit each year? Xiao couldn't help but inquire. Daimubai cleared his throat twice, a hint of embarrassment flickering across his face, but he quickly composed himself and replied, "You are quite right. Our academy does not enroll many students annually. In the 20 years since its establishment, we have only admitted a total of 42 students, averaging just over 2 each year. This year, having so many is indeed a record. Moreover, among these students, only 14 have graduated." Upon hearing this, the group was momentarily taken aback. "So few?" Ning Rongrong exclaimed in astonishment. "Is the graduation requirement particularly high?" "Indeed." Daimubai's tone was earnest. "The criteria for graduation from our academy stipulate that one must attain at least level 40 before the age of 20. Excluding those who met untimely ends during their training or withdrew prematurely, there have only been 14 graduates over the years. Yet, do not underestimate these 14. After leaving Shrek Academy, they have all risen to prominence, becoming formidable figures in their own right. Among them, the most remarkable has ascended to the position of the youngest elder within the Spirit Hall, holding authority second only to the Pope." Xiao gasped in awe, clearly impressed by what she had just learned. Qianyu shook his head, even for an academy that exclusively trains monster hunters. The graduation rate stands at a mere 30%, a dismally low figure. At this point, Daimubai suddenly chuckled bitterly, adding, "It is precisely due to this that the academy struggles financially. The Barak Kingdom had intended to sponsor us, but upon discovering that it would require our allegiance, the esteemed dean rejected their offer. Had it not been for my family's financial support this year, the academy might very well have faced bankruptcy. Nevertheless, the dean has maintained that we must adhere to our standards. He would never compromise on our requirements." Dai Mubai spoke with a hint of reverence in his tone. "The academy recommended by our teacher truly is extraordinary. I feel fortunate to have arrived at Shrek Academy." Tang San smiled in response, while the others shared a similar sentiment, surprised to learn about Shrek Academy's current predicament and origins. Upon hearing this, Qianyu scoffed dismissively. Shrek Academy certainly knows how to market itself. With 42 students enrolled, only 14 graduate. Thus, graduates from Shrek Academy are bestowed the title of Viscount. This suggests that the academy lacks true capability, relying instead on gimmicks to attract a select few exceptional students. They subsequently eliminate the lesser performers among them, leaving only the outstanding. Such a model could be executed by anyone. In contrast, the Martial Soul Hall Academy does not expel any students. It boasts a vast array of teaching resources and faculty. As long as one is willing to exert effort, even those deemed unworthy can evolve into remarkable soul masters. Ultimately, at the Martial Soul Hall Academy, the only one capable of disqualifying you is yourself. As they proceeded, Daimubai led the five toward an open area, gesturing toward the horizon. Qianyu's gaze sharpened as she looked ahead, towards a clearing approximately the size of 2 football fields. At one end of the expanse, a rugged middle-aged man in his 50s dozed off in a rocking chair. Zhao Wuji. Qianyu furrowed his brow. A soul saint of over 70 levels is indeed a formidable opponent. At that moment, Daimubai approached and whispered a few words to the middle-aged man. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wuji's eyes brightened, and he rose from his seat. Though not tall and possessing an ordinary appearance, he exuded an aura of robust strength. His broad shoulders resembled towering city walls, and his coat failed to conceal the impressive muscles forged like iron beneath. Despite the amiable expression on his face, his imposing stature inherently commanded a sense of pressure. Such a large gathering this year. Quite impressive. It seems there are many little monsters among you. This is your final trial. Upon passing my assessment, you shall officially become members of Shrek Academy. However, my test is not easily surmountable. Practical experience is essential for every soul master, and what I will be evaluating is your capability in this regard. His gentle gaze swept over Tang San and the others. I am Zhao Wujie. Since the four of you have already passed the second and third trials by exemption, I will personally engage with you. Now, I shall grant you a stick of incense's time to familiarize yourselves with one another and confer. After the incense burns out, the test will commence. The task is to jointly withstand my attacks for the duration of one stick of incense. As long as one among you endures until the end, you shall pass. I must also advise you that it is impossible to resist my assaults alone. Coordination and teamwork are your only paths to success. At this juncture, Dai Mubai swiftly interjected. Teacher Zhao, is this truly appropriate? What? Do you see an issue? With the dean absent, I am in charge here. My word is final. Zhao Wujie's tone remained unwavering. No, that's not my intention, Dai Mubai replied, lowering his voice as he approached Zhao Wujie. I merely meant that one stick of incense feels rather brief. Perhaps you could extend it to two? That would seem more fitting. After speaking, Dai Mubai discreetly cast a glance at Qianyu, a faint smirk gracing his lips, harboring resentment towards Qianyu for some time. He seized this opportunity to exploit the situation. Zhao Wujie could serve as his unwitting enforcer, providing a fitting lesson for the arrogant Qianyu. Zhao Wujie scrutinized Dai Mubai, a question forming in his mind. Do you think your teacher is too old to wield a blade? 2 sticks of incense? To deal with mere children who have barely shed their infancy? His tone remained firm, tinged with a hint of coldness. Dai Mubai then smiled. Teacher Zhao. Among this year's newcomers, there exists a true prodigy. Have you ever encountered someone with both their first and second soul rings being 10,000 years old? Upon hearing this, Zhao Wujie displayed an expression of profound astonishment. What did you say? Both the first and second soul rings are 10,000-year rings? Zhao Wujie gazed at Dai Mubai with astonishment, a look of shock adorning his face. He quickly inquired, Speak up, who is it? At that moment, Dai Mubai turned to Qianyu and proclaimed, It is he, Guyu. Zhao Wujie regarded Qianyu with keen interest, a smile gracing his lips as he remarked, Young man, are your first 2 soul rings of 10,000 years? Qianyu gazed calmly at Zhao Wujie and remarked, Indeed, however, I am merely a support-type soul master. Support-type soul master? Ha ha, how amusing. Zhao Wujie responded with a hearty laugh. At that moment, Dai Mubai smiled as he turned to Qianyu and continued. A support-type soul master. Nonetheless, you are the one who broke my hand. Teacher Zhao, do you believe that? Zhao Wujie looked at Qianyu and then burst into laughter. Regardless of what type of soul master you are, as long as you can satisfy me, that is all that matters. When I, Zhao Wujie, make a promise, it is as steadfast as incense burning. Dai Mubai, with a serious expression, remarked, This time, I cannot assist you. It was unexpected that Teacher Zhao would take matters into his own hands. Xiao chuckled. Could it be that this Teacher Zhao is also a soul emperor-level powerhouse like the one at the entrance? Dai Mubai shook his head. Not at all. Xiao Wu laughed. Then we have nothing to fear. After all, the 5 of us are nearly at level 30, with 5 against 1. As long as the difference in strength isn't too vast, surely we can last for the duration of an incense stick? Dai Mubai glanced at her, his expression suggesting he was looking at a fool. If you think Teacher Zhao's attacks are so easily withstood, you are gravely mistaken. Indeed, Teacher Zhao is not a soul emperor at level 60. He is a soul sage at 76. With a beast martial soul, he is the vice president of the academy, second only to the president in overall strength. Tang San and the others' pupils constricted simultaneously 76. In their minds, even they, who were barely 30 levels, would find it easy to navigate against an army of 10,000, let alone a soul sage level soul master. Xiao Wu, in disbelief, exclaimed, He is 76? But he appears much younger than the teacher at the entrance. At that moment, everyone gazed at Zhao Wujie in sheer astonishment. While Qianyu had long been aware of Zhao Wujie's prowess, however, Qianyu felt no fear. Tang San smiled and said, All right. Brother Dai has already provided us with a wealth of useful information. Let us introduce ourselves. I am Tang San, with the weapon Martial Soul Blue Silvergrass, a level 29 control-type battle soul master. Xiao Wu, with the beast Martial Soul Rabbit, a level 29 assault-type battle soul master. Ning Rong, with the weapon Martial Soul 7 Treasure Glaze Tile, a level 26 support-type weapon soul master. Zhu Zhiqing, with the beast Martial Soul Nethercat, a level 27 agile attack type battle soul master. As the four finished speaking, their gazes collectively fell upon Ning Rongrong. You are from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School? Tang San looked at Ning Rongrong in astonishment. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile is renowned as the most powerful support weapon soul master sect in the continent. I never imagined I would have the chance to partner with someone from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School in battle. Upon learning that Ning Rongrong was affiliated with the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, Tang San's demeanor shifted significantly. After all, he was acutely aware of the formidable influence wielded by this sect in the continent. With a light chuckle, Ning Rongrong remarked, I too have stealthily slipped away. My supportive abilities can enhance your strength and speed by 30% for the duration of a single incense stick, without a doubt. However, I possess no offensive capabilities. After speaking, Ning Rongrong turned her gaze towards the group. A 30% enhancement in a Soul Master-esque combat can prove to be a pivotal and lethal advantage, especially among peers of equal rank. When faced with opponents of differing levels, it signifies the potential for taking on challenges beyond one's rank. Moreover, as levels increase, so does the enhancement. For many battle soul masters, such a companion is a highly coveted asset. Indeed, after Ning Rongrong's declaration, Tang San and the others erupted in astonishment. Hee, our chances of victory have just increased, Xiao Wu exclaimed joyfully. Tang San nodded in agreement, a smile gracing his face. Clearly delighted at the prospect of having a support-type soul master with enhancement abilities as a comrade. Guyu, what about you? Zhu Zhuqing inquired, glancing at the silent Qianyu beside her. Ning Rongrong's words instantly drew the attention of the group to Qianyu. Before Qianyu could respond, Dai Mubai interjected, stating, He is undoubtedly the most formidable among you, thus I propose he takes the lead in our offensive strategy. The memory of the punch he received at the Rose Hotel lingered in Dai Mubai's mind, a moment he felt he might never forget, igniting within him a desire for retribution against Qianyu. Dai Mubai's intentions were straightforward. If Qianyu did not assume the role of the primary attacker, how could Zhao Wujie assist in teaching him a lesson? At that moment, Qianyu stepped back, calmly articulating, I have no interest in such competitions. Moreover, I truly am a support-type soul master. If a contest is absolutely necessary, I am willing to serve as a support, aiding your healing efforts. Qianyu had no desire to reveal his true capabilities, nor did he wish to join Shrek Academy. Therefore, whether they could endure or gain entry into Shrek Academy held no significance for him. Moreover, Qianyu was well aware of the subsequent events. Tang San was set to challenge Zhao Wujie alone, and he could not possibly overshadow Tang San's glory. He was eager to witness Zhao Wujie teach Tang San a lesson. At that moment, Tang San turned to Qianyu and inquired, Guyu, are you truly a support-type soul master? I challenge you to prove it. Qianyu remained tranquil. And in an instant, the healing sacred tree manifested in his hands, radiating a luminous green aura. Within this verdant light resided a formidable vitality. However, one must recall that Tang San remembered well how Qianyu had previously utilized blue-silver grass to vanquish him. How could such a soul master be classified as a support-type soul master? Qianyu calmly continued, those are the vines that grew from the sacred tree I healed. Although I possess a certain degree of control over them, it is rather limited. My primary ability lies in healing. Finally, Tang San nodded and addressed the group. In that case, it will only be Xiao Wu and me on the offensive. Chapter 71. On the edge of battle, ready to ignite. Before long, Tang San devised a battle plan. Xiao would lead the assault. He would provide control. Zhu Qing would assist and restrain, while Ning Rongrong and Qianyu would support from the rear. Simple yet direct, the execution would ultimately depend on their practical performance. All right, children. Prepare to embrace the baptism of battle. Zhao Wujie's resonant voice echoed, and he produced a fragrant candle, inserting it firmly into the ground. At this moment, Ning Rongrong quietly began to turn. Her gentle and melodious voice, accompanied by her flowing white dress, gradually resonated. The seven treasures turned out to be exquisite. As her words fell, a radiant spectrum of colors emanated from Ning Rongrong, illuminating her like a celestial being descended from the heavens. At the center of her palm, a resplendent seven-colored pagoda remarkably materialized, while two yellow soul rings slowly ascended from beneath her feet, swirling and radiating a soft glow. The seven treasures are renowned. The first being strength. With a light incantation, the first soul ring erupted in brilliance, and she gently pointed her fingertip at the pagoda. Three beams of light cascading down upon Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Qing. The seven treasures are renowned, the second being speed. Without hesitation, Ning Rongrong unleashed the second soul ring, and once more, 3 beams of light drifted from the pagoda, descending upon the trio. Instantly, the 3 felt as though their entire being was infused with vitality, their bodies lightening considerably. That sensation was akin to savoring ice cream on a scorching summer day. An indescribable bliss coursing through them. "Let us go," Ning Rongrong encouraged. Meanwhile, Zhao Wuzhe gazed at Ning Rongrong with astonishment. "Well, I didn't expect the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School to be represented this year. How interesting. I wonder how old Flander will react upon seeing this. Come on." As his words fell, Zhao Wujie did not grant the trio the opportunity to strike first, charging directly toward Ning Rongrong. Witnessing this, Tang Xin realized the predicament. Fortunately, Zhao Wujie's speed was not exceedingly fast. Just as he approached Ning Rongrong, Tang Xin's blue-silver grass sprang into action, dark tendrils erupting from the ground beneath Ning Rongrong, ensnaring her and swiftly pulling her in another direction. "Haha, gotcha." Zhao Wujie, rather than being startled, was filled with delight. He pivoted and charged toward Qianyu, thinking, "This kid is certainly up to something. I must eliminate him first to avoid future complications." Zhao Wujie, being a soul sage of over 70 levels, possessed a battlefield-honed intuition, heightened by Dai Mubai's prior counsel, which kept him ever alert. Little did he know, Zhao Wujie cunningly feigned an attack on Ning Rongrong, shifting his true target to Qianyu. At that moment, Zhao Wujie surged forth towards Qianyu in an instant. Qianyu understood clearly that, evidently, the words spoken by Dai Mubai had taken effect. Zhao Wujie's target was none other than himself. However, Qianyu had no intention of engaging in combat. Thus, he activated the power of his right leg's soul bone. In a flash, Qianyu's figure vanished from sight, only to reappear 5 meters away. What? This lad's speed surpasses mine by such a margin? Zhao Wujie furrowed his brow slightly. Once more, Zhao Wujie charged towards Qianyu. In the same instant, Qianyu's silhouette flickered again, departing from his original position. Damn, how's this boy so elusive? Zhao Wujie marveled inwardly as he witnessed Qianyu's escape. Qianyu once again retreated to the rear of the crowd, seeking only to evade confrontation, unwilling to attack or retaliate. As for the others, their affairs held no relevance to him. At that moment, Tang Xin seized the opportunity. He immediately called out, "Xiaowu, strike." As the primary attacker, Xiaowu surged forward toward Zhao Wujie, with a light tap of her feet upon the ground. She leaped into the air. Simultaneously, a vine appeared flawlessly at her landing point, providing her with the necessary leverage. This was, of course, Tang Xin's blue-silver grass, showcasing their harmonious collaboration. Standing upon the vine, Xiaowu bent it like a taut bowstring, propelling herself swiftly toward Zhao Wujie. Qianyu skillfully evaded Zhao Wujie, and upon regaining her composure, they naturally launched an all-out assault. However, Zhao Wujie merely wore a faint smile upon noticing Xiao Wu's advance, neither retreating nor dodging. Although Xiao Wu found this somewhat perplexing, she did not squander the opportunity. Having adeptly harnessed her martial soul, she positioned her feet in a scissor stance and executed her martial spirit attachment in midair, aiming for Zhao Wujie's neck. Bang! Bang! 2 muted thuds resonated as Xiao Wu delivered a fierce strike, her feet possessing the strength capable of snapping a small tree. Yet they failed to inflict any damage upon Zhao Wujie. In fact, he remained utterly unfazed. With commendable coordination, leveraging the resilience of the blue-silver grass, she propelled herself downward from the air, significantly augmenting her force. Yet, dear child, being a girl, your inherent strength is simply insufficient, Zhao Wujie remarked with calm amusement. Xiao Wu remained silent, merely furrowing her brow. At that moment, tendrils sprouted from beneath Zhao Wujie's feet, lifting him into the air. The toxins within the vines instantaneously rendered his legs numb. Subsequently, the vines vanished, leaving Zhao Wujie suspended. Even a weight of 1,000 pounds would prove futile in this predicament. Nevertheless, Xiao Wu's feet remained firmly clasped on Zhao Wujie's shoulder. With a swift motion, Xiao Wu slightly spread her arms, and 2 tendrils appeared, ensnaring her hands and bending her body into an extreme arc. "Let me down," she exclaimed, twisting her feet to leverage Zhao Wujie's aerial position. Utilizing the strength of her legs combined with the assistance of the vines, she attempted to hurl Zhao Wujie downward. "Spinning around is rather enjoyable," Zhao Wujie's voice echoed in the air. Suddenly, Xiao Wu felt her rapidly rotating body come to an abrupt halt. Her feet could no longer propel her opponent beneath her, as an overwhelming force surged through her, forcibly reversing her originally backward trajectory. With a resounding crash, the vines enveloping Zhao Wujie shattered simultaneously, scattering in all directions, while his feet firmly re-established contact with the ground. At that moment, Zhao Wuji's expression shifted slightly. He let out a low growl as his body expanded dramatically. His already formidable muscles swelled almost to double their size, and in an instant, his height increased by a meter, transforming him into an imposing figure. 7 radiant soul rings emerged simultaneously. Just as Dai Mubai had described, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black rings, 7 terrifying soul rings, were now affixed to him. Zhao Wuji regarded the group of children with a smile, stating, "You've performed admirably. But now I must get serious." Upon witnessing this scene, Qianyu felt a surge of joy. Zhao Wuji's serious demeanor meant trouble for Tang San and Xiao Wu. Perhaps she could stoke the flames further. Chapter 72. The True Power of Zhao Wujie. Zhao Wujie was enveloped in a thick layer of brown fur. Towering over 2.5 meters tall, his muscles bulging impressively. His amber eyes exuded a domineering aura, while 7 soul rings pulsated rhythmically around him. As all 7 soul rings illuminated, his physique appeared even more imposing, covered in a layer of coarse brown fur. From a distance, his explosive muscles resembled those of a formidable golden bear, exuding an almost tangible sense of pressure. This is bad. Teacher Zhao intends to utilize his soul power. Dai Mubai thought to himself, sensing the impending danger. Previously, Zhao Wujie had merely underestimated his opponents, and with the coordinated efforts of Tang San and Xiao Wu, bolstered by Ning Rongrong's enhancements, they had managed to gain the upper hand. However, even then, they could not inflict any real harm on Zhao Wujie. Now, as his soul power surged, an overwhelming and fierce aura radiated from him, indicating that he was about to engage Tang San and the others more earnestly. Xiao Wu, meteor hammer, Tang San called out sharply. Xiao Wu sprang from Tang San's shoulder, but this time, she led with her feet, aiming a kick directly at Zhao Wujie's head. Simultaneously, dozens of blue-silver grass tendrils erupted from around Tang San, ensnaring Zhao Wujie from various angles. Zhao Wujie raised his hand to strike at Xiao Wu, but before he could connect, she deftly altered her trajectory, causing his palm to swipe through empty air. She zipped past him, landing a kick squarely on his shoulder. It turned out that the so-called meteor hammer was a variation of a concealed weapon, allowing Tang San to manipulate Xiao Wu's movements in midair through the entanglement of blue-silver grass to launch an attack. Unfortunately, they were facing Zhao Wujie, whose defenses were simply too formidable. Despite his lack of agility, penetrating his defenses proved to be a daunting task. Zhao Wujie was momentarily taken aback by the kick, and a hint of seriousness flickered in his amber gaze. These children were destined to become his students, and if he allowed them to continue performing so well, he would lose face, jeopardizing his ability to teach them in the future. Zhu Zhuqing was not idle, as she observed Zhao Wujie charging towards Tang San and herself. The 2 yellow soul rings adorning her glimmered to life. In her azure and emerald eyes, her pupils suddenly transformed into slits as she silently accelerated forward, her body soaring into the air, enveloped in soul power, and spiraling rapidly towards Zhao Wujie. Within her whirling form, the shadows of her claws danced, manifesting her second soul skill, Phantom Claws. With the combination of her swift rotation and the piercing sharpness of her feline claws, she unleashed a barrage of over 100 strikes upon her adversary in a fleeting moment, all targeting the same spot, with astonishing force. As Zhao Wujie was struck by a kick from Xiao Wu, it coincided with the moment Zhu Zhuqing's Phantom Claws collided against his back. The Phantom Claws resembled a rapidly rotating serrated gear, slicing through Zhao Wujie's back with remarkable speed. A furious roar erupted, and a fierce glint illuminated Zhao Wujie's eyes as his fists clenched tightly. Among the 7 soul rings upon him, the first yellow one shone brightly in an instant. A brilliant golden light erupted almost instantaneously, propelling Zhu Zhuqing, who was employing Phantom Claws, into the air with a pained cry. At that precise moment, Qianyu happened to be nearby, releasing some vines to catch the soaring Zhu Zhuqing. Although Qianyu struggled, she still managed to lend a hand. Zhu Zhuqing glanced at Qianyu and expressed her gratitude, saying, "Thank you." Qianyu slightly nodded. He gazed at Zhao Wujie, realizing that perhaps this was the opportune moment to stoke the flames further. In an instant, Qianyu darted to Zhao Wujie's blind spot, and soon, seeds began to materialize in his hand. These were the seeds of the stinging nettle, which harbored a potent toxin capable of amplifying the perceptions of those afflicted. In other words, those who fell victim to this poison would find their bodies becoming acutely sensitive. Such seeds would heighten the pain sensations of the poisoned individual, rendering their bodily control imprecise. In simpler terms, they would spiral into chaos. Qianyu's adversary has never been Zhao Wujie. Therefore, Qianyu had no need to confront Zhao Wujie directly. In an instant, Qianyu launched a seed, which adhered to Zhao Wujie's hair. Of course, no one noticed Qianyu's subtle action. At that moment, Tang Hao summoned an endless expanse of blue-silver grass from the ground. In a heartbeat, the blue-silver grass ensnared Zhao Wujie, and at that precise moment, Qianyu softly uttered the word parasitize. Instantly, the nettle's poisonous seed rapidly sprouted into a stinger, piercing into Zhao Wujie's body. A cry of agony erupted from Zhao Wujie as the stingers penetrated him, an overwhelming wave of pain enveloping his entire being. At that moment, Zhao Wujie experienced an unprecedented torment. Yet, unbeknownst to anyone, it was Qianyu's machination. In their eyes, it was Tang San's blue-silver grass that inflicted Zhao Wujie's suffering. A belief shared even by Zhao Wujie himself. Qianyu felt no remorse. He was neither a saint nor a gentleman. As long as he achieved his objective, the means were merely tools to an end. At that moment, Xiao happened to be beside Zhao Wujie. Enraged, Zhao Wujie found himself unable to control his own power. He was in a state of chaos. With a furious roar, a violent surge of energy erupted forth. Xiao was thrown back by the force of his cry, spitting out blood as her consciousness faded into a haze. Just as her foot had struck Zhao Wujie, the recoil sent her reeling, causing her to cough up blood. The vines binding Zhao Wujie shattered instantly. Even Tang Hao, at a distance, felt the tremor as the vines were crushed, his internal energy surging violently, leaving him in immense discomfort. He quickly conjured the blue-silver grass again, catching Xiao Wu and cradling her in his arms. Although it was merely Zhao Wujie's first soul skill, that singular ability shattered the offensive momentum of both Tang Hao and Xiao Wu. This exemplified the true prowess of a soul sage at level 76. Zhao Wujie then snorted coldly and swung a palm towards Tang Hao, who stood at a distance, as if wielding a fan. At this juncture, Zhao Wujie had lost control of himself, rendering him unable to regulate his own strength. In the throes of pain, his instinctive reaction led to a reckless strike. In that fleeting moment, Tang Hao found himself with nowhere to flee. The terrifying palm connected with Tang Hao's face, sending him soaring like a kite severed from its string. He crashed heavily to the ground, blood gushing from his mouth, scattering into the air. Chapter 73. Tang Hao faints. Zhao Wujie challenges Qianyu. Tang Hao crashed to the earth, blood spilling from his lips. This was a full-force strike from a soul sage, and Tang Hao, merely a 29-level Great Soul Master, stood no chance against such a blow. Tang Hao was ruthlessly slammed to the ground by Zhao Wujie, blood gushing from his mouth. This exemplified true power, the formidable strength of a soul sage. Ning Rongrong felt an urgent dread. The incense had only burned halfway. And while her 7-treasure glazed tile provided various supportive attributes, healing was not among them. With only 2 soul rings, the effects she could offer were limited, rendering her anxiety futile. At that moment, only Qianyu and Ning Rongrong remained on the battlefield. Zhu Zhuqing had lost her fighting capability, and both Tang Hao and Xiao Wu had succumbed to unconsciousness, leaving only the 2 support-type soul masters. How could they possibly contend against their adversary? Zhao Wujie glanced at Tang Hao, his concern evident. He hurried to Tang Hao's side, and, upon confirming that Tang Hao was not in mortal danger, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, maintaining his facade of strength, he addressed the situation with unwavering authority, declaring, "Now, only the 2 of you support types remain. Guyu, I have heard that you shattered Mu Bai's arm. No one can impede me now. Let me witness your true prowess." Qianyu observed Tang Hao being beaten and felt an immense sense of joy within. Moreover, his adversary had never been Zhao Wujie. His objective had already been accomplished. Thus he found no further reason to continue the battle. Qianyu shook his head and said, "I am truly a support-type soul master. How can 2 support-type soul masters engage in battle with you? We concede." At that moment, Zhao Wujie fixed his gaze on Qianyu and exclaimed in anger, "No way. The incense hasn't even finished burning, and the battle has already commenced. How can you concede?" As Zhao Wujie spoke, a surge of soul power erupted from his body, and a terrifying pressure instantly swept towards Qianyu. Feeling this overwhelming force, Qianyu's heart trembled slightly. Before him stood Zhao Wujie, a formidable soul sage. If it were merely a contest of cultivation, Qianyu, still a soul master, found himself at a staggering disadvantage, akin to the chasm between heaven and earth. Qianyu immediately stepped back and continued, "Is it even acceptable for me to concede? What reasoning lies behind this?" Zhao Wujie gazed at Qianyu and replied, "If you concede, you shall forever forfeit your chance to join Shrek Academy. Even so, do you still wish to admit defeat?" At this moment, Qianyu scoffed, "It matters not. Besides, I have no desire to join your esteemed Shrek Academy." Qianyu expressed her thoughts. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wujia was filled with fury and glared at Qianyu, asking, "If you have no desire to join the Shrek Academy, then why have you come to participate in the assessment?" Qianyu remained utterly calm. Gazing ahead as he coldly inquired of Zhao Wuji, "Is it absolutely necessary for you to purchase something whenever you visit the market?" Upon hearing these words, Zhao Wuji stood frozen in place, rendered speechless. Qianyu continued, "Choosing a particular academy is my prerogative. Joining any institution is also my right. If I choose not to enroll, can you compel me to do so? Furthermore, the decision to join an academy requires significant contemplation. I wish to conduct my own assessment. And if I find the outcome unsatisfactory, am I not entitled to decline enrollment?" Qianyu's gaze was calm, and his tone remained indifferent. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wuji's expression darkened, yet he found himself at a loss for a rebuttal. However, it must be noted that Zhao Wuji was not a person who adhered to reason. In truth, neither was anyone from Shrek Academy known for their rationality. Their school motto, regulations, and ethos were all skewed. Much like the incident in Stardow Forest when Dai Mubai instigated, it was fundamentally Dai Mubai's fault. While the rotund Ma Hongjun audaciously commented on the young ladies of the academy. Regardless of the circumstances, the blame rested on Shrek Academy. Yet, Zhao Wuji, who accompanied them, not only neglected to intervene, but actually condoned the behavior. Such an institution was one that Qianyu would never consider joining. Zhao Wuji coldly regarded Qianyu and continued, "Boy, you are not incorrect, but have you inquired about my reputation in the martial world? When have I, Zhao, ever adhered to reason? Since you have stepped onto this battlefield, you are to endure until the very end. If you wish to avoid combat, that choice is not yours to make." In an instant, Zhao Wuji's fury erupted, his aura radiating menacingly. His eyes gleamed brightly, and the surrounding yellow light expanded as the powerful pressure enveloped Qianyu. Qianyu comprehended that Zhao Wuji seemed intent on forcing his hand. At this moment, Zhu Zhuqing promptly interjected, "Teacher Zhao, isn't this a bit unfair?" Zhao Wuji regarded Zhu Zhuqing with calmness and replied, "Indeed, I am bullying him. What of it?" He then turned his attention back to Qianyu, asserting, "Regardless, today you will engage, whether you wish to or not. Rest assured, even if you choose not to join our Shrek Academy, you are but a child. I shall not take your life." At that moment, a subtle smirk appeared on Dai Mubai's face. Having had his arm broken by Qianyu during their time at the Rose Academy, he saw this as an opportunity, perhaps facilitated by teacher Zhao, to exact vengeance. With this thought, Dai Mubai felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Observing Dai Mubai's grin, Zhu Zhuqing's heart sank even further into disappointment. Qianyu saved her life. So how could she possibly allow Qianyu to fight alone? "Teacher, may I join him?" Zhu Zhuqing, standing nearby, remained silent for a moment before speaking. You little kitten. Can you even exchange a few blows with me? Stay back." At that moment, Zhao Wujia seemed like a powder keg, ready to ignite. It was evident how stifled he felt after the previous battle. Without someone to vent his frustrations, it would be challenging for him to find calm. The crowd was in a flurry of anxiety. At this juncture, Qianyu turned to Zhu Zhuqing and said, "Thank you, but when it comes to dealing with a soul saint, even with your assistance, the impact would be negligible. I shall face him alone." To be honest, Qianyu himself was uncertain about the true extent of his strength. After all, during his time in the Spirit Hall, none of his peers were his match. Since Zhao Wujia was eager to challenge him, Qianyu resolved to reveal his capabilities, keen to gauge his power against the indomitable Zhao Wujia. Moreover, Qianyu harbored no fear of Zhao Wujia, as he possessed numerous hidden trump cards, the Angel Spirit, the Hell Demon Sword, and that terrifying power that emerged during his previous dark transformation. Although he had lost consciousness then, he was acutely aware of the formidable force residing within him. If Zhao Wujia were strong enough to compel that power to surface, it would only spell misfortune for Zhao Wujia. With a frigid gaze fixed upon Zhao Wujia, Qianyu coldly declared, "Very well, since you insist on battling me, I shall graciously oblige." As soon as the words left his lips, the crowd fell into a stunned silence. Chapter 74, Qianyu versus Zhao Wujia. At this moment, Zhao Wujia looked at Qianyu, his eyes icy as he spoke. "Kid, let me see your true strength." With that, Zhao Wujia hurled a punch towards Qianyu. The earthy waves of soul power coalesced, roaring like a collapsing mountain, causing the entire space to tremble, and the air resonated with a series of explosive sounds. Qianyu took a deep breath, crossing his arms over his chest, his form slightly crouched, with his right leg drawn in, adopting a defensive posture. In an instant, he deftly evaded the attack from Zhao Wuji. Humph, you certainly know how to dodge. Zhao Wuji scoffed, stamping his left foot on the ground. A vibrant yellow light erupted from his body, and simultaneously, a layer of yellow shield swiftly enveloped him. Don't run, brat. With Zhao Wuji's thunderous roar, two massive fists, accompanied by a piercing sound of wind, descended fiercely towards Qianyu. The myriad of figures swiftly transformed, evading Zhao Wuji's assault in an instant. Qianyu moved with remarkable speed. Although his attacks lacked the ferocity of Zhao Wuji's, each step he took appeared to be executed with exquisite precision. He continuously maneuvered, maintaining a safe distance and refusing to engage Zhao Wuji in close combat, an exceptionally astute strategy. With his fluid movements, he seemed to drift like a phantom. Each punch thrown by Zhao Wuji met only empty air, fueling his growing frustration. Qianyu's movements are profoundly enigmatic, and his speed is remarkable. However, he consistently anticipates his opponent's attacks with uncanny precision, rendering Zhao Wuji's punches unable to graze him in the slightest. Increased gravity. Zhao Wuji suddenly bellowed, as the third Millennium Soul Ring illuminated with resplendent brilliance. Instantly, the air around them became incredibly dense. The young man's speed was so extraordinary that Zhao Wuji could scarcely discern his form. Unless he could diminish his opponent's velocity, he would have no opportunity to strike. As this soul skill was unleashed, Qianyu's figure indeed slowed marginally. Tracking and positioning. This young man's speed was excessively abnormal, and opportunities slipped away like grains of sand. If he continued to be pressed by such relentless speed, Zhao would truly find himself without a moment to react. The tracking and positioning enabled by the fourth soul skill swiftly locked onto Qianyu's silhouette. Gravity compression. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Zhao Wuji roared furiously. In an instant, the air within 100 meters around him seemed to be constricted by a terrifying force, centered upon Zhao Wuji himself. Qianyu was instantly pressed forward. After being tracked, Zhao Wuji was able to follow him, significantly diminishing his speed advantage. The gravitational pressure left him with no chance of escape whatsoever. This is a continuous combination. Zhao Wuji truly lives up to his name. Qianyu felt a flicker of astonishment within. However, he swiftly employed his soul bone skill, evading the attack with deftness. At that moment, Qianyu was compelled to counterattack. Two black soul rings abruptly manifested around his form, glowing with an ethereal light. An extraordinary energy surged forth from the dark rings, enveloping Qianyu's body in an instant. The black soul rings shimmered with an enigmatic and mysterious aura, and soon, Qianyu's aura skyrocketed, his speed increasing several-fold once more. What? He truly possesses two 10,000-year soul rings. Upon sensing the surge of Qianyu's energy, Zhao Wuji's pupils constricted sharply, his face a canvas of disbelief. Damn it. At this juncture, Qianyu declared coldly, demonic seed parasitism, all-encompassing nature. With the simultaneous activation of two soul abilities by Qianyu, the space around him was instantly transformed as countless trees erupted from the ground. In an ephemeral moment, the previously barren area was suffused with a dense tapestry of vibrant greenery. These verdant tendrils ensnared Zhao Wuji with a ferocity that was inescapable. Struggling to break free, he found the vines as unyielding as steel, rendering his efforts futile. More alarmingly, the branches that entwined around him morphed into razor-sharp arrows, piercing mercilessly into his flesh, causing blood to flow profusely. The agony was excruciating. Get away from me, Zhao Wuji cried out, thrashing desperately as waves of terrifying soul abilities erupted from him. Yet to no avail, the vines continued to bind him relentlessly at the center. Ultimately, he could only watch in horror as wounds multiplied across his body, blood dripping steadily and staining the ground a deep crimson. Zhao Wuji was utterly stunned, for he had come to the shocking realization that despite being plants, these vines possessed an astonishing fortitude. The sheer magnitude of his unleashed soul power could not free him. This was the result of nature's wrath. After integrating the fourth soul ring, Qianyu had conjured these plants, endowing them with a terrifying enhancement. His creations had acquired immunity, and their resilience had been drastically amplified. Such a predicament was nothing short of horrifying. Qianyu stood indifferently in place, quietly observing Zhao Wuji, who was drenched in blood. At this moment, astonishment filled the eyes of everyone present, be it Dai Mubai, Ning Rongrong, or Zhu Zhuqing. They were profoundly shaken. Zhao Wuji was a soul sage, a figure of terrifying might. Yet now, he found himself unable to break free from Qianyu's soul binding. How formidable must this control be? Dai Mubai understood all too well, that if Qianyu were to unleash his full power one day, it would undoubtedly spell doom for him. Was this truly an auxiliary spirit master? Ning Rongrong gazed at Qianyu in utter disbelief, struggling to accept the reality before her. She could hardly fathom that an auxiliary soul master could possess such immense power. Zhu Zhuqing, too, was overwhelmed with astonishment. Her eyes widened in shock as she regarded Qianyu, her heart racing with trepidation. Bound by the vines, Zhao Wuji raised his head to look at Qianyu, his eyes filled with venomous hatred. Damn brat. I will fight you to the death today. With that, Zhao Wuji gritted his teeth and formed a seal with his hands. Seventh soul skill, martial soul manifestation. Suddenly, Zhao Wuji was enveloped in a heavy metallic armor, and a golden shimmer radiated from his skin. Boom. Waves of terrifying power erupted from Zhao Wuji's body, causing the surrounding plants to shatter into fragments, vanishing into thin air. In an instant, Zhao Wuji's form expanded, transforming into a colossal bear towering over 10 meters high. His entire body encased in a pale yellow soul armor that emanated a fierce brilliance, resembling a towering human-like deity. With blood-red eyes brimming with murderous intent, Zhao Wuji stared fiercely at Qianyu, an overwhelming aura of dominance radiating from him. Qianyu squinted his eyes, fully aware that he had encountered a formidable adversary. Little brat. Today I shall teach you a proper lesson. Zhao Wuji bellowed, his body swaying before he suddenly appeared before Qianyu. With a swift motion, he unleashed a punch. A golden fist shadow whistling through the air as it hurtled towards Qianyu. Qianyu's gaze was devoid of emotion, and in an instant, an endless array of vines enveloped him. Chapter 75, the fourth soul skill, the art of light and shade. At this moment, countless tendrils swiftly encircled Qianyu, transforming the entire arena into a forest of his making. The vines intertwined, obscuring all sight, rendering Zhao Wuji incapable of discerning Qianyu's position. Indeed, the next moment, a remarkably thick vine swept toward him. Bang! The vine collided with Zhao Wuji's metallic armor, producing a resounding thud. Haha! At this juncture, a sinister smile crept across Zhao Wuji's lips, his figure suddenly blurring. In the blink of an eye, he found himself before Qianyu, raising his right fist to deliver a devastating blow. Thunderous roars echoed, and the colossal vine, after enduring this monstrous strike, shattered with a resounding crash. At that moment, a subtle smile graced Qianyu's lips, unperturbed. As the vines disintegrated, Qianyu gently gestured once more. Instantly, an abundance of flora burgeoned around him, forming an even grander cage of myriad forms, ensnaring Zhao Wuji within. Under Qianyu's command, the plants surged toward Zhao Wuji, intent on constricting him. Moreover, it seemed that the vines possessed a peculiar allure, relentlessly adhering to Zhao Wuji, rendering him immobile. The onslaught from Qianyu grew increasingly ferocious, plunging him into a state of utter madness. Despite Zhao Wuji's desperate attempts to break free, he found himself utterly immobilized by the relentless entanglement of the plants. Humph! You are still too green. Zhao Wuji scoffed, his voice laced with disdain. Break for me, he commanded, unleashing another powerful punch. A resounding explosion echoed as the vines were completely obliterated, revealing Qianyu's figure. What formidable strength! Qianyu raised an eyebrow slightly. For Zhao Wuji's strength indeed exceeded his expectations. Little devil, today you shall meet your end. Zhao Wuji laughed heartily. His physique expanded once more, radiating a brilliant golden light as if he were sculpted from pure gold. A potent aura of earth elements emanated from him, as though he had the entire world beneath his feet. Mighty Vajrapalm, Zhao Wuji bellowed, and in an instant, the golden radiance enveloping him converged into a colossal golden hand, carrying with it a terrifying gale, descending upon Qianyu. This strike contained an energy of unfathomable ferocity. Qianyu remained tranquil, merely waving his hand gently. In an instant, countless emerald beams surged skyward from the ground. With a swift rustle, numerous vines erupted from the earth, entwining themselves around the golden giant hand. Although Qianyu could not vanquish Zhao Wuji found it impossible to approach him. Qianyu's martial spirit manifested as an immense forest. Within this verdant realm, every tree fell under Qianyu's dominion, rendering Zhao Wuji's attempts to attack futile as the vines obstructed his every move. At that moment, Daimobai and the others stood by, their eyes wide with astonishment, unable to believe the spectacle before them. They had not anticipated the extraordinary power possessed by Qianyu. Despite Zhao Wuji's status as a soul saint, he found himself utterly powerless in the face of Qianyu's martial spirit. He could not even draw near to him. Zhao Wuji, feeling helpless, had already unleashed his martial spirit's true form. While he could indeed break free from those vexing vines, they continued to proliferate endlessly. This martial spirit was far superior to that of Tang San. The vines of Tang San's blue-silver grass were frail and snapped upon the slightest touch, whereas the ones before him were astonishingly resilient, refusing to yield. Zhao Wujin's heart seethed with fury as a distinguished soul saint. He found it utterly humiliating to be unable to subdue a mere 12-year-old child. In that moment, he shattered all the vines obstructing his path and advanced towards Qianyu. With his left hand outstretched and clenched into a fist, he unleashed a devastating blow aimed at Qianyu's chest. The ferocity of Zhao Wujin's punch was awe-inspiring, the force behind it terrifying enough to instill dread. Should this strike connect with an ordinary person, it would likely obliterate them instantly. The attack's range was vast, and if Qianyu failed to evade it, he risked being pierced through. Yet, Qianyu harbored no intention of retreating. His gaze remained composed as he fixed his eyes ahead. Then spoke, "It seems I must unleash some of my true strength." As Qianyu spoke, a dark radiance enveloped him, and two soul rings emerged from his body, a black one and a red one. Witnessing this spectacle, expressions of utter astonishment appeared on the faces of all present. The red ring, this fellow's fourth soul ring, is a 100,000-year soul ring. How is that even possible? A fourth soul ring cannot possibly be a 100,000-year soul ring. Beside him, Dai Mubai stood in shock, rooted to the spot. Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong were equally astonished, unable to comprehend the reality unfolding before their eyes. When Zhao Wujie approached and beheld this scene, he was rendered speechless, his face a canvas of sheer horror. What manner of prodigy is this? At such a young age, how could he possibly be a soul master of this caliber? How could he possess a 100,000-year soul ring? Most astonishingly, this young lad's soul master rank is merely that of a soul scholar. The fact that a soul scholar could have a 100,000-year fourth soul ring utterly shattered his understanding. In that moment, Zhao Wujie realized that this Qianyu was undoubtedly a prodigy among prodigies, his power truly terrifying. If such an individual were to join their Shrek Academy, he would be an unparalleled genius in its history. Zhao Wujie turned to Qianyu and said, "Young one, with your talent, it would be a grave waste not to join our Shrek Academy. I offer you another opportunity. Take a moment to consider it carefully." Zhao Wujie continued to gaze at Qianyu, urging him further. Qianyu gazed calmly at Zhao Wujie and remarked, "I have no interest in your Shrek Academy. Moreover, if your instructors cannot even defeat a single student, then there is no necessity for me to join." "Humph, arrogant little brat. I wonder how long you can maintain that bravado," Zhao Wujie retorted, his body swelling once more. In an instant, he grew nearly 2 meters tall, his muscles bulging as if forged from steel, emanating an aura of terrifying intimidation. Clenching his fist tightly, Zhao Wujie struck down towards Qianyu's head with a punch that was as swift as thunder. Yet, Qianyu stood there, coldly fixated on Zhao Wujie. Qianyu gazed calmly at Zhao Wujin and softly declared, "Fourth soul skill, light shade technique." In that instant, an extraordinary radiance erupted from Qianyu's hand. Chapter 76. Time Reversal. Zhao Wujin becomes a child. Suddenly, the formidable green light enveloped Zhao Wujin, a verdant glow emanating from above his head. What is happening? Zhao Wujin pondered in utter confusion. The light shade technique, once unleashed, allows the wielder to manipulate the passage of time for plants, enabling them to grow, wither, or even shrink and expand instantaneously. This technique also possesses corresponding effects on human beings, albeit with a time constraint, unlike its permanent impact on flora. As the terrifying green light engulfed Zhao Wujin, time itself appeared to reverse for him. His towering form gradually diminished, his visage becoming increasingly youthful. Astonished by the transformation unfolding before him, Zhao Wujin struggled to comprehend the reality. Could this young boy's soul skill truly render him younger? A flicker of delight crossed his mind as he addressed Qianyu. "Is this rejuvenation a result of my not being harsh enough with you?" However, no sooner had Zhao Wujin spoken than a wave of dread washed over him as an alarming phenomenon occurred. His body continued to shrink, becoming smaller and smaller. Time for him was compressing. He regressed to 30 years old, then 20, 10, until, in the blink of an eye, he transformed into a mere 3-year-old child small. Standing in place, with a fair and tender appearance, utterly adorable. His chubby little hands and round face were endearing, but as he attempted to walk, he stumbled and fell clumsily to the ground. The abrupt transformation left everyone in shock. "Teacher Zhao Wujin," Daimubai exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. "What has happened to you? How could this be?" He was thoroughly bewildered. What kind of sorcery is this? Even Ning Rongrong and Zhu Shiqing gasped in astonishment. Having never encountered such a miraculous ability, is this boy some kind of freak? This is utterly terrifying. At that moment, Zhao Wujin's face mirrored the fear within him. He had not anticipated that this young lad could reduce him to an infantile state. In an instant, Qianyu unleashed his vines once more, which swiftly darted toward the little Zhao Wujin, ensnaring him and pulling him beside Qianyu. This scene struck terror into the hearts of all present. Qianyu unexpectedly brought Zhao Wujing before him, an act that was utterly terrifying. At that moment, Qianyu let out a faint smile, then raised his foot and kicked Zhao Wujing in the rear. Thud! Ah, that hurts terribly. Zhao Wujing screamed, his body propelled through the air, crashing heavily against the wall. Now, lying on the ground, he wore a bewildered expression, utterly confused about the unfolding events. What have you done? Why has it come to this? Zhao Wujing shouted, a mixture of shock and anger coursing through him. At that instant, he felt genuine fear, despite being over 50 years old. He felt as if he had regressed to the state of a mere 3-year-old child. Suddenly, Qianyu's vines transformed into external soul bones, with sharp spikes rapidly lunging towards the young Zhao Wujing. Stab! Stab! The external soul bones penetrated Zhao Wujing's body in an instant. A searing pain surged through every part of him, and blood holes erupted across his form, crimson liquid gushing forth. Ah, help me! The young Zhao Wujing cried out in agony, his legs pierced by the vines. He struggled, but to no avail. Ah! Zhao Wujing could no longer contain his screams. What have you done to me? Ah! He roared in madness, feeling as though he were sinking into a quagmire. No matter how hard he tried, he could scarcely move an inch. He longed to resist, yet his body remained utterly immobilized. What kind of sorcery was this? Fear enveloped Zhao Wujing's face as he finally succumbed to terror, beginning to plead for mercy. I concede. Spare me please. At last, he understood the nature of the monstrous being he faced. Qianyu sensed that his shadow technique would soon be lifted, and once it was, Zhao Wujie would likely launch a frenzied attack against him. Therefore, Qianyu had to conceal the temporal limitations of his shadow technique. As long as he did not reveal it, Zhao Wujie would dare not make a move against him. Furthermore, if he were to kill Zhao Wujie here, there were still several soul emperors and soul saints from Shrek Academy, not to mention that old monster, Flinder. Should he take Zhao Wujie's life, it was highly probable that he would not be able to escape from Shrek Academy. At present, Qianyu's only adversary was Tang San, and he did not wish to create more enemies. Additionally, Qianyu was aware that Tang Hao seemed to be by Tang San's side. If he drew too much attention to himself, he could very well attract Tang Hao's scrutiny prematurely. This was certainly not good news. Moreover, since Tang San was rendered unconscious by Zhao Wujie, it would be better for Tang Hao to deal with Zhao Wujie. Regardless of their struggles, Qianyu could remain an outsider, reaping the benefits of their conflict. Would that not be a favorable position? Qianyu gazed coldly at Zhao Wujie, and with a gentle wave of his hand, the vines instantly retracted. At that moment, the effect of Zhao Wujie's shadow technique was also lifted, and his body was restored in an instant. Although the restoration was due to the expiration of the technique, in the eyes of Zhao Wujie and anyone else, it appeared as though Qianyu had shown great mercy, sparing Zhao Wujie. Despite his recovery, Zhao Wujie's body was still riddled with wounds, bloodied and ghastly, presenting a pitiful sight. The look in Zhao Wujie's eyes as he regarded Qianyu was filled with trepidation and astonishment. In that instant, his heart was overwhelmed with fear. This youth was far more formidable than he had ever imagined. He could hardly believe that a boy of merely 11 or 12 years could possess such power, truly unprecedented. Had he not experienced it himself, he would never have believed that such a bizarre phenomenon could exist in this world. He was a level 76 soul sage, yet he had been defeated by a mere child. How could he reconcile this? At that moment, Zhao Wujie looked at Qianyu with growing reverence. I concede. Thank you, young master, for your mercy. Zhao Wujie immediately bowed respectfully to Qianyu. Qianyu gazed calmly at Zhao Wujie and coldly remarked, Now, may I take my leave? Zhao Wujie hastily responded, With such remarkable talent, young master, if you were to join our Shrek Academy, we would spare no effort in nurturing your potential. At this moment, Qianyu's gaze turned icy as he looked at Zhao Wujie and said, Do you think my words are merely whispers in the wind? Zhao Wujie quickly apologized, I wouldn't dare. Please, young master, feel free to depart. Chapter 77, A Lesson for Dai Mubai. At this moment, everyone present gazed at Qianyu with sheer terror, utterly unable to believe their eyes. My goodness, this young man has actually defeated Teacher Zhao, a soul sage? How is this even possible? It is utterly terrifying. At this moment, all present were in a state of shock, their expressions reflecting disbelief as they beheld the scene before them. This young man is extraordinarily powerful. Even Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong, the two young women, were filled with astonishment in their beautiful eyes. The ferocity of Qianyu has surpassed the expectations of all present. This is Zhao Wujia, a formidable mentor and a superlative powerhouse at the Soul Sage level. Yet, he has been vanquished by a mere youth and has even conceded defeat. It is utterly inconceivable. At this moment, amidst the gazes of the crowd, Qianyu approaches Zhao Wujia slowly. His expression remains tranquil, but his ice blue eyes glint with a chilling ferocity. At this juncture, he resembles a fierce beast, instilling a sense of dread in those who behold him. Zhao Wujia, meanwhile, has shed the earlier air of arrogance, trembling as he gazes at Qianyu, his eyes reflecting profound terror, as if confronted by a torrent of relentless fury. Daimu Bai, too, is utterly astonished, staring at Qianyu. At this moment, as Qianyu slightly raises his gaze toward him, Daimu Bai feels an overwhelming pressure, causing his hair to stand on end and his back to become drenched with sweat. Instantly, he finds his breath quickening. At this moment, a chilling light emanated from Qianyu's eyes as his lips slightly quivered. Daimu Bai. Upon hearing Qianyu's voice, Daimu Bai's body trembled involuntarily. He fought to suppress his shaking form, gazing at Qianyu with a forced smile upon his face. Guyu, congratulations. Daimu Bai chuckled awkwardly. He endeavored to maintain his composure, yet his entire being trembled with trepidation. From the depths of Qianyu's gaze, he sensed an overwhelming aura of malevolence. Congratulations? Qianyu replied coldly, if you genuinely wish me well, why would you incite your academy's mentor to contend with me? As Qianyu's words echoed, beads of sweat trickled down Daimu Bai's forehead. Classmate Guyu, this incident was, in truth, a misunderstanding, he hastily clarified. A misunderstanding? Pray tell. What constitutes a misunderstanding? Qianyu retorted icily. Daimu Bai quickly asserted, I harbor no ill intentions towards you. I merely wished for teacher Zhao to comprehend your prowess. I never anticipated that I would emerge victorious, correct? Qianyu's gaze grew even more frigid. Daimu Bai, unable to withstand the weight of Qianyu's darkened eyes, involuntarily shuddered and nodded fervently. Indeed, I truly did not foresee the extent of your combat prowess. At that moment, Daimu Bai's heart brimmed with bitterness. He was doomed. The terror he felt while gazing at Qianyu was palpable. For the sheer might of Qianyu's formidable techniques filled him with profound dread. Qianyu possesses the ability to transform individuals into children. Yet he remains uncertain whether this alteration is transient, everlasting, or if only he himself holds the key to dispel such magic. Should Qianyu choose to cast that soul technique upon himself, he would become entirely at his own mercy. Qianyu gazed at Daimu Bai, and a chill flickered within Daimu Bai's heart. I admit my fault. I indeed harbored resentment towards you, which is why I incited teacher Zhao to confront you. All of this is my error. I wonder how you might find it in yourself to forgive me? Daimu Bai's eyes brimmed with desperation as he regarded Qianyu. At this moment, his only recourse was to humble himself. Do you seek my forgiveness? Qianyu inquired coolly upon hearing Daimu Bai's words. Yes. Daimu Bai nodded emphatically. Very well. You shall strike yourself 10 times, and I will grant you mercy. Qianyu articulated coldly. Were it within his power to eliminate Daimu Bai, he would not hesitate. However, Qianyu's true objective was Tang Hao. He had come for training and had not brought along members of the Spirit Hall. Therefore, he had to prioritize his own safety. Should he slay Daimu Bai, it was likely that the Soul Emperors and Soul Saints from Shrek Academy would emerge, and he would find himself outmatched. Such an outcome would plunge him into peril, compelling Qianyu to exercise restraint for the time being. Moreover, while his shadow art was formidable, it was largely a fade. Should they discover its limitations, they would not fear him as much. Thus, he resolved to manage his dealings with Daimu Bai with moderation. After all, numerous opportunities would arise in the future. For now, Qianyu's singular focus remained on Tang San and his father. Daimu Bai observed Qianyu, aware that he would not be easily absolved. After weighing his options, he acquiesced to the demand. With a resounding slap, he struck his own face. Another slap followed, leaving his cheek flushed and contorted in agony. Yet he did not relent, continuing to swing his arm. A spurt of blood erupted from his mouth. At this juncture, Daimu Bai's visage was battered and bruised, resembling that of a pig's head. Upon witnessing this scene, Qianyu nodded in satisfaction. Douluo, what is this? At that moment, Oscar appeared, seemingly having arrived unnoticed. Xiaoyao, how did you come here by yourself? Damubai remarked in surprise as he watched Oscar approach. Quickly. No time for idle chatter. Bring some sausages and grilled sausages. The food-related martial soul's most notable feature, aside from imparting various statuses, was its ability to satiate hunger. Damubai, bruised and battered, was in dire need of Oscar's delectable sausages for nourishment. Observing the weary expressions of his companions, Oscar beamed with delight. Ah, I must have come at the right time. I heard Teacher Zhao's powerful golden roar, and I knew you must have engaged in a fierce battle. Fear not. I have already prepared the grilled and cured sausages. As he spoke, Oscar produced the wrapped sausages from his pack and placed them before the group. 5 copper coins each. Remember to pay after you eat. At that moment, Oscar approached Qianyu and said, You are the first person to commend my martial soul. If you partake, it shall be on the house. I invite you. Qianyu gazed at Oscar and nodded slightly, expressing his gratitude. He then consumed several pieces, instantly replenishing his soul power. Damubai hurriedly ate a few as well, restoring some vitality, which rendered his face less swollen. Oscar, bring me one of each, sausage and cured meat. Zhao Wujin's voice sounded somewhat muffled. At that moment, Zhao Wujin was drenched in blood, with wounds all over his body. Oscar blinked his charming eyes, puzzled by the intruder. Who is this? How did they come to our Shrek Academy and know my name? Angered, Zhao Wujin exclaimed, Are you seeking punishment? I am Zhao Wujin. His rage nearly took his breath away, threatening to spill blood. Chapter 78. The Astonishment of Tang Hao. Today had dealt him a severe blow. He merely wished to tend to his wounds quickly and intimidate the young ones present to keep this incident under wraps. Otherwise, his reputation as the unmoving king would be irreparably tarnished. Oscar was eager to inquire why Zhao Wujin had come to such a state, fully aware of his formidable strength. However, he soon noticed Dai Mubai's grim expression, as pale as if he had ingested something foul. Oscar, being astute, promptly understood that some questions were best left unasked. He quickly masked his surprise, pretending as if nothing had occurred, and cheerfully approached Zhao Wujin, offering the sausage he had just produced while reciting a rather humorous soul incantation that left the onlookers both amused and bewildered. I have a little sausage. Despite Oscar's outwardly innocent demeanor, the moment he uttered that phrase, he became exceedingly comical. A sausage, slender as a pinky finger, appeared in his hand and was swiftly handed to Zhao Wujin. Without hesitation, Zhao Wujin accepted and devoured both the sausage and the cured meat, his countenance improving significantly. At that point, Qianyu's objective had been achieved, and he departed from the scene. At Shrek Academy, Zhao Wujin, wrapped in bandages, limped across the playground. Suddenly, an unexpected voice caused his smile to freeze. A chilling voice echoed, Who? He sprang to his feet, his eyes glinting with cold intensity. In the past, his reputation in the Soul Master realm had been rather poor, and he had made many enemies. These years spent hidden within Shrek Academy had been tranquil. Yet now a formidable adversary had emerged. Show yourself. A faint yet palpable aura locked onto Zhao Wujin. Without hesitation, he leapt through a window and ventured outside. Channeling his soul power to its peak, he remained vigilant while scanning for any signs of movement. Come out. I know you're here. Zhao Wujia spoke in a deep voice, simultaneously completing his martial spirit manifestation. 7 soul rings danced rhythmically around his body, radiating dazzling brilliance, particularly the 3 black 10,000-year rings, which appeared profoundly astonishing. A shadow clad in black slowly emerged from behind a large tree. The individual was enveloped in dark attire, even wearing a black hood, rendering him only discernible as a tall man. Who are you? Zhao Wujia immediately turned his gaze toward the source of the voice. The figure in black did not directly answer but replied indifferently, To encounter the immovable king in this humble place, I merely wish to engage in a friendly spar. It has been a while since I have exercised my muscles. As he spoke, the black-clad figure slowly raised his right hand, and a black light condensed in his palm, transforming into a colossal object, while 9 soul rings quietly manifested around him. 2 yellow, 2 purple, for black, and 1 red. The 9 soul rings enveloped his form entirely. Upon witnessing the emergence of the 9 soul rings from the black-clad figure, Zhao Wujia felt a chilling wave wash over him, sending a shiver through his entire being. Titled Douluo, he managed to utter with great difficulty. The immovable king within Zhao Wujia trembled, if he represented a higher echelon among soul masters. Then a title Douluo epitomized the pinnacle of their kind. The earlier bravado dissipated entirely as Zhao Wujia hurriedly bowed, asking, May I inquire which esteemed predecessor has graced us with their presence? Please do not jest with me. How could I possibly be worthy of a spar with you? The figure in black replied nonchalantly, "What does it matter who is worthy? During the day, you bullied those children quite effectively, did you not? I find the sensation of intimidation rather enjoyable. Allow me to partake as well. Of course, you may consider this an act of oppression, without exuding any overtly dominant aura." The figure advanced step by step towards Zhao Wujie, wielding the massive object. Suddenly, he halted 10 meters away from Zhao Wujie. "Since I have come, let us not linger. What difference does it make whether it is one or two?" In a flicker of motion, another figure appeared beside Zhao Wujie. Flinder swiftly flew to his side. Upon seeing Flinder, Zhao Wujie immediately inquired, "Boss," this esteemed predecessor Flinder interjected, "I have the honor to meet your highness, the heavenly doe." Zhao Wujie gasped. And upon hearing his companion's words, he finally understood who stood before him. His heart contracted. Heavens, when had he offended such a terrifying individual? The figure in black spoke coldly, "No need for excessive courtesy. I have come seeking trouble. With a cat-eagle martial spirit and a level of 78. It is no wonder you were the main combatant in the legendary Golden Iron Triangle. This Shrek Academy is yours, is it not?" Flinder nodded and replied, "Indeed, your highness. May I inquire what grievance Zhao Wujie has with your esteemed self? Could you grant me a modicum of consideration?" The figure cloaked in black spoke with indifference. "Cease your prattle and stand aside. Otherwise, you shall face my wrath as well. Zhao Wujie, I shall grant you a chance. I will refrain from utilizing my martial spirit. If you can endure for the duration of a jaw stick burning, I shall take my leave without a word. Otherwise, you shall be compelled to fulfill a task for me." Zhao Wujie, with a bitter smile, replied, "Your Excellency, the Haotian crown. I truly do not comprehend where I have offended you. Might you clarify your grievances?" The black-clad figure scoffed, "Do I need to elaborate?" Having struck the younger, "It is only natural for the elder to seek retribution. This is a matter of principle. Let us commence." The enormous weapon in the black-clad figure's grasp and the 9 soul rings adorning his form vanished simultaneously. Yet in the next instant, he stood before Zhao Wujie. The sounds of collision echoed, accompanied by the tumult of energy, muffled groans, and cries of anguish reverberating through the forest. At that moment, Zhao Wujie's wounds from the day had yet to heal, and under the provocation of the Haotian Douluo, they split open anew. Instantly, he was drenched in his own blood. "Zhao Wujie, do you now comprehend your transgressions?" The black-clad figure inquired, gazing calmly at Zhao Wujie. Bruised and battered, Zhao Wujie looked toward the Haotian Douluo. Realizing that the latter's name was Tang Hao and that the newcomer today was Tang San. Thus, it dawned on him. Zhao Wujie promptly understood and knelt before Tang Hao, exclaiming, "I comprehend, Your Excellency." At this juncture, Tang Hao regarded Zhao Wujie and remarked, "It seems someone has already taught you a lesson prior to my arrival. I wonder who it was that inflicted such injuries upon you." Zhao Wujie hesitated, faltering in his response. Tang Hao's voice turned cold. "Speak." Finally, Zhao Wujie admitted, "There is a young lad named Qianyu. His strength is formidable. At merely 12 years of age, he has attained the rank of Soul Master, possessing 3 10,000-year soul rings and 100,000-year soul ring." Upon hearing this, Tang Hao's expression shifted to one of immense astonishment. "What did you say?" he inquired, his surprise palpable. Zhao Wujie reiterated, "He has reached the Soul Master realm at the age of 12. Tang Hao is profoundly shaken. To achieve such a rank at 12 years old indicated extraordinary talent. His own son, Tang San, possessed dual martial spirits yet had only attained the rank of 29 as a great Soul Master. How could one possibly reach the Soul Master level at such a tender age? And what else? Tang Hao pressed further. Zhao Wujie continued, "Furthermore, he possesses 3 10,000-year soul rings and 100,000-year soul ring." Upon hearing this, Tang Hao immediately retorted, "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could a mere soul master withstand the pressure of 10,000 and 100,000-year soul rings?" Tang Hao continued, and beside him, Flinder spoke up, "At first, I too believed it was impossible, yet the reality is as such, that boy's talent is truly extraordinary." Soon after, Tang Hao inquired, "What about that lad?" Zhao Wujie sighed. "He has already departed from our academy." "Departed? Why?" Tang Hao questioned, still perplexed. Flinder slowly replied, "He found our academy to be lacking, hence his departure." Tang Hao, momentarily regaining his composure from the shock, remarked, "If he hadn't left, I would have genuinely liked to meet that boy. However, he did not occupy my thoughts for long. As there are numerous matters demanding my attention, I cannot afford to devote time solely to a child." Subsequently, Tang Hao entered the academy to assess Tang San's injuries. Both Tang San and Xiao Wu remained unconscious, unaware of Tang Hao's arrival. After confirming that Tang San was not in grave danger, he turned and left. At this moment, Qianyu resides within a hotel in Soto City. He finds himself quite pleased with this journey. In this endeavor, he has achieved 3 objectives simultaneously. First, he utilized Zhao Wuji's hand to discipline Tang San and Xiao Wu. Second, he instilled a sense of fear in Zhao Wuji and Dai Mubai through the display of his own formidable strength. Third, he took advantage of Tang Hao's presence to reprimand Zhao Wuji. Although none of them suffered severe injuries, merely superficial wounds, revenge must be savored gradually. He will relish in their torment time and again, and when the moment arrives to extinguish their lives, he will reveal that all of this was orchestrated by him in the pursuit of vengeance. Surely, their expressions will be most entertaining at that juncture. Of course, Qianyu possesses myriad means of revenge. Being well-versed in the narrative of the Douluo Continent, he could easily arrange for the Spirit Hall to intercept Tang Hao, subsequently eliminating both Tang Hao and Tang San. However, what would he gain from such actions? If he does not execute the revenge himself, what significance would it hold? Qianyu is determined to pursue both the process and outcome of revenge. Regarding personal safety, although Qianyu has chosen not to bring anyone along this time, the presence of the healing divine tree ensures an infinite recovery, akin to possessing immortality. Furthermore, with the power acquired from his dark transformation, Qianyu is capable of matching Guyu in combat, even if circumstances were to be revealed and Tang Hao sought to take his life. Once Qianyu is compelled to unleash that dark power, the outcome of who would ultimately prevail remains uncertain. Thus, Qianyu has devised a nearly foolproof plan. The next step involves systematically confronting Shrek Academy, followed by taking on Tang San, and eventually, Tang Hao. Qianyu is determined to return the hatred and pain of the past with double the intensity. In the subsequent days, he rented a room in Soto City. Establishing his residence there, he continued his daily training regimen. Although he had departed from the Spirit Hall, Qianyu chose to engage in physical exercise each day. Beyond meditation, he understood the significance of physical prowess. Only with a sufficiently robust physique could he elevate his own potential to greater heights. After the battle between Qianyu and Zhao Wuji, Qianyu gained immense benefits, as challenging such a formidable adversary proved to be extraordinarily valuable for him. Qianyu reflected upon his combat experiences and ventured into that infernal realm to hone his fighting skills. Now, having conquered the 4th level of the Trial Tower, he arrived at the 5th level where he faced an overwhelming multitude of Soul King-level fiends, their numbers countless and densely packed. If Qianyu were at the Soul King level, he might easily employ soul techniques to hunt down these malevolent spirits. However, at present, Qianyu is merely at level 47, rendering the challenge somewhat arduous. Nevertheless, he does not intend to succeed in this endeavor on his first attempt. He has come here solely to hone his combat skills. Should he fail, he can simply withdraw and return for another attempt until he triumphs, without any significant repercussions. Before him, a horde of Soul King-level malevolent spirits surged forward, their towering forms cloaked in dark mist. Armed with an array of weapons, they launched a frenzied assault upon Qianyu. The myriad of wings flutter gracefully, showcasing their formidable strength and remarkable swiftness. With a concentrated gaze, Qianyu swung his fists, sending several approaching malevolent spirits flying. Simultaneously, a sharp vine shot forth from his fingertips. The piercing tip punctured the skull of one spirit, causing it to collapse lifelessly to the ground. In an instant, numerous vines erupted from Qianyu's body, resembling tentacles as they fiercely struck at the remaining malevolent spirits. Ear-piercing screams echoed as, in mere moments, over 10 spirits met their untimely demise. Such formidable defense! As Qianyu beheld the scene, his eyes narrowed slightly. These malevolent spirits undeniably possessed the formidable power of the Soul King realm, exhibiting varying levels of strength. Compared to the 4th-tier fiends he had previously confronted, they were indeed significantly more potent. However, Qianyu felt no trepidation. At that moment, he summoned the Hell Demon Sword and the angelic martial soul, and instantly, 6 golden wings unfurled from his back. Grasping the Hell Demon Sword, he charged toward the malevolent spirits with fervor. As he swung the sword, resplendent beams of light flickered, and in the blink of an eye, 2 or 3 fiends fell to their demise. Hell had descended. With a fierce roar, Qianyu unleashed a wave of ominous energy that enveloped the entire space. Bang, bang, bang. Subsequently, a series of explosive sounds echoed from the depths of hell, followed by the demise of one malevolent spirit after another. Rumbling. As the 2 forces clashed, an astonishing sound erupted forth. Bang, bang, bang. The collision unleashed terrifying waves of energy, causing the surrounding void to tremble violently. Whoosh! Qianyu moved with the swiftness of lightning, weaving through the malevolent spirits. With each demon he vanquished, a new one would immediately charge forth. These fiends seemed to be inexhaustible in number. Ultimately, Qianyu was unable to achieve victory, after all. These demons were of the Soul King caliber, numbering in the thousands. As a mere soul sect practitioner, successfully slaying several hundred of them was already a remarkable feat of strength. Exhausted of her spiritual energy, Qianyu withdrew and returned to the realm of reality. Chapter 80. The Young Lady of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Soto City. A young girl bounced joyfully through the streets of the city. Dressed in a simple white long dress that exuded purity, her neat bobbed hair framed a delicate visage. Her skin, tender and lustrous like lychee, complemented her graceful stature of approximately 165 centimeters, creating an ethereal presence. The girl appeared to be an educated noblewoman, reminiscent of a gentle spring breeze. This Shrek Academy is indeed dull. I am glad to have escaped, she mused to herself. Upon arriving in Soto City, she activated her favorite shopping mode, indulging in clothing, bags, and shoes, for she was the young lady of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Money was never a concern for her. Her father provided ample living expenses, allowing her to shop freely. For women, shopping is often their greatest passion. This young lady was none other than Ning Rongrong, the esteemed daughter of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. After wandering through the commercial street for a while, Ning Rongrong grew weary and decided to take a rest. At that moment, 3 exceedingly unscrupulous young men approached her. The leader, adorned in luxurious attire, bore an exceedingly lewd expression, accompanied by his 2 lackeys. "Little miss, why are you here all alone?" the young man inquired, gazing at Ning Rongrong. Ning Rongrong coldly regarded the young man. She was accustomed to such individuals. Typically, she was not alone, as someone would usually deter them. However, today, she had clandestinely slipped away, and no one was aware of her presence. "Leave," Ning Rongrong replied icily. She had no desire to engage in conversation with such people. "Oh dear, such a fierce young lady. I wonder if you are equally fierce in bed." The young man leered with a grotesque smile. "I shall inform you that I am the young lady of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. If you dare to harass me again, I will annihilate your entire family," Ning Rongrong retorted coldly. The 3 young men erupted in laughter. "Did you hear that? What did she say? She claims to be the young lady of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. How laughable. Why would the young lady of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School be in a place like this? Moreover, when the young lady of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School ventures out, she is surely accompanied by numerous skilled protectors. Yet here you are, all alone," the young man deduced. His reasoning was not entirely unfounded. Typically, the young lady of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School would not venture out without a guard. However, he was oblivious to the fact that Ning Rongrong had sneaked out. "Little miss, I see you are lonely all by yourself. Why not join us for some fun? I assure you, my skills are unparalleled and will bring you unparalleled joy," he said, gazing at Ning Rongrong with a predatory hunger, akin to a wolf eyeing its prey, saliva pooling at the corners of his mouth. "What do you intend to do?" she inquired. "Should you continue in this manner, I shall invoke assistance," Ning Rongrong exclaimed. "Currently enrolled at Shrek Academy. If you dare to harm me, Shrek Academy will undoubtedly seek retribution." A sense of panic enveloped her, being merely an auxiliary spirit master. Devoid of offensive capabilities, she found herself alone, unable to escape the clutches of the 3 assailants. "Little girl, do you truly believe I would take you seriously?" the young man scoffed. "Shout all you wish. I am eager to witness who in this vicinity dares to intervene in the affairs of the notorious Little Demon King." "Do you even know who our boss is?" chimed in one of his lackeys. "He is a noble of the Balak Kingdom. Who here is unaware of Master Yang's formidable reputation? Go ahead and scream. Even if you were to cry until your throat was raw, no one would come to your aid." While there were indeed passers-by who noticed the commotion, they merely cast hurried glances before fleeing the scene. Fully aware of Yang Meng's noble status and the potential consequences of confrontation, those who had previously crossed Yang Meng often found themselves in dire situations. Some sold into brothels, others faced ruin, and some entire families were annihilated. Who would dare provoke such a tempestuous figure? "Help!" Ning Rongrong cried out in desperation, her pleas falling on deaf ears as bystanders hastily departed, unwilling to involve themselves. Tears streamed down her face as despair engulfed her. She cursed herself for sneaking out. At that moment, Yang Meng seized Ning Rongrong's wrist, leering as he said, "My dear, come with me, and I shall grant you unparalleled ecstasy." Suddenly, Ning Rongrong spotted a familiar figure by the street, Qianyu. Upon seeing him, she felt as though she had found a lifeline. Indeed, it was Qianyu. who had ventured into Suata City to procure some daily necessities. At that moment, Qianyu happened to pass by. Ning Rongrong, as if grasping a lifeline, suddenly cried out loudly, Guyu, save me. Hearing Ning Rongrong's plea, Qianyu furrowed his brow slightly and turned to look, only to find her surrounded in the center by a group of unruly scoundrels. Qianyu felt no inclination to linger. He turned away, ready to depart. After all, he held no affection for Ning Rongrong, and their connection was non-existent. Why, then, should he come to her aid? Qianyu had always been discreet, preferring to avoid unnecessary troubles. As he departed, Ning Rongrong gazed after him, her eyes filled with despair. Guyu, I implore you, I beg you to save me. If you rescue me, I will agree to any condition you propose. I hail from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, and should you save me, we shall owe you a favor. I will ensure that the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School repays you. Ning Rongrong cried out in desperation. Upon hearing this, Qianyu paused in his tracks. Ning Rongrong had a point. Although he harbored no fondness for her, the connection to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School could be advantageous. In the original narrative, the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School aided Tang San and the Heaven Do Empire. If Qianyu could alter their trajectory, it would indeed be beneficial for him. While success was not guaranteed, it was worth a try. With that thought, Qianyu turned around and walked back towards Ning Rongrong. As he approached, Yang Ming erupted with fury, glaring at Qianyu and coldly declaring, Who the hell are you, kid? Do you dare meddle in my affairs? Qianyu gazed calmly at Yang Ming and responded with composure, What is there to fear? The young man, however, was incensed and immediately commanded, Kill him. Instantly, several thugs beside Yang Ming sprang into action, glaring at Qianyu as one of them snarled, Do you have any idea whom you have offended? Young Master Yang is the grandson of an elder from the Soul Arena in Suodo City. You have crossed him, and in Suodo City, you shall find no refuge. If you kneel now, perhaps young Master Yang might spare your life. Qianyu's gaze was frigid, enveloped in a chilling aura as he advanced step by step towards Yang Ming. Upon meeting Qianyu's eyes, Yang Ming stood proudly, pointing at him with an air of arrogance, declaring, You all, go, break his limbs, and then drag him off to feed the dogs. In an instant, the thugs surged forward, intent on attacking Qianyu. Qianyu observed the approaching assailants, a glimmer of coldness flickering in his eyes. In an instant, sharp vines erupted from his being. Chapter 81. Ning Rongrong's Arrogance. One by one, the henchmen charged towards Qianyu. As Qianyu's gaze turned icy, the terrifying vines swiftly transformed into a multitude of sharp spikes, launching themselves towards the assailants with lethal intent. One by one, the thugs were impaled, collapsing lifelessly onto the ground. In that singular moment, each assailant was pierced, resulting in a gushing torrent of blood that stained the earth crimson. Amidst this chaos, Yang Ming remained in utter shock, his eyes betraying a palpable fear. He had never anticipated that his henchmen would perish so swiftly. It was noteworthy that many of them were formidable great soul masters, with one even being a soul sovereign. Yet, here they lay, slain by this seemingly insignificant youth. How could this be possible? However, just as his astonishment reached its peak, another vine surged towards him, its sharpness glinting ominously. Yang Ming's eyes widened as he beheld the approaching tendril, his pupils constricting in disbelief. Yet, the harshness of reality was unforgiving. In the fleeting moment, he shut his eyes. The vine sliced across his neck, severing his head from his body. With a resounding thud, Yang Ming's corpse crumpled to the ground, blood flowing profusely from the stump of his neck. At this juncture, Ning Rongrong finally breathed a sigh of relief, yet her heart remained engulfed in astonishment. She had never imagined that Qianyu would eliminate all of these individuals. Despite their acquaintance, Ning Rongrong cast a reproachful glance at Qianyu, remarking with a hint of annoyance, Humph, why did you take so long to arrive? I was nearly accosted by them. Qianyu cast a glance at Ning Rongrong, taken aback that this headstrong young lady's first words were not words of gratitude, but rather complaints. After rescuing her, could she still find it in herself to reproach him? Qianyu furrowed her brow slightly. Ning Rongrong, the young lady accustomed to a life of luxury, seemed to regard everyone merely as her subordinates. Thus, she harbored no sense of gratitude towards herself. Moreover, how could you have killed them all? That is exceedingly cruel. Ning Rongrong continued. As soon as these words escaped her lips, she felt the piercing gaze of Qianyu, whose cold eyes locked onto her with a glimmer of murderous intent. Ning Rongrong, caught in that frigid stare, turned pale with fright. She stammered, retreating 2 steps in fear. Is this your attitude after I saved you? Qianyu gazed calmly at Ning Rongrong. At that moment, Ning Rongrong looked at Qianyu with immense trepidation, her voice trembling as she stammered, "Teach, thank you." Qianyu gazed calmly and continued, "There's no need for that. Just remember, you and your 7 treasure glazed tile sect owe me a favor." After Qianyu finished speaking, he turned and departed. Ning Rongrong gazed at his retreating figure, a sudden sense of grievance welling up within her. As the cherished jewel of her family since childhood, despite the abundant affection showered upon her by her parents, she had never truly experienced the sensation of being so meticulously cared for. Thus, when she met Qianyu's cold gaze, she felt an uncomfortable dissonance, an overwhelming urge to weep. Unable to contain herself, Ning Rongrong eventually succumbed to her emotions, hugging her knees and sobbing uncontrollably. Qianyu, however, paid her no mind and simply walked away. Subsequently, Qianyu wandered through the bustling streets of Sotoa City, intending to procure some necessities. At that moment, he heard the incessant calls echoing from both sides of the street. "Hey there, come play. The ladies here are exquisite. Handsome, hurry over. We guarantee you'll have a delightful time." Various alluring invitations filled the air. Qianyu soon found himself at the entrance of a brothel, where the women were strikingly beautiful, almost irresistible. Nevertheless, he did not spare them a glance, focusing instead on acquiring the items he needed for his daily life. As he prepared to return, Qianyu spotted a plump young man emerging from the nearby establishment. With flaming red hair and a rotund physique, his round face was adorned with excess flesh, exuding a rather sleazy demeanor. At that moment, the young man embraced a lovely woman, his demeanor revealing eagerness, while she smiled blissfully, seemingly relishing the encounter. Witnessing this scene, Qianyu's eyes narrowed in recognition. If he was not mistaken, this portly fellow was likely Ma Hongjun. After all, such a lewd aura was not something just anyone could possess. "Come again next time, darling." The woman cooed enticingly, casting a flirtatious smile at the young man. The inebriated fellow staggered down the street, swaying as if he might topple over at any moment. At that point, Qianyu was nearby purchasing some fruit. The plump young man approached him, exclaiming, "Boss, I'd like to buy some apples." Suddenly, he lost his balance and leaned heavily against Qianyu. Qianyu observed the rotund figure approaching her and swiftly evaded his advance with a graceful sidestep. With a resounding thud, the hefty man collapsed onto the ground. At that moment, he abruptly expelled a vile substance from his mouth, scattering it across the earth. Ugh, ugh, ugh. The portly man writhed incessantly on the ground. Upon witnessing this scene, Qianyu furrowed his brows, for the filth had splattered upon his shoes. At that moment, his irritation was palpable, and with a swift motion, he delivered a kick that sent the repugnant rotund man crashing against the wall. The sound of impact resonated loudly. The hefty figure was immediately thrust against the barrier, his complexion turning a ghastly shade of white, lips trembling as he retched uncontrollably, having briefly lost consciousness. His first instinct upon regaining awareness was to expel the contents of his stomach. The force of the kick had somewhat sobered him, and after another bout of vomiting, he slowly rose to his feet, casting a furious glare in Qianyu's direction. He bellowed in indignation, "Who dares to kick me?" Qianyu stood calmly in place. At that moment, the chubby man looked at Qianyu and asked, "You there, are you the one who kicked me?" Qianyu cast a glance at the corpulent figure, and unsurprisingly, it was Ma Hongjun. Qianyu was well acquainted with Ma Hongjun's temperament. He had an affinity for stirring up trouble and seeking out conflicts with others. During their encounter in the Star Do Great Forest, he had brazenly made lewd remarks towards a female student simply because she was adorned in more splendid attire. Furthermore, there was the incident with Douluo, where Ma Hongjun instigated a quarrel over a matter concerning the PC, only to find himself outmatched and defeated. It seemed that this time, Ma Hongjun was once again intent on courting trouble. However, Qianyu was unperturbed by such disturbances. Qianyu's gaze was calm as he looked at Ma Hongjun and said, "It is I." Chapter 82. Teaching Ma Hongjun a lesson. "You dare to kick me?" Ma Hongjun erupted in fury. In that moment, he charged towards Qianyu, throwing a punch aimed directly at him. Observing the incoming attack, Qianyu remained motionless, merely watching Ma Hongjun's every move as if the assailant were a mere specter. His speed was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, he stood before Qianyu. Yet, at that instant, a sharp crack echoed through the air. The onlookers witnessed Qianyu's right fist collide forcefully with Ma Hongjun's face. A dull thud resonated as Ma Hongjun was sent hurtling backward. The crowd gasped in shock at the unfolding spectacle. They beheld Qianyu's figure and exclaimed in disbelief. The fruit vendor swallowed hard, utterly astonished. "Damn it!" Ma Hongjun struggled to his feet and bellowed, "Phoenix possession." A violet-red glow surged from his body, causing his short hair to elongate and gather at the center, transforming into a mohawk. Although wings did not manifest, the violet-red light radiated intense heat. 2 circles of yellow soul rings ascended from beneath him, extending long feathers from his robust arms. His hands morphed into claw-like appendages. With a fierce roar, Ma Hongjun unleashed a formidable aura from within. Suddenly, he became a streak of light, darting towards Qianyu, his claws slicing through the air. Aiming directly for Qianyu's throat, Qianyu remained unfazed, gracefully shifting to one side and effortlessly evading the attack. The sharp claws grazed the ground, leaving behind several deep gashes. Such remarkable agility, indeed, was enough to evade my onslaught. Ma Hongjun's gaze sharpened, and he contemplated this in silence, yet he exhibited no sign of panic. In the next moment, Ma Hongjun lunged toward Qianyu once more. This time, he unleashed the full might of his phoenix bloodline. With a low growl, an inferno erupted from his mouth. A torrent of flames surging toward Qianyu as he charged forward. Qianyu's body remained utterly still, his gaze imbued with a profound disdain. Just as the flames approached within 3 meters of him, Qianyu stirred. He slightly lifted his head to observe Ma Hongjun, his eyes unfathomably deep, radiating an overwhelming aura of supremacy over the world. Qianyu raised his palm and, with a casual yet forceful punch, struck out. In an instant, a sharp crack resonated as his fist shattered, quickly followed by the sound of bones fracturing. Ma Hongjun's right arm was rendered useless in that fleeting moment. Yet, Qianyu did not withdraw his hand. He continued to swing, and soon, a series of sharp cracks echoed as multiple parts of Ma Hongjun's body broke in an instant. All of this transpired with astonishing swiftness. Thud, moments later, the portly figure collapsed, unconscious. After Qianyu completed all of this, she departed from the place. At this moment, Qianyu lifted her gaze and beheld the Grand Soul Arena of Soto City not far away. Although the Grand Soul Arena of Soto City was considerably smaller than that of their spirit hall, it still loomed large as a formidable edifice within the bounds of Soto City. Qianyu gazed at the arena before her and remarked, "It seems that I must pay a visit to this soul-fighting stage." Qianyu recalled that in the original text, the Shrek's 7 monsters would train at the Soul Arena. Thus, she would not miss such an opportunity. In the Grand Hall of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, the principal seat facing south was an intricately carved chair made of rosewood, adorned with a large piece of jade embedded in the backrest. Sitting upon it was a man whose visage resembled that of a jade crown, with a straight nose and square jaw, exuding an air of scholarly elegance and gentleness. Clad in a pristine white robe, he appeared to be in his 40s, his gaze soft, and his deep blue eyes akin to those of Ning Rongrong. His flowing black hair cascaded down his back, presenting an effortless demeanor devoid of any pretense. At this moment, he was observing a young man kneeling before him, dressed in a white uniform. Reporting to the sect master, "The young lady has arrived at Shrek Academy and successfully enrolled," the young man said respectfully. The middle-aged man nodded, a trace of helplessness flickering across his face. Alas, this little ancestor has managed to sneak away. However, it is perhaps beneficial for her to undergo some trials. Otherwise, the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School would surely be turned upside down by her. What is the situation at Shrek Academy? Please forgive me, Sect Master. There is at least 1 Soul Sage and several Soul Emperors within Shrek Academy. I am incompetent and unable to infiltrate for further intelligence. However, I have delivered the letter you entrusted to me to the teachers at Shrek Academy, and it will surely reach the hands of their dean. A faint smile appeared on the middle-aged man's face. Flander, oh Flander, you are indeed an idealist. I shall see what kind of education you impart to my daughter. Perhaps only by leaving home will that little demoness learn to be more sensible. All right, you may leave now. However, Sect Master, the young man continued. What is it? Speak. The young lady sneaked out of Shrek Academy and was nearly assaulted by a few individuals. The young man stammered. What did you say? What are you all doing? At this moment, Ning Fingji erupted in anger, glaring at the young man and immediately rebuking him. The young man quickly replied. The young lady sneaked out of Shrek Academy. At that time, our people were monitoring the academy, unaware of the circumstances within, which led to our negligence. I did not notice when she ran out. It is entirely my fault. Please punish me, Sect Master. He immediately knelt at Ning Fingji's feet. Upon hearing this, Ning Fingji's gaze turned icy as he asked, and then? How is Rongrong? What? You incompetent fools cannot even protect your own young lady? What on earth are you doing? At this moment, a powerful voice echoed throughout the hall, resonating as if it originated from all directions, causing the hall to tremble. Fengji, I warned you of the dangers of the outside world, but you did not believe me. Do you think the teachings of Shrek Academy surpass ours? Look at the trouble that has arisen now. I must go and bring Rong back. I cannot rest easy with her out there. As the sound echoed, an elderly man, with hair and beard as white as snow, yet possessing a complexion as delicate as that of an infant, emerged from the back hall. The visitor was none other than the sword Douluo Continent. Ning Fingji, wearing a look of helplessness, promptly bowed and said, "Sword uncle." Sword Douluo gazed at the youth with a hint of displeasure and inquired, "Where's Rong? How is she faring?" The youth hastily replied, "The young lady is unharmed. Upon discovering her disappearance from Shrek Academy, we immediately pursued her. However, by the time we located her, she had already been rescued by a young man." At this point, both Ning Fingji and Sword Douluo finally breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, Rong was safe and sound. Otherwise, you would have had to pay dearly with your life. Sword Douluo remarked with a dismissive wave of his hand. "Now, tell me, who dared to lay hands on Rong, and who was her rescuer?" Sword Douluo's icy gaze fixed upon the youth. The youth, sensing the chill of Sword Douluo's stare, felt a shiver run down his spine and promptly responded. "The one who sought to harm the young lady is the grandson of Elder Yang Li from the Soto City Soul Arena. The young man who saved her is named Qianyu. However, the grandson of Yang Li has already been slain by Qianyu." At this moment, Sword Douluo's expression turned frigid as he declared, "Whoever dares to lay a hand on the princess of my 7-treasure glazed tile school will certainly pay the price." Meanwhile, a cold glint appeared on Ning Fingji's face as he intoned, "Such audacity from Soto City. It seems a warning must be issued to them." With that, Sword Douluo transformed into a streak of light, soaring out of the grand hall. Chapter 83. Participating in the soul duel, Ma Hongjun was terrified. Days passed, and Qianyu prepared to head to the Soto City Soul Arena. Step by step, he approached the arena, which loomed before him as an imposing edifice. Towering nearly 100 meters high, its immense structure appeared exceedingly profound against the backdrop of the night. From within the colossal building, a faint glow flickered. At that moment, a beautiful young lady approached Qianyu and inquired, "Sir, are you here to participate in the soul duel?" Qianyu is quite tall and appears to be quite mature. Thus the young lady did not doubt Qianyu's age. Qianyu nodded and said, "Yes, sir, please this way." The beautiful young lady immediately gestured invitingly. Qianyu nodded gently. At that moment, the enchanting young lady inquired, "Sir, may I take a moment to elucidate the rules of this soul arena to you?" Qianyu nodded. As the young lady accompanied Qianyu, she elaborated, "The soul arena in Soto City encompasses 3 categories of soul battles. The first type is a competition of skill, wherein participants engage in mutual sparring, strictly prohibiting lethal force. Qianyu entered the soul fighting arena of Soto City. There exists another type of combat, known as life and death battles, employed to resolve irreconcilable disputes. The final category is the wager fight, presided over by the Grand Soul Arena, wherein both parties stake an equal number of soul masters in competition. The ultimate victor claims all that is wagered. A wager fight fundamentally resembles a life and death battle. Many nobles and clans frequently resort to this method when faced with substantial conflicts. The competition format comprises 3 variations: 1-on-1, 2-on-2, and group battles. In group battles, the number of participants is negotiated between the opposing sides, typically adhering to the Grand Soul Arena's regulations, which generally stipulate a limit of 7 to 10 individuals. Upon entering the Grand Soul Arena, one is immediately struck by a colossal stone tablet, intricately engraved with a multitude of names. These names belong to those who have perished in the soul fighting contests. Qianyu gazed calmly into the distance, displaying no interest in the demise of those individuals. Subsequently, he followed the customer service representative to the registration area. Enrolling for the soul combat was a remarkably straightforward process. One merely needed to complete a form detailing their name, age, place of birth, and martial spirit to receive the initial Iron Soul badge. Naturally, a registration fee of 10 gold coins was required from each participant. Qianyu nodded. However, she had merely registered as a Grand Soul Master. After all, if she were at the Soul Sect level, she would not be able to teach Tang San a lesson. Naturally, such registration came at a cost, which was simply a matter of paying a bit more money. Qianyu generously bestowed a considerable sum upon the guiding young lady, who, with a knowing smile, chose to overlook certain formalities and facilitated Qianyu's registration as a Grand Soul Master. Furthermore, Qianyu refrained from manifesting his martial soul or soul rings. Subsequently, he delved deeper into the intricacies of the soul fighting arena. The Grand Arena overwhelmed Qianyu with its dazzling array of features. It boasted a meticulously detailed distribution system, comprising 24 subarenas, each further divided into distinct zones. These included the duel zone and the life and death zone, each categorized into 3 modes: 1-on-1, 2-on-2, and team battles. Thus, a single subarena housed 6 isolated platforms for combat. Qianyu arrived at the waiting area, where amidst the crowd, she spotted members of the Shrek 7 monsters. The members were seated in the waiting zone, each displaying expressions of eager anticipation as they awaited their turn. On the Soul Arena, a middle-aged man clad in a tailcoat stood at the center, clearing his throat before proclaiming in a resonant voice, "Next, we shall commence the first match of our 14th Soul Arena's one-on-one battles. The contenders are 2 formidable Soul Masters, the Battle Soul Master Xiao Wu, who possesses the Beast Martial Soul, the Jade Rabbit, and her opponent, the Battle Soul Master Qingbao, who wields the Beast Martial Soul, the Iron-Horned Bull, and has secured victories in 2 consecutive matches. The contest concluded swiftly, with Xiao Wu effortlessly defeating Qingbao. Qianyu observed calmly, uncertain of when it would be her turn. However, she felt no urgency, patiently awaiting her moment. In the center of the Duhan platform, a middle-aged man clad in a tailcoat stood, clearing his throat before announcing in a resonant voice, "Now, we shall commence the one-on-one battles in our 14th Duhan Arena. The contenders are 2 esteemed Soul Masters, the Malevolent Flame Phoenix, Ma Hongjun, with a record of 3 victories and 1 defeat, and the newcomer, the Support-type Soul Master, Guyu, with no matches, no victories, and no defeats." Upon hearing these words, the crowd turned their gaze towards the arena. Qianyu stepped off the stage. Yet he was taken aback to discover that he had been matched with Ma Hongjun. Qianyu heard the sound and descended step by step. At this moment, everyone was astounded, gazing at Qianyu in disbelief. "Did you hear that? That ancient feather is actually a support-type Soul Master. Support-type Soul Masters do not participate in team battles. How could he dare to challenge alone? Haha. Moreover, he is facing the evil Fire Phoenix. Surely, Ma Hongjun will triumph." The crowd began to murmur amongst themselves. "I bet 100,000 on Ma Hongjun to win. I wager 200,000. The discussions intensified. Upon hearing the name of Guyu, the members of Shrek Academy, who were in the preparation area, displayed expressions of sheer terror. At that moment, Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Dai Mu Bai had already regained their composure, yet fear was evident on their faces. How is this possible? Isn't Guyu a Soul Zone? How could he participate in the Great Soul Master competition? Xiao Wu exclaimed in shock. Tang Sen nodded, saying, "Indeed, Guyu is certainly a Soul Zone. There is no doubt about it. His participation in the Great Soul Master competition must mean he falsified his registration. Should we report him for fraud?" Xiao Wu inquired immediately. Tang Sen then turned his gaze to Ma Hongjun, advising, "Ma Hongjun, this Guyu is formidable. I suggest you withdraw from this match." Although Ma Hongjun had been struck by Qianyu once, he remained oblivious to the identity of his assailant. Moreover, he had not seen Qianyu on the day he arrived at Shrek Academy. Thus, ignorance bred confidence. Ma Hongjun laughed. "What is there to fear? The Soul Arena has regulations. If data is falsified, the violator will face punishment. Therefore, he would not dare to exhibit strength beyond that of a Great Soul Master. As long as we are fighting within the confines of the Great Soul Master realm, I am invincible, especially against a mere support-type Soul Master. Fatty, that Guyu is exceptionally powerful. You must not underestimate him." Dai Mubai cautioned immediately. "Rest assured." Ma Hongjun replied with unwavering confidence as he took his place on the stage, awaiting Qianyu's arrival. At that moment, Qianyu ascended the platform step by step. However, when Ma Hongjun beheld Qianyu, a jolt of fear coursed through him. This ancient feather was none other than the one who had struck him that day. In that instant, an overwhelming dread engulfed Ma Hongjun. He stared at Qianyu, and his trousers became slightly damp. He had been so frightened that he lost control. Chapter 84. In the Soul Arena, are concealed weapons permitted? At this moment, Ma Hongjun stood on the stage, his trousers damp, his eyes filled with terror, utterly unable to believe what he was witnessing. "How can it be? You?" Ma Hongjun looked at Qianyu with sheer horror, incredulous. Qianyu gazed calmly at Ma Hongjun, observing his disheveled appearance, and then coldly remarked, "What? Are you surprised that I have come to participate in this Soul Duel Arena?" Ma Hongjun's complexion turned pale. The memory of being vanquished by Qianyu was still vividly imprinted in his mind. He had suffered multiple broken ribs at Qianyu's hands, and it was only after consuming numerous sausages from Oscar that he managed to recuperate. Yet, even now, the recollection brought him discomfort. Upon seeing Qianyu, he felt akin to a mouse confronted by a cat, his heart gripped by an overwhelming shock, causing his body to tremble involuntarily. Additionally, given Ma Hongjuan's naturally timid disposition, his fear intensified as he beheld Qianyu advancing towards him. In a moment of panic, he cried out, "Judge, I concede." He understood that there was no possibility of contending with Qianyu. Thus, surrender was his only option. Witnessing this scene, the audience present was left utterly astonished. Had Ma Hongjun truly been so frightened that he lost control? Qianyu appeared to be no formidable opponent. How could he instill such fear? Was he truly forfeiting without a fight? Ah, the 200,000 gold soul coins I wagered, lost just like that? How could this be? The crowd erupted in a flurry of discussions. Many were filled with righteous indignation, realizing that Qianyu was a newcomer, while Ma Hongjun had boasted a record of 3 victories and 1 defeat. Consequently, they had placed their bets on Ma Hongjuan's triumph. Yet, with his abrupt withdrawal, their anger was palpable. "Coward, what are you afraid of? Get up and fight. You little brat, did you make my wager worthless? Stand and fight. You spineless fool. You clown. For heaven's sake, why are you so cowardly?" The audience's fury escalated, and upon witnessing the uproar, Ma Hongjun hastily fled the arena. Qianyu stood atop the arena, helplessly shrugging his shoulders. How disappointing was Ma Hongjun, surrendering even before engaging in combat. Was his ascent in vain? He had anticipated delivering a sound lesson to the Shrek 7 devils. However, at that moment, aside from the spectators on the platform, an elderly gentleman in the VIP section above took notice of Qianyu. Before him knelt an aide, who immediately pointed at Guyu, exclaiming, "It is he. He is the one who killed young Master Yongmeng." At this, a cold glint flickered in the old man's eyes. "Is it that brat?" he mused, his gaze gradually chilling. He spoke again, "Truly, you seek the path of heaven yet refuse to tread it, and now you choose to plunge headlong into hell." Meanwhile, within the city of Soto, an elderly figure made his slow approach. Clad in a pristine white robe, his hair and beard were both snow white, with his silver locks neatly arranged behind him. His features were ancient and delicate, akin to that of an infant, his expression one of indifference. His eyes seemed to perceive nothing around him, as he stood in silence, exuding an air of sovereign supremacy over all creation, with a long sword slung across his back. He appeared within the city of Soto and raised his gaze toward the Grand Soul Arena. Then, he began to stride purposefully toward the arena itself. Qianyu triumphantly secured victory against Ma Hongjun. However, he felt no sense of joy as Ma Hongjun conceded defeat without even engaging in the match. This was rather disheartening. Qianyu has once again registered for a doubles competition. Although he is but a solitary participant, his prowess is such that one individual suffices for a contest of this nature. Qianyu sat calmly in the preparation area, observing the unfolding match. He witnessed a contest between Tang San and Zhu Zhuqing. As the duel commenced, the first soul rings of both competitors illuminated almost simultaneously. With a swift execution of her skill, Shadow Spike, Zhu Zhuqing's claws extended dramatically in midair, her body pivoting with remarkable agility, her speed doubling in an instant as she lunged diagonally towards Tang San. As she approached, Tang San executed a simple maneuver. He sidestepped. The first skill of his blue-silver grass soul ring, entangling, activated, ensnaring Zhu Zhuqing in a firm embrace of blue-silver vines. "I concede," she uttered succinctly before promptly turning to exit the stage, as swiftly as she had arrived. Following his victory, Tang San's confidence soared. At that moment, Shrek Academy began to establish their teams. Tang San and Xiao Wu formed the 3-5 combination, and soon, the duo competition was set to commence. Qianyu continued to wait, hoping to encounter individuals from Shrek Academy. At that moment, the host on stage was announcing the Soul Master pairings. In the 5th round of the 2-on-2 matches, the Sanwu combination was set to face off. Before the words could fully escape his lips, Xiao Wu sprang to life, pulling Tang San along, exclaiming, "Xiao San, it's finally our turn. This time, we must showcase our prowess." Tang San nodded slightly. However, their expressions turned to astonishment upon hearing the next name. They were to face Guyu. At this revelation, both Tang San and Xiao Wu stood frozen, astonished. How can this be? He is participating alone in a 2-on-2 match? They exclaimed in disbelief. Isn't that against the rules? Tang San cried out. Meanwhile, Flanders shook his head, explaining, the rules at the Soto City Soul Arena are relatively lenient, but they are still applicable. A 2-on-2 match indeed requires 2 participants, but if 3 individuals enter the fray, it would clearly compromise fairness and violate the regulations. However, his decision to compete alone is a choice that intentionally diminishes his own strength. Thus, this self-imposed unfairness is detrimental to him, and hence permissible. Upon hearing Flander's elucidation, Tang San nodded. Xiao Wu then turned to Tang San, asking, Brother San, what should we do? Flander addressed them, saying, You need not engage in battle. Guyu must have leveraged connections to participate in this grand duel. I can report him to the officials and have his qualification revoked. Yet, at that moment, a glint of murderous intent flickered in Tang San's eyes. His hand instinctively rested upon his treasured moonlit night on the 24 bridges. Principal, may I inquire if concealed weapons are permitted in this arena? Tang San asked, his gaze cold and resolute. Chapter 85, Sanwu Combination versus Guyu. At this juncture, Flander turned to Tang San, asking, What are you planning, Xiao San? Tang San regarded Guyu, striving to maintain his composure, exhaling deeply before responding, Principal, please refrain from reporting Guyu for the time being. I believe this might be an opportunity for Shrek Academy to redeem its honor. Upon hearing this, Flander fixed his gaze on Tang San, urging, Elaborate. Tang San nodded slightly, continuing, Principal, first answer me. Are concealed weapons allowed in this arena? Flander responded with a slight nod. This soul battle is a test of martial prowess. Thus many weapons are permitted, including auxiliary soul masters who are equipped with soul-guiding devices for combat. Therefore, concealed weapons, as a category of armament, should also be permissible. Tang San nodded. If that is the case, then we have a plan. At this moment, amidst the serene beauty of the moonlit night at the 24 bridges, Tang San possessed an exceptionally formidable concealed weapon that had yet to be unleashed. Indeed, it was the Dragon Whisker Needle, ranked 8th among the Tang sect's hidden weapons, which Tang San had recently forged but was unable to employ during his confrontation with Zhao Wujie due to his unconsciousness. This Dragon Whisker Needle was insidiously designed to curl up and distort muscle upon penetrating the human body. Moreover, as long as it did not strike a critical area, it posed no mortal danger, even against the formidable Guyu. Tang San believed that this exquisite golden needle would be more than sufficient to give him a taste of defeat. Thus, after a moment of calm contemplation, Tang San devised a plan. I have a strategy, he announced with conviction. Upon hearing this, Flinder, Xiao Wu, Dai Mubai, and the others turned to him in astonishment, inquiring, What plan? Tang San spoke with a composed demeanor. Currently, Guyu's arrogance is intolerable. Many of us from Shrek Academy have suffered at his hands. Surely, everyone desires to teach him a lesson. At this, a glint of excitement sparked in Dai Mubai's eyes as he urged Tang San, Please elaborate, Xiao San. Tang San continued, While Guyu is indeed powerful, he has chosen to lower his own rank and strength in this encounter. He intends to battle us while suppressing his capabilities to the Great Soul Master level. Therefore, I believe this presents us with a unique opportunity. As he surveyed the group, a confident smile adorned his face as he articulated his thoughts further. Firstly, since Guyu must restrain his strength to the Great Soul Master level, both Xiao Wu and I, being level 29 Great Soul Masters, hold a distinct advantage in facing him together. Secondly, Guyu has previously triumphed over both of us, which means he may underestimate us this time, a factor we can exploit. Thirdly, I possess a secret weapon unknown to Guyu. Yes, the concealed weapon. He is unaware of my possession of such an armament, allowing me to deploy it unexpectedly, catching him off guard. Lastly, we have a final safeguard. It is well known that Guyu fabricated his status as a Great Soul Master. Thus, should I exhaust all efforts and still find myself unable to defeat him, I can directly report him as a fraud. And the Soto City Grand Soul Arena would undoubtedly assist us in dealing with him. With a confident smile, Tang San concluded, Therefore, this is a battle in which we cannot possibly lose, and perhaps we can even avenge the grievances Guyu has inflicted upon Shrek. With such stakes, how could we possibly decline to participate? Upon hearing Tang San's astute analysis, expressions of astonishment spread across the faces of Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and Zhao Wujie. They had not anticipated such brilliance from Xiao San. Dai Mubai felt a newfound admiration for Tang San, while Zhao Wujie nodded in agreement, saying, Well done, Xiao San. This plan is indeed feasible. Xiao Wu immediately interjected, Humph, the last time I fell to him was due to my carelessness. This time, I shall be earnest. I am determined to teach that Guyu a lesson. At this moment, Tang San nodded in agreement. Indeed, we have prepared thoroughly this time. We shall not necessarily be defeated by Guyu. Come now, Tang San, be more confident. It is not a matter of not necessarily. We will certainly not be defeated by Guyu, Xiao Wu proclaimed with fervor. Tang San slightly nodded, affirming, Very well, we shall not falter against him. With that, the two of them made their way toward the arena. Meanwhile, upon the stage, Qianyu had arrived at the arena well in advance. As Tang San and his companions deliberated their strategies, Qianyu patiently awaited their arrival. Meanwhile, the audience gazed at him, immersed in speculation. Who exactly is this ancient feather? They wondered. It is said he is merely a support-type soul master, yet he managed to instill such fear in Ma Hongjun. Surely, he is not an ordinary individual. Indeed. The audacity he displayed by signing up for a doubles match alone is remarkable. I have encountered many who attempt to show off solo against two opponents, only to end up severely beaten. Given that this ancient feather could frighten Ma Hongjun to such an extent, it seems unlikely he would suffer a humiliating defeat. We shall see when the time comes. At this moment, many soul masters in the audience had begun to take notice of Qianyu, exchanging remarks about him. Just then, Tang San and Xiao Wu ascended the stage, step by step. Upon spotting Qianyu, Tang San spoke, "Ancient feather, we meet again." Qianyu smiled and said, "Indeed. It is a pleasure to see you again." Tang San continued, "Guyu, I fail to comprehend why, despite having attained the Soul Sect realm, you still choose to masquerade as a Grand Soul Master to partake in our Grand Soul Master competition." Qianyu folded his arms and gazed at Tang San, saying, "This is my freedom. It appears to be of no concern to you." Tang San nodded and replied, "Indeed, it does not concern me, to be precise. I am rather grateful to you." "Grateful for what?" Qianyu inquired, a faint smile gracing his lips as he looked at Tang San, with a confident smile illuminating his face. Tang San continued, "To be candid, I harbor a sense of jealousy towards you, envious of your innate talent. I rarely encounter defeat, yet ever since you bested me, I have been unable to release it from my heart. Thus, I have long aspired to surpass you and to vanquish you. Initially, I believed such an opportunity would only present itself in the future, yet unexpectedly, it has arrived so swiftly. It seems you possess the confidence to defeat me?" Remaining calm, Qianyu discerned Tang San's animosity and thirst for victory over him, realizing that he had already achieved his objective. From here on, it would simply require granting Tang San opportunity after opportunity, shattering his confidence progressively, and ultimately revealing his true identity. At that moment, one could only chuckle. Qianyu could already envision the appearance of Tang San. Gazing at Qianyu, Tang San continued, "Since you have chosen to masquerade as a Grand Soul Master, you shall refrain from wielding powers that surpass those of a Grand Soul Master in this arena, under the scrutiny of so many spectators. Moreover, as this is a 2-against-1 scenario, I am naturally confident in my ability to defeat you." After listening, Qianyu scoffed, "Oh really? Then let us wait and see." Chapter 86, The Complete Defeat of Tang San and Xiao Wu. Have you heard? That Guyu is a support-type soul master. How can a support-type soul master engage in combat? Facing one opponent is already challenging, let alone two. Guyu is destined to fail. The audience buzzed with speculation. Tang San and Xiao Wu stood before Qianyu, and at that moment, confidence radiated from Tang San's expression. After all, this was his best opportunity to confront Qianyu. This time, Qianyu could not unleash his full strength, and Tang San held the advantage in various aspects. Thus, he believed he would surely triumph over Qianyu. With a delicate touch of her toes upon the ground, Xiao Wu gracefully ascended, and as Tang San raised his right hand beneath her toes, she balanced on his shoulder in a poised stance. Having spent years together, their synergy was impeccable. As she settled on Tang San's shoulder, Xiao Wu completed her rabbit martial soul manifestation, her keen gaze fixed upon the rapidly approaching adversary. Should the opponent reveal any flaw, it would signal the moment for her to launch her aerial assault with agility. A surge of blue-black-blue-silver grass erupted forth, transforming into myriad tendrils that surged toward Qianyu. Tang San narrowed his eyes, his spirit reaching its zenith as he waved his hand. A vast expanse of blue-silver grass, imbued with a fierce edge, rushed toward Qianyu from all directions. "Humph." Qianyu sneered, his eyes glinting with a chilling light as he suddenly advanced a step. Instantly, the air around him quivered violently, causing the temperature in the room to plummet. The blue-silver grass wrapped around Qianyu's waist, merely slowing him down. Restraining him proved a formidable challenge. At that moment, Qianyu's gaze remained calm. With a flicker, he evaded Tang San's blue-silver grass. At this juncture, Xiao Wu, perched on Tang San's shoulder, dove down, mirroring their earlier cooperation against Zhao Wujie, charging toward Qianyu. Meteor hammer. In an instant, Tang San's blue-silver grass ensnared Xiao Wu, propelling her toward Qianyu. As she approached, Xiao Wu called out, "Gentle technique, bow and arrow." Accompanied by her spirited exclamation, her body abruptly curved, her petite frame becoming even smaller in that moment, and two long, snow-white tails unfurled from her back, spreading like wings. Then, under Qianyu's astonished gaze, her form abruptly shortened, transforming into a slender white ribbon that swiftly coiled around Qianyu's neck, her entire being morphing into a colossal hammer. A slight smile graced Qianyu's lips as the soul bone in his head activated. In his eyes, Xiaowu's movements appeared astonishingly slow. Qianyu gently grasped Xiaowu's foot, then swiftly turned and delivered a powerful kick to her abdomen. Xiaowu let out a piercing scream as she was propelled backward, crashing heavily to the ground. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers below widened their eyes in sheer astonishment. Had Xiaowu truly been obliterated by Qianyu in an instant? Could this really be an auxiliary spirit master? Moreover, Qianyu had yet to summon her martial spirit. The entire audience stood in a daze, captivated by the unfolding spectacle. At that moment, Tang San was taken aback, staring incredulously at Qianyu as his blue-silver grass surged wildly towards her. The vast expanse of blue-silver grass danced and transformed into sharp tendrils, racing toward Qianyu. However, despite the formidable threat posed by these vines, it was evident that they could not pinpoint Qianyu's location. Qianyu's figure flickered, effortlessly evading Tang San's attack, before charging towards him once more. Just as Tang San's blue-silver grass was poised to strike, a bone sword materialized in Qianyu's hand, which he wielded with ease to sever Tang San's blue-silver grass. In that moment, Tang San gazed in astonishment at the bone sword in Qianyu's grasp, pondering when it had appeared and why he had never seen it before. Could it be that Guyu, like him, possessed a twin martial soul? At that instant, Qianyu seemed to perceive Tang San's thoughts, offering a subtle smile as he remarked, "This is not a twin martial soul. It is a soul bone." A soul bone? How can that be? Tang San questioned incredulously, remembering his teacher's assertion that soul bones would be absorbed into the body. But why are you able to extract a soul bone? He looked at Qianyu, bewildered. Qianyu calmly gazed at Tang San and inquired, "Has your teacher never informed you about the concept of external soul bones?" After uttering these words, Qianyu had already approached Tang San, wielding his bone sword to deliver a swift strike. Tang San hurriedly activated his ghost shadow perplexing track and took a step back. Yet, he still suffered an injury, a crimson mark appearing on his chest. A heavy feeling settled in Tang San's heart. Qianyu's prowess far exceeded his expectations. Although his own strength had significantly increased, he was still unable to contend with Qianyu. At that moment, Xiaowu struggled to rise, her eyes blazing with fury upon witnessing Tang San's injury. "Guyu, you are courting death," she shouted, raising her right hand. The sleeve arrow gifted by Tang San was aimed at Qianyu from behind. "Perish," Xiaowu declared, targeting Qianyu's head, and instantly released the arrow. At that moment, Qianyu had his back turned to her, and the arrow swiftly hurtled toward his skull. Sensing the imminent danger from behind, Qianyu instinctively tilted his head just in time to evade the deadly projectile. Xiaowu was left in shock. Qianyu surged forward, his target not the petite Xiaowu, but rather Tang San. In an instant, Qianyu's fist connected with Tang San's chest, sending him hurtling backward, a spray of crimson erupting from his lips. Tang San, utterly astonished, could hardly fathom the swiftness of Qianyu's assault. Meanwhile, seizing the opportunity, Xiaowu hastily rose, her wrist flicking as she unleashed two hidden arrows towards Qianyu. Qianyu nimbly evaded two concealed projectiles, and with a deft flick of her hand, unleashed a surge of hidden energy. Xiaowu let out a muffled groan as she fell to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Simultaneously, Tang San waved his hands, and a circle of blue-silver grass vines shot forth, ensnaring Qianyu like ropes. Another manifestation of the blue-silver grass? As Qianyu stepped forward, a terrifying surge of energy erupted from his being, unleashing an unparalleled shockwave that shattered Tang San's blue-silver grass. In an instant, Qianyu stood before Tang San, delivering a powerful punch. The impact sent Tang San hurtling backward, crashing against the railing at the edge of the arena, blood gushing from his mouth. A gasp escaped Tang San as crimson liquid spilled forth. At that moment, the spectators were awash with astonishment. How formidable! Is this ancient feather truly a support-type soul master? He hasn't even unleashed his martial soul. Remarkable! The crowd was filled with expressions of disbelief. Meanwhile, from the VIP section, an elder from the Yang family squinted slightly, murmuring, "Ah, it seems this young man possesses considerable strength. However, whoever has slain my grandson must pay the ultimate price." Chapter 87. A hidden arrow strikes, and one's schemes backfire. At this moment, both Tang San and Xiao Wu were injured. Xiao Wu, gazing at Qianyu, raised her sleeve arrow once more, preparing to launch a hidden weapon at him. Yet, Qianyu's speed surpassed that of Xiaowu. Qianyu's form flickered with an ethereal grace, effortlessly evading Xiaowu's darting arrows, and in an instant, she closed the distance. Standing directly before Xiaowu. Bang, bang, bang. Qianyu unleashed a flurry of punches upon Xiaowu's chest, causing her to be propelled backward, blood spilling from her mouth incessantly. Qianyu coldly gazed at Xiaowu, his frigid stare causing her to tremble uncontrollably. Tang San observed Qianyu's back as he advanced towards Xiaowu, realizing he had found his opportunity. At that moment, Tang San placed his hand upon the 24 bridges on a moonlit night. In an instant, he drew forth the dragon whisker needle, knowing that if he could unleash it while Qianyu remained unsuspecting, victory would be assured. Just then, Qianyu had just felled Xiaowu, making this the perfect moment for Tang San to strike. The dragon whisker needle shot forth towards Qianyu, a triumphant smile gracing Tang San's face. Yet Qianyu sensed the imminent danger approaching from behind. He was already aware of Tang San's penchant for hidden weapons, a trait of a despicable man who often resorted to treachery. Thus, he was well prepared. Xiaowu stood before Qianyu, witnessing the dragon whisker needle hurtling towards her. In that moment, Qianyu offered a faint smile and suddenly grasped Xiaowu. The needle, imbued with a terrifying whistle, darted towards Qianyu's back. In the next instant, Tang San realized Qianyu's intentions. Qianyu had pulled Xiaowu in front of him, swiftly shifting his own position. In that fleeting moment, Qianyu and Xiaowu exchanged places, leaving Xiaowu in the line of fire meant for Qianyu. Tang San's face contorted in horror as he exclaimed, "No, don't, please." His desperate cry echoed. But it was already too late. The dragon whisker needle flew unerringly towards Xiaowu. Despair enveloped Tang San, for he had never anticipated Qianyu's cunning strategy of using Xiaowu as a shield. As the needle approached, Xiaowu wore a look of shock, momentarily bewildered by why she was the target. Meanwhile, Tang San succumbed to despair, shutting his eyes tightly. Fear gripped him. He could not bear to witness the moment Xiaowu was struck. He would rather endure grave injuries himself than see her perish. Suddenly, he heard Xiaowu's anguish cry alongside his own frantic shout, "Xiaowu!" The dragon whisker needle swiftly pierced through Xiaowu's body. At that moment, despair etched itself upon Tang San's face. As a descendant of the Tang sect, he was acutely aware of the needle's formidable power. Measuring approximately 3 inches in length and as slender as a hair, the needle typically coiled to the size of a mung bean. When unleashed with internal energy, it transformed into fine threads that penetrated the body, rendering any internal martial arts techniques futile. Once it entered the human body, it would follow the meridians and burrow into the internal organs before retracting, spreading the peculiar poison attached to it throughout the bloodstream. It felt as if countless insects were gnawing at one's flesh, causing muscles and bones to gradually contract. This torment surpassed even that of slow slicing. Only when the body had shrunk by a third and the capillaries had burst would the heart cease its rhythm. Even the sturdiest of men could not endure such exquisite agony. At that moment, the dragon whisker needle had embedded itself within Xiaowu, who let out a heart-wrenching scream. The sound of her anguish resonated painfully, and her garments were drenched in sweat. Xiaowu writhed in agony, her once graceful visage contorted beyond recognition, appearing utterly wretched and evoking deep sympathy. Her exquisite features had twisted into a grotesque mask of suffering. Witnessing this, Tang San's tears flowed freely, his heart heavy with grief as he gazed at Xiaowu. He could scarcely believe that Qianyu had traded Xiaowu's life for his own chance at survival, and a profound regret consumed him. As he beheld Xiaowu's harrowing state, a pang of anguish pierced his heart, and tears streamed down his face. In that instant, he surged forward, striking towards Qianyu with a fierce determination. Although Qianyu did not anticipate Tang San's sudden ambush, he responded with remarkable agility, swiftly pivoting and delivering a powerful kick. In an instant, Tang San was sent hurtling away, flying out of the arena. Meanwhile, Xiaowu fainted from the pain, and both Tang San and Xiaowu faced defeat. At that moment, Tang San rushed frantically towards Xiaowu, reaching her side to find her pallid face, even in unconsciousness. Her body trembled. In his quest for vengeance against Qianyu, Tang San had coated his dragon whisker needle with a lethal toxin, but he never expected that his concealed weapon would inadvertently harm his beloved Xiaowu. "No, Xiaowu, no," Tang San roared, cradling her in his arms on the stage. He quickly produced the antidote and administered it to her. However, even with the poison neutralized, extracting the dragon whisker needle lodged within Xiaowu's body would inevitably inflict immense suffering upon her. At that moment, the audience was taken aback, their expressions filled with astonishment. They could scarcely believe that Qianyu had emerged victorious, and the outcome concerning Xiaowu left them utterly astounded. Qianyu, despite facing two opponents, ultimately triumphed over Tang San and Xiaowu without even unleashing his martial spirit. This outcome left everyone in a state of astonishment. Guyu, you scoundrel! I shall kill you. At that moment, Tang San, consumed by rage, rose furiously with Xiaowu in his embrace, glaring at Qianyu on the stage with a face full of animosity. Meanwhile, Qianyu wore a faint smile at the corner of his lips and slowly responded, "What? Is this not a competition? Moreover, this is not a fight to the death. Why would you seek to take my life?" Tang San glared at Qianyu and retorted, "You are despicable." Upon hearing this phrase, Qianyu couldn't help but burst into laughter. Qianyu, despicable? How utterly amusing. Ha ha. Qianyu glanced at Tang San and laughed heartily. I am despicable? Pray tell, in what manner am I so? You dare to employ the body of Xiaowu to shield yourself from hidden weapons. If that is not despicable, then who is? Tang San rose, his indignation palpable. Meanwhile, the spectators remained in a state of bewilderment. The dragon whisker needle was as fine as a strand of hair, rendering them unable to discern what had transpired moments before. What is a hidden weapon? Someone questioned in confusion. It must be akin to a sneak attack. Another speculated. Could it be that Guyu ambushed Xiaowu? It appears so, murmured the audience. As the discussions among the crowd intensified, many began to align themselves with Tang San's stance. Yet, Qianyu maintained a confident smile and proclaimed, "This is the most amusing jest I have ever heard. If I am indeed despicable, then might I inquire, to whom does this hidden weapon belong? Against whom was it intended? And who is the one that launched this hidden weapon?" Qianyu, with a smile rather than anger, gazed at Tang San and inquired. Chapter 88. How can one maintain a low profile after such a report? Qianyu posed these three questions, leaving Tang San utterly astonished, rendered momentarily speechless as he gazed at Qianyu. Tang San, still seething with anger, continued, regardless of the circumstances, she is merely a little girl. How can you bear to have her shield you from this dragon whisker needle? A little girl? Upon hearing those words, Qianyu felt a surge of amusement. Who has ever encountered a little girl of 100,000 years? Qianyu, with a hint of indignation, gazed at Tang San and inquired, what is it? Just because she is a girl, am I obliged to protect her? Must I yield to her simply because she is of the fair sex? Am I required to personally endure your hidden weapon on her behalf? Humph, what kind of absurd reasoning is this? In this world, such logic is unfathomable. Tang San, I am not you, and I am not well acquainted with your companions, so why should I be compelled to safeguard her? Qianyu gazed at Tang San, enunciating each word with deliberate clarity. He then stepped forward, continuing to interrogate Tang San. Moreover, this Xiaowu is your companion, is she not? Should it not be your responsibility to protect her? Furthermore, this concealed weapon belongs to you, does it not? Was it not your intention to use this weapon against me? The one who launched the hidden weapon was you, was it not? You aimed to harm me with it, yet inadvertently injured your own partner. And now you dare to blame me? Ha ha ha, truly, you are remarkable, Tang San. Upon hearing these words, Tang San stood frozen in place, utterly at a loss to refute Qianyu. As he stared at Qianyu, his eyes reflected nothing but rage. However, those on the platform had already grasped the situation. They realized that it was not Guyu's fault after all. Indeed, this Tang San was exceptionally despicable. Clearly unable to defeat his opponent, he resorted to treachery, only to inadvertently harm his own ally. Moreover, not only did he injure his companion, but he also had the audacity to bark accusations at Guyu. This Tang San truly lacked shame. Stop embarrassing yourself up there and get down. Indeed, a loss is a loss. I have seen many like you. Hurry and leave. To blame others for one's own inadequacies, is there no shame? Just get off the stage. At that moment, the audience below began to berate Tang San vocally, each one pointing fingers and hurling insults. Tang San, cradling Xiaowu in his arms, clenched his fists as he looked down at the crowd. He could not comprehend why. When they were the true victims, those people chose to curse him. His fists tightened, and his gaze was filled with hatred towards Qianyu. As he looked at Qianyu, his nails dug painfully into the flesh of his palms. He held Qianyu solely responsible for all that had transpired. Why does Qianyu exist? Why must he appear before him? Why must he repeatedly defeat and thwart him? He had clearly arrived in this world, and everything was progressing positively. Yet, why does Qianyu insist on manifesting in his presence? Observing Tang San's countenance, rife with animosity, Qianyu's heart brimmed with satisfaction. His objective had been exceeded once more. The more Tang San despised him, the greater his anguish would be upon discovering Qianyu's true identity. His vengeance would thus be rendered all the more triumphant. At this juncture, Qianyu stoked the flames further, questioning, "What, do you loathe me?" Yet, it is only natural. The weak never reflect upon their own shortcomings, always attributing their failures to external circumstances. Ultimately, all unfavorable factors in this world stem from the inadequacy of those involved. At this juncture, Tang San's enmity intensified, his visage darkened, and his expression was fraught with ire. He coldly regarded Qianyu and declared, "Guyu, do not presume that you have triumphed." In that moment, Tang San bellowed, "Referee, I wish to lodge a complaint. This Guyu is cheated. He is not merely a great soul master. His true strength lies in the soul sect." Upon uttering these words, the audience was left utterly astounded. What? The soul sect? Good heavens, is this true? This Guyu belongs to the soul sect? No wonder his prowess is so formidable, capable of vanquishing Tang San in an instant. At that moment, the referee approached Tang San and promptly inquired, "What did you say?" "I wish to report. I accuse this Guyu of cheating. He is clearly a member of the soul sect, yet has engaged in combat as a great soul master." Tang San fervently pointed at Qianyu as he spoke. Qianyu listened to Tang San's words with an expression devoid of any fluctuation, merely gazing calmly at him. The referee then turned to Tang San and said, "Tang San, any allegations must be substantiated with credible evidence. We have confirmed Qianyu's age. He is merely 12 years old. How could he possibly be a soul master?" Tang San replied to the referee, "Indeed, he is only 12, yet he is also a soul master. Our Shrek Academy's teacher, Zhao Wujie, can attest to this." At that moment, the audience erupted into a frenzy. What? Is what Tang San said true? A 12-year-old soul master? What an extraordinary prodigy. Eyes turned towards Qianyu, filled with incredulity. At this juncture, Zhao Wujie stood up and declared, "I can confirm he is a soul master. He possesses 4 soul rings. The first 3 are 10,000-year soul rings, and the last one is a 100,000-year soul ring." Upon hearing Zhao Wujie's words, the audience was left utterly astonished, their mouths agape in disbelief. 4-ring soul master, 3 of which are 10,000-year rings, and the 4th a 100,000-year ring? My goodness. What an unprecedented combination. Could Qianyu truly be some kind of prodigy? The spectators were further astounded, and even the referee was taken aback, unable to comprehend the situation. "Zhao Wujie, a soul sage, this is a significant matter. Your words carry weight." The referee looked at Zhao Wujie. Zhao Wujie sighed and responded, "I take full responsibility, for I have battled against him and was defeated." In that instant, the crowd was once again shaken. A soul sage lost to a soul master? To a 12-year-old soul master? Good heavens. Everything they knew was turned on its head. All eyes were fixed on Qianyu, with most expressing shock, while others were enveloped in doubt, unable to believe what they had just witnessed. Qianyu gazed at the actions of Zhao Wujie and Tang San, feeling somewhat bewildered. Their conduct bore a striking resemblance to an incident in the real world, where an announcement was made at school regarding someone shattering a basketball hoop with a dunk. It seemed as though they were reporting him, yet paradoxically, wasn't this merely a means to elevate their own reputations? Qianyu furrowed his brow slightly. He merely sought vengeance against Tang San, intending to remain inconspicuous and avoid drawing attention. Yet, with their reports against him, how could he maintain such a low profile in the future? At that moment, within the soul arena of Soto City, a man clad in white garments and possessing white hair entered, exuding an air of understated elegance as he blended into the crowd, observing the unfolding scene. With a faint smile gracing his lips, he remarked, "I initially intended to deliver a warning to this soul arena, but unexpectedly, I have encountered such an intriguing little fellow. Not a wasted journey, indeed." Chapter 89. Unleashing the Martial Soul, Astonishing All. In Soto City, within the Grand Soul Arena, the highest hall stood resplendent and opulent. At the foremost seat rested a man adorned in luxurious attire, clutching a string of prayer beads. His countenance was stern, his physique imposing, radiating an imperial aura. Surrounding him were several maidens, clad in revealing garments, their bosoms prominently displayed, waists slender, and long legs enticingly exposed. One maiden, holding a plate of grapes, perched upon the man's lap, her sultry voice calling out, "My lord, would you care for a grape?" As she delicately pinched a grape between her fingers and offered it to him, she playfully inquired, "Is it delectable?" The man turned his gaze toward her, a lewd smile creeping across his face as he seized her arm, wickedly suggesting, My dear, why not keep me company tonight?" Upon hearing his words, the maiden blushed instantly, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Meanwhile, several other enchanting young women eagerly chimed in, "My lord, we wish to partake as well." The man, Surrounded by such alluring companions, felt his heart swell with delight. Outside, a guard approached the man, kneeling before him, and announced, "My lord, there is someone requesting an audience." A flicker of irritation crossed the man's visage as he retorted, "Who is it? Can't you see I am engaged? Deny them entry." At that moment, a formidable voice echoed from beyond the door. "What audacity you possess at the Soto City Soul Arena." As the voice resonated, an elderly man donned in a red clerical robe strode into the hall, each step deliberate. The old man's expansive robe draped elegantly, topped with a red hat, and his hands were clasped behind his back, exuding a palpable aura of menace. Upon his entrance, the atmosphere within the hall seemed to solidify, a powerful pressure enveloping the space. In an instant, an eerie silence fell over the grand hall, with all present holding their breath, their eyes fixated nervously on the elder at the entrance. Noticing the red-robed elder, the middle-aged man who had been indulging in grapes was taken aback, trembling uncontrollably in his seat. "Why you? You are the cardinal of the red robes?" The middle-aged man gazed at the newcomer, adorned in a crimson robe, upon which the emblem of the Spirit Hall was intricately engraved. Such attire could only signify one possibility. The elderly figure before him was a cardinal from the Spirit Hall. The Spirit Hall, the most formidable organization of soul masters on the continent, held immense stature, and although there was a branch in Soto City, the appearance of a cardinal was most unexpected. The cardinal coldly addressed the middle-aged man, inquiring, "What do you say?" At that moment, the middle-aged man immediately knelt and proclaimed, "I greet you, Cardinal. I am unaware of the purpose of your esteemed visit to our humble Soto City. I require your arena to assist us with a matter." At this juncture, all present were taken aback, their expressions filled with astonishment as they beheld Qianyu. At merely 12 years of age, possessing the rank of Soul Master, and wielding 4 soul rings, each over 10,000 years old, he had defeated a soul sage. If all of this were indeed true, just how powerful was Qianyu? They began to grapple with the daunting thought, could this Qianyu truly possess such strength, or was it merely an orchestrated charade? Tang San pointed at Qianyu and declared, "Referee, I implore you to immediately revoke Guyu's qualification for the match." At that moment, the referee turned to Qianyu and asked, "Guyu, is what Tang San claims true?" Qianyu's gaze was serene as he addressed the referee. "Is this truly the case?" Upon uttering these words, the entire audience erupted in an uproar. Qianyu admitted it. Qianyu's admission instantly ignited the entire audience, who gazed at him in utter disbelief. How could this be? Wasn't Guyu merely 12 years old? How could he possibly be a soul master? I cannot believe it, a 12-year-old soul master. What extraordinary being could achieve such a feat? It is imperative that Guyu reveals his martial spirit and soul rings. At that moment, the referee turned to Guyu and requested, "Please demonstrate your martial spirit and soul rings." Guyu calmly regarded the referee, and soon after, a dark aura enveloped him, while a green light emerged from his right hand. Before the audience's eyes, a sapling materialized in Qianyu's grasp, radiating an overwhelming vitality. Such a powerful life force. Could it be that Guyu was indeed telling the truth, that he is a support-type soul master? Goodness, this is utterly absurd. A support-type soul master possessing such strength? Yet, in the next moment, the crowd was left dumbfounded as a series of soul rings began to manifest around Qianyu. Waves of dark light gradually spread from him. The first black ring appeared, a dark soul ring. The second dark light emerged, another black soul ring. Then came the third, still a black soul ring. Finally, the fourth light revealed itself as a striking crimson soul ring, captivating the attention of all present. Read, 100,000 years. In that instant, everyone was entranced by this radiance. Their expressions filled with astonishment as they beheld the brilliance surrounding Qianyu. How? Is this possible? What they had spoken of was indeed true. This Guyu truly defied all expectations. At that moment, Tang San's expression improved slightly as he pointed at Qianyu and declared, "Referee, see. I told you this was true. This Guyu has concealed his cultivation to participate in the competition." Just then, before the referee could respond, Qianyu spoke up first. Qianyu lightly chuckled, "Tang San, you are indeed correct. Everything you stated is true. However, during our battle, I merely harnessed the powers of a grand soul master. I believe this should not be deemed a violation, should it? Moreover, you ought to have been aware of my identity by now. You chose not to report me at the beginning, only to do so after suffering defeat at my hands. If you seek punishment, why should I not oblige you?" At that moment, Tang San gazed at Qianyu and replied, "Guyu, there is no need for further discourse. A violation is a violation. and I am certain that the Soto City Soul Arena will impose sanctions for the sake of fairness. He then turned to the referee and stated, Esteemed referee, a scoundrel like Qianyu, if not expelled from the Soto City Soul Arena, will undoubtedly continue to disrupt the order of the arena. Therefore, I implore you to revoke his qualifications. Merely revoking qualifications is insufficient. A voice interjected, drawing the attention of the crowd towards its source. Descending from above the arena was an elderly man, the grandfather of Yang Meng, who had previously been slain by Qianyu, and an elder of the Soto City Soul Arena. As Elder Yang approached, he remarked, for one who engages in such deceit, simply revoking qualifications is far from adequate. In my view, he must receive a severe lesson to serve as a warning to others. Chapter 90, Elder Yang seeks to eliminate Qianyu. The master of the Soto City Soul Arena arrives. At that moment, the elder continued his descent. Clad in a gray robe, his hair was a disheveled white, yet his countenance bore an expression of resolute determination. He appeared emaciated, with sallow skin, resembling one suffering from malnutrition. Upon reaching the arena, he fixed his cold gaze upon Qianyu and stated, Such a deceiver, in our soul arena, will undoubtedly disrupt the order we maintain. Thus, he must be severely punished. Upon seeing the elder, the referee immediately exclaimed, Elder Yang. Meanwhile, Flandra also approached with a smile, greeting the elder, Ha! Elder Yang. Elder Yang turned to Flandra and asked, Principal Flandra, have you brought your students to participate in the Soul Arena? Flandra smiled and replied, Indeed, I just did not anticipate encountering such an incident. The elder continued to smile and assured him, Rest assured, given our many years of friendship, I shall handle this matter fairly. In that moment, Elder Yang's icy gaze settled upon Qianyu as he coldly remarked, Young man, you are Qianyu, are you not? Qianyu calmly remarked, Indeed. Very well. Do you know what mistake you have made? Elder Yang coldly gazed at Qianyu as he posed the question. Qianyu raised his gaze towards Elder Yang, whose demeanor suggested that his visit was not solely due to the matter of Qianyu's misrepresentation of his identity. It appeared that there were other pressing concerns at hand. Qianyu calmly gazed at Elder Yang and inquired, Pray tell, what have I done wrong? Elder Yang fixed his icy gaze upon Qianyu, a glint of frigid menace flickering in his eyes. He then spoke, I shall set aside the matter of your deceit for today. What I wish to ascertain is of another nature. What is it? Qianyu asked with an air of indifference. I wish to know if you are the one who took the life of my grandson, Yang Meng. The elder's countenance suddenly twisted into a semblance of madness, his cold stare piercing through to Qianyu, hands clenched tightly as he seemingly struggled to contain his wrath. In response, Qianyu maintained his composure and calmly replied, I have ended many lives. I cannot recall your grandson. Upon hearing this, Elder Yang's expression contorted into one of sheer fury. You wretched beast, I shall see you dead. Before his words could fully escape his lips, a terrifying pressure emanated from Elder Yang, an overwhelming force of soul energy surging forth to strike at Qianyu. This time, Qianyu did not resort to any techniques. He merely evaded with a nonchalant grace, yet the elder's might remained formidable. Qianyu deftly evaded, and a resounding cacophony erupted from the arena, reverberating with thunderous sounds, as powerful shockwaves radiated outward. In that moment, all present were left in a state of astonishment. Had Qianyu truly slain Elder Yang's grandson? My heavens, what audacity Qianyu possessed! To dare to harm Elder Yang's own kin, did he not value his life? At that juncture, Elder Yang cast a piercing gaze upon Qianyu and proclaimed, You have taken the life of my grandson and engaged in deceit within this soul-fighting arena of Sotoa City. Thus, the sole punishment I deem fit for you is death, to avenge my grandson. At this point, many onlookers began to express their concern for Qianyu. All eyes were fixated on the stage, as the situation appeared to be spiraling into an uncontrollable predicament. Upon hearing these words, a glimmer of coldness appeared on Qianyu's visage. He would not allow anyone who exhibited murderous intent towards him to live. The elder, though seemingly formidable, would likely require a considerable price for his demise. Qianyu's calm gaze fell upon the old man as he inquired, So, you intend to kill me? Indeed. Prepare to meet your demise, young one. The elder bellowed, and instantly, a fist descended upon Qianyu with tremendous force. The speed of the strike was astonishing, splitting the air with a thunderous roar. Moreover, this blow was imbued with boundless might. The ferocious wind from the punch whipped around, causing Qianyu's garments to swell and flap noisily. Despite the chaos, Qianyu remained unperturbed. He forcefully stomped his right foot against the ground, his figure momentarily darting to the side, seeking death. The elder's face contorted with scorn. He was confident that Qianyu could not evade this attack. However, in the next instant, Qianyu's form vanished from his sight, effortlessly eluding the assault. Wretched boy, manifest your martial spirit. At that moment, the elder began to channel his martial spirit, revealing the towering silhouette of an enormous ram. The martial spirit of the mighty ram, renowned for its formidable defense and astonishing speed. Subsequently, the elder transformed into his true form, becoming a colossal ram standing approximately 5 meters tall. Enveloped in a layer of earthy yellow light, which suffused his entire being with a golden hue. Ram's horns sprouted from his head. With a deep roar, the elder unleashed his power. Boom! A rumbling thunder echoed, a terrifying aura emanating from the elder's presence. The audience was stunned into silence. Elder Yang is serious now, murmured the crowd. He is a level 77 soul sage. This could spell disaster for Guyu. Have you forgotten? Guyu has previously defeated Zhao Wujie. In the audience, a white-clad, white-haired man's gaze turned icy as he gripped his longsword, ready to intervene should Qianyu find himself in peril. After all, word had reached him that Rong had nearly come to harm, and it was this Guyu who had rescued her. The 7 treasure glazed tile sect could not afford to be ungrateful. Stop. Just then, a voice resonated from the high platform. A middle-aged man appeared, prompting astonishment among the crowd. Clad in opulent attire, with short golden hair and eyes that sparkled like stars, he exuded an air of superiority, flanked by several guards. Upon seeing him, all the employees and subordinates of the Soto City Soul Arena bowed in respect, proclaiming, "We pay our respects to the arena master." Indeed, this man was none other than the master of the Soto City Soul Arena, the most powerful figure in this domain. He stepped forward, addressing Elder Yang. Elder Yang, cease your actions at once. Elder Yang cast a glance at the man and immediately declared, "Master of the venue, this scoundrel has slain my precious grandson. I fail to understand why you choose to protect him. However, he must perish today." The master of the venue turned his gaze towards Elder Yang, a chill creeping across his visage as he retorted, "Did you not hear my command to cease?" Undeterred by the master's words, Elder Yang gathered his strength and once again lunged towards Qianyu. At that moment, a powerful radiance enveloped the master, who descended from above in an instant, delivering a mighty blow. The two clashed fiercely. With a thunderous boom, Elder Yang was sent hurtling backward, utterly astonished by the scene before him. He could scarcely believe his eyes, exclaiming, "Master, why do you defend this wretch? He is but a mere soul master. Does he truly warrant your protection?" The master regarded Elder Yang with a steely gaze and replied, "Guyu is my guest. Should you seek to harm him, you will be opposing the dual spirit arena of Soto City." At this juncture, the situation took another unexpected turn. All the spectators were left in utter shock. Chapter 91. Assassination of Qianyu. Expressions of astonishment were etched on every face, as none had anticipated that the master of the dual spirit arena would choose to safeguard Qianyu. Elder Yang's countenance darkened, a mix of surprise and disbelief as he inquired, "Master, why do you choose to spare this boy?" The master calmly responded, "This matter does not concern you. Just remember this. Should you dare to act against him, your demise will be most grievous." Elder Yang, sensing the gravity of the situation, restrained his aura. He dared not act further in the presence of the master. After casting one last glance at Qianyu, he departed from the arena. The master then addressed the onlookers, stating, "Although Guyu did indeed misrepresent his identity, he did not employ power exceeding that of a Grand Soul Master during the contest. Therefore, this match stands valid. Guyu committed no foul." As the master's words echoed through the arena, a fervor erupted among the spectators. The members of Shrek Academy wore expressions of disbelief. Could it truly be that this was the resolution? At that moment, Tang San, still incredulous, exclaimed, "Master, Guyu has violated the rules of the dual spirit arena of Soto City. Will he truly be pardoned?" The master turned to Tang San, calmly inquiring, "I have stated that he did indeed misrepresent his identity, yet he did not exceed the power of a Grand Soul Master. Thus, it does not constitute a violation. Do you have any objections?" However, Tang San seemed unwilling to relent. At that moment, the master's gaze turned icy, prompting Flender to interject, "Xiao San, cease your words." Flender promptly halted Tang San's protest. He then addressed the master, "I pay my respects to the master." The host gazed at Flanders and promptly spoke, "Flanders, take your Shrek students and depart." Flanders nodded, leading the students of Shrek Academy away in a rather dejected manner. At that moment, the host approached Qianyu and immediately stated, "Someone wishes to see you." Qianyu nodded, and accompanied the master into the grand hall. Upon entering, the master swiftly withdrew and secured the door. At that moment, a cardinal clad in crimson approached Qianyu and immediately bowed, proclaiming, "I pay my respects to the Holy Son." Qianyu gazed serenely at the cardinal clad in crimson. Her voice icy as she inquired, "Did the Pope send you?" The cardinal promptly replied, "The Pope is aware that the Holy Son may encounter difficulties along the way. Thus, he has commanded me to discreetly accompany the Holy Son." Qianyu nodded slightly, displaying little surprise. He then turned to the cardinal clad in red and said, "Investigate the Yang family. They no longer hold any necessity for existence." The cardinal promptly nodded in agreement. "Yes, Son of the Holy. Ensure it is done discreetly," Qianyu continued. "Indeed," the cardinal responded without hesitation. Subsequently, he glanced at Qianyu and inquired, "Son of the Holy, what about the individuals from Shrek?" Qianyu remained remarkably calm as he addressed the cardinal, stating, "It is of no concern. I shall handle the individuals from Shrek myself." The cardinal promptly nodded in agreement. Soon after, Qianyu made all necessary arrangements and departed from the grand hall. Although the master of the venue was unaware of Qianyu's true identity, the cardinal's presence alone was enough to signify that Qianyu was no ordinary individual. Consequently, the master held Qianyu in the highest regard, watching him as he exited. At that moment, Qianyu suddenly sensed an unusual disturbance, as if someone were trailing them. Upon reaching a secluded area, a series of thunderous sounds echoed around them. Figures clad in black attire emerged, their faces concealed and their eyes gleaming with murderous intent as they surrounded Qianyu and his companions. "Who are you?" Qianyu inquired with unwavering composure. "We are the ones who will take your life," one of the black-clad figures declared, and instantly, all of them lunged toward Qianyu with lethal intent. Qianyu discerned that these individuals were undoubtedly sent by Elder Yang to take her life. Among them, the majority were formidable soul sect warriors, with a few being soul kings. As she spoke, over a dozen figures clad in black began to disperse, unleashing their martial spirits as their immense soul power surged forth, ready to strike at Qianyu. Qianyu's gaze remained tranquil, showing no concern for them whatsoever. The leader, cloaked in black, declared loudly, "Delay will bring change, eliminate him." They continuously unleashed their martial souls, waves of soul power surging towards Qianyu with lethal intent. Qianyu remained utterly still, his palm slightly raised, and in an instant, streams of soul energy began to converge around him. The flow of this ethereal force formed distinct soul rings, enveloping Qianyu in a mesmerizing display. At that moment, 3 black soul rings and 1 red soul ring manifested upon his being. Witnessing this astonishing spectacle, the figure in black was taken aback. Disbelief etched on his face as he gazed at Qianyu and exclaimed, "How is this possible? 3 10,000-year soul rings and 100,000-year ring." He was filled with trepidation, unable to trust the evidence before his very eyes. Qianyu gazed at them with a subtle disdain and remarked, "Do you truly believe that a mere handful of miscreants can come to slay me? Do you think me an easy target?" With a grand sweep of his hand, an overwhelming surge of soul power coalesced around him. In that instant, Qianyu's martial spirit was unleashed, manifesting a multitude of sharp, menacing vines. The onlookers, confronted by Qianyu's presence, were engulfed in an inexplicable sense of pressure and danger. Many found it difficult to remain upright under the weight of such dread. A profound terror gripped their souls, akin to the icy fingers of death clutching their hearts, rendering them breathless. How could this be? How could a mere soul master exude such formidable might, possessing such terrifying strength? At that moment, Qianyu coldly commanded, "Shadow thrust." Instantly, the fearsome, sharp vines surged forth in all directions, and those in black who had just charged forward were swiftly deprived of their vitality by the penetrating tendrils. One by one, the assassins fell before Qianyu. They could scarcely comprehend the reality of their plight. The overwhelming pressure loomed over them, and a singular thought consumed their minds. "Flee. He is a demon. We must escape." It was unclear who uttered the cry, but in an instant, a dozen assassins discarded their weapons and turned to flee in panic. The corners of Qianyu's mouth gently lifted as she slowly spoke. "Do you wish to flee?" As she uttered these words, numerous vines inexplicably sprouted from the ground, densely entwining around their feet, firmly restraining them. The sharp vines in the vicinity coalesced once more, and countless pointed tendrils shot forth in an instant. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The piercing vines relentlessly targeted the crowd. In an instant, the sharp tendrils embedded themselves into the bodies of the cloaked figures. Thud, thud, thud. One by one, the figures in black collapsed to the ground, bleeding profusely, succumbing to their untimely demise. Chapter 92. The Sword Duel of Qianyu. Qianyu obliterated them, leaving a multitude of lifeless bodies strewn across the ground. In that moment, Qianyu scattered a handful of seeds, and instantly, those seeds took root upon the corpses. Before long, verdant plants emerged, flourishing atop the remains. These plants absorbed the nutrients from the lifeless forms, gradually unfurling their leaves, branches, and roots. The once vibrant bodies were transformed into desiccated husks, ultimately succumbing to the relentless process of decomposition, vanishing from existence. This was a variant of seed Qianyu had encountered in the starry forest, known as the corpse tree, a remarkable species capable of drawing sustenance from cadavers, thereby facilitating the swift decomposition of the deceased. Qianyu transformed the corpse tree using his own seed martial spirit, achieving such an effect. After dealing with the bodies, Qianyu clapped his hands. At that moment, a terrifying aura emerged, and a figure appeared behind Qianyu. Qianyu swiftly turned around, only to behold a man striding towards her with measured steps. This figure bore a long sword upon his back, clad in resplendent white garments. His flowing white hair dancing in the breeze, exuding an aura of formidable prowess that unmistakably marked him as an extraordinary master. Indeed, to have single-handedly vanquished so many Soul Sect members and Soul Kings, you are truly remarkable. The man in white applauded, advancing closer to Qianyu with each deliberate step. Qianyu scrutinized the man before him, sensing an aura of terror emanating from his being, an aura that unmistakably belonged to a titled Douluo. Astonished, Qianyu marveled at the sheer improbability of encountering a titled Douluo in the city of Sodo. However, he felt no fear. Even if the intent was to take his life, he harbored no trepidation. In the past, even Tang Hao's full-force strike had failed to slay him, and now, equipped with even more hidden cards, Qianyu believed that no one could extinguish his existence. Nevertheless, he observed that the white-clad titled Douluo seemed to harbor little malice. Qianyu gazed calmly at the white-clad titled Douluo and inquired, "Might I ask who you are?" At this moment, the white-clad titled Douluo offered a faint smile and replied, "Dear young brother, do not be anxious. I bear no ill intentions." With that, he paused in his steps and continued, "I have come today solely to express my gratitude for your valiant rescue of my beloved Rongrong." Upon hearing this, Qianyu scrutinized the white-clad titled Douluo. The latter bore a long sword upon his back, and upon listening to his words, Qianyu swiftly deduced that this white-clad titled Douluo was none other than the sword Douluo. "Qianyu, if my conjecture is correct, esteemed elder, you must indeed be the sword Douluo." Qianyu gazed calmly at the figure clad in white, known as the titled Douluo, and inquired. He had already surmised the identity of the other party, yet he could not help but probe further. "Oh, I did not expect that the young brother was aware of my title," Qianyu remarked, casting a surprised glance at Qianyu before continuing. Qianyu calmly remarked, "It is said that the Seven Treasures Glazed sect boasts two esteemed titled Douluo elders, the Sword Douluo and the Bone Douluo. To stand before the Sword Douluo is indeed a privilege." The Sword Douluo gazed at Qianyu with a smile and replied, "It appears you are no ordinary individual yourself. At merely 12 years of age, you belong to the Soul Sect, possessing 3 10,000-year soul rings and 100,000-year soul ring. I am curious to know how you have achieved such remarkable feats." Qianyu replied calmly, "It is indeed the result of certain fortuitous encounters and fortunate circumstances that have allowed me to reach this stage." The Sword Douluo gazed at Qianyu and inquired, "May I ask, young brother, from which sect or faction do you hail? I am curious to learn what kind of organization could nurture such a formidable individual as yourself." Qianyu gazed at the Sword Douluo and calmly remarked, "I apologize, esteemed elder, but I must keep my identity confidential for the time being." The Sword Douluo was momentarily taken aback, but soon a look of appreciation graced his features. He had initially anticipated that Qianyu would reveal the name of his master or his sect, yet he was surprised by Qianyu's outright refusal. This pleased him immensely, for it signified that Qianyu was destined to be an extraordinary genius, with an exceptional journey ahead. Very well, since you are unwilling to disclose it, I shall not press further," the Sword Douluo chuckled. Qianyu was momentarily taken aback, glancing at the Sword Douluo with a hint of confusion. "Are you not here to kill me?" she asked. With a light chuckle, the Sword Douluo replied, "Of course, I am not here to harm you. To be candid, we at the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School are aware of your act of saving Rongrong. Having witnessed your performance today, I am inclined to take you under my wing and welcome you into our esteemed sect. What do you think?" Qianyu was taken aback, a hint of astonishment flickering across his face. "What do you think, young brother?" The sword-fighting master inquired further. "I beg your pardon, but I have no inclination to align myself with any faction," Qianyu replied, shaking his head. "It would be foolish to join another power. Such an arrangement would subject him to constraints, a lifestyle he fervently wished to avoid." Dear brother, have you truly given it no thought?" Despite Qianyu's response, the sword-fighting master maintained his gentle smile, seemingly undeterred by the rejection. Qianyu shook his head and replied, "I apologize, senior." Upon hearing this, the man in white sighed and said, "Since you are so resolute, I shall not insist. However, should you ever reconsider, feel free to seek me out at the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School." "Indeed," Qianyu nodded. The man in white continued, "You have saved Rong, and it is only right that I express my gratitude. Speak your desires. Anything within my power, I shall gladly provide." At this moment, Qianyu gazed at the man in white and calmly responded, "Is that so?" "Indeed," the sword Douluo chuckled. Qianyu, exhibiting no pretense, promptly stated, "I indeed have a request, and I hope that the sword Douluo will consent to it." "Oh, pray do tell." The sword Douluo regarded Qianyu with keen interest. "I wish for you, esteemed senior, to assist me with a particular matter in the future." Qianyu articulated her request. "You desire my assistance with a specific task?" The white-clad gentleman raised an inquisitive brow. "Indeed," Qianyu affirmed with certainty. "And what task might that be?" the white-clad gentleman inquired. Qianyu gazed at the man in white, then spoke. "For the time being, I have yet to decide. However, I kindly ask you to agree to my request for now. Once I have come to a conclusion, I shall inform you." The sword Douluo regarded Qianyu and nodded slightly, responding, "Very well. Nevertheless, I cannot grant you my full assurance at this moment. We shall see what your specific requirements entail when the time comes. As long as it does not harm the interests of my Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect and does not contravene my principles, I shall assist you." "Thank you, esteemed senior," Qianyu replied, bowing respectfully. "All right, little one, then we shall meet again by fate." With that, the sword Douluo gradually faded into the night. Qianyu gazed calmly at the vanishing figure of the sword Douluo. It appeared that this time, Ning Rongrong's efforts had not been in vain. Chapter 93, Ascending to Soul King, Reward of 200,000 Years Soul Ring. In the city of Sodo, the Yang family was a prominent clan, residing in a grand mansion that spanned over 1,000 square meters. The opulent decor rendered this estate remarkably noble and elegant, occupying half a block. In Sodo City, no one was unaware of the Yang family. The resplendent mansion stood tall amidst the cityscape. Suddenly, countless figures cloaked in black arrived, exuding an overwhelming power as they swiftly infiltrated the Yang residence. These assailants entered the estate and commenced a relentless slaughter, their movements swift and their strikes lethal, each wielding their weapons with precision, claiming a life with every swing. In mere moments, hundreds of vibrant lives were extinguished, and the stench of blood permeated the air. An enemy attack. The Yang family's guards reacted swiftly, drawing their swords and charging at the black-clad intruders. Yet, the sheer number of assailants was insurmountable, and their strength far exceeded that of the guards. Within the span of a single tea brew, the Yang family's defenders were wholly annihilated. Kill. At this juncture, chaos erupted within the Yang family, the air filled with cries of battle. With each passing moment, anguished screams echoed, as blood stained the sky and a heavy scent of carnage enveloped the surroundings. Soon, the sounds of brutal combat reverberated. "Ah, help! Who are you wretched beings? Why do you slay the members of the Yang family? You have offended those you should not have." A terrifying voice boomed. At this moment, the Yang family was in utter disarray, cries of despair resonating throughout, the scent of blood thick in the air. These black-clad figures were exceedingly formidable, employing ruthless tactics. Although the Yang family's warriors were powerful, they were no match for these phantasmic assassins. They could do nothing but face slaughter. Elder Yang, the head of the family, ultimately fell to the hand of a soul Douluo. In an instant, the Yang residence was engulfed in flames, the fire reaching for the heavens. The piercing cries of torment filled the air. The Yang family had transformed into a realm of hellish despair. In a flash, the inferno consumed the estate, and the Yang family vanished from the world overnight. Qianyu returned to her residence. At this moment, she began to sit down and meditate, cultivating her soul power. Qianyu, previously a soul master of level 47, seated himself and engaged in profound meditation and cultivation, aspiring to transcend to the prestigious level of 50. Thunderous sounds echoed as he delved into meditation, absorbing the ethereal energies of the cosmos, circulating his mystical techniques, and persistently refining the soul power within his being. Qianyu's body emanated a resplendent glow. As time gradually passed, the sky began to brighten. Crack! A crisp sound of shattering resonated from within Qianyu's being, followed by a complete transformation of her bones, flesh, and all, into a more refined essence of soul power. Qianyu opened her eyes and exhaled a breath of turbid air. How refreshing! Feeling the soul power coursing through her body. A look of exhilaration appeared on Qianyu's face. Qianyu's soul power has successfully ascended to level 48. Furthermore, he perceives that his soul power has become even more robust than before. Subsequently, Qianyu entered a dream state to continue his cultivation, arriving at the 5th level of the trial tower. At that moment, countless malevolent spirits of the Soul King rank surged toward Qianyu, their claws bared and terrifyingly fierce. Embodying a savage ferocity, Qianyu remained composed, wielding her soul skill to confront these malevolent spirits. Roar! As Qianyu unleashed his soul technique, he beheld 2 towering malevolent spirits, each standing an imposing 20 to 30 meters high, charging towards him. Their grotesque visages were filled with ferocity, baring their fangs and claws, exuding a palpable aura of malevolence as they lunged to tear him apart, seeking death. Observing this, Qianyu's lips curled into a cold smile. Soul technique, explode. In the next instant, a formidable force erupted. Instantly, the soul technique he had summoned detonated with a cataclysmic blast. Terrifying energy surged through the entirety of the space. Wherever this dreadful energy swept, the malevolent spirits were flung away, their bodies crumpling to the ground one after another. Although these spirits possessed great strength, they were ultimately unable to withstand the might of the soul technique. Roar! The 2 monstrous spirits let out a series of fierce howls as they charged towards Qianyu with astonishing speed. Their formidable power was evident, their iron claws gleaming with an icy glint as they reached out to grasp Qianyu, seemingly intent on rending him asunder. Humph! Qianyu let out a cold snort, once again channeling her soul technique, and launched it toward the 2 malevolent spirits. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted, and the 2 wicked apparitions were instantly sent crashing to the ground, rendering them utterly motionless. Qianyu continued to charge towards those malevolent spirits. Qianyu relentlessly battled the malevolent spirits. However, this time, he ultimately succumbed, depleting all of his soul energy. As days turned into weeks, time continued its inexorable march. Qianyu diligently honed his skills within the city of Sodo. After the passage of 2 months, he finally ascended to level 50. Upon reaching this milestone, Qianyu returned to the trial tower, eager to confront the challenges of the 5th level. Should he succeed in overcoming this trial, he would be rewarded with a soul ring of 100,000 years, compelling him to undertake this formidable challenge. Qianyu arrived at the 5th level of the trial tower, meticulously adjusting his body to its utmost potential. This time, he was determined to conquer the challenges of the 5th level. Qianyu once again arrived at the 5th level, where countless malevolent spirits roamed. These spirits possessed strength comparable to those encountered before, each wielding the power of a Soul King. Qianyu's gaze was frigid as he charged forward with unwavering determination. At that moment, he summoned the Hell Demon Sword, its obsidian blade shimmering with malevolence. In an instant, the sword cleaved through the air, unleashing a razor-sharp arc of light that swept across the void, striking the malevolent spirits. One by one, the wretched apparitions were sent flying. Bang! 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 A myriad of feathers, akin to wolves infiltrating a flock of sheep, ceaselessly launched their assaults. Although these malevolent spirits possessed the strength of Soul Kings, they still fell short when compared to true Soul Kings. Nevertheless, annihilating such a multitude of Soul Kings proved to be an exceedingly arduous task. Qianyu, amidst the relentless chaos of slaughter, found himself ensnared in peril countless times. Yet, in the end, he persevered. Time and again, Qianyu's temperament grew increasingly steadfast, his composure more profound, his fervor for battle intensified with each challenge. After half a day, Qianyu finally triumphed in the assessment of the 5th layer of the trial tower. A resonant hum echoed as a crimson soul ring materialized before him. Qianyu successfully acquired his 5th spirit ring. At this moment, he gazed at the spirit ring before him, a smile gracing his lips. The ring appeared even darker than the previous one of 100,000 years, suggesting it might possess attributes beyond mere age. Given that he had obtained a 100,000-year spirit ring at the 4th level, it was reasonable to surmise that Qianyu was entitled to an even greater reward. Thus, he deduced that this spirit ring must be approximately 200,000 years old. With this realization, Qianyu settled down in the trial tower, preparing to absorb the spirit ring. Chapter 94. The Fifth Spirit Ring and Two Terrifying Spirit Abilities. Qianyu sat down gracefully, commencing the absorption of the soul ring. However, as it was a soul ring of 200,000 years, Qianyu proceeded with utmost caution. Qianyu first invoked the profound power of the universe, surrounding himself with a multitude of healing divine trees. Before long, these trees burgeoned forth, instantaneously forming an expansive forest of restoration. With a rustling sound, the healing trees emitted a rich emerald glow, enveloping Qianyu in their luminous embrace. An immense surge of healing energy was released from these divine trees, coursing into Qianyu's being. In an instant, the exhaustion that had plagued him began to dissipate, as a warm current spread throughout his entire body. At this moment, the 200,000-year soul ring radiated a dazzling brilliance. With a hum, the soul ring trembled, and a halo of light merged directly into Qianyu's form. Suddenly, a wave of agony surged through him, as if his body were on the verge of being torn apart, overwhelming pain coursing through his veins, compelling him to stifle a cry of anguish. Yet, Qianyu resolutely endured. At that moment, fissures began to appear on his skin, with droplets of blood seeping forth. A sight both harrowing and striking. Even Qianyu, with his steely resolve, could not suppress a grimace of pain. However, amidst this torment, clarity began to dawn within his mind. Qianyu sensed that this was a harbinger of his impending breakthrough. Qianyu fervently absorbed the divine light emanating from the healing sacred tree surrounding him, simultaneously directing this brilliance towards his dantian. Beneath the radiance of this divine light, the soul imprint within his dantian grew increasingly luminous. At last, just as Qianyu felt on the brink of collapse, his dantian trembled violently. Boom! In the next instant, a formidable aura surged forth from his dantian, enveloping his entire being in an instant. At this moment, Qianyu opened his eyes to behold yet another crimson soul ring materializing around him. He had successfully ascended to the realm of Soul King, attaining the illustrious rank of a level 53 Soul King. A red soul ring now adorned the outermost layer of his being. In that moment, a terrifying aura emanated from Qianyu, as 5 soul rings unfurled above him. Black, 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 red, red. 3 black soul rings and 2 red soul rings appeared, totaling 5. It was then that Qianyu began to examine his soul skills. His 5th soul ring bestowed him with 2 unique abilities. The first of these abilities was named 10,000 Leaves, Flying Blossoms. After Qianyu created the forest, the leaves, flowers, and branches of all the trees could transform into deadly weapons, becoming extraordinarily sharp. Qianyu can manipulate all weapons to launch an assault. In an instant, myriad blades soar forth, capable of vanquishing countless foes. Qianyu gazed at this soul skill, a formidable area of effectability reminiscent of a legendary technique from the Tang sect, known as 10,000 Trees in Bloom. However, instead of utilizing hidden weapons, Qianyu harnessed the leaves and petals of the trees he had summoned. It evoked a sensation akin to the return of 1,000 swords, unleashing a multitude of attacks in an instant, capable of annihilating countless foes. Additionally, he possessed another exceptionally powerful soul skill, albeit of a supportive nature, named Forest Network. This potent psychic ability resembled a vast domain, but its range surpassed that of any conventional field. Centered around Qianyu, all plant life formed an expansive network, transmitting information through the interconnections of underground roots. To explain it with modern knowledge, it was akin to the internet. As soon as Qianyu activated this soul skill, he could instantaneously acquire information spanning 10, 100, or even 1,000 miles through the network woven by trees and grass. In simpler terms, Qianyu was the nucleus of this network. By deploying this soul skill, he could ascertain the movements and occurrences in his vicinity. Both soul skills were immensely powerful and of great significance to Qianyu. Particularly, the forest network allowed him to navigate the forest with fortune and avoid peril. With such abilities, the vast expanse of the forest would prove even more advantageous to Qianyu than the soul beasts themselves. With this soul skill, perhaps he could discern the whereabouts of Nar. Qianyu murmured to herself. Previously, she had wished to seek out Nar, but in the vast expanse of the starry forest, where could Qianyu possibly find Nar? However, the circumstances have now changed. With the attainment of the soul skill, Forest Veins, Qianyu can navigate through the Stardoe forest to locate the whereabouts of Nar. At this moment, it is likely that the students of Shrek Academy are also venturing into the Stardoe forest in search of soul rings. It appears that I, too, must make a journey there. Qianyu mused to herself, the students of Shrek Academy had nearly reached their limits. Thus, they prepared to venture into the Douluo Forest to hunt for soul beasts. The Douluo Forest is situated in the southeastern region of the Barak Kingdom, with a small portion bordering it. Soto City itself lies in the southeast of the Barak Kingdom, a mere 500 kilometers from the forest. Consequently, this locale is undoubtedly the optimal choice for the Shrek Academy students to acquire their soul rings. With the aid of Oscar's sausages, they covered over 400 kilometers in just one day, and as night fell, they were already quite close to the Douluo Forest. Realizing they would not reach their destination that day, Zhao Wujie issued a command to rest, as they had conveniently arrived at a small town. Continuing onward without supplies would pose a challenge. Upon entering the town, Tang San was pleasantly surprised to find it far more vibrant than he had imagined. The town scale was roughly 3 times that of the village where Shrek Academy was located. Lacking city walls, it resembled a small city, with bustling streets lined with shops of various kinds. Upon closer inspection, Tang San noted that the stores primarily catered to soul masters, offering an array of goods such as weapons, armor, detoxification and restorative potions, and even specialized clothing with multiple pockets designed for soul master adventures. At that moment, Zhao Wujie pointed to a seemingly ordinary hotel ahead and remarked, "Let us stay here for the night and set off at dawn. The costs of lodging and meals will be borne by yourselves." The hotel was a 2-story building, with a simple restaurant on the ground floor and accommodations upstairs. Zhao Wujie secured a single room for himself and ascended directly to the 2nd floor. After a brief discussion, Dai Mubai and the others opted for a 4-person room for the 4 boys, while a 3-person room was arranged for the 3 girls. After settling into their rooms, the group from Shrek Academy made their way to the hotel lobby, eager for a meal. Unbeknownst to them, in a corner of the hotel, Qianyu was also seated, enjoying her dinner. Qianyu has been waiting for several days at Shrek Academy. Chapter 95. Is avoiding trouble a sign of mediocrity? Qianyu arrived here quite early. Yet this time, his purpose extended beyond merely seeking Nar. He could not afford to miss the opportunity to suppress Shrek Academy. Uncertain of when Shrek Academy would arrive, he decided to settle in this quaint town, biding his time. After 2 days of waiting, he sensed the presence of Shrek Academy through the forest's veins. Thus, he had long been anticipating the arrival of its members. In a secluded corner, Qianyu remained unnoticed by the members of Shrek Academy. At that moment, he overheard Ma Hongjuan's boisterous laughter as he declared, "Today, I shall treat you all to a delicious meal." Dai Mubai retorted with mild annoyance, "You glutton. Spare us the chatter and just order. You are the one who knows how to eat best." Ma Hongjuan eagerly responded, "Does that mean you are treating us today? You are the wealthiest among us." A faint smile graced Dai Mubai's lips as he replied, "I have no objections to treating. It is a fortunate coincidence that we can study together at Shrek, as I am the eldest. Let this meal serve as a welcoming feast for Tang San and the others." With a hearty laugh, the rotund figure of Ma Hongjuan's cherubic face trembled with mirth. "Excellent. Splendid. Rest assured, Boss Dai, I won't hold back." Soon, Ma Hongjuan showcased Dai Mubai's assertion regarding his voracious appetite. He summoned the waiter and swiftly ordered a plethora of dishes, many of which Tang San had never even heard of, yet Ma Hongjuan appeared to revel in the experience. "Not bad, not bad. Although this place is small, it offers a comprehensive selection. I hope the flavors meet a commendable standard," mused Dai Mubai, shaking his head in bemusement at Ma Hongjuan. "This glutton spends all his allowance on food, aside from women. I truly wonder if you were not a soul master. Would he become a chef instead?" At that moment, Ma Hongjuan chimed in, "I am no chef. That's Oscar's forte." Oscar promptly interjected, "All my food can be conjured." The restaurant was now bustling with patrons, with around 60 to 70% of the seats occupied. Suddenly, a group of 8 entered the establishment. Leading them was a middle-aged man, appearing to be in his 40s, possessing a rather handsome visage. His hair was impeccably groomed, and he donned a meticulously crafted moon-white soul master robe, adorned with silver thread embroidery that shimmered with each movement. Following closely behind him were 6 young men and 1 young woman, all seemingly around 20 years of age, clad in similar moon-white soul master robes, albeit lacking the embroidered silver of their leader. However, both the middle-aged man and the 7 youths bore a distinctive cyan circular emblem on their left shoulders, within which the words Songhui were elegantly stitched. Upon witnessing this scene, Qianyu realized that Songhui Academy had also arrived, and a confrontation was imminent. The attire of these individuals clearly indicated their identities as soul masters, in stark contrast to the casual garb of Dai Mubai and his companions. who appeared almost indistinguishable from ordinary folk. The members of Tsanghui Academy, however, exuded an air of ostentation. As soon as the restaurant owner spotted their entrance, he hurriedly approached them, bowing and scraping with an exaggerated display of politeness. This small town thrived on the patronage of the Star-Do Forest, which, in essence, meant it relied heavily on soul masters. Being a soul master is not only a noble profession, but also a lucrative one. Thus the proprietor dared not treat them with anything less than utmost respect. "That girl is quite attractive, isn't she, Boss Dai?" remarked a rotund young man, his beady eyes fixated on the sole female among the group of 8, undeniably captivated by her moderate beauty, which could be deemed above average. For a boy of his age, a more mature girl was evidently far more alluring, and coupled with his impetuous nature, his gaze was unrelenting. Dai Mubai merely curled his lip in disdain, dismissing Tsanghui Academy as a trifling concern unworthy of such grandiosity. Neither he nor the rotund fellow made an effort to lower their voices. Soul masters naturally possess superior hearing, and despite the clamor within the restaurant, the middle-aged man among the 8 turned his attention towards them, his brow furrowed. Upon realizing that the table occupied by Shrek Academy was merely a gathering of children, his expression soured further. Qianyu sat calmly at the neighboring table, observing the scene unfold. Oscar, seated beside Tang San, chuckled softly, remarking that an entertaining spectacle was about to commence. Tang San, slightly puzzled, inquired about the nature of this entertainment. Oscar whispered, "This is also a part of our cultivation. Dean Flander has stated that a soul master who refrains from provoking conflict is not a true soul master. As the saying goes, those who fear confrontation are mere mediocrities. Furthermore, provoking individuals from the Soul Master Academy is the safest course of action. It typically results in nothing more than a brawl." Tang San couldn't help but laugh, noting that if the sayings of their esteemed dean were compiled, they would form an extraordinary anthology of quotes. Observing the youthful faces before him, Tang San surmised that this Tsanghui Academy must be a prestigious institution for soul masters. However, Qianyu found his worldview shattered upon overhearing their conversation. It must be said that the educational philosophy of Shrek Academy, much like its name, relied on confrontation. Why, he pondered. Would they seek to provoke Tsanghui Academy when that institution had not instigated any trouble with them? The notion that those who shy away from conflict are less competent seemed absurd. What if the visitors were led by a titled Douluo? Even if not, what if they were merely a soul Douluo? To claim that avoiding trouble signifies mediocrity was a reflection of Tsanghui Academy's own weakness. If Tsanghui Academy were truly formidable, would they dare to provoke them? Ultimately, it was a matter of bullying the weak and fearing the strong. In the original text, Shrek Academy had initiated confrontation, leading to their own embarrassment. However, with Qianyu present this time, such a scenario would not transpire. Although he held no particular animosity towards Tsanghui Academy, he certainly bore a grudge against Shrek Academy. At that moment, the 8 members of Tsanghui Academy had also taken their seats, positioned 2 tables away from Shrek. Out of the corner of Tang San's eye, he noticed a middle-aged man, evidently a teacher, whispering to a young man beside him. Soon after, the young man rose from his seat and headed towards their table, his trajectory aimed directly at Dai Mubai. A hint of disdain flickered in Dai Mubai's eyes, and Tang San could see this clearly. Yet, Dai Mubai chose to ignore him entirely. "Greetings, we are students of Tsanghui Academy. I see you are all soul masters. May I inquire your names?" The young man began. "Huh, Tsanghui Academy? I've never heard of it," Dai Mubai retorted mockingly. The young man from Tsanghui Academy could hardly contain his anger upon hearing Dai Mubai's derision. Moreover, these young men had audaciously criticized their junior sister, which certainly marked them as ill-mannered. As they glared at Dai Mubai, a glimmer of fury ignited in their eyes. Chapter 96, The Unreasonable Shrek. Adding to the tension was Ma Hongjun, who had been leering at their junior sister with an inappropriate gaze. It was intolerable, since it was they who initiated the provocation. One cannot blame oneself. Suddenly, the young man quickened his pace, and amidst the gasps of the waiter, he collided directly with the waiter. As the dish seemed poised to topple onto Dai Mubai's head, he intended to overturn the waiter, spilling the food onto Dai Mubai to humiliate him. "Let us not waste food," Tang San remarked casually. With a swift motion of his left hand, he steadied the waiter's body, while his right hand reached out to support the dish. Employing the technique of controlling the crane and capturing the dragon, he managed to absorb the dish without spilling a single morsel, delicately placing it back on the table. Simultaneously, he had already pulled the waiter aside. The youth from Songhui Academy paused momentarily, hidden behind the waiter's form. A sly smile soon crept across his face. "My apologies," he said, feigning politeness, yet he continued to advance, seemingly intending to pass by Daimubai. However, one of his feet stealthily swept sideways, directly kicking the leg of a chair beneath Daimubai. It was merely an ordinary wooden chair, and should one of its legs be broken, Daimubai would inevitably lose his balance. The youth's movement was exceedingly discreet. His upper body remained still, and unless one was particularly observant, the action would go unnoticed. At the very moment the youth delivered his kick, Daimubai reacted. Does a tiger possess a gentle temperament? Daimubai thought, harboring a pent-up rage, and faced with such provocation, he seized the opportunity. With a resounding thud, the youth felt as though he had struck an iron plate with his kick. A tingling sensation coursed through his entire lower leg. In swift succession, Daimubai delivered a powerful slap. The youth's expression shifted dramatically as he raised both hands in an attempt to block Daimubai's strike. However, he was taken aback when his hands were completely repelled by the soul power emanating from Daimubai's palm, which landed solidly against his chest. Despite the youth's considerable stature, Daimubai's blow caused him to arch backward, resembling a weightless scarecrow as he was sent hurtling backward. He crashed into two tables before careening towards his fellow students from Songhui Academy. A middle-aged man from Songhui Academy hastily stood up, raising his hands to catch the young man by the shoulders, breaking his fall. The youth's complexion paled as he coughed up a mouthful of blood, his vitality visibly diminished. Daimubai straightened his posture, stretching leisurely after the earlier blow. "My sincerest apologies, it seems I have miscalculated," he said, revealing the true nature of the evil-eyed white tiger. His expression exuded disdain and arrogance, emanating a confidence that even his allies found somewhat infuriating. Qianyu sat calmly in the corner, observing Daimubai with an unwavering demeanor. It must be said, the individuals from Shrek Academy truly possess a certain audacity. The restaurant erupted into a clamor, and diners near the tables of Shrek Academy and Songhui Academy hastily rose to retreat, eager to avoid becoming collateral damage. However, most did not vacate the premises immediately. Instead, they observed the unfolding scene with palpable excitement. After all, witnessing a duel between soul masters normally required a visit to the Grand Soul Arena, an experience that came at a considerable cost. Thus, the opportunity to witness such a spectacle for free thrilled the ordinary individuals with their own martial spirits. Moreover, this venue frequently attracted soul masters. The Songhui Academy group could hardly contain their agitation as the remaining 6 students stood in unison, glaring fiercely at the table occupied by Shrek Academy. They were eager to charge forward but were restrained by a middle-aged man. He assisted the injured youth back into his seat and, with a stern expression, addressed Daimubai, demanding to know which academy these young rascals hailed from. Daimubai, with a mischievous glint in his eyes, retorted, "Who are you to question me?" With that, he resumed his seat. The chubby boy, quick in his movements, particularly when it came to eating, had already begun to feast, commenting as he chewed, "Well, the taste is passable, though the cooking is slightly off. I suppose it will suffice. By the way, those young ladies from your academy, come over and dine with me." His brazen gaze fell upon several female students from Songhui Academy. The teacher accompanying them turned a shade of deep crimson with indignation. A rowdy bunch indeed. Teach them a lesson. The students from Songhui Academy awaited his command, and aside from the one injured by Daimubai and the sole female student, the remaining 5 surged toward Tang San's table. "Are we fighting?" "I relish the thought," Xiao Wu exclaimed, springing from her seat without hesitation to confront them. As Xiao Wu made her move, Tang San, not one to remain idle, also rose, a faint violet hue shimmering in his eyes. At that moment, Xiao Wu approached them, her large eyes fluttering as she smiled and greeted, "Hello, brothers." Upon hearing that voice, Qianyu couldn't help but furrow her brows. This little Wu was once again feigning innocence. The 5 young men were momentarily taken aback, exchanging bewildered glances, confronted by a seemingly adorable young girl. Their previously aggressive demeanor abruptly faltered, leaving them hesitating, unsure of how to proceed. While they exchanged looks of confusion, little Wu made her move. It appeared as if she slipped slightly, her entire body lunging forward towards one of the youths. Instinctively, he raised his hand to assist her, only to be taken aback by a glossy braid that flew toward him out of nowhere. Before he could react, his neck was ensnared firmly by little Wu's scorpion braid, and at that very moment, she managed to regain her balance. With her body coiled, she leaped upward, turning her back to the young man and propelling her feet directly toward his chest. Caught off guard by the grip around his neck, he panicked as he saw her feet approaching. He hastily raised his hands to block. Little did he know, her feet were not intended for an assault, but merely served as leverage. In an instant, he was propelled away by the force of her front flip. Before long, the students from Tsanghue Academy found themselves sprawled on the ground, defeated by little Wu's swift movements. Meanwhile, Oscar rubbed his eyes vigorously, unable to contain his astonishment. Wow, she's formidable. Thankfully, I haven't offended little Wu. Tang San smiled in silence, while Dai Mubai rose once more, stating in a deep voice, Little Wu, return. With us boys here, there's no need for the girls to intervene. The 5 young men were momentarily stunned, exchanging bewildered glances. Release your martial souls. In an instant, various beams of light erupted forth. The color of the soul rings for the 5 youths was identical, one white and one yellow, signifying a 10-year soul ring and a 100-year soul ring. Naturally, all 5 were battle soul masters, including 2 weapon soul masters wielding a spear and a trident, and 3 beast soul masters transforming into a deer, a sheep, and a horse. In terms of martial soul strength, they were not particularly formidable. Observing the martial souls being released, a disdainful glimmer intensified in Dai Mubai's eyes. Is this what they call disciples of a prestigious soul master academy? And with 10-year soul rings? Brothers, let them witness our soul rings, he declared. The eldest among the Shrek Academy students, with eyes as fierce as a white tiger, was never one to reason with others. Unless one could earn his respect through strength, his haughty demeanor would remain unchanged. White Tiger possess. A powerful, pale light suddenly erupted from him. As he extended his arms outward, his chest puffed up, and a series of cracking sounds emanated from his bones as his muscles swelled, stretching his clothing. Dai Mubai's eyes transformed into a deep, profound azure. A chilling intent of lethal force permeated the air, exuding an overwhelming aura of intimidation. Beneath his feet, 3 brilliant rings of light ascended in succession, 2 yellow and 1 purple. As the soul rings revolved, a surging wave of soul power surged forth, creating a palpable pressure, perhaps due to the inherent incompatibility of their martial spirits. The 3 spirit masters possessing beast martial souls involuntarily recoiled a few steps as Dai Mubai completed his martial spirit manifestation. Before the tiger, how could the deer, sheep, and horse not tremble in fear? Particularly, the purple soul ring that signified a millennium of power sent a tremor through the hearts of the 5 students from Tsanghue Academy. As Dai Mubai unleashed his martial spirit, Ma Hongjun simultaneously revealed his own prowess. The phoenix manifested, and a crimson glow erupted from his form. His hair elongated dramatically and coalesced into a mohawk style. 2 yellow soul rings rose from beneath him, while vibrant feathers sprouted from his robust arms, transforming his hands into claws. Scorching currents of air swirled around his body, and despite his stature being considerably shorter than that of the Tsanghue students, the moment the purple flames erupted from within him, his entire demeanor shifted, creating an aura that left their opponents gasping for breath. Martial spirit manifestation. White Tiger's radiant wave. With a resounding boom, Dai Mubai unleashed his soul skill, sending several adversaries hurtling through the air. Phoenix Fire Line. Ma Hongjun was not idle either. He swiftly executed the Phoenix Fire Line, incinerating a table within the establishment. One individual was propelled through the air, crashing directly onto the meal that Qianyu was about to enjoy, toppling the table he occupied. Initially, Qianyu had been troubled by the lack of justification for his actions, but now, the Shrek Academy had granted him the perfect opportunity to strike. Qianyu slowly rose to her feet and approached them. Stop. The teacher from Tsanghue Academy could no longer contain himself and waved his hand towards his students. You all step back. This teacher, being middle-aged, had witnessed Dai Mubai unleash his true strength, and his mind was already racing with possibilities. I am Yu Zhiqiu, Director of the Foreign Affairs Department of Tsanghue Academy. May I ask which sect you belong to? The teacher from Tsanghue Academy promptly inquired. We are from Shrek Academy. Fatty interjected, brimming with pride before Dai Mubai could respond. As he spoke, his unabashed gaze lingered on the only female student from Tsanghue Academy. Disgusting, she exclaimed, quickly hiding behind a male student. The young man immediately shielded her, casting a cold glance at Ma Hongjun. Yi Zhiqiu hesitated for a moment, a glimmer of contemplation flashing in his eyes, clearly unfamiliar with the name Shrek Academy. Shrek Academy? I don't believe I've heard of it. Dai Mubai scoffed. That's merely your ignorance. We have not provoked you. So why must you act against us? Yu Jiqiu replied coldly. No reason at all. I simply find you displeasing. Moreover, our academy's motto is that those who dare not provoke us are incompetent. What? Are you suggesting we refrain from causing trouble? Dai Mubai retorted icily, his arrogance indeed provoking the desire to strike him. So, you from Shrek Academy intend to bully us? Yi Jiqiu asked, his eyes revealing a chilling demeanor. Dai Mubai brazenly laughed. Indeed, we aim to bully you. Very well, you have said it. Since you have chosen to provoke us, do not blame us for being impolite. With this thought, Yi Jiqiu no longer hesitated. A flash of light surged in his eyes as he summoned his martial soul. A circle of black ripples radiated from within Yu Jiqiu, forcefully suppressing the aura of Dai Mubai and Fatty. His limbs contracted by a third, while a massive piece of armor rose from his back. His entire body glimmered with black light, and 5 soul rings ascended from his feet, spiraling above him, 1 white, 2 yellow, and 2 purple. This director of the Foreign Affairs Department of Tsanghue Academy turned out to be a formidable Soul King, boasting a level above 50. The restaurant erupted into gasps of astonishment. After all, Soul Kings were a rarity on the continent, wielding immense power, and could possess titles such as Viscount or even Earl in certain kingdoms. Dai Mubai's expression shifted. He had not anticipated encountering a Soul King. Yu Jiqiu's words were eloquent. You children do not understand. Refrain from speaking recklessly in the future. Call your teacher out. You old turtle, what makes you think you can meet our teacher? Fatty shouted in defiance. A few of us are more than capable of dealing with you. Gentlemen, esteemed soul masters, I implore you. Refrain from causing a commotion within this modest establishment. As the proprietor of this small business, I am compelled to intervene, for if I do not, it is likely that the tempest will soon engulf the entire shop. Yu Jiqiu, possessing the Qianyu martial spirit, harbors an intense aversion to the term turtle. Initially, he merely intended to intimidate the youngsters before him, wishing to avoid the stigma of bullying the weak, particularly as he was uncertain of the strength of the academy backing these children. However, upon the plump boy invoking his taboo, Yu Jiqiu was filled with wrath, his anger transforming into a sardonic smile. Very well, I shall take it upon myself to educate you on behalf of your teacher. Let us step outside. With that, he turned and strode toward the exit, the swaying of his dark turtle shell appearing somewhat comical, yet the soul power emanating from him was immensely formidable. Let us go. Who is afraid? At that moment, Xiao interjected with a scoff. Tang-san, standing by, quickly assessed the situation, stating, we may not necessarily be at a disadvantage. While his soul power surpasses ours, there exists a flaw in his martial spirit. Qianyu stepped into the midst of the crowd and remarked, you are indeed quite boisterous, making it impossible for me to enjoy my meal. Pray tell, how do you intend to compensate for this? Upon hearing his words, the crowd turned their gazes toward Qianyu. At that moment, whether it was Tang-san, Xiao Wu, or Dai Mubai, they all involuntarily trembled, particularly Xiao Wu, who, after being struck by Tang-san's dragon beard needle, endured immense suffering to extract it, despite having taken the antidote. Had it not been for the powerful effects of Xiao Ao's sausage, coupled with her formidable physique as a 100,000-year soul beast, she would likely bear scars to this day. Tang-san, Dai Mubai, and Ma Hongjun had all suffered considerably at the hands of Qianyu, and now, upon seeing him, they felt as if they were facing the grim Reaper himself. Consumed by dread. Gu Yu, how could you possibly be here? Tang-san asked in terror. Chapter 98, Teaching Shrek a Lesson, one by one. Qianyu gazed serenely at the members of the Shrek 7 monsters and spoke. What? Am I not allowed to be here? It seems this quaint town bears no significant relation to your esteemed Shrek Academy. Do my presence here truly offend you? At that moment, Tang-san, Xiao Wu, and the others wore expressions of disbelief and shock as they regarded Qianyu. Tang-san's gaze gradually turned frosty, and he inquired of Qianyu, Gu Yu, what exactly do you intend to accomplish? In response, Qianyu looked at Tang-san with a smile and replied, what do I intend to do? That question should rightly be posed to you. I was simply enjoying my meal, and yet you insisted on engaging in a brawl, resulting in the overturning of my table. It is I who should be asking you what you wish to achieve. Qianyu's gaze was icy as he looked at Tang-san and the others, inquiring. At this moment, Tang-san and his companions wore expressions of displeasure. At this juncture, Yi Jiqiu turned to Qianyu and asked, may I inquire your esteemed title? Qianyu turned to Yi Jiqiu and assured him, rest assured, I have no intention of causing trouble for your Tsanghue Academy, nor do I wish to meddle in your disputes. You may resolve your grievances among yourselves first, and then I shall address the matter." Observing the fear in the eyes of the Shrek Academy members as they gazed at Qianyu, Yujiqiu instantly recognized that this individual was certainly not to be underestimated. Yuxian continued to address Yujiqiu, stating, "I am quite clear about distinctions of enmity and affinity. I am aware that it was Shrek Academy that instigated this trouble, and it was they who overturned my meal. Therefore, my grievances are solely with Shrek Academy. Whatever you choose to do with them is of no concern to me. But I shall undoubtedly seek retribution. However, considering they were the ones to provoke you first, I shall allow you to resolve the matter on your own before I intervene." At this moment, Yi Zhiqiu nodded. Turning to the members of Shrek Academy, he declared, "You have harmed my students and provoked the individuals of Tsanghui Academy. Do you truly believe we are easy to bully?" The members of Shrek Academy realized Qianyu's intentions. Ever since the last incident where Shrek Academy had troubled Qianyu, he had consistently made things difficult for them. They understood that Qianyu's strategy this time was to exhaust their strength through Yi Zhiqiu before he made his move. At that moment, the members of Shrek Academy felt an immense pressure, their faces turning ashen. Meanwhile, the group had already stepped outside. Yi Zhiqiu's mind had cooled somewhat, and upon seeing the 7 young men emerge, he solemnly stated, "I shall grant you one more opportunity. It is not too late to admit your mistakes now." Daimubai replied with a mischievous smile, "Mistakes? What constitutes a mistake, and what constitutes right? The one with the bigger fist is right. Defeat us first, and then we shall see." At this juncture, Yi Zhiqiu could no longer refrain from taking action. With a snort of indignation, he declared, "Come at me all at once. I shall teach you how one ought to conduct themselves." The portly one chuckled and remarked, "Remember, we are not human. We are monsters." Qianyu stood nearby with her arms crossed, visibly intrigued. Before Yi Zhiqiu could make a move, Daimubai had already taken the initiative, his second soul ring radiating a brilliant light. A concentrated sphere of intense white light formed, and a round blast of energy, the White Tiger's second soul skill. White Tiger's radiant wave erupted from his mouth. Simultaneously, Zhu Zhuqing's body slashed diagonally, swiftly accelerating to flank Yi Zhiqiu, while Tang San also charged from another direction towards him. The stout figure's mohawk quivered, his first soul ring glowing fiercely as a purple-red line of phoenix flames shot forth. The 4 of them acted almost in unison, showing no fear despite facing an opponent who was a soul king above level 50. As Yi Zhiqiu faced their simultaneous assault, a dark light enveloped his body, and a low growl escaped his lips as both his first and second soul rings gleamed. He swiftly spun around, revealing the turtle shell on his back, while a stream of black energy, imbued with a chilling aura, surged forth. The White Tiger's radiant wave detonated against Yi Zhiqiu's back, yet it had no effect. His body remained utterly unmoved. At that moment, Tang San had closed in on Yi Zhiqiu, feeling an overwhelming chill wash over him, as if his very blood was freezing. With a sense of urgency, he activated his Xiantian skill to counter the frigid air, halting his advance, while his blue-silver grass martial spirit rapidly spread out, encircling Yi Zhiqiu from all sides. Just then, the stout figure's phoenix flames reached Yi Zhiqiu's turtle shell. Although the searing heat of the phoenix flames was significantly weakened by the Qianshui ice seal, the arrival of the flames diminished the coldness of the ice as well. Seizing this fleeting moment, the blue-silver grass coiled tightly around Yi Zhiqiu, and Zhu Zhuqing's ethereal form silently appeared in the blind spot behind him. Activating her first soul ring skill, Phantom Piercing Thrust, she aimed directly for Yi Zhiqiu's neck. Suddenly, Yi Zhiqiu retracted his neck, and an astonishing scene unfolded as his entire head seemed to retract into his chest, perfectly evading Zhu Zhuqing's claws. His third soul ring illuminated, and a plume of mist erupted from his mouth, engulfing the phoenix flames on his back. Despite the intense combustibility of the flames, Yi Zhiqiu's Qianshui was no ordinary substance. His soul power far surpassed that of the stout figure, extinguishing the purple-red flames upon his turtle shell. Yi Zhiqiu stumbled forward a couple of steps but quickly pivoted, his head re-emerging from his chest. With a swift motion, he unleashed a jet of black cold air directly towards Daimubai. This was his third soul ring skill, Qianshui Surge. The frigid wave sent a shiver through Daimubai's entire being. Although the White Tiger's protective barrier could mitigate some of the cold, it was insufficient to fully withstand it, given that Yi Zhiqiu's soul power was over 10 levels higher. Just then, a second purple-red flame appeared, positioned perfectly in front of Daimubai, colliding with the black water. Thick steam billowed as the flames were suppressed by the Qianshui, but Daimubai seized the opportunity to retreat rapidly. Instantly, the Shrek 7 devils found themselves jolted backward. Qianyu observed the contest before her, a frown creasing her brow. Yi Zhiqiu, a soul king, was unable to subdue even these few minor spirits, a blatant affront to the dignity of his title. However, Qianyu discerned that Yi Zhiqiu was holding back. Otherwise, a soul king could easily eliminate them without a second thought. It seemed he harbored concerns regarding the formidable presence behind Shrek Academy. At that moment, Qianyu smiled faintly and remarked, "Is it truly the case that the illustrious Songhui Academy lacks courage? Your institution has been so thoroughly besieged, yet you hesitate to unleash your full potential. What do you fear?" Chapter 99. Yi Zhiqiu unleashes his power. Qianyu gazed at the instructor Yi Zhiqiu from Songhui Academy, now a formidable soul king. Qianyu understood that Yi Zhiqiu had always harbored concerns regarding the individuals behind Shrek Academy, which had restrained him from unleashing his full potential. Thus, Qianyu's singular aim was to compel Yi Zhiqiu to exert his utmost strength, providing a thorough lesson to them. Qianyu gazed calmly at Yi Zhiqiu and inquired, "Are you concerned about the individuals supporting them?" Yi Zhiqiu then turned to face Qianyu and promptly responded, "What do you understand? With such prodigies, there must undoubtedly be formidable forces behind them. If I were to unleash my full strength, what if?" Qianyu's lips curled into a light smile as she remarked, "No wonder the students of Songhui Academy are such cowards. It is one thing for the students to be bullied, but even the teachers are subjected to such indignities." Qianyu's voice resonated loudly, catching the attention of those from Songhui Academy nearby. At that moment, the members of Songhui Academy clenched their fists, turning their gazes toward Yi Zhiqiu, exclaiming, "Teacher Yi." Yi Zhiqiu glared at several Shrek students ahead, his face contorted with fury as he gritted his teeth. "Damn it, this is utterly intolerable. How dare they insult Songhui Academy?" His hands were tightly balled into fists, his nails piercing the skin of his palms, blood seeping forth. At that moment, Ma Hongjin mockingly laughed, "Ha ha ha. This old turtle is nothing more than this." Daimu Bai snorted coldly, "It seems that even when we unite as seven, we are not a match for a soul king. To be provoked like this without daring to unleash their full power, I wonder how your academy students perceive their teacher Yi." Qianyu continued to lean against the side, speaking slowly. At that moment, Yi Zhiqiu's fury was ignited entirely. He glared at the members of the Shrek 7 monsters, roaring, "Humph, just because the tiger does not roar. You truly believe that our Songhui Academy is easy to bully?" In a fit of rage, Yi Zhiqiu unleashed a terrifying soul power, an overwhelming pressure radiating from him. The ground trembled as buildings crumbled under his might, dust swirling into the air. At this moment, Tang San, Daimu Bai, and the others displayed expressions of shock. Just moments ago, Yi Zhiqiu exhibited no such formidable aura. How had he suddenly transformed into such a powerful figure after Qianyu's few words? Yi Zhiqiu glared in the direction of the Shrek crew, his voice deep and menacing, "Prepare to perish." With a swift motion, Yi Zhiqiu lunged forward, moving with the swiftness of lightning, arriving before the Shrek group in the blink of an eye. He unleashed a fierce kick, generating a violent gust of wind. Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Dai Mubai's expressions changed drastically as they sensed the life-threatening danger from Yi Zhiqiu's attack. With a resounding thud, Tang San summoned the blue-silver grass, which immediately coiled around Yi Zhiqiu. However, Yi Zhiqiu seemed to have transformed into a different person, his attack speed astonishingly rapid. With a swift punch, he shattered the blue-silver grass and, with undiminished force, struck Dai Mubai squarely in the chest, sending him flying and causing him to spit blood. In a flash, Yi Zhiqiu surged forward again, seizing the injured Dai Mubai by the throat, lifting him effortlessly. With a cold expression, he declared, "Trash is merely trash. Do you really think you can resist?" With a flick of his wrist, Dai Mubai's body was propelled through the air, hurtling towards the Shrek 7 monsters. A collective scream erupted from the Shrek group as they scrambled to evade the incoming form of Dai Mubai. With a dull thud, he crashed to the ground, blood spilling forth. "Xiao Wu!" Ning Rongrong cried out anxiously. In an instant, Yi Zhiqiu moved before Xiao Wu. His soul rings illuminated, he roared, "Mysterious water surge." A terrifying wave of dark water surged towards Xiao Wu like a colossal tide. With a spurt of blood, Xiao Wu's face turned pale, clearly gravely injured. At this juncture, Tang San was taken aback and immediately unleashed his hidden weapons towards Yi Zhiqiu. He continuously released projectiles, each aimed at Yi Zhiqiu. The latter scoffed, "A mere trick." As the radiance of Yi Zhiqiu's soul rings burst forth, a series of black barriers enveloped him, rendering the hidden weapons powerless against his formidable defense. It is important to note that Yi Zhiqiu possessed the Xin Gui martial soul, renowned for its exceptional defensive capabilities. although Tang San's concealed weapons were indeed potent. The disparity in their cultivation levels was insurmountable, making it impossible for him to breach Yu Zhiqiu's defenses. Witnessing this scene, Tang San's expression turned one of profound embarrassment. He had not anticipated that their combined efforts of 6 would be utterly ineffective against Yu Zhiqiu. At this moment, Yu Zhiqiu had already charged before Tang San, delivering a powerful punch that sent him hurtling backward to crash onto the ground. Yu Zhiqiu seemed like a different person compared to before. His combat awareness and attack speed had significantly escalated. With a fierce roar, Yu Zhiqiu's green soul ring shimmered instantaneously as he bent his legs and leaped, soaring into the air above Tang San. With a swift motion of his right hand, he summoned a torrent of xianshui. In an instant, a water serpent, several meters in length, descended from the sky, lunging towards Tang San. Reacting quickly, Tang San shifted his form to evade the serpentine strike. But the water serpent let out a piercing cry of frustration as it missed its target. Immediately, its tail began to thrash violently, resembling an iron whip, as it lashed powerfully towards Tang San. A chill coursed through Tang San's heart as he recognized the futility of attempting to block this attack. The massive tail, accompanied by a howling wind, bore down upon him, and he understood that he had to flee or risk being felled by its force. With a swift motion, Tang San vanished from his original position, and simultaneously, a dagger was launched towards the serpent's tail. The sound of metal clashing echoed as the dagger struck the tail, creating sparks. However, the tail retaliated with such speed that it sent the dagger flying away. The dagger soared through the air before embedding itself into the ground, leaving a deep mark in its wake. Yet, the serpent's tail continued its relentless assault towards Tang San. With a resounding thud, Tang San was struck by Yu Zhiqiu's palm, crashing heavily to the ground. He coughed violently, blood spilling from his lips. Just then, a languid voice suddenly interrupted the duel. "Why are you all out here at such a late hour instead of resting?" A towering figure emerged in the crowd, none other than Zhao Wuji. Yu Zhiqiu turned to Zhao Wuji and coldly remarked, "You must be a teacher from Shrek Academy. Just moments ago, several of your students insulted our Tsanghui Academy. Shouldn't you provide us with an explanation?" "An explanation? What is there to explain? Is Tsanghui Academy not merely a worthless institution? Their words hardly constitute an insult." Zhao Wuji retorted icily, a haughty expression gracing his features. "You." At his words, Yu Zhiqiu's countenance darkened considerably. At that moment, a voice interjected from beside Zhao Wuji. "Teacher Zhao, it was your Shrek students who initiated the challenge. It seems inappropriate for you to intervene at this juncture, does it not?" Upon hearing the voice, Zhao Wuji turned and was instantly met with the sight of Qianyu. In that instant, Zhao Wuji's pupils constricted, a look of profound shock crossing his face as he gazed at Qianyu, struggling to comprehend the situation. How could it be you? Chapter 100. It's my turn. In that moment, seeing Qianyu was akin to encountering a phantom for Zhao Wuji. A look of terror washed over his features. He had not anticipated that Qianyu would be present. The shock Qianyu had previously instilled in him was immense, having transformed him into a mere child in the past, an experience that had left a significant mark on him. Thus, even now, the sight of Qianyu left Zhao Wuji utterly astounded. Zhao Wuji gazed at Qianyu and immediately inquired, You have joined Tsanghui Academy?" Qianyu shook his head and replied, "No." Zhao Wuji then turned to Qianyu, continuing his probing. At this moment, Qianyu addressed Zhao Wuji, saying, "It was your Shrek Academy that first provoked Tsanghui Academy, and it was indeed your Shrek Academy that proposed the duel. Now that you have lost, must the teachers of Shrek Academy come forth to avenge their disciples?" Zhao Wuji chuckled. "In that case, let them issue their challenges." He then looked at Yu Zhiqiu and asked, "You have already triumphed. Can you not cease your actions?" Zhao Wuji was a character who feared the strong but bullied the weak. Before those he could overpower, he acted with bravado, but before those he feared, he assumed a submissive demeanor. At this moment, upon seeing Zhao Wuji approach, Yu Zhiqiu decided against further aggression and took a step back, declaring, "Let today's events be settled." As Yu Zhiqiu stepped back, he passed by the members of Shrek's 7 monsters. At this juncture, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. They had not anticipated Yu Zhiqiu unleashing such formidable power, and they had come perilously close to defeat at his hands. However, just then, Qianyu spoke up. Qianyu gazed at the members of Shrek Academy and proclaimed, "Very well. The matter concerning Tsanghui Academy is settled. Now it is my turn." Upon hearing this, everyone immediately turned their attention to Qianyu. To them, Qianyu represented an even more formidable challenge. At that moment, Zhao Wuji turned to Qianyu and inquired, Qianyu. Do you intend to strike against us at Shrek? Qianyu gazed at Zhao Wuji and softly remarked, I was enjoying my meal when you all carelessly overturned my dishes. Shouldn't I retaliate against you? At that moment, Dai Mu Bai, with great difficulty, looked at Qianyu and said, Qianyu, it is merely a meal. We will compensate you for it. Zhao Wuji quickly added with a forced smile, Indeed, Qianyu, it is just a meal. Let us forget about it. Qianyu gazed at them with a calm demeanor and spoke, You may compensate me for my meal, but how will you make amends for my good spirits? Upon hearing these words, the members of the Shrek 7 monsters exchanged glances. Tang San immediately turned to Qianyu and inquired, Qianyu, are you deliberately provoking us? With a smile gracing the corners of his mouth, Qianyu turned to Tang San and inquired, Are you seeking trouble? Is it you who are provoking me? Or am I the one instigating you? As a grown man, why do you possess such a lack of tolerance? Can't you show us a little leniency? At this moment, Xiaowu, who stood nearby, immediately cast a glance at Qianyu and murmured. Upon hearing her words, Qianyu chuckled and replied, Are there more of you or of me? Did you provoke me first, or did I come to trouble you myself? Moreover, what connection do we share that obliges me to yield to you? With these words, the members of the Shrek 7 devils were left speechless. At that moment, Tang San stepped forward and looked intently at Qianyu, asking, What do you intend to do? Qianyu, maintaining his composure, continued, It is quite simple. The 7 of you from Shrek shall compete against me. Should you emerge victorious, all shall be forgiven. However, if you are defeated, you shall humbly offer your apologies. Upon hearing Qianyu's words, the others exchanged glances in bewilderment. Zhao Wujie, feeling somewhat awkward, chuckled softly. Aware that there was no choice but to engage in battle now, he turned to Qianyu and stated, Very well. Let it be understood that this contest is merely for practice. We shall strive to avoid any harm to one another. Qianyu's gaze was tranquil, and he remained silent. The crowd emerged, stepping into the open space. At this moment, Tang San addressed the assembly. At this juncture, we have no choice but to engage in battle. The might of Qianyu is evident to us all. However, we are not entirely devoid of opportunity. If we unite and exert our utmost efforts, we may grasp a slender chance of survival. Upon hearing Tang San's words, the crowd nodded in agreement. Tang San continued, I shall take the lead. You all must coordinate your attacks with me. With that, taking advantage of Qianyu's unpreparedness, Tang San struck instantly. Countless strands of blue-silver grass surged forth from the ground, ensnaring Qianyu. Simultaneously, the others unleashed their most formidable techniques, directing their assaults towards Qianyu. At this moment, Qianyu observed the multitude advancing towards him, a faintly indifferent smile gracing his lips. Suddenly, the blue-silver grass beneath his feet surged forth, ensnaring his legs. Tang San, witnessing this scene, furrowed his brow and let out an enraged shout, as countless vines surged from all directions, enveloping Qianyu entirely. Yet, at that very instant, a smile played upon Qianyu's lips. With a gentle clap of his palm, the myriad vines were instantly reduced to mere fragments. In that fleeting moment, Qianyu's figure flickered and vanished entirely. The onlookers, sensing his abrupt disappearance, underwent a drastic change in expression, their vigilance heightened as they scanned their surroundings. Gradually, Qianyu's silhouette re-emerged, standing not far from them, his gaze icy and filled with mockery. At that moment, a terrifying surge of soul power erupted forth from Qianyu's being. This time, he had no intention of toying with them any longer. Qianyu wished to test her newfound soul skill, Wanya Feihua. Thus, an overwhelming aura of dread emanated from her, instantly enveloping the members of the Shrek 7 monsters in a palpable sense of terror. In the vast expanse of the void, Qianyu's form emerged, adorned with an array of soul rings that materialized around him. The moment the members of the Shrek 7 monsters, Zhao Wujie, and the students from Songhui Academy beheld Qianyu's soul rings, they were rendered speechless, their disbelief palpable. 5 soul rings manifested upon Qianyu's being, instilling profound astonishment within the hearts of the Songhui students. Yi Zhiqiu, standing at a distance, gazed in amazement at Qianyu, exclaiming, How is this possible? He is also a soul king? What left them even more astounded was the terrifying nature of Qianyu's soul rings. Black, 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 red, red. At that moment, the students of Songhui Academy stood frozen in shock, their bodies trembling involuntarily. 3 10,000-year rings and 200,000-year rings. My heavens! How could there exist such a formidable soul king in this world? Who is he truly? The members of Songhui Academy were engulfed in disbelief, each one standing in a daze. It was not only Songhui Academy that was affected. Even Zhao Wudre and the Shrek 7 monsters widened their eyes in astonishment, struggling to comprehend the impossibility. How could it be? In such a brief span of time, he has broken through again. Is he truly only 12 years old? Like us? Another 100,000-year soul ring? How could this be? The 7 members of the Shrek 7 monsters stood in utter shock, their eyes filled with terror. Chapter 101, 10,000 Leaves and Flying Flowers. At that moment, a vine lifted Qianyu into the void. Qianyu stood amidst the void, a terrifying aura pervading the atmosphere. 5 soul rings pulsated rhythmically around his body, emanating an overwhelming energy. At that moment, the Shrek 7 monsters, Zhao Wujie, and the members of Tsanghui Academy were all rendered speechless, frozen in astonishment. It was simply beyond their comprehension. In that instant, Qianyu appeared as a deity. Gazing down upon the crowd from the emptiness above, Qianyu slowly raised his hands, and in an instant, an endless array of trees materialized behind him, transforming the space into a vast and magnificent forest. Tang San immediately sensed the impending danger and shouted, "Everyone, be cautious." A look of seriousness appeared in the eyes of Daimubai, the rotund Ma Hongjun, and Xiao Wu. At that moment, Qianyu truly revealed the terrifying nature of his extraordinary talent. 10,000 leaves, flying blossoms. With a commanding shout, Qianyu's 5th spirit ring suddenly illuminated. In that moment, Qianyu waved his hand, causing the trees to sway wildly, and a flurry of leaves cascaded down from the treetops. Instantly, vibrant green leaves and delicate petals rained down, hurtling towards the Shrek 7 monsters. Those leaves and petals, akin to concealed weapons, radiated a fierce brilliance. At that moment, Tang San gazed in astonishment at the descending foliage, exclaiming in disbelief, "How is this possible? This spirit technique rivals our Tang sect's rainstorm pear blossom needle." Tang San marveled at the countless petals before him. Qianyu gazed calmly at Tang San, silently rebuking him. "Do you even deserve the rainstorm pear blossom needle?" Qianyu recalled that among the formidable secret arts of the Tang sect, there existed an exceptionally powerful technique known as 10,000 trees in bloom. This technique unleashed all of the Tang sect's concealed weapons in a single moment, exhibiting an utterly terrifying force. The myriad leaves and blossoms of Qianyu's 10,000 leaves flying flowers stand in stark contrast to Tangmin's 10,000 trees flying flowers. Thus, Tang San's reign of pear blossom needle is naturally incapable of matching Qianyu's exquisite technique. Countless leaves and petals instantaneously transformed into lethal projectiles, hurtling towards the Shrek 7 devils. At that moment, Tang San's mind raced with urgency. Evade swiftly. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he urgently called out, "Everyone, disperse at once. If you fail to evade or are struck, it will spell disaster." Upon hearing Tang San's words, the Shrek 7 devils swiftly flickered and scattered in every direction. Qianyu let out a cold snort. Attempt to flee? Too late. With that, he abruptly pointed his arm toward the heavens. Suddenly, a multitude of leaves and petals cascaded from the sky, enveloping the entire firmament. In an instant, these leaves and petals came to an abrupt halt mid-air. Following this, they swiftly redirected their course, pursuing the fleeing members of the Shrek 7 monsters. Countless leaves and petals surged toward them, leaving them utterly defenseless. In the blink of an eye, they were struck by an overwhelming barrage of foliage. At that moment, the Shrek 7 monsters were left battered and bloodied, their bodies riddled with wounds. Zhu Zhiqing, being an agile soul master, managed to evade a significant portion of the assault, sustaining only minor injuries. Ning Rongrong, having concealed herself behind her teammates, also emerged relatively unscathed. However, Tang San, Xiao Wu, Ma Hongjun, Daimubai, and Oscar were not as fortunate. Their bodies were marred with numerous injuries, drenched in blood, and their plight was utterly tragic. Their clothing lay in tatters, and their skin bore the marks of relentless assault. Fortunately for them, Qianyu had shown restraint. They had not perished, merely suffering superficial wounds. After all, dealing with Tang San was a game best played slowly for true enjoyment. Tang San's body and face were covered in lacerations, blood dripping from him, his heart seething with indignation. In the presence of Qianyu, he was acutely aware of his own powerlessness. The disparity between him and Qianyu felt insurmountable, as if one resided in the heavens while the other dwelled in the depths below. It seemed to him that he would never be a match for Qianyu. Daimubai, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar were similarly engulfed in a profound sense of helplessness. Zhu Zhiqing and Ning Rongrong were more so overwhelmed with shock, an endless wave of astonishment washing over them. As for Xiao Wu, she glared at Qianyu, her eyes ablaze with hatred. How could a mere human bully a 10,000-year-old soul beast in such a manner? She silently vowed, "Humph, Qianyu, you must be heading to the Star Dove Forest. Once there, I shall show you the consequences." with a fierce glare at Qianyu. The pain from her wounds surged anew. At that moment, Zhao Wujing hastily approached Qianyu, forcing a smile as he said, Gu Yu, it's just a meal. This level of punishment is sufficient. Qianyu nodded gently at that moment. The surrounding scenery faded away. The aura and soul rings surrounding Qianyu vanished, and then he spoke. Very well. After Qianyu concluded his words, he finally restrained his aura. At that moment, Zhao Wujing hurriedly asked, Are you all unhurt? Observing his students, each bearing numerous scars, Zhao Wujing felt a profound sorrow in his heart. However, in the presence of such a formidable soul master as Qianyu, he dared not act recklessly. Upon hearing Qianyu's remarks, the expressions of those present shifted dramatically, all eyes turning towards Zhao Wujing. Observing Qianyu's demeanor, Zhao Wujing, with a sense of helplessness, said, Classmate Gu Yu, on behalf of Shrek Academy, I offer my sincerest apologies. I hope this meets your satisfaction. In response, Qianyu replied coolly, What about them? At this, Zhao Wujing's mouth twitched in response. Although he was aware of Qianyu's immense strength, he had not anticipated just how powerful he truly was. Zhao Wujing then turned to the other soul masters from Shrek and urged, Hurry and apologize. One by one, the talents of Shrek Academy extended their apologies to Qianyu. Only upon receiving their contrition did Qianyu nod slightly, granting them mercy. The following day, Qianyu set out early. Upon leaving the small town, he quickened his pace and soon arrived at the Stardow Forest. What Qianyu beheld was an expanse of verdant ocean, an endless stretch of green that appeared utterly breathtaking, the refreshing air emanating from it. At last, they arrived before the starry forest, where towering trees soared above 20 meters. This was merely the periphery. The dense forest lacked any discernible paths, with shadows cast by the trees obscuring the true visage within. Upon approaching the forest, the air grew even more invigorating, as if the temperature had dropped a few degrees, the crisp aroma of moist earth tantalizing their senses. I wonder where Nair will be. Qianyu mused, gazing at the immense woodland.